Since ancient times, profound affection has proven futile, only scheming captures the heart. 3 years of love pales in comparison to a single night of passion. As for her scoundrel ex, Ning Jiaqi can only utter one phrase. If not now, when? Should I save my strength for the new year? In a moment of desperation, she claims to be the wife of the esteemed young master, only to be caught red-handed by the man himself. How utterly awkward. Young master, you possess quite the audacity to impersonate my wife. Do you have any idea how much the naming fee is? Ning Jiaqi, what? What on earth is a naming fee? Can it be consumed? I have no money. At the British time, CAF. Jiaqi. The man seated across from her gazes at Ning Jiaqi, gathering what seems to be an immense amount of courage. After a discreet swallow, he finally speaks. Let's break up. 2 cups of black coffee still emit steam, the rich aroma filling the air, mingled with a subtle bitterness. Ning Jiaqi takes a sip of her coffee. The bitter flavor envelopes her mouth. After a moment, she slowly inquires, why? Was everything you said about loving me, wanting to be with me for a lifetime, merely a fad? It's not that, of course not. Lin Ziyuan hastily retorts. His affection for Ning Jiaqi is genuine, yet I was too naive before, believing I could offer you a lifetime of happiness. But now Lin Ziyuan lowers his gaze, a shadow passing over his face, as he speaks in a somber tone. After graduation, I realized how cruel the world is. I lack the means to provide you with happiness, so I cannot hold you back from pursuing your true happiness. Though I truly find it hard to part with you. Lin Ziyuan suddenly lifts his head, gazing deeply at Ning Jiaqi, and, as if compelling himself, resolutely states, we should break up. What if I say, I can endure the hardships alongside you? Jiaqi, I genuinely do not wish to burden you. You deserve better. Lin Ziyuan responds with a sense of helplessness, appearing utterly powerless. You should not have to endure a life of hardship with me. Such eloquence. How moving. Ning Jiaqi rests her chin on one hand, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Her mocking smile momentarily stuns Lin Ziyuan, who senses that Ning Jiaqi is not as moved as she claims to be. If I had heard such words from you before learning of your night with Lu Yufei, I would have truly been brought to tears. Jiaqi, what are you saying? I don't understand. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ziyuan's gaze flickers, a hint of guilt crossing his face as he pretends not to comprehend her statement. Oh, you don't understand? Ning Jiaqi casually plays with her phone, opening a message and turning the screen towards Lin Ziyuan. Instantly, several explicit and suggestive photos of the two in bed appear, leaving little to the imagination regarding their past encounters. Are you attempting to tell me these photos were doctored? Ning Jiaqi's lips curl into a cold smile as she taunts. Our 3 years of love cannot compare to your night of intimacy with her. Can it? Lin Ziyuan's expression was somewhat grim and appeared rather ferocious. He had not anticipated that Ning Jiaqi would be aware of such matters, nor did he know who had surreptitiously taken photographs and anonymously sent them to her. Initially, Lin Ziyuan intended to part ways with Ning Jiaqi amicably, while crafting an image of himself as a noble figure willing to sacrifice his own happiness for her well-being, despite his own suffering. Ning Jiaqi was undeniably beautiful and captivating. How could Lin Ziyuan bring himself to let her go? Thus, he orchestrated the events of the day, hoping to convey that even after their separation, he could still leverage her attachment to him and maintain a tenuous connection. However, Lin Ziyuan could never have foreseen the unexpected turn of events that would disrupt all his carefully laid plans. Jiaqi, my relationship with you, Fei, is not as you imagine. At this juncture, Lin Ziyuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and deny the allegations. And how is it then? Ning Jiaqi retorted with enthusiasm, genuinely curious to hear the tale Lin Ziyuan would concoct. Lin Ziyuan fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Ning Jiaqi found it amusing and casually remarked, are you implying that your relationship with her is merely a drunken folly? Or perhaps a mere pretense? Or is it that she has been persistently enticing you? And, as a normal man, you could hardly remain indifferent? Lin Ziyuan suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Ning Jiaqi's, her cold, piercing eyes seeming to see through all the darkness within him. He did indeed become involved with Lu Yufei. Just as Ning Jiaqi had suggested, she had continuously shown him kindness and tempted him. And as a normal man, how could he possibly remain unmoved? Jiaqi, we've been together for 3 years. Not to mention kisses, we have scarcely held hands. Did you truly consider me your boyfriend? Lin Ziyuan did not perceive himself as in the wrong. If Ning Jiaqi had been able to fulfill his needs, how could he have ended up with Lu Yufei? In truth, Lin Ziyuan had long been troubled by the lack of physical intimacy in their relationship. He was a man, a normal man with desires. How could he continue to suppress them endlessly? So, you wish to assert that your infidelity and our breakup are all my fault? Ning Jiaqi found it amusing to hear Lin Ziyuan's words. Am I to blame for not alleviating the desires that lie beneath? Some of her words, so candidly spoken, caused Lin Ziyuan's face to flush with a mixture of red and white, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, did Lu Yufei not elevate you to new heights? Each of Ning Jiaqi's sentences struck at Lin Ziyuan's vulnerabilities, leaving him uncertain about how much she truly knew of his affair with Lu Yufei. It was evident that she had likely discerned the truth with clarity. Now that Ning Jiaqi was aware, Lin Ziyuan opted for honesty. Reality is harsh life, cannot be sustained by love alone. And what else is required? Ning Jiaqi challenged. Money, power, influence, Lin Ziyuan replied without hesitation. Being with Yufei means I could potentially save decades of struggle. Ning Jiaqi suddenly lifted her head. The once polite and gentle boy from her memories, Lin Ziyuan, who had passionately discussed her dreams and fought for them, now felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. Jiaqi, I do have feelings for you, but affection alone cannot sustain one. Being with you is destined to be ordinary, Lin Ziyuan said, lowering his head with a weighty sigh. Reality is cruel. I do not wish to remain at the bottom for life, nor do I want to live a life of mediocrity, forever trodden upon. Therefore, when Yufei expressed her interest in me, I accepted it. Even though I do not harbor feelings for her, she offers what I desire, which you cannot provide. Ning Jiaqi remained silent for a long while, yet a flicker of brilliance flashed in Lin Ziyuan's eyes, revealing his intentions clearly. Jiaqi, I genuinely care for you, if only circumstances allowed, Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, gripping Ning Jiaqi's hands with fervor. However, Ning Jiaqi was unresponsive. With a deft motion, she withdrew her hand from his grasp, casually picking up a wet tissue from the table to wipe her hands. Upon witnessing her actions, Lin Ziyuan's expression soured significantly, yet he continually reassured himself that Ning Jiaqi was not rejecting him, it was merely a coincidence. Chapter 003. A host of fish-lipped humans surrounded me, if only we could still be together. A glimmer of insatiable desire flickered in Lin Ziyuan's eyes. I know you still harbor feelings for me. Are you planning to break up with Lu Yufei? Lin Ziyuan hesitated, contemplating how to respond to Ning Jiaqi, thinking that he could bide his time with her for now. Then, Ning Jiaqi retrieved a crimson invitation from her bag, sliding it across the table towards Lin Ziyuan. Engaged already, yet still yearning for the embrace of another. How could one not see that you are truly despicable? I was once blind to your faults, believing Lin Ziyuan to be ambitious and principled, a commendable individual. Now, it seems I was sorely mistaken. That crimson engagement invitation felt like a slap to his face, leaving Lin Ziyuan feeling both embarrassed and awkward, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Ning Jiaqi leaned back against the sofa, her hand brushing over her face, concealing her expression. Beneath the touch of her hand, her lips curled into a mocking smile, her voice soft, tinged with melancholy. If you exchange sincerity for wealth, power, and influence, I can afford it all. Alas, you can no longer afford such a price. Her whispered words, accompanied by a barely audible sigh, revealed her realization of her own naivety, believing that genuine affection could be reciprocated. In the realm of money, power, and influence, sincerity amounts to nothing. A melodious tune emanated from the phone on the table, and Ning Jiaqi lowered her hand from her face, revealing no trace of sorrow, replaced instead by a hint of disdain. She picked up the phone, glancing at the contact labeled Lu, and answered, placing it to her ear. Is there something you need? The other party seemed to be speaking at length, yet Ning Jiaqi remained silent, her expression unreadable. Finally, she replied, sure, why not? They have invited me sincerely. How could I refuse? What I intend to do is of no concern to you. The engagement banquet will reveal everything. By then, don't pretend to know me. With that, Ning Jiaqi ended the call. She was no pushover to be easily manipulated. Having been wronged, it was not in her nature to remain passive. Ning Jiaqi's deepest disdain was reserved for scoundrels. If love has faded, one should speak plainly of a breakup, allowing for a graceful parting. However, to cheat, such behavior is utterly despicable. A man so base should not be tolerated. Should she not confront him now, when would be the appropriate time? Did he dare claim he still had feelings for her? Having been with Lin Ziyuan for 3 years, it would be more accurate to say that Ning Jiaqi had finally discerned his true nature, rather than that he had ever truly understood who she was. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed. Ning Jiaqi glanced at the message from Chu Bawang. My dear beauty, hasten to my rescue. I find myself besieged by a horde of insipid humans, my virtue at stake. Swiftly come to my aid. Coordinates at Qinghua No. 1 High School's guidance office. Is a high school sophomore, whom Ning Jiaqi encountered while playing a game. Being from the same city, they exchanged WeChat contacts, yet they have yet to meet in person. Given the coordinates pointing to the guidance office, it is evident that this young lad must have committed some folly and is reluctant to summon his parents, thus seeking her assistance as a substitute. Awaiting your arrival, teleporting on the map. It must be said, the names Ning Meirin and Chu Bawang possess a certain poetic resonance, which explains their harmonious rapport. After sending this message, Ning Jiaqi retrieved her phone, settled the bill, and hailed a taxi to Qinghua No. 1 High School. Chapter 004. This is my uncle's wife Chu Bawang. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Chu Bawang. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Chu Bawang. Did the transmission fail? Was the map not selected correctly? Observing the incessant WeChat notifications on her phone, Ning Jiaqi could ascertain that the child was undoubtedly anxious. This was a significant blunder, causing such alarm. Ning Meirin, did you think I could transmit point to point, coordinate to coordinate? I cannot afford the teleportation talismans. The speed of the station's carriage is simply like this. Wait, I will arrive shortly. In the game, the teleportation talismans allowed for swift point-to-point travel, albeit at a higher cost in gold coins. In contrast, the station carriage could only transport one stop at a time, resulting in a noticeable difference in speed. Miss, you have arrived at Qinghua No. 1 High School, the taxi driver informed Ning Jiaqi. Thank you. Here's your fare. After settling the payment, Ning Jiaqi habitually expressed her gratitude before alighting from the vehicle. Qinghua No. 1 High School is a prominent institution in Kyoto. Those who gain admission are either academically gifted or from affluent backgrounds. This child likely belonged to the latter category, as he did not seem the studious type. After conversing with the gatekeeper, she was granted access without delay. However, scarcely a minute had passed after Ning Jiaqi departed when a luxurious Kian came to a steady halt at the school entrance, and a man of imposing elegance emerged from the vehicle. Yet, Ning Jiaqi was oblivious to this. Following the gatekeeper's directions, she navigated her way to the administrative office without getting lost. In the distance, she spotted a bruised young man loitering in the corridor. Upon noticing her, his eyes lit up, and he promptly lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. Ding dong. Ning Jiaqi received a message. Chu Bawang, my lady, is that you? The beauty who stepped out from the painting? Is it truly you? Ning Jiaqi refrained from responding and approached the young man, whispering, Chu Bawang? The youth's eyes widened momentarily, and he eagerly nodded, a pitiful expression adorning his face. My lady, you have finally arrived. Chu Jinghan, have your parents arrived? Did you notify them? A fierce voice emanated from the administrative office, the tone prompting Ning Jiaqi to frown involuntarily. Director, my parents are here. Chu Jinghan quickly pulled Ning Jiaqi into the office. Inside the administrative office were the director, several teachers, and 2 students engaged in a brawl alongside their parents, the atmosphere decidedly tense. Who is this? The fierce-looking director regarded the young and beautiful woman brought in by Chu Jinghan with a skeptical expression, as if doubting her legitimacy. Do not just bring anyone to fill the numbers. This is my uncle's wife, Chu Jinghan declared proudly, tilting his chin. Smack! Unable to contain herself at Chu Jinghan's smug demeanor, Ning Jiaqi delivered a light slap to the back of his head. What was this nonsense about suddenly having an uncle's wife? Who was this child's uncle? And how was she to play the role of an uncle's wife? Chu Jinghan was momentarily stunned, yet dared not voice his thoughts, wearing an expression of deep grievance as he lowered his head, which gave Ning Jiaqi an impression reminiscent of a parental figure. Observing the interaction between Ning Jiaqi and Chu Jinghan, it was evident that he was not merely a random individual. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chu Jinghan had an uncle who facilitated his admission to the school, making the existence of an aunt quite plausible, thus leaving the headmaster with little room for suspicion. What could the headmaster possibly want to discuss with me? Has my nephew committed some transgression at school? Ning Jiaqi experienced only a fleeting moment of bewilderment before seamlessly stepping into the role. Chapter 005. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also awry. What a travesty. Look at your little rascal, beating our son to such a state. If the school does not provide an explanation for this incident, it will not end today. The head of the teaching department had yet to speak when a woman from across the room, clad in a luxurious mink coat and bedecked in gold and silver, her figure portly and her face lined with excess, pointed a finger at Chu Jinghan and declared, "Your child is unmanageable and uncouth, only causing trouble and fighting in school. Look at what they have done to my son. We demand an explanation." Another woman chimed in, her tone equally crude and aggressive. Chu Jinghan glared at the two women, their ferocity apparent. Seeing Ning Marin's delicate and gentle demeanor, one could easily imagine her being bullied. "You little brat, why are you glaring? Let me tell you, this matter cannot simply be resolved with expulsion," one of the women spat. "Indeed, we have verified the injuries, fractures, a concussion, and many other issues. If we do not receive compensation of at least 1 to 200,000 a day, no one is leaving here." The woman seemed poised to charge at Chu Jinghan. But Ning Jiaqi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Jinghan, and said calmly, "You speak of little brats and unruly children. How does your own upbringing compare? We will manage your child ourselves. Thank you very much. Your two sons beat my Jinghan and lost so disgracefully, and you still have the audacity to call for parents? I will tell you, today this incident cannot simply end with expulsion," Ning Jiaqi declared, her own confidence unwavering, showing no signs of intimidation. With a mocking laugh, she continued, "Why don't you show me the injury report? If the injuries are not as severe as you claim, I would not mind actually breaking their bones or giving them a concussion." Upon finishing her statement, the palpable hostility radiating from her was somewhat unnerving, causing the two women opposite to swallow nervously. Standing behind Ning Jiaqi, Chu Jinghan gazed at her with admiration, thinking, "This is so impressive." The two women could not help but look towards the head of the teaching department, their intentions clear. The head of the teaching department, understanding the dynamics, knew well that both women were the spouses of school board members who had generously donated to the institution. Offending them was not an option. As for Chu Jinghan, it was merely rumored that she had used a little connection to barely gain admission to their esteemed Qinglong High School, lacking any significant background. It was evident whom the head of the department would favor. Chu Jinghan's parent, "Your words are threatening. No wonder your child causes trouble at school. The apple does not fall far from the tree," the head of the teaching department said sternly. "I called you here to resolve the issue, not to intimidate others. So, what do you propose?" Ning Jiaqi retorted, fully aware of the intricate dynamics at play. "You claim all responsibility lies with Chu Jinghan. What exactly transpired?" Ning Jiaqi was not the kind of person easily cowed by numbers or threats. "Do not presume that your numbers give you the authority to dictate the truth. Do you possess the authority to expel my family member, Jinghan?" Ning Jiaqi spoke with a confidence that was palpable, despite her limited knowledge regarding the matters surrounding Chu Jinghan. Nonetheless, she could deduce certain insights, such as the fact that Chu Jinghan's admission to this institution was likely facilitated by his uncle's influence, and that his uncle must hold a considerable position. Moreover, observing Chu Jinghan's demeanor, it was evident that he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Summoning her to masquerade as a guardian appeared to be a mere avoidance of calling upon his uncle. It seemed that, for Chu Jinghan, the presence of his uncle was far more formidable than the imposing nature of these individuals. Chapter 006. The young master Fu Qian. How did our child manage to enter the school? Surely the director of education must be aware. As for my family's esteemed status, you likely remain uninformed. Otherwise, how could you dare address me in such a manner? Ning Jiaqi truly exuded an air of authority, akin to a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. Her words left the director momentarily taken aback, pondering if perhaps Chu Jinghan's uncle was indeed a person of great significance. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghan gazed at Ning Jiaqi with astonishment, whispering, "My dear, do you know who my uncle is?" "Who?" Ning Jiaqi replied, feigning innocence. Chu Jinghan could not help but facepalm. It seemed only Ning Jiaqi would exhibit such audacity without knowing the identity of the one she challenged. Who is it? Ning Jiaqi pressed on, waiting for an answer. Uncle, what brings you here? Chu Jingyan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Ning Jiaqi rolled her eyes. Pretending to be someone's wife only to have the real one show up was undeniably awkward. She lifted her gaze to see a tall figure clad in a finely tailored black suit, exuding an aura of elegance. His chiseled profile was reminiscent of sculpture, strikingly handsome, with thin lips that held an alluring charm. Perhaps sensing Ning Jiaqi's intense gaze, the man turned to regard her. His alabaster complexion, distinct features, and deep, captivating eyes shimmered with an enchanting light, while his tightly pressed lips conveyed a hint of coldness. He possessed an ethereal quality, akin to a jade figure among mortals, unrivaled in his grace. With a physique that epitomized the golden ratio, it could be said that this man was a divine gift, a paragon of perfection. His expression was inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Beside him, a woman looked on with a smirk, seemingly awaiting Ning Jiaqi's inevitable exposure. Yet, Ning Jiaqi had no intention of waiting to be unveiled. She boldly took the initiative, wrapping her arms around the man's, adopting a playful tone as she said, "Darling, I mentioned I would come to school for a brief visit. Why did you come as well? They all say I can manage alone. Why are you so concerned?" Ning Jiaqi's audacious actions and words astonished both Chu Jinghan and the assistant accompanying the man. Fu Qian glanced down at the girl, clinging to his arm. His brow arched like a crescent moon, his elongated phoenix eyes glinting with mischief. Her rosy cheeks and luscious lips formed a beguiling smile, rendering her breathtakingly enchanting. Her skin was as fair as snow, her figure slender and graceful, exuding a gentle charm that starkly contrasted with her earlier belligerence. After all, they were conspiring to bully her nephew, a slap in the face to him. Should she expose her, it would be he who would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Ning Jiaqi whispered softly into Fu Qian's ear. The warm breath caressed the contours of her ear, and the fragrant essence emanating from the girl made Fu Qian surprisingly refrain from pushing her away. Instead, he tenderly ruffled her hair, creating an impression in the eyes of onlookers that they were a pair of young lovers. As for the director, his complexion had turned pallid the moment Fu Qian appeared, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The director could never have anticipated that Chu Jingyan's uncle was none other than the esteemed young master of the empire. Fu Qian, a scion of a prestigious military lineage in Kyoto, he wielded formidable influence, known for his fierce temperament, decisive actions, and extensive power that spanned the military, political, and business realms. He was undoubtedly a man one should never provoke. Chapter 007. A trivial altercation among classmates. Young Master D. We are honored by your presence at our school. May I inquire what brings you here? The principal, having rushed in upon hearing the news, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. I have heard that the school intends to expel my nephew, Fu Qian stated nonchalantly, yet his words bore an invisible weight that rendered others breathless. Impossible. It is our school's privilege to have young Master Chu attend here. Expelling him is out of the question. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. However, your director just mentioned that my niece, Jinghan, should be expelled and demanded an apology along with compensation. Ning Jiaqi was not one to let the matter rest easily. The director's earlier demeanor had been quite irksome. They had not even informed them of the incident before placing the entire blame on her child. Was this the manner in which your esteemed institution conducts its affairs? The principal, unfamiliar with Ning Jiaqi's identity, noted her closeness to Fu Qian and, given her tone, recognized that she was not someone to be trifled with. What is the situation? Have you investigated the matter thoroughly? He could only direct his frustration towards the director, casting a glance at the two women opposite him, both of whom were spouses of board members. Yet, compared to young Master D, they were inconsequential. It seems I have misunderstood. It was merely a minor altercation among classmates and certainly not a grave issue. The director could only attempt to downplay the situation. Minor altercation? My child has been harmed to such an extent. Can that truly be described as a misunderstanding? The two women, unaware of Fu Qian's stature, carried themselves with an air of arrogance, believing their husband's wealth and influence shielded them. However, before they could utter more, the director pulled them aside for a whispered conversation, causing their expressions to shift as they fell silent. It truly was a misunderstanding. We did not realize it would escalate to involving young Master D. This is entirely our fault. The director was left with no choice but to minimize the situation, as both parties were not ones to offend. Is that so? Did you not just mention an injury report? Fu Qian, fiercely protective of his nephew, would not allow the matter to simply fade away. Assistant Qin, young Master D. Qin Zheng addressed Fu Qian with respect. Retrieve their injury reports and escort them to the hospital for examination. If any discrepancies arise, I trust one need not elaborate on the consequences, he instructed. Understood, young Master D. Qin Zheng approached and seized the injury reports from the two women, leading the frightened students away. Let me go. Help. Mom, save me. The two students cried out in terror. Son, please, release my son. If you do not comply, I shall contact the authorities. Do you know who my husband is? The two women hurried after them, their shouts gradually diminishing along the way. Such is the power and influence of the affluent. Merely a word from young Master D, and others dare not oppose. Rest assured, esteemed young Master D, that Master Chu shall encounter no bullying within our institution. We shall take excellent care of him, the principal assured Fu Qian with utmost deference. When Fu Qian enrolled Chu Jinghan into Qinghua No. 1 High School, he deliberately concealed his identity to prevent Chu Jinghan from receiving any preferential treatment. However, he did not foresee the presence of numerous individuals within the school who would exploit their power to intimidate others. Had he not arrived today, would Chu Jinghan have been unjustly accused and expelled? Chapter 008. Is the school's scope this expansive? Fu Qian's gaze fell upon the girl nestled in his embrace. Pondering where Jinghan had found her, she had displayed quite the audacity earlier. Was she aware of the identity she was impersonating as someone else's wife, which granted her such boldness? Young Master D, your presence here today is not solely concerning this matter, but also due to the academic issues surrounding young Master Chu. The woman who had entered alongside Fu Qian declared, her flamboyant attire accentuating her intentions as she regarded him. As Chu's homeroom teacher, I believe it is imperative to discuss this with you. After all, the guardianship of young Master Chu currently resides with you, and I feel you deserve to be informed. Ning Jiaqi shot a glance at the homeroom teacher, quickly surmising the reason for Fu Qian's unexpected visit. Young Master D, please have a seat, Lu Xianxian. Chu Jingyan's homeroom teacher urged, completely disregarding Ning Jiaqi's presence. The absence of news regarding young Master D's marriage led Lu Xianxian to deduce that this woman was merely embellishing her own status. Fu Qian, without objection, settled into the seat, while Ning Jiaqi maintained her hold on his arm, seamlessly joining him. Observing Lu Xianxian's inclination to sit on Fu Qian's other side, a mischievous glint flickered in Ning Jiaqi's eyes as she remarked, "Little nephew, come sit here. Why are you standing there? It makes it seem as though we are bullying you, which is rather unseemly." Oh, Chu Jinghan, too, discerned Lu Xuanxuan's interest in his uncle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to summon him. The blatant intentions of a woman aiming to ensnare his uncle and become his aunt were utterly repugnant to him. He was certain his uncle would not be fond of such advances. Chu Jinghan promptly took a seat beside Fu Qian, leaving Lu Xianxian in a state of awkwardness, seemingly poised to sit but unable to do so. It was rather amusing. Is the homeroom teacher planning to perch upon my nephew's lap? Is the school's scope truly this expansive? Ning Jiaqi feigned an air of knowing. Lu, please take your seat properly. This is quite unbecoming, the principal admonished Lu Xianxian. Noting the young lady at Fu Qian's side, Lu Xianxian's lack of decorum was astonishing. Furthermore, having dared to provoke young Master D today, if the previous incident were not handled adeptly, the principal's position could be at stake. This foolish woman could not remain. Lu Xianxian had no choice but to sulkily retreat to the side, her frustration evident as she shot a glare at Ning Jiaqi. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xianxian forced a smile as she addressed Fu Qian, young Master D. Young Master Chu is now in his second year of high school and will soon face the college entrance examinations. His current performance is indeed concerning. It is doubtful he will even obtain his high school diploma. Not to worry, my husband possesses wealth, power, and influence. Whether or not my little nephew earns his diploma is merely a trivial matter. He can attend any school he desires with a single word, can't he? Ning Jiaqi remarked nonchalantly, tilting her head. Miss, I am conversing with the emperor, not you. Kindly refrain from interjecting. Such behavior is quite impolite. Lu Xianxian maintained her smile as she spoke. Husband, am I not correct? Ning Jiaqi looked up at Fu Qian, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking innocently, seeking his approval. However, Fu Qian paid her no mind, neither disputing nor endorsing her statement, pondering how effortlessly she called him husband while suppressing a disdainful scoff. Ning Jiaqi, feeling exasperated, discreetly pinched the flesh at his waist, prompting Fu Qian to finally turn his gaze toward her. Am I right, dear husband? Ning Jiaqi smiled, though her grip tightened subtly. Fu Qian cast a deep glance at Ning Jiaqi, surprised by her audacity to employ such tactics. Despite his thoughts, he chose to remain composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Xianxian, while simultaneously seizing the mischievous hand at his waist, applying a firm grip. Chapter 009. What sparked the May 4th movement? Ahem. Internal injury. Ning Jiaqi felt as if she might spew blood. How could this man be so petty? She merely pinched him lightly. Was it necessary for him to retaliate so swiftly? Ning Jiaqi felt as though her hand might be crushed in his grasp, leaving her utterly disconcerted. Could this small-minded man not exhibit a modicum of generosity? With a smile on her face, Ning Jiaqi discreetly exerted pressure to extricate her hand from Fu Qian's hold. But alas, to no avail. Seeing that Fu Qian did not refute the woman's words, Lu Xianxian's expression soured further, feeling compelled to voice her thoughts. Young Master D. While it is true that young Master Chu may have his pick of universities in the future, he is, at present, a student whose primary responsibility is to study. With such poor grades, it truly warrants concern. As young Master Chu's homeroom teacher, I feel it is my duty to address this. Oh, how poor are the grades? Ning Jiaqi's gaze flitted past Fu Qian to inquire of Chu Jinghan. Unfortunately, Lu Xianxian held Ning Jiaqi in little regard, focusing solely on Fu Qian, awaiting his response. Goodness, must this homeroom teacher be so biased? Is her vision confined solely to Fu Qian? After a brief pause, Ning Jiaqi feigned disdain, stating, Since you are unwilling to elaborate, we shall take our leave. My husband's wealth fluctuates in the billions every minute. Do you comprehend how much you have squandered? Can you afford to compensate for that? With that, Ning Jiaqi rose to depart, and Fu Qian cooperated, for after years of navigating such situations, he was well aware of the true intentions behind Lu Xianxian's actions. Realizing Fu Qian was genuinely about to leave, Lu Xianxian hurriedly interjected, I did not mean to withhold information. I was just gathering my thoughts. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Master D. This midterm examination saw scores languishing around 30 for Chinese, mathematics, and English, while biology, chemistry, geography, and politics were submitted blank, and only one question in history was attempted, yielding a score of 0. Upon Lu Xianxian's revelation, Chu Jinghan distinctly felt two piercing gazes upon him, one from Fu Qian and the other from Ning Jiaqi. Such scores are truly staggering. I anticipated your performance might be lacking, but I never envisioned it would be so abysmal that lacking could scarcely encapsulate it. It's utterly outrageous. Ning Jiaqi shook her head. She was aware of the child's poor grades, but to this extent was simply intolerable. Submitting blank papers in biology, chemistry, geography, and politics? Filling in all multiple-choice questions with the same answer could still yield some points. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Chu Jinghan nodded earnestly, realizing there was indeed a method to it. Ning Jiaqi showed no awareness of her impropriety, teaching the child in front of his own uncle. Miss, you are leading the child astray. Knowing is knowing, and not knowing cannot be guessed at randomly. What is the use of a lucky guess? Lu Xianxian took pleasure in needling Ning Jiaqi. Are you, then, Endorsing the act of submitting blank papers, teacher? Ning Jiaqi arched an eyebrow. What I mean is that I hope young Master Chu will study diligently. Lu Xianxian was indeed on the verge of exasperation due to Ning Jiaqi's incessant misinterpretations of her intentions. Time and again, she twisted her words. Look at the historical context of young Master Chu. Having attempted one question, it would have been better to leave it unaddressed. What did you accomplish? Ning Jiaqi inquired of Chu Jinghan. It has been too long. I cannot recall, Chu Jinghan replied, her expression one of utter bewilderment, completely oblivious to what she had previously written. The question posed was as follows. Please recount the spark that ignited the May 4th movement. How did you respond? Upon reading the answer inscribed on the paper, Lu Xianxian felt as though she might bleed from sheer frustration. The question seemed somewhat familiar. Ning Jiaqi mused, stroking her chin. Ah, I remember now. I had indeed asked you about this. Chu Jinghan also sensed a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled. Hastily retrieving her phone to peruse their chat history, inadvertently allowing Fu Qian a glimpse. However, Fu Qian managed to catch sight of it, and the contents of the conversation left him both amused and perplexed. Chu the Overlord. Fair Maiden. What was the catalyst of the May 4th movement? Ning the Fair Maiden. Is a May Day just a 3-day holiday? The history teacher would surely be in tears upon viewing this. Chapter 010. A meeting in person. Upon glancing at the record, Ning Jiaqi suddenly recalled that she had initially thought Chu Jinghan was merely making casual inquiries. Hence, she responded in kind. Little did she know that he was actually taking an exam. Moreover, he had even included her in his answers. She was left utterly exasperated by the folly of this child. After submitting her paper, it dawned on her that she had indeed been foolishly naive. I truly believe your nonsense, Chu Jinghan lamented, his expression one of despair. Using a mobile phone during an examination is an egregious act that warrants stern admonishment, Ning Jiaqi asserted with righteous indignation. Chu Jinghan was momentarily at a loss for words, aware that Ning Jiaqi always found a way to present an argument that left one defenseless. Young Master D, you see, it is precisely because some individuals lack education that they drag Chu Gongzi's studies down. You must take this seriously. Chu Gongzi's future cannot be jeopardized, Lu Xianxian declared with a smug demeanor, blissfully unaware that it was her influence leading Chu Jinghan to such a poor performance. Since you recognize your own lack of knowledge and that your teaching only exacerbates Chu Jinghan's decline, there will be no need for you to attend class tomorrow. Fu Qian's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. My nephew's future is indeed too precious to be wasted. Lu Xianxian was caught off guard by her own misstep and hastily explained, Young Master D, I did not mean myself. My teaching experience is quite extensive. Fu Qian had no time for her excuses. He rose and addressed the principal directly. I have but one request. Chu Jinghan should not receive any special treatment at school. Yet he must not be subjected to bullying by others. Understood, understood, the principal replied, trembling as he nodded, harboring thoughts of dismissing Lu Xianxian from his mind. Afterward, the principal intended to personally escort them out of the school, but Ning Jiaqi politely declined, expressing a desire to wander freely within the campus. Once the extraneous individuals departed, Ning Jiaqi eagerly released Fu Qian's arm and, in a fit of irritation, delivered a swift kick to the backside of the unsuspecting Chu Jinghan, who turned to face her, hands on his hips, looking quite aggrieved. Beauty, why did you kick me? Goodness, I thought I was merely here to play the role of your sister. And you immediately thrust me into the role of a little ant. What sort of nonsense is that? Ning Jiaqi seized the opportunity to tease him. You didn't even mention who your little uncle is. How am I to act as your little ant? So you see, Beauty, you're truly remarkable. Even without knowing who my uncle is, you manage to intimidate those people with such authority. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Get lost. Ning Jiaqi shot him a glare. Don't be like that. Today can be considered a meeting in person. It is my first time meeting an online friend. Have some shame. Didn't you already meet at a local gathering last time? Is this really your first time? Ning Jiaqi unceremoniously called him out. Don't be like that. Last time, when I invited you out, you didn't come. You have no idea how cruelly they spoke about you, claiming that you must be too ugly to show your face at a meetup. And then, Observing Chu Jinghan's expression, one could discern a hint of hesitation, as if she were on the verge of articulating something significant. It was evident that there was more to her thoughts. Furthermore, the more one lacks confidence, the more one is inclined to resort to self-deception through the use of names. With great caution, Chu Jinghan scrutinized Ning Jiaqi's countenance and remarked, "Some say your skills are commendable, yet you either possess an unappealing appearance or resemble a cross-dresser, which is why you hesitate to join our gatherings." Might such sentiments be a touch too subdued? Chapter 011. Have you considered your life safety while spreading my rumors? My dear, are you not the least bit angry? Generally speaking, a normal person would undoubtedly feel upset upon hearing such malicious slander directed at them. Yet, Ning Jiaqi's emotional response seemed rather atypical. What was there to be angry about? She shrugged indifferently and remarked, "I'm not playing their game. The thoughts bear no relation to me whatsoever. However, if you were to engage with them, that would be quite another matter. By the way, let us keep our previous encounters under wraps." Ning Jiaqi halted and turned to Chu Jinghan, stating, "I have merely come to your aid today. Do not provoke me into severing our ties." Chu Jinghan noted Vigo Du Sin. Although it was their first meeting, he had known Ning Jiaqi for 2 years through the game and was well aware of her character. "Good," Ning Jiaqi said, visibly satisfied as she patted Chu Jinghan on the head, narrowing her eyes into a slight smile. "Have you finished your conversation?" A deep, resonant voice, akin to that of a cello, emanated from behind them, carrying a magnetic quality. An uneasy chill crept over Ning Jiaqi and Chu Jinghan, as if an ominous presence had descended upon them. Their bodies instinctively stiffened, and Ning Jiaqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had completely forgotten the formidable man trailing behind them, and here she was, playfully sparring with his young nephew. It was truly a foolish oversight. "Chu Jinghan," Fu Qian called out, and the mere mention of his name sent a jolt through Chu Jinghan, who promptly stood at attention, saluting weakly, and murmured, "Present. Have you considered your life's safety while spreading my rumors?" In essence, Fu Qian's words conveyed a chilling warning. Do you wish to invite your own demise? His tone was devoid of any overt emotional fluctuations, yet carried an unmistakable chill, truly terrifying. Ning Jiaqi could not deny that the reason Fu Qian was referred to as the young master was due to the fear he inspired in many, and rightfully so. Just a single phrase, delivered without ostentation, could instill an invisible dread. Quite impressive. "Uncle, you cannot express it that way. Look at how busy you are. I was bullied at school, but refrained from disturbing you during your billion-dollar moments. See how I have contributed to your wealth?" Chu Jinghan feigned innocence, appearing to take advantage of the situation. When Chu Jinghan mentioned Fu Qian's billion-dollar time, Ning Jiaqi distinctly felt someone's gaze upon her. She had merely mentioned it casually. Was it necessary to bring it up again? She had been making a concerted effort to minimize her presence. Truly, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a teammate resembling a pig. Only a complete annihilation of this dungeon could be deemed perfect, given that. Should I extend my gratitude to you? Fu Qian cast a glance at Chu Jinghan. "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for such formality. It is simply my duty." Chu Jinghan, this forgetful and foolish child, has become overly self-satisfied, lost in his own hubris. "Well, quite right, before bedtime tonight. Submit to me an autobiographical essay of 3,000 words. The unconventional nature of his uncle's request left Chu Jinghan utterly bewildered. An autobiography, wasn't that a narrative detailing one's life experiences? Ning Jiaqi immediately grasped the crux of Fu Qian's words, placing emphasis on the term life experiences. In that instant, Chu Jinghan felt as though struck by lightning, on the verge of tears, contemplating a desperate phone call to his parents to inform them that their son might not see the light of tomorrow. Chapter 012. Who let this clown out? Beautiful one. Save me. I'm still young. I don't wish to perish. Chu Jinghan glanced at Fu Qian, then turned to Ning Jiaqi, leaping forward to clutch her leg while wailing. Though it was described as clutching a leg, he was genuinely sitting on the ground, embracing Ning Jiaqi's calf with an utterly tragic demeanor. However, one must admit, his lack of dignity was rather excessive. Ning Jiaqi lightly kicked him, not applying much force, and with a look of disdain remarked, "You reap what you sow. If you do not love me, what meaning does my existence hold? Do not hinder me. Let me embrace death." Chu Jinghan abruptly sprang to his feet, hands clasped over his heart, wearing an expression of heartbreak as he dashed away. Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyin exchanged a glance, both sharing a tacit understanding as they scoffed in unison. Was he not a tad too theatrical? Clearly, neither Ning Jiaqi nor Fu Qiyin had any intention of indulging him. As they continued on their way towards the school gate, "Are you truly not going to stop me at all?" Chu Jinghan noticed the absence of any cooperation and, disheartened, returned to circle around Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyin, breaking into song. "Those who should participate in my performance turn a blind eye, forcing the one who loves you most to improvise. Be quiet." Fu Qian's brow furrowed with impatience as he reached out to grab the back of Chu Jinghan's collar, dragging him away. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Who, indeed, had unleashed this unmedicated clown? "All right, go home and write your autobiography. I shall take my leave." After witnessing Fu Qiyin unceremoniously toss Chu Jinghan into the car, Ning Jiaqi stood outside and waved at him. "Where are you off to, beautiful? I'll have my uncle give you a ride." "No need. I can return on my own," Ning Jiaqi replied, deciding it was best to avoid any association with such a dangerous man. "Get in the car." Ning Jiaqi attempted to depart, but Fu Qiyin was unwilling to let her go. "Really, it's unnecessary. I don't wish to trouble you." Under Fu Qian's increasingly stern gaze, Ning Jiaqi gradually fell silent, letting out a barely audible sigh as she obediently climbed into the vehicle. Chu Jinghan was relegated to the front passenger seat, while Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyin occupied the back. The atmosphere inside the car was tinged with a hint of tension and awkwardness. Ning Jiaqi shook her head. Had she known better, she would never have acquiesced to Chu Jinghan's antics. Truly, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Throughout the journey, from the school to the entrance of Ning Jiaqi's apartment complex, Fu Qiyin remained utterly silent, plunging the mood within the vehicle to an all-time low. Thankfully, she would not have to endure his company for long. She wouldn't truly suffocate under the weight of his presence. Ning Jiaqi exited the car without offering Fu Qiyin any additional expressions and instead approached the front passenger side, tapping on the window. Beautiful one. Do you find it hard to part with me?" Chu Jinghan, ever the chatterbox, simply could not resist. Ning Jiaqi leaned her elbow on the lowered window, leaning in slightly, and smiled as she said, "Regarding our meeting today, should I catch wind of any gossip, it will not merely be a matter of writing an autobiography. Understood?" Chu Jingyan's eyes widened involuntarily, and she nodded obediently, as if she had long been accustomed to the intimidation of Ning Jiaqi. Chu Jinghan felt as though her life was perpetually under threat. Once there was a little uncle, and now an additional Ning beauty had entered her life. How much longer could she endure this? Should she contemplate the fleeting nature of life and indulge in pleasure while she can? Chapter 013. Is heartbreak fashionable today? I've taken my leave. Ning Jiaqi elegantly turned away, waving goodbye to Chu Jinghan as she entered the apartment. Ning Jiaqi had no intention of pursuing a relationship with Fu Qiyin. She understood that a man of his stature would disdain women who presented themselves with ulterior motives. To her fortune, she possessed neither of these traits. Her interest in Fu Qiyin was minimal. Fu Qiyin sat with his legs crossed, his expression unchanged as he cast a cold glance at Chu Jinghan and remarked, "Coward. Uncle, you cannot say that. I call it being wise to the times." Chu Jinghan retorted, clearly displeased by Fu Qian's comment. Do not let Ning, with her ethereal beauty, fool you into thinking she is benevolent. You do not know, uncle, that when Ning sets her traps, it can be truly terrifying. One must tread carefully in conversation with her, lest one fall prey to her schemes. You understand? Perhaps you should ponder how to write your autobiography, he replied, showing no interest in Chu Jinghan's words. Are you truly my uncle? Chu Jinghan lamented. Fu Qiyin ignored him, turning his gaze to the outside world. For him, Ning Jiaqi was merely an unexpected occurrence, seemingly a perceptive individual who understood what actions were appropriate and which were not. Thus, he chose not to elaborate on certain matters, trusting that Ning Jiaqi would comprehend. In truth, Ning Jiaqi did understand. To her, Fu Qian was also an unforeseen and somewhat awkward surprise. It seemed that their paths would not cross again, and they both tacitly agreed to remain silent about the charade of her posing as his wife. After all, if there was nothing significant to discuss, bringing it up would only appear contrived, wouldn't it? As Ning Jiaqi returned home, she reflected on her experiences of the day, feeling a bit tipsy from the events. Regarding Liu Yufei and Lin Ziyuan, she felt no need to express her thoughts. Truthfully, she was not as devastated as she had pretended to be in front of Liu Yufei. For Ning Jiaqi, her yearning for love was quite simple. She desired a pure affection, one where she was cherished, and her presence occupied a singular place in his heart, impervious to all other temptations. Yet, she too held herself to this standard. Nevertheless, when it came to love versus bread, it seemed that many would choose the latter if forced to decide. Ning Jiaqi propped her chin on her hand, pondering whether she should seek a partner with financial stability, one who would not betray her for power, wealth, or influence. Yet, matters of the heart are often dictated by fate and cannot be forced. Ning Jiaqi remained indifferent to such concerns. Lost in thought, she had not noticed that darkness had fallen. Suddenly, her phone, resting on the table, rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was her university roommate, Xiaoyu. Upon answering, she was met with a voice laden with sorrow and the unmistakable tremor of impending tears. "Beautiful, come out and drink with me. I've just experienced a heartbreak." The melancholy tone on the other end was palpable. "Where?" Ning Jiaqi asked succinctly, foregoing inquiries about the details, knowing she would uncover them upon their meeting. "Jean Palace." "All right." Ning Jiaqi hung up the phone and stepped outside. Is today an unsuitable day to remain at home? She had barely settled in before needing to rush out again. And it seems that today is a day for heartbreak. Having just experienced a betrayal and a breakup herself, even her little roommate has succumbed to the pangs of love lost. Chapter 014. Are you calling me to drink with ghosts? The Golden Palace, an intoxicating den of inebriation, resembles a realm of celestial delight amidst the clinking of glasses and the fervent revelry. The vibrant music envelopes the air, while alluring figures undulate on stage, inciting countless gasps of admiration. In this raucous atmosphere, Ning Jiaqi finds herself raising her voice slightly to be heard over the cacophony. She catches a vague mention of the bar area. As she approaches, she discovers that several unscrupulous men have gathered around Xiaoyu, eyeing her with intent, yet refraining from making their approach. It is no surprise, given Xiaoyu's striking beauty and enviable figure, accentuated by her provocative attire that evening. The sight of her slightly tipsy demeanor is undeniably enticing. "You've already gotten tipsy without me. Were you calling me over to drink with ghosts?" Ning Jiaqi quips as she takes a seat beside Xiaoyu, then turns to the bartender. "A Bloody Mary, please." "Thank you." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment, beautiful." Xiaoyu squints, appraising her companion before finally recognizing her. "I broke up with Yang Cheng." "I know. Otherwise, how would you be here? Why are you so nonchalant?" "I just experienced a heartbreak," Xiaoyu exclaims, her hands gripping Ning Jiaqi's shoulders as she shakes her fervently. "I too have suffered a heartbreak." "So what?" Ning Jiaqi brushes off Xiaoyu's hands, lifting her drink and taking a sip before responding slowly. "You know," Xiaoyu's eyes widen in realization, her voice tinged with sadness. "I was afraid you'd be upset, so I didn't dare to tell you. I warned that little vixen, Liu Yufei, but she remains unchanged. Some people are inherently despicable. It's in their genes. How can one expect them to change?" Ning Jiaqi reflects, somewhat surprised by Xiaoyu's prior actions, understanding they were motivated by concern. Yet, one cannot change their fundamental nature, can they? "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu, slightly dazed, senses an underlying implication in Ning Jiaqi's words. Did Yang Cheng cheat? Or was it merely a clash of personalities? After being together for so long, claiming it was a clash of personalities is utter nonsense. He simply cheated. Upon mentioning this, Xiaoyu's agitation is palpable. She clenches her fist and strikes the table, turning to Ning Jiaqi. "Do you know who he cheated with?" Ning Jiaqi remains silent, aware that Xiaoyu will reveal the truth herself. "It's Yi Leirue. How blind can one be? I considered her a close friend, yet she stole my boyfriend behind our backs." Ning Jiaqi cannot help but find the situation laughable. All four of them from the same dormitory have experienced betrayal from within. It seems that Lu Yufei and Yi Leirui truly are the best of friends, their actions reflecting a shared ethos. Has misfortune truly befallen us all? Are you not heartbroken at all? I am genuinely devastated. Hua Xiaoyu pours another drink, her expression one of sincere sorrow. What is there to be sorrowful about? Ning Jiaqi drained the wine in her glass and declared, anything that can be taken away is not true love. If true love can be stolen, what is there to mourn? Hua Xiaoyu paused in her drinking, nodding solemnly as she recognized the truth in those words. However, Hua Xiaoyu was unable to embrace Ning Jiaqi's level of enlightenment. Instead, she ordered several more drinks and urged Ning Jiaqi to join her in a fervent toast. Chapter 015. Your ugliness makes me want to vomit. When Hua Xiaoyu succumbs to her drunken revelry, there's truly no stopping her. Glass after glass disappears down her throat, and both women soon find themselves rather tipsy. Their cheeks flushed, they exhibit the charmingly disoriented demeanor of inebriation. Ning Jiaqi, propping her chin up with one hand, blinks her eyes in a daze, clearly intoxicated. Hua Xiaoyu, having started drinking long before Ning Jiaqi arrived, is already in a state of complete oblivion, sprawled across the bar, mumbling incoherently. Where's your phone? Let us call someone to take you home, Ning Jiaqi mutters as she rummages through her bag for her device. However, just as she retrieves it, a robust hand suddenly slams down upon the bar beside her. Hey, beautiful, who are you calling? The night is still young. How about a drink with the boys? We can have a delightful conversation, a voice laced with sleaze and malice suggests, as a hand brazenly rests on Ning Jiaqi's shoulder. Ning Jiaqi recoils, evading the unwanted touch of the stranger. Her steps unsteady as she leans against the bar for support. She gazes through her haze at the three burly men who have been watching them for quite some time. They have been poised to pounce the moment Hua Xiaoyu was drinking alone, and now, seeing both women inebriated, they are ready to make their move. Oh, quite the fiery spirit, aren't you? We boys find that rather appealing. They say that the most demurely dressed are often the most provocative. What do you say we have some fun? The men's words grow increasingly crude and explicit, causing Ning Jiaqi to furrow her brow in disapproval. One man reaches out, attempting to drape an arm around Hua Xiaoyu's shoulders. Although she is drunk, she instinctively struggles, exclaiming, "Who are you? Let go of me. I'm your big brother. Come with me, and I shall show you delightful things," he replies, leaning closer, his tone deceptively sweet. Brother? The term strikes a familiar chord with Hua Xiaoyu, prompting her to glance back. Shaking her head, she retorts, "You're not my brother. He is not nearly as ugly as you. You're so hideous, it makes me want to vomit." As if to punctuate her words, she indeed vomits, splattering the repugnant man with her unceremonious expulsion. The man's face pales instantly, transforming into a mask of fury. "Filthy wench, drag her away, or I swear I'll make you regret this night." With that, the three men exchange glances, intent on forcibly taking Ning Jiaqi and Hua Xiaoyu with them. "Let go of me. Get away." Hua Xiaoyu, in a drunken frenzy, flails her arms wildly, creating a barrier that makes it difficult for them to approach. Ning Jiaqi, though still somewhat aware, feels the weight of her intoxication, her body heavy and resistant to her will to fight back. In this establishment, it is commonplace for intoxicated women to be forcibly taken, as long as no serious harm befalls them. Despite Ning Jiaqi and Hua Xiaoyu evidently struggling and unwilling, the surrounding crowd remained indifferent, engrossed in their own pursuits. However, Hua Xiaoyu was truly remarkable. She knocked over wine bottles and created a ruckus, her loud shouts generating quite a commotion. In stark contrast, Ning Jiaqi appeared much more subdued. Observing Hua Xiaoyu's unruliness, the three individuals hastily approached, intent on restraining her, as they could hardly believe that Ning Jiaqi, inebriated, could conjure any tricks. Chapter 16. Not the slightest bit of a gentleman. Ning Jiaqi swiftly seized her phone and dialed a number, holding it to her ear as she awaited the connection. Meanwhile, her gaze remained fixed on Hua Xiaoyu, and it must be said, the woman's drunken antics displayed an astounding level of tenacity. After an interminable wait, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently in conversation. Ning Jiaqi felt a surge of frustration. How dare they hang up on her? Usually, she endured countless harassing calls throughout the day, and now, when she needed assistance, they had the audacity to disconnect her. Impressive indeed. Observing the scene, Ning Jiaqi hoped fervently that Hu Xiaoyu could muster some resilience to buy her a little more time. Just as she prepared to make another call, a dapperly dressed gentleman appeared, forcefully kicking one of the men surrounding Hu Xiaoyu aside before enfolding her in his embrace. What a striking figure he was. In her heart, Ning Jiaqi silently awarded him 32 accolades. Gee, gentleman Gu, I had no idea she was your woman. Now that we know, we wouldn't dare to touch her. The men stammered, their faces pale with fear. We didn't touch her at all. They hastily denied, trembling on their knees. Yet, it was evident they had brushed against her shoulder. The man's visage seemed somewhat familiar. He was Gu Dongsheng, the young heir of the Gu group, a figure not to be underestimated in their circle. He must have known Hu Xiaoyu, which eased Ning Jiaqi's concerns a tad. Leaning her elbow on the bar, she rested her head in her hand, tilting to observe them, and corrected which hand made contact. Both hands? Before the three men could respond, Ning Jiaqi interjected, utterly useless. Gu Dongsheng displayed no mercy, his tone chillingly indifferent. As his words fell, several individuals emerged from behind him, dragging the three men away. Gentleman Gu, please spare us. We truly meant no harm, their cries echoed, gradually fading into silence. Who are you? Hu Xiaoyu finally scrutinized the man who held her, noting a striking resemblance to her wretched brother. What audacity you possess to come here and drink to the point of intoxication, truly deserving of a reprimand. Gu Dongsheng roughly hoisted Hu Xiaoyu onto his shoulder and carried her away. Not the slightest bit of a gentleman. Ning Jiaqi steadied herself against the bar, shaking her head. She pondered whether she should assist this vulnerable woman home. She had heard of Hu Xiaoyu's blended family, yet she had not anticipated that Gu Dongsheng would be the offspring of that family. Impressive indeed. With Gu Dongsheng's outburst, it was clear that no one dared to cast their sights on Ning Jiaqi anymore, thus inadvertently rescuing her from her predicament. Let the previous grievances be charged to Gentleman Gu, Ning Jiaqi thought, feeling no qualms whatsoever. Moments ago, Gu Shao had whisked away this young lady's companion, suggesting an acquaintance between them. Thus, Ning Jiaqi's statement was met with no objections. She grasped her handbag and staggered into the Golden Palace, the wind outside rushing towards her, causing her to shiver and her head to spin even more. Ning Jiaqi raised her hand to hail a taxi, vaguely sensing a vehicle halting before her. Mistaking it for the cab she had signaled, she opened the door and entered, saying, "Driver, to Junjingjing, please." Chapter 017. You might have a fake leg. Master, to Junjingjing. Ning Jiaqi felt utterly dizzy. As soon as she got into the car, she nearly collapsed onto the back seat and weakly uttered a phrase. "Miss, this is not a taxi. You've boarded the wrong vehicle," remarked the man in the driver's seat with a hint of exasperation, furrowing his brow as he turned to look back. In the next moment, the back door was pulled open. "Young master, this miss has mistakenly entered the wrong car. I will handle it immediately." With that, Qin Zheng swiftly opened the door, intending to extricate Ning Jiaqi from within. Due to the earlier tugging, Ning Jiaqi's hair was somewhat disheveled, making it difficult for Qin Zheng, who had not recognized her, to identify her at first glance. Hearing some commotion, Ning Jiaqi propped herself up with her hands on the back seat and turned to look. Owing to the backlight, she could not see the newcomer clearly, yet there was something familiar about the imposing aura. Despite her dizziness, the title young master was unique to one person in all of Kyoto, Fu Qian. "Uncle?" A soft, mellifluous voice emerged, as gentle as a feather brushing against one's heart, stirring a sense of longing. Ning Jiaqi's address of Fu Qian caused Qin Zheng, who had intended to act, to freeze momentarily. He couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. How had he not heard that the young master had a niece? Hadn't she been calling him husband quite affectionately before? Now, had she opted for a more taboo title? A wicked smile graced Fu Qian's lips as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, I remember. If you fancy that title, I could indulge you, hee hee." Ning Jiaqi flashed a toothy grin, appearing adorably foolish. Umph. Fu Qian coldly snorted, choosing not to respond. You either move over or get out. Fu Qian had arrived with Gu Dongsheng, and he had anticipated encountering Ning Jiaqi again within the same day. When they ran into trouble, Gu Dongsheng stepped in, ensuring no one dared to cause further disturbances. Hence, he had not given the matter much thought. Yet, he was surprised that she had inadvertently boarded his car. Was this mere coincidence, or was it intentional? No, you can just go around and sit. Ning Jiaqi once again slumped back onto the seat, unwilling to offer Fu Qian any space. My car. Fu Qian reminded her assertively. It was his vehicle, and she had no grounds to expect his concession. Why be so stingy? Can't you indulge someone who's had a bit too much to drink? Ning Jiaqi pouted in dissatisfaction. With those long legs of yours, can't you just walk a few extra steps? Cannot. Then you might have a fake leg. Ning Jiaqi buried her face in the back seat and spoke with utmost seriousness. Puffed. Qin Zheng couldn't contain his laughter at her remark, only to be met with a cold glare from Fu Qian. He took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Young master, I must say, arguing with a woman is inherently a challenging endeavor. Observing the stalemate between Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian, Qin Zheng could not help but interject. Especially when it comes to inebriated women, they are utterly incomprehensible. One cannot reason with them, so it's best to concede. Oh, little driver, your level of awareness is commendable. Absolutely splendid. Ning Jiaqi rather concurred with his perspective, extending her hand to give a thumbs up, an enthusiastic manual endorsement. Chapter 018. The salary you pay my driver? Amer chauffeur? The corner of Qin Zheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. How could one possibly reduce him to such a lowly profession? He was, after all, the esteemed assistant to the young master of the empire, merely moonlighting as a driver on occasion, his worth undeniably high. Come on, take a seat. Seeing that Fu Qian showed no inclination to move, Ning Jiaqi shifted her face slightly and said in a half-pouting, half-complaining tone. After casting a deep glance at Ning Jiaqi, Fu Qian forcefully slammed the door shut and took a seat on the opposite side of the vehicle. A man ought not to engage in disputes with a woman, especially one who was intoxicated. Fu Qian silently reminded himself, considering the fact that this woman had defended his little nephew at school, he would allow her this one time. Qin Zheng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gape in surprise. His previous remarks had merely been a jest, intended to lighten the mood. Yet he had not anticipated Fu Qian would genuinely relent. This had never occurred before. Fu Qian was not known for his gallantry. His methods were always ruthless, dealing with matters rather than individuals, and even when faced with a female opponent, he displayed no tenderness. Nevertheless, despite this demeanor, women enamored with Fu Qian still flocked to him. Drive, Fu Qian commanded, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the dazed Qin Zheng, his tone icy. Yes. Qin Zheng jolted back to reality and started the car. Young master, shall we head to Shana Garden or Junjing Jiyuan? He inquired, keeping his eyes on the road. Junjing Jiyuan, Ning Jiaqi interjected before Fu Qian could respond. From a central rearview mirror, Qin Zheng caught a glimpse of Fu Qian, arms crossed, his eyes glinting coldly as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. To Shanha Garden. Qin Zheng silently nodded, yearning to ask what to do with the lady in the car. Should they take her back? Of course, this question remained unvoiced, for he could only imagine the displeasure that would surface on the face of their young master. However, in this world, there are always those who fear nothing and act with remarkable bravery. Whereas Shanha Garden, Ning Jiaqi propped herself up from the back seat, her gaze slightly unfocused as she addressed Fu Qian. I want to go back to Junjing Jiyuan. The two locations, Shanha Garden and Junjing Jiyuan, were situated on opposite sides, making it an inconvenient route. Qin Zheng, ever considerate, provided her with an explanation. Goodness, if you're not going to take me home, then why let me in the car? Ning Jiaqi immediately grew displeased, glaring at Qin Zheng in frustration. Qin Zheng felt utterly innocent. Why was she glaring at him? Although he was driving, he had no control over the direction. Who told you to get in the car? Fu Qian remarked coolly, without even looking at Ning Jiaqi. I offered you the opportunity to exit. It was your choice to remain. Oomph. Ning Jiaqi's face was puffed with indignation as she turned to Fu Qian, suggesting, "Let that young driver take you home first, and then he can bring me back. I'm in no rush. A little delay is of no consequence." Fu Qian retorted with sarcasm, "And what about the salary you owe my family's driver?" Coughing slightly, Qin Zheng was choked by Fu Qian's words, feeling utterly helpless. Wasn't he promised a prestigious assistant role? What was this nonsense about a driver? Young master, had he been brainwashed? Chapter 019, My dear, I am educated. Ning Jiaqi straightened her posture, shaking her head as she pulled 100 yuan bill from her bag with a flourish. "Here, take it. No need for change." The crisp bill fluttered down onto the passenger's seat, eliciting an involuntary twitch at the corners of Qin Zheng's mouth. Did she truly regard him as merely a driver, and such a cheap one at that? Not enough, Fu Qian stated coolly, his gaze unwavering. "I could easily hail a taxi without such an exorbitant fare." Ning Jiaqi puffed up her cheeks in indignation, mimicking Fu Qian's crossed-arm stance, exclaiming, "Darling, I am an educated individual. You cannot deceive me, humph. Shana Garden is an affluent residential area, my dear miss. Do you truly believe that a taxi, such a lowly mode of transportation, would be found there?" Qin Zheng interjected, providing timely clarification. With one hand resting on her forehead and her eyes squinting slightly, Ning Jiaqi sighed softly. "Well then, let us discuss the driver's salary instead." 100,000 a month, Fu Qian replied. Qin Zheng silently sighed within, recognizing that 100,000 was his own salary. Would a driver truly earn such a sum? He wished he could suggest to Fu Qian to change positions. Wow! Ning Jiaqi's mouth fell open in surprise, her head leaning back against the seat, momentarily rendered speechless. Fu Qian glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Her long, curled lashes cast delicate shadows against her cheeks as she breathed softly, seemingly lost in slumber. While Ning Jiaqi appeared to be in a peaceful state, Fu Qian's brow furrowed in concern, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. How could she so carelessly sleep in the presence of a stranger? Was she truly so reckless? What if Gu Dongsheng had not intervened that day? Had she ever contemplated the potential consequences? Now, she dared to rest so innocently. Do young women not understand the importance of self-respect and self-love? Ning Jiaqi's delicate lashes fluttered like gossamer, slowly parting to reveal her eyes, which met Fu Qian's gaze filled with indignation. In her inebriated state, she could hardly discern his emotions, expressions, or demeanor. "Uncle," she began, undeterred, "I've been thinking. I just graduated, and it is time for me to seek employment. Would you consider taking me on?" Fu Qian's eyes turned even colder, finally revealing his true intentions. Was she using Chu Jinghan to deliberately approach him? Were their repeated encounters merely a prelude to her attempts to ingratiate herself with him for a desirable job? "What position are you interested in?" Fu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger lurking within. Qin Zheng, who was driving, could distinctly feel a chill creeping down his spine, aware that Ning Jiaqi had unknowingly trespassed into a perilous territory concerning their esteemed young master. The esteemed emperor despises those who approach him or his associates with ulterior motives. Yet, Ning Jiaqi audaciously declared her intentions, akin to courting death. Indeed, intoxication can be perilous. One might inadvertently reveal their true thoughts while under the influence. Chapter 20. I'm not just boasting. Ning Jiaqi began to fidget restlessly in her seat, elongating her tone as if contemplating her own desires. "The job I yearn for," she mused, "is predominantly sedentary, typically leisurely, with opportunities for spontaneous excursions. And the most appealing aspect is a generous salary." After articulating her aspirations, not only Fu Qian pondered her words, but Qin Zheng too was left contemplating what position Ning Jiaqi truly coveted. It seemed that at Diyun International, such a leisurely role was rather improbable. What specific position? Fu Qian inquired without much deliberation. "Driver," Ning Jiaqi declared with unwavering conviction. Fu Qian couldn't help but twitch his lips, initially believing that Ning Jiaqi had ulterior motives, only to realize it was a spur-of-the-moment whim. "Don't be silent now. I truly believe my driving skills are commendable," Ning Jiaqi remarked, feeling slightly fatigued from sitting. Gradually, She reclined back onto the rear seat, closing her eyes as she continued to advocate for herself. I aced my driving test on the first attempt, scoring full marks. Impressive, isn't it? Even I think so. Her tone brimmed with pride and satisfaction. Though I haven't driven much since, the fundamentals remain intact. Admittedly, I once forgot to shift gears, resulting in the car being totaled before it even left the garage, but my skills are still reliable. Totaled before leaving the garage? How does that ensure reliability? Rest assured, my driving ability is widely acknowledged. Regardless of how severely the car might be wrecked, I emerged unscathed. Ning Jiaqi's voice dwindled. This is substantiated by facts. I'm not merely boasting. Yet, there was little to boast about. Fu Qiyin shook his head, bemused by Ning Jiaqi's self-satisfied tone, as if recounting a glorious tale, when in reality, it was merely a series of misfortunes. Uncle, please consider hiring me as your driver. Ning Jiaqi tugged gently at the hem of Fu Qian's suit, swaying it slightly. Just think about it. Her voice trailed off, followed by a gentle silence, punctuated only by steady breathing and the absence of any movement. I certainly want to hire you, a potential road menace. Fu Qiyin gazed down at Ning Jiaqi's delicate sleeping visage, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. Qin Zheng, who was driving, found Ning Jiaqi quite amusing. He had initially suspected her intentions, but was surprised to discover her innocence. Nonetheless, her remarks were undeniably hilarious. Truth be told, this girl possessed a certain charm. Moreover, it seemed that the young master displayed a slightly warmer demeanor towards her, which was indeed remarkable. Once Ning Jiaqi fell asleep, a serene tranquility enveloped the car. Fu Qiyin closed his eyes, feigning sleep, while Qin Zheng concentrated on driving, refraining from disturbing Fu Qian's rest unless necessary. Young master, we have arrived at Shanhua Garden, Qin Zheng announced as he parked the car and stepped out to open the door for Fu Qiyin. Fu Qiyin opened his eyes, a frigid glimmer residing within their depths, his profound gaze sharp and piercing. Without uttering a word, he stepped out of the vehicle. Just as Fu Qiyin was about to rise, he felt a tug on the hem of his garment, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Noticing Fu Qiyin esse displeasure, Qin Zheng promptly remarked, I shall awaken the young lady at once. Chapter 021. Young Master, what happened to the principles we agreed upon? Fu Qiyin remained silent, tugging at the hem of his suit jacket, unaware that Ning Jiaqi was gripping it tightly. Qin Zheng observed the increasingly unpleasant expression on Fu Qian's face, realizing that he was displeased. Ever since that woman had betrayed him and left, Fu Qiyin had developed a distaste for all women. Particularly, the women who approached him with ulterior motives only intensified his discomfort. Consequently, over the past few years, Fu Qiyin had not had a single woman by his side, nor had there been even the slightest hint of gossip surrounding him. It was not merely the notion of sharing a vehicle. Even the slightest proximity made him uneasy. Therefore, the fact that Fu Qiyin allowed Ning Jiaqi in his car was, in Qin Zheng's eyes, astonishing. Naturally, during their time at Qinghua No. 1 High School, witnessing Fu Qiyin permit a stranger to embrace him was nothing short of miraculous. However, Fu Qiyin was a man of principles, who disliked women encroaching upon his personal space. This was simply his preference. As Qin Zheng pondered this, he was swiftly met with a sharp contradiction. He could only watch in disbelief as Fu Qiyin bent down, effortlessly lifting Ning Jiaqi and a princess carried from the car. Young master, what happened to the principles we discussed? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Qin Zheng silently chastised himself, knowing that such thoughts could only reside within his mind. Observing Fu Qiyin maintaining a solemn demeanor while carrying Ning Jiaqi inside only deepened his incredulity. Young master, I shall take my leave now, Qin Zheng stated, acknowledging that his task was complete. Yet, he could not help but wonder if Fu Qiyin's numerous deviations from his principles for Ning Jiaqi would lead to cough. Some matters are better left unspoken. Qin Zheng shook his head, resolving not to dwell on it further, and instead looked forward to returning home to his wife and the warmth of their bed. The following day, Ning Jiaqi awoke feeling parched, her throbbing head akin to a ticking time bomb, and her eyes tightly shut. She pressed her fingers against her temples, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. Desiring to open her eyes, the glaring daylight caused her to squint and she instinctively covered her eyes with the back of her hand. Once her vision adjusted, she lowered her hand, yet the headache persisted. Indeed, one must not indulge excessively in alcohol, as a hangover is an arduous ordeal. Had it not been for Hua Xiaoyu's insistence to drink together, Ning Jiaqi would not have overindulged. She sat up in bed, feeling a refreshing coolness on her upper body, and hastily pulled the fallen blanket over her chest. With a slight stiffness, she glanced beside her, relieved to find no unfamiliar man sleeping next to her. Ning Jiaqi took a moment to assess her surroundings, burying her head in the covers to examine her own body. Aside from her clothing being in disarray, she felt no peculiar sensations or ambiguous marks upon her skin. Thus, nothing of significance transpired last night. It is precisely because nothing occurred that Ning Jiaqi found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet if indeed nothing happened, what could possibly justify her being stripped bare? What peculiar inclination is this? Or perhaps, is it that her physique fails to evoke any desire? Alternatively, could it be that the individual in question is incapable? A myriad of thoughts flitted through Ning Jiaqi's mind. However, it appeared she had overlooked one crucial detail. Chapter 022. It seems I have discovered an extraordinary secret. The more she thought about it, the more her head throbbed with discomfort. If something truly had transpired, Ning Jiaqi would not have been so composed. She felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, pondering who had taken her away the previous night. She recalled that last evening, Hua Xiaoyu had dragged her to drink excessively at Jin Palace, where they had encountered 3 ruffians intent on abducting them. Vaguely, she remembered Gu Dongsheng escorting Hua Xiaoyu away, leaving her unattended, a slight she would certainly remember. After all, Hua Xiaoyu was her sister's dear friend. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. However, the crux of the matter lay in what had occurred afterward. She faintly recalled getting into a car, engaging in lengthy conversation, and calling out someone's name. Her mind was foggy, but suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated her thoughts. Whom had she referred to as uncle? Reflecting on it, the only person who fit that description was, goodness, Fu Qiyan. It felt as though she had encountered a ghost. They had never crossed paths before, and it seemed unlikely that they ever would again. Yet now, it appeared that fate had conspired to bring them together with such frequency. Ning Jiaqi tightened her grip on the blanket covering her, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes. It seemed she had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. No wonder it was said that there were no women in the presence of the esteemed Fu Qiyan, nor had any romantic scandals ever circulated about him. The principal reason was now evident. Fu Qiyan was impotent. With the weight of such a significant secret revealed, would she inadvertently become silenced? Pondering this, she glanced around, her bright eyes darting as she decided it best to feign ignorance. After contemplating too much, she finally remembered her current predicament. She was clad in nothing but a thin sheet, with no garments in sight, and the absence of a wardrobe nearby was equally alarming. What was she to do in such a situation? She could never bring herself to wrap the blanket around her and venture out to call for someone to bring her clothes. That would be far too humiliating. Ning Jiaqi turned to glance at her phone, which lay quietly on the bedside table. Reaching out, she picked it up and sent a concise WeChat message. Fu Qiyan's phone number. Moments later, a flurry of notifications erupted from her phone, almost as if it had developed a life of its own. Numerous messages flooded in, the alert sound persistent and unceasing. Chu Bawang, 138 x times 6666 Chu Bawang. No way, beauty. Have you fallen for my uncle at first sight? Chu Bawang, I advise against it. Do not be deceived by his looks. Stay calm, beauty. Chu Bawang, my uncle has no understanding of cherishing delicate flowers. He is prone to causing harm in an instant. Chu Bawang, all right. I know my words may fall on deaf ears. Chu Bawang, please keep the organization updated on your progress. We shall support you mentally. Sly grin. Chu Bawang, by the way, do not disclose to my uncle that I leaked his phone number. Upon witnessing the multitude of responses from Chu Jinghan, Ning Jiaqi found herself somewhat amused. Was she truly such a superficial person? While it is undeniably a world that often values appearances, she would certainly qualify as a member of the aesthetic society. This, Ning Jiaqi did not dispute. However, she had not truly harbored such sentiments towards Fu Qiyan. Go play your games, she retorted, and after sending that message, Ning Jiaqi extracted the phone number from Chu Jing'an's WeChat and dialed it directly. Placing the phone to her ear, she pouted slightly, patiently awaiting the connection. Who is this? Fu Qian's voice resonated from the other end, cold and devoid of warmth. Chapter 023. The heartfelt whimper of the little uncle with a voice that was both soft and tinged with a hint of grievance. Ning Jiaqi found herself in a rather pitiable situation. Sitting on the couch, Fu Qian set aside the newspaper he had been perusing and, holding his phone, raised an eyebrow as he listened to the tender tone emanating from the other end of the line. What is it? Could you possibly have your servant bring me a change of clothes? Ning Jiaqi spoke hesitantly, fully aware that she was on unfamiliar territory. With no one else to turn to for help, she felt trapped. Surely, she couldn't remain in her current state of undress. Fu Qian remained silent, and Ning Jiaqi, growing increasingly anxious, could not help but voice her irritation. But before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Staring at her phone, with the words "call" ended glaring back at her, she found herself in a state of confusion. What was the verdict on her request? Was it yes or a no? A word of clarity would have sufficed. What was the meaning of hanging up without a word? Just as she hesitated, contemplating whether to call Fu Qian again for confirmation, there was a knock at the door. Miss Ning, the young master has sent me to deliver your clothes. May I come in? Yes, please come in, Ning Jiaqi exclaimed, her voice filled with relief as if she had heard a voice of salvation. The door opened to reveal a kind-faced woman in her 50s who placed a neatly folded outfit on the bed. With a warm smile, she addressed Ning Jiaqi. Miss Ning, your clothes are here. You may call me Chen Ma. I'll be just outside. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Thank you, Ning Jiaqi replied, a tad embarrassed, considering her current predicament. Chen Ma smiled reassuringly before stepping out and gently closing the door to afford Ning Jiaqi privacy while she changed. Ning Jiaqi slipped into the chiffon dress, which was not only stylish with its gemstone-embellished collar, but also fit her perfectly, as if it had been tailored specifically for her. Could it be that something had transpired last night? Or was Fu Qian's judgment so astute that he could gauge her figure with just a glance? Shaking her head, she dismissed her errant thoughts. A cursory glance around revealed the absence of slippers, an oversight that warranted a poor review. With no other option, she padded barefoot out of her room and down the staircase, only to find Fu Qian seated on the couch, his demeanor as stern as ever. Engrossed in a financial newspaper, one must concede that a person's aura is an enigmatic force, radiating a formidable presence from within. Each gesture and movement exuded an overwhelming charisma, an aura of authority that was palpable. You're at home, Ning Jiaqi thought to herself, feeling rather foolish for having called him. It was a mere flight of stairs separating them, yet it felt insurmountable at that moment. Being the boss certainly had its perks. One could take liberties with their time. A tinge of envy mixed with a hint of jealousy colored her thoughts. After all, it was Saturday. Fu Qian cast a sidelong glance, speaking in an indifferent tone. However, within his words, Ning Jiaqi keenly sensed the disdain emanating from him. Fu Qian casually swept his gaze over Ning Jiaqi, and his exquisite brows furrowed slightly, as if expressing discontent with something. Intrigued, Ning Jiaqi followed his line of sight, landing upon her own smooth, fair feet. Puzzled, she wondered what he could possibly be dissatisfied with, as she herself felt no such discontent. Chapter 024. How can one bring peace to the world with an uneven chest? What a sight it is to run barefoot. At this moment, Fu Qian frowned, clearly displeased with Ning Jiaqi's bare feet as she descended. He chastised her with a stern demeanor, embodying a rather austere figure. It is rather unbecoming. Ning Jiaqi, however, paid little heed to Fu Qian's demeanor, instead pouting and echoing his words with a hint of complaint. Well, someone could have given me a pair of shoes. Fu Qian did not anticipate Ning Jiaqi's retort, yet found her sharp tongue to be somewhat expected. Chen Ma, Fu Qian called out coldly. Sir? Chen Ma hurried over, eager to ascertain his commands. Bring her those slippers. Miss Ning, I apologize. It was my oversight, Chen Ma said as she approached the shoe cabinet at the door. Retrieving a pair of cotton slippers, and placing them at Ning Jiaqing's feet. "It is not your fault," Ning Jiaqing quickly replied, casting a casual glance at Fu Qiyan. "If it weren't for someone tossing my clothes and shoes away, this wouldn't be so troublesome." Fu Qiyan regarded Ning Jiaqing with a knowing gaze, recognizing the implicit meanings in her words. "Miss Ning, do not misplace your grievances upon the young master. I was the one who removed your clothing and shoes." Gemma interjected. Having cared for Fu Qiyan for several decades, she was astute enough to discern the underlying implications in Ning Jiaqing's remarks. "What?" Ning Jiaqing exclaimed, bewildered. Why was there a discrepancy between her imagined narrative and the information she received? "Miss Ning, last night you were intoxicated and the young master carried you back. Later, you became ill and vomited on both yourself and the young master," Chenma clarified. "I helped cleanse you afterward, fearing you would be uncomfortable while sleeping. Hence I did not dress you." How embarrassing. Not only had she vomited on him, but she had also questioned his integrity, lamenting over the hospitality. Thankfully, she had refrained from speaking recklessly about certain matters. Otherwise, she would have truly dug herself a grave. Fu Qiyan assessed Ning Jiaqing with a calm demeanor, and instinctively, she crossed her arms defensively, her expression cautious. "Not all, what are you blocking?" Fu Qiyan remarked, casting a glance at Ning Jiaqing before averting his gaze. Speaking with a nonchalant air, was he implying she was flat-chested? Ning Jiaqing bristled at the thought. How could he say she had no chest? It was merely modest in size. What of it? What is wrong with being small-chested? Before she could finish her protest, Fu Qiyan interjected. You are saving fabric for the nation. Quite commendable. How infuriating. Fu Qiyan, do your family members know of your sharp tongue? What do you understand? Ning Jiaqing retorted, proudly lifting her chin, her eyes gleaming with defiance. With an uneven chest, how can one bring peace to the world? Cough, cough. Fu Qiyan, who was sipping coffee at that moment, could not suppress himself and ended up sputtering, nearly choking. This individual truly had a knack for astonishing remarks. Seeing the flush on Fu Qian's face from the choking, Ning Jiaqi pursed her lips and walked over to sit beside him. She gently patted his back, helping him catch his breath while simultaneously teasing him. Honestly, you're in your 30s, yet you still manage to choke on water like a child. Cough, cough. That was quite a serious choke. Fu Qiyan cast a sidelong glance at Ning Jiaqi, silently questioning who the true culprit of his predicament was. Chapter 025. You called me. What do you want? Noticing a slight improvement in Fu Qian's expression, Ning Jiaqi finally withdrew her hand. She rested her palms on either side of her legs on the sofa, tilting her head to gaze at Fu Qiyan with a seemingly obedient demeanor, as if she were not the one who had just caused him to spill coffee and choke. Anshin quietly took out a cloth to wipe away the stains left by the coffee Fu Qiyan had spat out, casting a knowing glance filled with amusement at both Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyan. She couldn't shake the feeling that her young master's attitude towards Miss Ning was markedly different. After all, it was rather unusual for him to bring home a drunken girl, and even when she vomited all over him, he merely frowned and ordered her to clean it up without losing his temper. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. However, given that their master had been alone for so many years, it was about time for someone to take good care of him. Aunt Chun exchanged an ambiguous smile with Fu Qiyan and, having cleaned up the mess, returned to her duties in the kitchen. Fu Qiyan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by Aunt Chen's ambiguous smile. Where did that phone number come from? He pulled out a tissue to wipe the remnants of coffee from the corner of his mouth and casually inquired, Are you referring to your phone number? Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but shake her head, retorting, Could you at least include a subject in your speech? You just jump straight to phone numbers. How am I to know whose you're talking about? Indeed, who knows? Fu Qiyan replied, echoing Ning Jiaqi's words. Ning Jiaqi rolled her eyes. Fu Qiyan was clearly no fool, effortlessly using her own words against her. A clever adversary indeed. Despite her youth, Ning Jiaqi had a sharp tongue and could easily hold her own in verbal sparring. Ask your little nephew. Who else? Ning Jiaqi replied nonchalantly, completely forgetting the countless warnings from Chu Jinghan not to reveal him. Her response was so casual, devoid of any hesitation or struggle. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Fu Qian's eyes. It appeared that Chu Jinghan and she had a good rapport. After all, despite never having met before, she had the audacity to call someone to impersonate his aunt. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Meanwhile, at his computer, Chu Jinghan suddenly sneezed several times, wondering if he was catching a cold. A melodious ringtone suddenly filled the air, and Ning Jiaqi glanced at the caller ID, letting out a cold huff as her expression soured. Fu Qiyin, taking advantage of his height, effortlessly saw the name displayed. Nightclub Prince. Ning Jiaqi adjusted her posture, sitting sideways on the sofa, crossing her legs, with one elbow resting on the back of the sofa, her face reflecting displeasure. With her position facing Fu Qiyin directly, he could discern every nuance of her expression and the source of her discontent. "What is it?" Ning Jiaqi answered the call, her voice dropping an octave, laced with impatience and annoyance. "What? You called me, what do you want? How am I supposed to know what you want?" The man on the other end of the line spoke with a shrill and boisterous voice that resonated sharply through the phone, loud enough for Fu Qiyin, seated nearby, to hear. Unfazed, Fu Qiyin merely raised an eyebrow, faintly recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Yet the moment it was mentioned, Ning Jiaqi was engulfed in a blaze of fury. Chapter 026. What does it matter? Ning Jiaqi pursed her lips, the veins on her forehead pulsating as she gasped for breath. Where is he? Where is he? On the other end of the line. The man had yet to hear Ning Jiaqi's voice, prompting him to call out twice. "How dare you ask me what I want?" Ning Jiaqi scoffed. "You hung up on me last night, and now you have the audacity to inquire why I am calling?" "It wasn't me who hung up." The other party seemed quite aggrieved, stammering for a while before explaining that he had been overly excited the previous night, accidentally knocking over his phone without realizing who he had disconnected. You must understand the natural physiological needs of a man who is perpetually unsatisfied. I cannot fathom the physiological needs of a man who is perpetually unfulfilled. Ning Jiaqi could easily surmise what this fellow's nightly escapades were like. "So, why did you call me?" "I got drunk at Jean Palace last night and was harassed." "What do you think?" Ning Jiaqi kaswali remarket, her index finger unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair. "What?" The man on the other end of the line exploded. "Who dare to touch you on my territory?" "My dear, are you all right? Now you're concerned about my well-being? I've long been devoured, leaving not a trace behind." Ning Jiaqi was truly exasperated. He was utterly unreliable. He would bombard her with calls daily, yet when she actually needed him, where was he? Taking a deep breath, she replied, "What use do I have for you? It was purely an accident." "So, do you have anything to discuss?" "What does it matter?" As for what happened last night, Ning Jiaqi herself was not entirely clear, but she knew well enough that she was unscathed. The other party seemed to understand her well, without mentioning anything explicitly. He was reassured that she had not encountered any mishap. "It's good that you're fine." "Yes, I'm hanging up." After venting a few frustrations, Ning Jiaqi felt her anger dissipate somewhat. "Wait, I still have something to say." Just as she was about to end the call, she heard the man's anxious voice. "Apologies, I am exceedingly busy with state affairs and cannot provide idle chatter." Ning Jiaqi's retort was rehearsed and polished. "This isn't idle chatter. I'm discussing serious matters. By the way, what did that scoundrel want from you yesterday?" Now, that's amusing. Ning Jiaqi felt no sorrow over being cheated on. Rather, she recounted the tale with a touch of humor, as if it were someone else's story. "He told me that this society is too cruel, and if I continued to be with him, I would suffer greatly. He couldn't bear to see me endure hardship alongside him without a future. Hence he wanted to break up. Goodness, had I not already known about his infidelity, one might have been moved to tears by such words. But do you know the crux of the matter? He actually had the nerve to suggest I stay with him. What does that mean? He doesn't want to break up anymore?" The man on the other end, not fully comprehending, inquired. "He's about to get engaged, and you say he doesn't want to break up with me? Are you jesting?" Ning Jiaqi gently shook her head. "What he means is that he wants to have his cake and eat it too. Do you not understand this yet? Wow, I really didn't see that coming. Does he actually wish to support you? Support my foot, just because he has latched onto a wealthy young lady. He thinks he possesses the means to support a woman? Pah, he is hardly deserving." A mocking smile curled at the corners of Ning Jiaqi's mouth as she let out a cold snort. Chapter 027. A match made in heaven for the vile. He presumed I was oblivious to everything. After he subtly hinted at this notion, I retrieved the engagement invitation that Liu Yufei had given me. To my amusement, he fled in a panic, which struck me as utterly hilarious. As Ning Jiaqi reminisced about Lin Yuan's demeanor and expressions from earlier, a smile crept on her lips, though Fu Qian discerned a hint of icy disdain beneath her amusement. It appeared that her ex-boyfriend's betrayal weighed heavier on her heart than she had previously claimed. Indeed, the vile and the despicable are a match made in heaven. A sudden thought crossed Ning Jiaqi's mind, and her smile turned even more frigid. Liu Yufei's seduction of Lin Yuan was merely born of jealousy, a deliberate act aimed at causing me distress. The two of them were united by their own selfish motives, and I was eager to witness the turmoil their relationship would inevitably bring. On the other end of the line, the voice had softened, rendering Fu Qian unable to discern the words spoken. Why not go? They have sincerely extended an invitation. How could I possibly refuse? Ning Jiaqi mused, her fingers playfully caressing her chin, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. I even plan to purchase a gift later. Enough said, you will know soon enough. Zhou Tian, she concluded, revealing little of her inner thoughts before hanging up. Once she ended the call, she belatedly realized that Fu Qian was seated beside her, and she seemed to be in his home. The words she had just uttered felt a tad too brazen, especially with an unfamiliar person as witness. The sensation was rather peculiar. Embarrassed, Ning Jiaqi scratched her head, rising from the sofa to address Fu Qian. Thank you for accommodating me last night. I will send a token of gratitude soon. Please keep an eye out for it. Now, I shall take my leave. Send you? Fu Qian glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own. Ning Jiaqi quickly declined, not perceiving Fu Qian as particularly benevolent. Without awaiting his response, she dashed out of the room. Where did Miss Ning go? Has she left? Just as Chun Ma emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of hangover soup, she noticed Ning Jiaqi's absence and pondered aloud. Should I discard it? Leave it be, Fu Qian replied, turning a page of the newspaper with a nonchalant air. She will return shortly. Chun Ma, hearing Fu Qian's words, obediently placed the soup on the coffee table in front of him, though she couldn't help but wonder. Hadn't she just heard Miss Ning express her intent to leave in quite a hurry? What led their young master to conclude that she would come back? A glimmer of mockery danced in Fu Qian's gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line, enhancing his austere demeanor. He had not instructed her to leave. Thus, even if she had departed, she would inevitably return to him. As expected, it wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Aunt Chun hastily made her way to the door, only to find Ning Jiaqi standing there with her head hung low, exuding an air of pitiable vulnerability. Miss Ning, I thought you had departed. What brings you back? Aunt Chin stepped aside to allow Ning Jiaqi to enter, her mind filled with astonishment at the prowess of their young master, who seemed to always predict events with uncanny accuracy. I'm looking for my uncle, Ning Jiaqi simply stated, omitting further details, indicating her intention to find Fu Qian. The term uncle left Aunt Chun somewhat bewildered, as she was unaware that the young master had a niece. Where'd she come from? Chapter 028. Should I call you husband? Ning Jiaqi approached Fu Qian with small, tentative steps, her voice soft and delicate. Her cheeks puffed in a display of vulnerability as she gazed at him with a sense of grievance. What is the matter? Fu Qian replied, seemingly oblivious to the meaning behind Ning Jiaqi's demeanor, his tone indifferent. Cousin, does what you just said about sending me home still hold true? A wave of exhaustion washed over Ning Jiaqi as she reflected on her earlier decision to decline Fu Qian's kind offer to escort her home, realizing how foolish it was. The Shanhua Garden was an upscale residential area, where the residents owned several luxury cars and had drivers at their disposal. Furthermore, the security measures were stringent. It was no easy feat for outsiders to gain entry. Thus, if Ning Jiaqi were to make her way back alone, it would necessitate a long walk. Clearly, such a venture was utterly impractical. After weighing the pros and cons, she reluctantly lowered her gaze, understanding now why Fu Qian had looked at her strangely after she had turned down his offer. The reason was laid bare before her. Does your earlier remark about not wanting to trouble me still count? Fu Qian did not acquiesce to Ning Jiaqi's wishes, Instead, he mirrored her previous words back to her. This was undeniably awkward. She had genuinely believed that accepting his offer would be tantamount to hastening her own demise, which had prompted her staunch refusal. However, she could never have anticipated such a predicament. Had she known that it would be impossible to hail a taxi in this area, she would have never been so resolute in her dismissal. "Cousin, where's the love you promised?" Ning Jiaqi lamented, her face a picture of despondency as she looked at Fu Qiyan. Perhaps she found him not as fearsome as the rumor suggested, prompting her to adopt a playful and somewhat petulant demeanor. "Calling me cousin while referring to Chu Jinghan as little nephew. Don't you think that complicates matters?" Fu Qiyan suddenly broached this topic, prompting Ning Jiaqi to ponder her own relational positioning. "Must I call you husband then?" Ning Jiaqi technically responded, covering her face in playful embarrassment. At this moment, Chun Ma, who was nearby, widened her eyes in surprise at Ning Jiaqi's boldness, instinctively glancing at Fu Qiyan. To her astonishment, Fu Qiyan showed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he appeared unsurprised. "Girls should be a bit more reserved. Cousin, we live in modern times. I consider myself quite reserved," Ning Jiaqi countered, providing her rationale. "I dare say, your Weibo comments must be filled with girls calling you husband and wanting to bear your children." Seeing Ning Jiaqi's conviction, Fu Qiyan turned his head to look at her and replied, "I do not have Weibo." Ning Jiaqi felt as though she might flip the table in frustration. How could they possibly have a proper conversation under such circumstances? "All right, you win," Ning Jiaqi conceded, feeling the weight of defeat. Indeed, Fu Qiyan was not someone to be trifled with. However, she recognized that she had little time to engage in a battle of wits with him, as she had other matters to attend to. "Uncle, there's no need for you to see me off. It suffices if I find someone else to take me home. Is that all right?" Ning Jiaqi spoke in a tone of negotiation to Fu Qiyan. Who do you intend to ask?" Fu Qiyan did not explicitly reject Ning Jiaqi's request, yet he also refrained from giving a clear affirmation, leaving his response ambiguous and causing Ning Jiaqi to feel somewhat perplexed. Chapter 029. If it were not for my high IQ, Ning Jiaqi's eyes wandered momentarily as a certain individual flickered through her mind. The little driver. The one with an impressively high salary. Vaguely, she recalled having uttered something last night. "All right," Fu Qiyan replied decisively, catching Ning Jiaqi off guard. "Drink this first," he said, nudging the bowl of hangover soup on the coffee table towards her, his gaze fixed on her. "What on earth? Poison?" Ning Jiaqi blurted out without a second thought. "Do you truly believe I would waste poison on you?" Fu Qian's disdainful expression and tone, though somewhat irksome, rendered her momentarily speechless. "Miss Ning, that is the hangover soup I prepared for you. It's advisable to drink some after a night of revelry," Chun Ma interjected, unexpectedly charmed by Ning Jiaqi's endearing demeanor. "Oh, I see." Ning Jiaqi nodded in realization, then flashed a grateful smile at Chun Ma. "Thank you, Chun Ma." With that, she picked up the bowl, ready to stand and drink it. "Sit down and enjoy it slowly," Fu Qiyan remarked, noting that the bowl was quite full and steaming hot. However, Ning Jiaqi appeared somewhat perplexed by Fu Qian's considerate suggestion. "The driver won't arrive so soon. Just sit and wait a moment," he explained a second later, prompting Ning Jiaqi to nod in agreement. Since the driver was not arriving immediately, she could afford to sip her soup leisurely. Observing Ning Jiaqi perched on the opposite side of the sofa, cradling the bowl delicately, blowing gently at the contents, and taking small sips, he found her rather endearing. Fu Qiyan then averted his gaze and made a phone call. "Come to Shana Courtyard at once," he instructed succinctly before hanging up with fluidity, leaving Ning Jiaqi to wonder if the other party would arrive in time. Fu Qiyan was not one for verbosity. After the call, he resumed reading the newspaper. Meanwhile, Ning Jiaqi belonged to a restless breed. Was that a call for the little driver? She inquired as she drank. Although Fu Qiyan did not respond, she was certain he had indeed promised to summon the driver to take her home. After all, who else could he possibly be contacting? How odd. Doesn't your driver live with you? It must be quite inconvenient to go out like that. "I possess a driver's license," Fu Qiyan replied nonchalantly, implying that he could drive himself if the need arose, thus making it no inconvenience at all. Ning Jiaqi cast a sidelong glance at him, realizing that this fellow always spoke in half-truths, leaving others to decipher his words. Wasn't that exhausting? Nevertheless, she was quite certain that Fu Qian himself would never find it tiresome. Uncle, you claim your status is so distinguished. Wouldn't driving yourself diminish your stature? Do you believe that driving a QQ while having a designated driver elevates one's status? Ning Jiaqi shook her head and let out a deep sigh. Uncle, if it weren't for my high IQ, who could possibly understand your roundabout way of speaking? With a hint of skepticism, she continued, so do you grasp it now? What is there to misunderstand? Ning Jiaqi rolled her eyes and remarked, Uncle, what you really mean is that driving a luxury car, even if one is behind the wheel oneself, without a chauffeur, still exudes an air of sophistication and prestige. Conversely, driving a cheap vehicle like a QQ, even with a driver, feels no different from hailing a taxi, doesn't it? Chapter 030. An unmissable opportunity to please the boss's wife. Fu Qian wore a proud expression, neither affirming nor denying Ning Jiaqi's remarks. However, Ning Jiaqi was convinced that Fu Qian's implication was indeed as she interpreted it. In truth, her conclusion was likely accurate, was it not? Throughout her conversation with Fu Qian, Ning Jiaqi felt she was at a disadvantage. Thus, to ensure her own comfort, she wisely chose to remain silent. Awaiting the driver to escort her away, Fu Qian casually glanced at the girl seated beside him. Her quiet demeanor appeared rather obedient. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fu Qian felt a subtle shift in his attitude towards Ning Jiaqi. He found their interactions surprisingly relaxed and enjoyable. Had Ning Jiaqi heard his thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes, as his sharp retorts were certainly a source of his amusement. Ning Jiaqi, however, did not share the sentiment of ease in her dealings with Fu Qian. This man always exuded an air of enigma, effortlessly ensnaring one with his words, leaving one feeling discontented with subtlety. His commanding presence was impossible to overlook. Young master, you summon me? As Fu Qian had merely instructed him to come immediately without providing specific reasons, Qinzheng hastily navigated through traffic, even running a few red lights, to return her home. Apologies for the trouble, Fu Qian remarked, only for Ning Jiaqi to follow up promptly. It's no trouble at all. Qinzheng's expression was one of disbelief. Are you serious? You call me here just to act as a chauffeur? I'm not a driver, you know. And it's the weekend, for heaven's sake. Is it truly fair to exploit my meager labor like this? Young master, I assure you, I'm not a driver. Do you remember? Qinzheng felt compelled to clarify. ISNT that right? Ning Jiaqi turned to Fu Qian for confirmation. Not all. Qinzheng was on the verge of tears, relieved that his boss acknowledged he was not merely a driver. Yet, he pondered why he had been summoned in the first place. What exactly do you require of me? Ning Jiaqi echoed Qinzheng's question, and both turned to Fu Qian, awaiting his explanation. Did you not request the little driver from last night? Fu Qian looked at Ning Jiaqi, perplexed. It was she who had suggested it. Why not question him? Ning Jiaqi, Qinzheng. While it was understandable that Miss Ning was unaware, what was with the young master being so accommodating? Was he truly taking her words at face value? Qinzheng felt a sense of despair, suspecting he had encountered a rather unconventional boss. How disheartening. Nevertheless, having already arrived, Ning Jiaqi decided to play along and pretend he was indeed her driver. After all, as long as one could drive, they were a good enough chauffeur. Qinzheng found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Ning Jiaqi's assertion. He had come all this way. Could he really refuse to take her home? Moreover, the proprietor of his establishment exhibits a questionable attitude towards Ning Jiaqi. It is entirely possible that she may become his future wife. After all, their employer has indeed been quite indulgent towards Ning Jiaqi, allowing exceptions for her in matters that would typically be deemed impossible. Therefore, one must seize every opportunity to curry favor with the future matron. This is undoubtedly a chance for future promotions and salary increases. Chapter 031. My sincere regards to your uncle. As Ning Jiaqi waved goodbye to Fu Qian and made her way towards the door, she suddenly turned back and remarked, Uncle, make sure to spend some time on Weibo. It would be a shame to become disconnected from society, old cadre. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qian raised an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. It was not that he lacked thoughts on the matter. Rather, he was somewhat perplexed by the term old cadre that Ning Jiaqi had used. In contrast, Qin Zheng found himself in agreement with Ning Jiaqi's sentiment. Their boss truly embodied the essence of an old cadre, holding steadfast beliefs that were almost explosively righteous, often adopting a didactic tone, albeit solely towards his own juniors. Furthermore, he was virtually absent from social media. Not only did he avoid Weibo, but he didn't even possess WeChat, a mere chatting tool. If their boss were to heed Ning Jiaqi's advice and undergo any transformation, it would necessitate a re-evaluation of her standing in his eyes. Yet, for now, this was mere speculation, as Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyin had only just begun to know each other. After requesting Qin Zheng to escort her home, Ning Jiaqi changed into a different outfit and ventured out once more. It was not that she was devoid of fatigue, but rather that certain gifts needed to be prepared at that moment. Otherwise, if they were absent when needed the following day, it would be a squander of sentiment. With a clear objective in mind, shopping presented no challenge for Ning Jiaqi. She expertly wrapped 2 gifts, dispatching one via courier, while reserving the other to personally present at Lin Ziyuan and Lu Yufei's engagement banquet the next day. The mere thought of Lin Ziyuan stirred feelings of indignation within her, who among the youth had not encountered a few scoundrels. Yet, Lin Ziyuan truly epitomized the lowest of the low. Reflecting on her past associations with such a man, she felt as though she had been blind. Ning Jiaqi retrieved her phone and logged into Weibo, posting a message that conveyed her current emotions. Ning Marin V. Upon receiving an engagement invitation, I realize I've been cheated on. Tomorrow is the engagement banquet of my ex and my close friend. What do you think would be an appropriate gift? Urgently waiting for responses. Ning Jiaqi's Weibo account was verified, as she had previously been the belle of Peking University, garnering a substantial following. Her past relationship with the talented student from the Chinese department, Lin Ziyuan, was widely known throughout the university. Now, with her revelation of being cheated on, the news was bound to create quite a stir. Liang Sheng, what? The beauty has been betrayed? I always thought that those seemingly refined men were the most unreliable. Captain of the patrol team, I received the invitation. Lu Yufei isn't any better either. I have no desire to attend. Goddess, my bride. How dare those 2 scoundrels invite you to their wedding and expect a gift? A bomb would be more fitting. Charming overlord, what? Beauty, you've been wronged? Perhaps consider my uncle. He is handsome and wealthy, truly a rare find. Ning Jiaqi briefly skimmed through the comments and spotted one from Chu Baowang. Unable to resist, she replied. Ning Marin V replies to Chu Baowang. There is no need to contemplate. The impact is too severe and the damage is exceedingly high, far beyond my capacity to endure. Are you not aware that I am a delicate girl, easily toppled? As for your little uncle, I must respectfully decline. Chapter 32. Each harbors hidden intentions. The formidable Chu overlord replied to the enchanting Ning. Is it true? Just this morning, you sought my uncle's contact information, and now I find myself successfully rebuffed? Ning retorted. I assure you, I have never entertained such thoughts regarding your uncle. By the way, he is already aware of your treachery, so prepare for a reckoning. The Chu overlord responded with trepidation. What happened to our pact of silence? Ning replied, I never made such a promise. Review our conversation history. The Chu overlord lamented. That person is no more, if you have matters to discuss. Burn some paper offerings. Upon reading his response, Ning Jiaqi could easily envision the despair in his eyes, which inexplicably brightened her spirits. She noticed others inquiring about the identity of the Chu overlord's uncle, seemingly more interested in that than the unfolding drama. Admittedly, the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. In truth, Ning Jiaqi had merely asked out of curiosity, for her gift was already purchased. Turning her gaze, she spotted her meticulously wrapped present in the corner of the sofa, a hint of icy satisfaction curling her lips. A multitude of luxury cars lined the exterior, with socialites and affluent individuals arriving in droves, creating a lively atmosphere. Standing at the entrance, Ning Jiaqi observed the villa with a bittersweet smile, never imagining she would return for such a reason. The irony of it all struck her profoundly. Excuse me, miss. Do you possess an invitation? Ning Jiaqi found it amusing. Given Lu Yufei's character, she would be eager for her engagement party to be the talk of the town. Yet here she was enforcing such stringent measures. Nonchalantly, Ning retrieved the invitation from her bag and handed it over, relieved she had discarded it earlier. Otherwise, being halted at the entrance would have been quite embarrassing. Although Ning Jiaqi had numerous means to enter the villa, she was determined to do so with integrity. Since Lu Yufei had sincerely extended an invitation, how could she not rise to the occasion? Upon entering the expansive hall, Ning Jiaqi was greeted by an abundance of delectable offerings. She strolled over, casually lifted a glass of champagne from a server's tray, and settled onto a nearby sofa, observing the mingling guests with a discerning gaze. The Liu family was indeed a prominent lineage, and the engagement celebration of Miss Liu attracted a considerable crowd. In the shadows, a figure clad in pink glanced in Ning Jiaqi's direction before hastily ascending the staircase. Yufei, Ning Jiaqi truly dares to show up. The figure was Yi Leirui. Their friendship was evident, as they both exhibited similar audacity in vying for another's affections. Let her come. I welcome the challenge. Lu Yufei, resplendent in a white qipao that accentuated her striking figure, wore a triumphant smile upon her crimson lips. Look at Ning Jiaqi's haughty demeanor. She pales in comparison to me. Even Lin Ziyuan is but a beckon away. Yufei, you are far superior to Ning Jiaqi, Yi Leirui flattered, casting a disdainful glance toward Ning Jiaqi. Yufei, are you ready? Lin Ziyuan donned a meticulously tailored white suit, which accentuated his handsome features even further. Possessing both good looks and a modicum of talent, he had garnered considerable popularity during his school days. Typically, men with intellectual prowess tend to attract the admiration of young women. Lu Yufei harbored feelings for Lin Ziyuan. Her intentions extended beyond mere revenge against Ning Jiaqi, as she found herself genuinely intrigued by him. However, for someone as proud and self-assured as Lu Yufei, Lin Ziyuan's standing in her heart was not as significant as he might have believed. The two, each with their own hidden agendas, found themselves in an intriguing predicament. Chapter 033. Apologies, I did not come to offer blessings, Yufei. You look stunning today, Lin Ziyuan remarked, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration. Lu Yufei felt a blush creep on her cheeks and playfully retorted, I not beautiful any other day? Of course not. You are even more radiant today. Lin Ziyuan adeptly soothed Lu Yufei's feigned complaint. Oh my, someone is eager to flaunt their affection. Yi Leirui teased. Lu Yufei and Lin Ziyuan exchanged a knowing smile. Ziyuan, Jiaqi has arrived. Do you think she will come to make me uncomfortable? Lu Yufei's expression turned anxious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing both innocent and pitiful. I truly like you. I never intended to upset her. I understand. Don't worry. I won't allow her to bully you, Lin Ziyuan assured her with a firm tone. However, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes, recalling his previous conversation with Ning Jiaqi. He feared that she might expose their discussion. Yet, Lin Ziyuan felt somewhat reassured, thinking that if Ning Jiaqi were to reveal anything lacking substantial evidence, it would merely be interpreted by Lu Yufei as jealousy and a desire for revenge. Let us descend. The guests are awaiting us, Lin Ziyuan said, extending his hand to Lu Yufei, pulling her up while wrapping an arm around her waist, placing a flirtatious kiss upon her cheek. As she felt the warmth of Lin Ziyuan's affection, Lu Yufei's pride swelled. Delighting in the thought of how Ning Jiaqi would suffer upon witnessing their enchanting display of love, she eagerly anticipated the moment. Miss Liu is coming down. They truly are a match made in heaven. Indeed, they are a splendid pair. Such praises echoed around, deepening Ning Jiaqi's cold smirk. Thank you all for attending my daughter's engagement banquet. I appreciate your blessings for Yufei and Ziyuan. Lu Yufei's mother, Shun Rongqing, announced from a temporary crystal stage. Forgive me, but I did not come to offer blessings, Ning Jiaqi interjected, interrupting Shun Rongqing before she could finish her speech. You? Shun Rongqing frowned, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this young girl. Lu Yufei hurriedly leaned in to whisper a few words in Shun Rongqing's ear, leading her to realize that Ning Jiaqi was there to stir trouble. Who is this ill-mannered girl? Please address me as Madame Lu. Today is my daughter's engagement banquet, and I will not allow anyone to disrupt it, Shun Rongqing declared with a commanding presence, seething internally as her greatest grievance was being addressed by anything other than her title. Madame Lu? How amusing. Ning Jiaqi was well aware of Shun Rongqing's sentiments. Her previous address was a deliberate attempt to provoke her. While Shun Rongqing and Lu Yufei may have been oblivious to many of her affairs, Ning Jiaqi was acutely aware of theirs. She even knew that Lu Yufei had initially approached her under the pretense of wanting to be her friend. She never genuinely cared. Thus, Ning Jiaqi remained indifferent to Lu Yufei's clandestine entanglement with Lin Ziyuan. She had afforded Lin Ziyuan opportunities, yet he failed to cherish them. Since Lin Ziyuan desperately sought to cling to Lu Yufei, she was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of dealing with both of them together. Chapter 034. Like mother, like daughter Jiaqi. Although you once shared a bond with Ziyuan, he is now with me. Why do you persist in this entanglement? Lu Yufei, aware that Ning Jiaqi had come to provoke her, understood that Jiaqi must be feeling quite discontented. However, this is the territory of the Lu family, and it is not for Jiaqi to dictate terms. Jiaqi, my heart now belongs to Yufei. We have moved on. Even if you attempt to disrupt our engagement banquet, it will only serve to deepen my aversion towards you. Lin Ziyuan wore a displeased expression, his brows furrowed as he cast a protective glance towards Lu Yufei. So this is how it is. One might think this young lady, with her commendable appearance, would not resort to such relentless pursuit. It seems she is not even known, yet dares to compare herself with Miss Lu. Indeed, as whispers circulated, Lu Yufei grew increasingly self-satisfied, throwing a challenging gaze at Ning Jiaqi, as if to declare that she was incomparable. Huh! Ning Jiaqi let out a cold laugh. Do not overestimate your own importance. This remark was directed at Lin Ziyuan, whose expression stiffened under the weight of her scorn. Miss Lu is not merely Mr. Lu's cherished daughter. It is curious that he is absent from such a significant engagement banquet, leaving the matter to Mrs. Shun instead. Ning Jiaqi surveyed the scene with a composed demeanor, pinpointing the dissonance of the occasion. Indeed, where is Mr. Lu? It is said that Miss Lu is his prized treasure. Surely he should have made time to attend, regardless of work commitments. What is the situation now? Ning Jiaqi possessed a remarkable ability to sway public opinion, swiftly turning the tide in her favor. She did not allow Lu Yufei or her companions a chance to explain, instead smiling serenely as she remarked, "Could it be that Mr. Lu feels embarrassed about his daughter securing this engagement banquet through the means of usurping her roommate's boyfriend, thus choosing to stay away? Is it possible that the man has indeed strayed? Just moments ago, he spoke so eloquently, and now, without a breakup, he has intruded. He is nothing short of a homewrecker. I have heard whispers that the current Mrs. Lu was once in a similar position. Truly, like mother, like daughter." Upon hearing such words, Shun Rongqing and Lu Yufei's expressions darkened further. This matter, long past, was now being resurrected, a constant reminder of her status as a mere mistress. However, when Ning Jiaqi broached this topic, an ambiguous expression flickered across Shun Rongqing's face, her eyes briefly reflecting a flash of resentment. Despite successfully marrying Lu Huayuan, his demeanor over the years remained ambiguous. Today is her daughter's birthday. How could he claim work as an excuse for absence? What would the outside world say? Ning Jiaqi had spoken her mind. Since Lu Yufei dared to invite her, she must be prepared for discomfort. Ning Jiaqi was not one to be trifled with. After all, you have sincerely invited me to your engagement banquet. It would be rather petty of me not to bring a gift. Ning Jiaqi gestured for a nearby attendant to approach, handing over a square box elegantly wrapped in green paper that she had been holding. The attendant presented Ning Jiaqi's gift on a tray, placing it before Lu Yufei and Lin Ziyuan. However, neither of them reached for it, as they were uncertain of the nature of the offering from Ning Jiaqi. Chapter 035. If you do not raise it, it is a clear day. Ah, why the tension? Am I about to deliver a bomb? Ning Jiaqi found their fearful expressions rather amusing. The more she jested, the more terror gripped their faces, leading them to genuinely believe a bomb was plausible. Nearby guests instinctively retreated several paces, watching Ning Jiaqi with wary eyes. Even the servant holding the gift appeared, slightly trembling with fright. "Oh dear, be careful. It might genuinely explode if it drops," Ning Jiaqi mischievously warned as she observed the gift teetering precariously. When individuals are feeling guilty, they often believe the most ludicrous notions. Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, both Lu Yufei and Lin Ziyuan rushed to catch the falling gift, resulting in a rather clumsy and comical display as they embraced it tightly. What are you so nervous about? I would not waste a substantial sum just to create a bomb for you. Ning Jiaqi shook her head, finding their naivety utterly ridiculous. Even if she wished to retaliate, she would never consider a mutual destruction with them, for they were unworthy of such an extent of her efforts. It was laughable that they would even believe such a thing. Although Ning Jiaqi's words were harsh, it was evident that she spoke no falsehood. Having already concluded her thoughts, Lin Ziyuan bravely began to unwrap the gift, only to discover that within the box lay nothing more than an ordinary umbrella. What? Not only Lin Ziyuan and Lu Yufei, but everyone present was perplexed by the significance of this gift. Could it possibly be a concealed weapon? What does it mean? Lin Ziyuan blurted out, gazing at the umbrella with confusion. Ning Jiaqi stood up and took a few steps closer. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, everyone instinctively stepped back, parting to create a path for her. Standing beneath the stage, she looked up at Lin Ziyuan and Lu Yufei with a cold gaze, her lips parting slightly as she spoke in a chilling tone. If you do not raise it, it is a clear day. What? As soon as Ning Jiaqi uttered those words, a momentary stillness enveloped the room as they processed her statement. However, once they regained their composure, Lin Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically, while some even found it amusing enough to stifle a laugh. Well then, the gift has been delivered. I shall not intrude further upon your engagement banquet. Ning Jiaqi chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Shen Rongqing before finally resting her gaze on Lu Yufei. Since I have come, it would be rather stingy of me not to offer a blessing. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. May the wretches pair with the dogs. A match made in heaven, sparing the world from your mischief. Ning Jiaqi's lips curled into a mocking smile as she declared, life is eternal, and mischief is relentless. Indeed, the offspring of a rat is destined to dig holes. Inheritance is truly a fascinating phenomenon. This remark was a scathing critique aimed at all three, as she found no satisfaction in any of them. After finishing her words, Ning Jiaqi turned to leave, and many guests present found her actions remarkably impressive. Among them were several former classmates. This scene, along with Ning Jiaqi's remarks, had long circulated on school forums and Weibo. It was truly a splendid spectacle. Ning Jiaqi, this is our Lu family. How dare you come and go as you please? Shen Rongqing's eyes turned red with anger, her forehead veins bulging, and she glared fiercely at Ning Jiaqi. Chapter 036. You are my precious daughter. It seems that Mrs. Shen is not the one in charge of the Lu family. Ning Jiaqing's words brimmed with sarcasm. Without waiting for their response, she briskly exited the hall and stepped out of the villa. Outside, a crimson limited edition Maserati awaited her. As she opened the door and glanced inside, she recognized a familiar figure in a tailored suit seated in the back. Only then did she get in. The vehicle then departed without a hint of hesitation. Since when did you become so ostentatious with a red Maserati? She remarked. Isn't it a gift? Do you like it? The man replied without a moment's pause. Are you joking? Am I supposed to drive this myself? Ning Jiaqi responded with evident disdain, considering her driving skills. She could barely handle a factory vehicle without crashing it. How about hiring a chauffeur? The man suggested tentatively. Please spare me. Ning Jiaqi retorted irately. You know very well that I am the sole heir. The man appeared somewhat helpless as he said, well, that's true. Huh. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle. Good. As long as you're laughing. I was worried you might be upset today, he said, sounding relieved. What could I possibly be upset about? They should be the ones feeling discontent, she replied with a calm and carefree demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the day's events. It was apparent that, after Ning Jiaqi's earlier outburst, the engagement banquet could not possibly continue. Even if the engagement were to go ahead, today's incidents would significantly impact Lin Ziyuan's future endeavors. His ambition to gain a few years of advantage by associating with Lu Yufei had been dashed, leaving many of his aspirations in ruins. But you, on the day of your precious daughter's engagement, failed to make an appearance. Doesn't tea that strike a blow? Ning Jiaqi rested her cheek on her hand, her elbow propped against the car door, turning to observe the man beside her, who, despite being over 50, retained a vigorous spirit. The headlights from passing cars illuminated the figure, revealing him to be Lu Huayuan. "You are truly my beloved daughter, while she is nothing." Lu Huayuan expressed his disdain for Lu Yufei. Indeed, Ning Jiaqi and Lu Yufei were half-sisters. Ning Jiaqi was well aware of this fact, although Lu Yufei remained oblivious. Just as Ning Jiaqi had previously alluded, Lu Yufei had ascended to her position through dubious means. However, it was not the conventional narrative of infidelity and abandonment. Rather, it was Shun Rongqing who, taking advantage of Lu Huayuan's inebriation during social engagements, had climbed into his bed and secretly given birth to a child, using this to blackmail him. The crux of the matter lay in Shun Rongqing's deliberate provocation of Ning Jiaqi's mother, leading to her tragic suicide. Yet, Ning Jiaqi did not believe her mother had taken her own life, nor did Lu Huayuan, as the incident had occurred so unexpectedly. Despite extensive private investigations, no substantial evidence had surfaced. Consequently, they had decided to let Shun Rongqing into their lives, intending to conduct a thorough inquiry afterward. Nevertheless, Lu Huayuan's attitude toward them remained indifferent, far from the affection described by outsiders. Lu Huayuan has meticulously shielded Ning Jiaqi from public scrutiny, ensuring that she has never appeared before others as his daughter. Nevertheless, Lu Huayuan genuinely cherishes Ning Jiaqi, always bringing her gifts upon his return from business trips, and considering her first in every matter. "Are you certain about your actions today?" Although Ning Jiaqi has matured, Lu Huayuan remains unable to quell his concerns for her well-being. Chapter 037. Will we be neighbors? Ning Jiaqi did not refute Lu Huayuan's words. However, if they did not take action, the initial endeavors would be rendered meaningless. Since entering the Lu family, Shun Rongqing had become much more restrained. No matter how she probed, no flaws could be uncovered. Therefore, if Ning Jiaqi wished for Shun Rongqing to regard her as a thorn in her side, she would need to employ a series of subtle tactics. Following these clues, Ning Jiaqi was confident that she could unearth leads from a decade prior. "You need not take such risks. My father could come as well," Lu Huayuan said earnestly to Ning Jiaqi. "Old man, you're no longer young and cannot afford to be put through such trials." Indeed, Lu Huayuan had ample reasons to compel Shun Rongqing to act against her again. However, as Ning Jiaqi had pointed out, he was more fragile than she was in this regard. Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of compassion. Besides, she was not as powerless as she appeared. Shun Rongqing and Lu Yufei would do well to consider their own capabilities before attempting to confront her. "Do not worry. I'm well aware of my own strength," Ning Jiaqi reassured Lu Huayuan with a smile. "With your hidden ace, what do I have to fear?" Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's unwavering trust in him, a look of gratification spread across Lu Huayuan's face. "Care and concern can lead to confusion. Comrade Lu, be cautious not to reveal any weaknesses," Ning Jiaqi gently reminded him. "Yes, I understand," Lu Huayuan nodded, then asked again, "You should accept this car. I've already purchased it. If you don't mind it turning into a heap of scrap metal in a day or two," he mused. "Actually, you should not drive it." After contemplating, he changed his mind, shaking his head. "It's too dangerous." Ning Jiaqi shrugged innocently. "It doesn't matter, since you've bought it. It will look nice parked at home." Lu Huayuan dismissed the concern lightly. "Please, no. There's nowhere to park," Ning Jiaqi insisted. "It will be better to send me cash than a car." "Would you prefer cash then?" "No, I was just joking." Ning Jiaqi waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not short on money. Where are we headed?" Ning Jiaqi glanced out the window, realizing this was not the way home. "I bought you a villa," Lu Huayuan casually stated. "Shanha Garden. The environment is exquisite. Resident information is confidential, and access is strictly controlled. If you reside there, Shun Rongqing will not be able to investigate." "Shanha Garden? ISNT, that where Fu Qiyan lives? So we will be neighbors? How frightening." "Comrade Lu, don't you think it's inappropriate for someone freshly graduated, without a job or notable family background, to reside in such an upscale house?" Ning Jiaqi understood that whenever there was something valuable, regardless of its utility to her, Lu Huayuan would procure it for her. There is nothing inappropriate about it. This is a privilege that others cannot envy, Lu Huayuan countered without perceiving any fault in the situation. Ning Jiaqi found herself at a loss for words. In this regard, Lu Huayuan possessed a unique stubbornness. Ning Jiaqi rested her chin on the half-open car window, lost in thought as the vehicle gradually made its way into Shana Garden. She remained oblivious to a black Kian that passed by her side. "We have arrived, my dear. Time to get out," Lu Huayuan said, reaching over to tousle Ning Jiaqi's hair. She replied, stepping out of the car. A glance around reminded her that Fu Qiyin resided in number 8 garden. Such proximity. Chapter 038. Why do you say everything out loud? Uncle, I can offer my apologies. Fu Qiyin maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression inscrutable as he entered the room, only to be met with the anguished wails of Chu Jinghan. His icy gaze swept over the scene, landing on Chu Jinghan, who knelt in the living room, burdened by a few logs on her back, her knees cushioned by a soft pillow, presenting a somewhat pitiful sight. However, Fu Qiyin, impervious to her plight, strode past her and settled onto the sofa. His thin lips pressed together, his expression devoid of emotion. The contours of his face appeared more resolute. Even from her position on the floor, Chu Jinghan could sense the silent fury emanating from Fu Qiyin. Internally, she lamented the ill timing of her confession. Had she inadvertently walked into a hornet's nest? Who could possibly have the power to incite such ire in her uncle? Uncle? Chu Jinghan tentatively called out to Fu Qiyin, seeking to broach the subject. "Speak," he replied, his gaze still averted. Seeing his uncle's tumultuous mood, Chu Jinghan inhaled deeply and confessed. "I did not intentionally reveal your phone number to that beauty." At the mention of certain keywords, Fu Qiyin finally turned his attention to her. "Did she coerce you?" The fact that he was finally looking at her made Chu Jinghan feel a chill run down her spine. Well, it seems like her eyes darted away, betraying her unease as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Speak the truth," Fu Qiyin warned, his eyes narrowing ominously. "No one forced me," she asked, "and I simply told her." Chu Jinghan mumbled, lowering her head. "Truly, I told her to never betray me." "Did your uncle inquire about how she came by your number?" Chu Jinghan suddenly lifted her head, sensing the possibility. "No, it was just a casual question." Upon hearing Fu Qiyin's response, Chu Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Beauty, could we not be so reckless? A little resistance would be appreciated. Why does everything spill forth so easily? Did she mention this matter to you?" "Not exactly. We just chatted on Weibo, and then she casually brought it up," Chu Jinghan replied candidly. "Weibo?" Fu Qiyin pondered, recalling a girl's words about engaging with Weibo to avoid being out of touch with the world. "Yes, uncle, did you not know this?" Chu Jinghan, ever the fool, prompted him with a question. Fu Qian's expression grew even colder. "Let me see," he commanded. "Huh?" Chu Jinghan was taken aback by this request. She never imagined her uncle, a man of such stern demeanor, would show interest in such trivial matters. Nevertheless, since Fu Qiyin had asked, how could she refuse? "Here you go, uncle." As Chu Jinghan knelt somewhat far from Fu Qiyin, she maintained her position on the soft pillow, inching closer like a crab, and respectfully handed her phone to him. "Look, uncle, this is the conversation I had with the beauty on Weibo yesterday." Chu Jinghan was completely subjugated under Fu Qian's overwhelming presence, opening her Weibo to show him. Fu Qian's gaze fell upon Ning Jiaqi's post from last night. Betrayed, backstabbed by her close friend, and yet attending an engagement banquet tonight? How could she possibly be here? His slender fingers glided over the screen, perusing the chat history, his eyes growing sharper and colder, seemingly indifferent to him. Chapter 039. They're all the same. Fu Qiyin continued to scroll down, casually refreshing the page, only to find several new comments under Ning Jiaqi's Weibo post from last night. Captain of the patrol team. The latest report from the front lines. The beauty donned a champagne-colored Chanel off-the-shoulder gown that cascaded to the floor, her softly curled hair flowing elegantly behind her. Striking and alluring, she certainly attracts far more attention than certain others. Captain of the patrol team. Indeed, the beauty is not one to be jealous. Oh no, that is not quite right. She is not one to be trifled with. She sent a gift accompanied by a few casual remarks, leaving them to mistake it for a bomb. The fright was hilarious. Captain of the patrol team. Can you guess what the beauty sent? Chubawan what? Chu Jinghan watched her uncle intently, her fingers swiftly typing 2 characters in response. Clearly impressed. How could he respond so quickly? although she too was eager to know what Ning Jiaqi had gifted. Captain of the patrol team. The beauty's gift was exquisitely wrapped, but upon unwrapping, it turned out to be an ordinary umbrella. An umbrella? Why? What does it mean? Chu Jinghan couldn't help but voice her confusion. A flicker of doubt also crossed Fu Qian's eyes. Yet he chose not to express it as openly as Chu Jinghan did. Several comments beneath the Weibo post echoed similar inquiries, while others complained about the captain's penchant for suspense. Fu Qian continued refreshing the page, eagerly awaiting the captain's response. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a newly posted Weibo by Ning Jiaqi. Ning Marin V. Upon seeing the comments, some are asking why send an umbrella. Well, if you do not raise it, it shall be a sunny day. Dancing, haha, how ruthless. Chu Jinghan also caught sight of this and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The beauty schemes are truly ingenious. A glimmer of interest sparked in Fu Qian's eyes. He could easily envision the mischievous glint in Ning Jiaqi's expression when she uttered those words. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, only to be stifled abruptly. Fu Qian recalled the moment when he passed by the limited edition red Maserati, catching a glimpse of Ning Jiaqi lost in thought, her head resting against the car window. Though it was but a fleeting glance, he was certain she was accompanied by a man, driving a limited edition vehicle and residing at Shauna Garden. It was evident that this man held a significant status. With a sense of disdain, he realized that it was yet another instance of someone clinging to her. They were all the same. Disinterested. Fu Qian tossed Chu Jinghan's phone to the other side of the sofa. Chu Jinghan could clearly sense Fu Qian's displeasure. He was sulking, and it was rather unexpected. What she said that was amiss? Or was it simply her manner of breathing that had offended him? Indeed, her uncle's temperament was unpredictable, making him a figure not to be trifled with. Daring not to ask, she cautiously stole a glance at Fu Qian and carefully retrieved her phone from the corner of the sofa. "Young master, you have returned. Miss Ning's token of gratitude has been delivered," said Chun Ma, presenting a neatly packaged square gift box to Fu Qian. Fu Qian's brows unconsciously knitted together, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Before Chu Jinghan could inquire further about why Ning Jiaqi intended to express gratitude to her uncle, she was met with Fu Qian's icy voice that could chill to the bone. "Throw it away." It was devoid of warmth, lacking the slightest hesitation. Chapter 040. Indeed, it is the style of my beloved Ning. Huh? Chu Jinghan was taken aback and somewhat puzzled, wondering why it seemed that the beauty had provoked Fu Qian's ire. He had several questions. Why should he send a thank you gift to his uncle? Why was his uncle so resistant? "Young master, this." Chen Ma hesitated, recalling how well Fu Qian had previously interacted with Ning Jiaqi. It seemed unlikely that he would be so indifferent merely because of a gift from her. "Uncle, please don't discard it yet. Take a look first." It was carefully selected by the beauty, Chu Jinghan urged as he prepared to retrieve the item. Fu Qian remained noncommittal. His earlier insistence on throwing it away stemmed from an inexplicable emotion stirring within him. However, since Chu Jinghan had suggested otherwise, he decided to follow along. Yet, Fu Qian made no further movements or utterances. "Uncle, shall I open it now?" Chu Jinghan inquired, carefully observing Fu Qian's demeanor. Noticing no overt signs of anger, he felt emboldened. "Berluti shoes." Chu Jinghan examined the shoebox from every angle, exclaiming, such an extravagant gift from the beauty. For Fu Qian, such luxury was commonplace. He primarily wore bespoke, high-end shoes. However, for Ning Jiaqi, it was astonishing that someone had managed to gather all her information and present it to him within a single night. He could not determine whether her appearance was mere coincidence or if it harbored ulterior motives. An ordinary girl who had just graduated from university, lacking an impressive lineage and seemingly without family. She appeared almost like an orphan. How could someone of her background afford such shoes? Fu Qian's thoughts drifted back to earlier events, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Had she perhaps found a more easily swayed benefactor than himself? Incredibly, this was indeed the essence of my beloved Ning. Upon opening the shoebox, Chu Jinghan was left speechless. Hearing Chu Jinghan's astonishment, Fu Qian reluctantly glanced over, only to find 2 pairs of ordinary cotton slippers lying quietly within a box. One pair looked particularly familiar, while the other pair sported adorable bunny ears, causing Fu Qian's lips to twitch slightly. Why did she always manage to redefine his perceptions of her? Ning Jiaqi returned home, having taken a shower, with a towel casually draped over her damp hair. She settled in front of her computer and logged into the game she had been playing, Spirit Sword Jianghu. Indeed, Ning Jiaqi had returned to her modest single apartment. Lu Huayuan had offered to show her around, stating that he would leave soon due to work commitments. Feeling exhausted from the day's endeavors, Ning Jiaqi shook her head, recognizing that Lu was concerned about her feelings and had come to comfort her. She was fully aware of his intentions and deeply appreciative. Thus, she vowed not to let Shun Rongqing and Lu Yufei off easily. Absolutely not. In recent days, I have been so occupied that I scarcely found time to indulge in gaming. Upon logging in, I was greeted by a flurry of discussions in the guild chat regarding our previous offline gathering. Occasionally, I even overheard some self-deprecating remarks, which were rather excessive. Ning Jiaqi decided to mute the guild channel and proceeded to engage in her daily tasks. After completing them, she heard the sound of fishing and idly waiting by Ling Chuan, followed by a notification from her phone. Ning Jiaqi glanced at her phone, which rested beside her mouse, revealing an unfamiliar number that, for some inexplicable reason, seemed vaguely familiar. Chapter 041. Uncle, you have gained. Ning Jiaqi rested her left hand on the towel atop her head, diligently drying her hair, while her right hand grasped her phone. She pressed the call button and brought the device to her ear, her tone languid as she greeted, "Hello, who is this?" A sudden silence fell on the other end, an eerie stillness that lingered. "Speak up or hang up." The prolonged quiet made Ning Jiaqi suspect the call had not gone through, or that the caller had disconnected. She raised her phone to her eyes, her brow furrowing in confusion. "It's me," a deep, resonant voice replied. "Who?" Ning Jiaqi instinctively inquired, her annoyance palpable. She detested such calls where the other party merely declared their identity without any context. Come on, they were speaking over the phone. How could she possibly know who they were? Fu Qian. The atmosphere grew awkward. Ning Jiaqi, still somewhat dazed, recalled the familiarity of the phone number. "Uncle, is there something you need?" she asked, puzzled. She had assumed that after delivering her token of gratitude, their interactions would cease. What could this unexpected call signify? "You haven't saved my number," he stated, his tone tinged with discontent. Ning Jiaqi had thought it unnecessary to save his contact, believing they would not cross paths again. "So, uncle, what is it that you want?" The term uncle rolled off her tongue with increasing ease, deliberately avoiding the earlier topic. Aware of the girl's attempt to divert the conversation, Fu Qian did not press the matter. However, a hint of displeasure lingered in his voice. "Your so-called token of gratitude consists of 2 pairs of slippers. What would you took from me?" People say, a feather from 1,000 miles carries a weight of sentiment. Moreover, my gift far exceeds the value of a mere feather. Look, uncle, I borrowed a pair of slippers from you and returned them, plus an additional pair. You've made a profit, did you know that? Standing by the room's floor-to-ceiling window, the cold, luminous moonlight illuminated Fu Qian's profile, accentuating his chiseled features. Listening to the cheerful, mischievous tone and the absurdity of the conversation left him at a loss for words. What does that Berluti shoebox signify? Fu Qian finally voiced his confusion, struggling to grasp Ning Jiaqi's meaning. Ning Jiaqi paused in her hair drying, then resumed, dismissively explaining, "Uncle, considering your stature, gifting you just a pair of slippers seems rather inadequate. People are judged by their appearances. A good presentation can elevate one's status immensely. Don't you agree? You have no idea how long I pleaded with the shop owner to part with that box. This gift was not easily acquired. It holds significance. Should I thank you for this? There's no need for formality. It's..." Before Ning Jiaqi could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Tyrant. Must it always end this way? He would say what he needed, glean his information, and then hang up. Ning Jiaqi resentfully saved the number from her call log, labeling it as tyrant. Although she believed that she and he would likely never communicate again, she thought it prudent to keep the number, for one never knows when circumstances may arise. After all, life is filled with unpredictable twists and turns, is it not? Ultimately, it is merely a number. one that does not consume significant memory on her phone. Chapter 042. The Proud Master. After Fu Qian hung up the phone with Ning Jiaqi, he promptly called Qin Zheng to inquire about the owner of the vehicle with the license plate, A6666N. Young master, you should check with the traffic police for the owner. Qin Zheng felt quite exasperated, as Fu Qian often disturbed him late at night, significantly disrupting his marital bliss. Isn't it just easier to pay the traffic police for the information? A hint of danger emanated from Fu Qian's tone, causing Qin Zheng to shiver slightly, and he complied without hesitation. All right, young master, I will provide you with the details regarding the owner of a 6666N by tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Without receiving a response from Fu Qian, the call abruptly ended with a busy tone. This proud master, after addressing his own matters, simply hung up. Qin Zheng sighed. After all, such a high salary came with its burdens. For the sake of his income, he resigned himself to his fate. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was already past 10 o'clock. Disturbing others at this hour was rather inconsiderate. Thus, he sent a brief message to a friend in the traffic police department, awaiting the information to be sent the following day. After all, inquiries about vehicle ownership were not uncommon, and everyone was well versed in the routine. As agreed with Fu Qian, they would discuss further developments the next day. Young master, here is the information you requested. The following day, Qin Zheng, serving as both assistant and driver, arrived at Shana Garden to pick up Fu Qian for work. Once Fu Qian entered the vehicle, Qin Zheng handed him the documents neatly stored in a file. Fu Qian's expression remained inscrutable as he extracted the papers from the folder. To his surprise, the owner was Ning Jiaqi. Whether she purchased the vehicle herself or received it as a gift remained unclear. Surveillance footage indicated that the car eventually parked in the garage of Unit 6 at Shana Garden. Qin Zheng, being meticulous in his work, checked the ownership records for Unit 6 and discovered it was also registered under Ning Jiaqi's name. Fu Qian's demeanor grew more austere. He had indeed encountered a remarkable benefactor, gifts of both a car and a house. If Ning Jiaqi were to see this information, she would undoubtedly express her outrage, as she had assured him that the regulations here were strict and the ownership details hard to uncover. However, the ability to investigate such matters often depended on the individual. In the entire capital, how many dared to disregard Fu Qian's authority? Thus, whatever Fu Qian wished to uncover was effortlessly within his reach. Nevertheless, the sheer cleanliness of Ning Jiaqi's background led Fu Qian to suspect there was more concealed beneath the surface. Young master, I've uncovered additional information regarding Miss Ning. Qin Zheng had merely conducted a routine check, yet he stumbled upon a rather explosive revelation. Fu Qian remained silent, but Qin Zheng, catching a glimpse of the sharp glint in Fu Qian's eyes from the rearview mirror, felt compelled to divulge the details without further ado. That very night, less than 5 minutes after the red Maserati entered the garage, a black Maybach exited from Unit 6. I also took the liberty of checking the owner, who turned out to be Lu Huayuan, the chairman of the Lu Corporation. Lu Corporation? Lu Huayuan? The crux of the matter is that Miss Ning attended the engagement banquet of Miss Lu that very evening, while Mr. Lu was conspicuously absent from the celebration. Qin Zheng found himself perplexed. How could he not attend his own daughter's engagement, yet be fervently involved with his daughter's rival? What could possibly explain this situation? Chapter 043. Are you teaching him a lesson, or is he teaching you? The relationship between Ning Jiaqi and Lu Huayuan is indeed shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to unravel. After all, the individuals involved are numerous and complex, seemingly unrelated, are they not? Mr. Lu has consistently maintained a positive reputation in the industry, portraying himself as a devoted husband and doting father. Meanwhile, Miss Ning does not strike one as a person driven by vanity. Could there be a misunderstanding at play? Though Qin Zheng has known Ning Jiaqi for only a short time, he distinctly perceives that their esteemed young master harbors a rather unique attitude toward her. It is rare for such a perennial bachelor to encounter a woman who captivates his attention. To extinguish a budding affection before it flourishes would be cruel indeed. She possesses quite the talent, having only met thrice, yet eliciting such fervor from him. Fu Qian's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his eyes flickering with an enigmatic emotion. Qin Zheng found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence. He had merely wished to create an opportunity for their young master. Yet it appeared that the latter was unappreciative of such gestures, displaying an infuriatingly reticent demeanor. One could only wonder when he might finally embrace a bride. Despite Fu Qian's dismissive words, he could not shake the feeling that Ning Jiaqi was different. However, material possessions, such as houses and cars, loomed large in his mind. Ultimately, she was merely an inconsequential figure. Why should he trouble himself over her? Fu Qian tossed the documents into the back seat, closing his eyes and feigning sleep, coldly stating, "Do not mention her again. Who is she, after all?" Qin Zheng felt a desire to tease Fu Qian, but he quickly quelled it. After all, the latter was his benefactor, and such thoughts were best left unvoiced. Unbeknownst to Ning Jiaqi, she had become a subject of Fu Qian's strict prohibition against discussion. However, this had little impact on her, as she had never contemplated any intersection with Fu Qian. Their previous encounters were merely coincidences. Ning Jiaqi sat in a CAF, awaiting Hua Xiaoyu, who had only reached out a week after their drunken night, suggesting they go out for shopping and coffee. "My dear, you've arrived so early." Hua Xiaoyu, dressed in a princess gown, radiated a rosy charm as she sat across from Ning Jiaqi, her smile suggesting she had completely moved past the pain of betrayal and heartbreak. "I say, Miss Hua, do you not care to inquire about my well-being?" Ning Jiaqi teased. "Inquire about what?" Hua Xiaoyu paused, then suddenly recalled, "Oh, are you referring to your grand display at Liu Yufei's engagement party? You were incredible. I wish I could have been there. It was impressive. Thank you for the compliment. But that is not what I meant. What else could it be?" Hua Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Why didn't you ask your brother to take me along when he whisked you away? If only I had left with you. So many subsequent events could have been avoided." "What? Gu Dongcheng left you all alone there?" Hua Xiaoyu was evidently hearing about this matter for the first time, and in her indignation, she exclaimed, "How could he be so ungentlemanly? This is utterly outrageous. When I return, I shall give him a proper lesson." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Jiaqi seemed to perceive something, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of insight, and a subtle, ambiguous smile crept upon her lips. "Are you the one who will teach him a lesson, or is it he who will be instructing you?" "My dear, what are you insinuating?" Chapter 044. "I shall take you gallivanting through the marketplace." Ning Jiaqi playfully pointed to her collarbone, wearing a suggestive smile. It appeared that Hua Xiaoyu understood the implication. Tugging at her collar in an attempt to cover herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "And no, that's not it," Hua Xiaoyu stammered, her face aglow. "What are you so flustered about? Why the blush?" Ning Jiaqi interlocked her fingers beneath her chin, smiling as she spoke. "It's entirely natural, you know. After all, you and he are merely siblings brought together in a blended family. There is no blood relation, no deep connection. Furthermore, recalling Gu Dongqing's intense possessiveness towards Hua Xiaoyu that day, it seemed exceedingly effortless for him to win over an inexperienced young woman. To be candid, Yang Cheng paled in comparison to even a single toe of Gu Dongqing. If Gu Dongqing were genuinely sincere towards Hua Xiaoyu, then she would likely find happiness, at the very least, far surpassing any joy she might experience with Yang Cheng. "I understand, but..." Hua Xiaoyu, grappling with her own troubles, shook her head, opting for silence. "My dear, you must come to terms with this. Lin Ziyuan is a scoundrel we ought to reject." "Xiaoyu, would you believe me if I said I have known all along about Lin Ziyuan's affair with Liu Yufei?" "What?" Hua Xiaoyu's surprise was palpable. "I gave him an opportunity, yet he chose power over loyalty." Ning Jiaqi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "I am merely curious about what Lin Ziyuan hopes to gain from Liu Yufei. Regardless, what truly mattered was that Hua Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. The weight of this revelation was considerable, and although Hua Xiaoyu found it challenging to process, it paled in significance compared to Ning Jiaqi's well-being. "It doesn't matter. I have no expectations of love," that elusive concept. Ning Jiaqi maintained a remarkably open perspective. Hua Xiaoyu's newfound connection with Gu Dongqing had rendered Yang Cheng's betrayal and their subsequent breakup less significant and less painful. "All right, let's go shopping for clothes," Hua Xiaoyu exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, eager to set aside the unpleasant matters. "When I was in school, my brother would skimp on my allowance, making me save every penny for living expenses and meals." Ning Jiaqi rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe Hui Xiaoyu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Clearly, Gu Dongxing harbored feelings for Hui Xiaoyu. His actions effectively kept unsavory individuals at bay. Indeed, it had driven away the opportunistic scoundrels lurking nearby. Quite commendable. Hui Xiaoyu was devoid of ulterior motives. Bolstered by Gu Dongxing's support, she was unlikely to suffer any losses. Now I shall spend all the money I saved over the 4 years of university, she declared mischievously, a crafty grin on her face as she turned to Ning Jiaqi. Come, my dear, I shall lead you through the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiaqi's lips curved into a smile as she rose to accompany her to the mall. Seated on the store's sofa, Ning Jiaqi watched as Hui Xiaoyu emerged from the fitting room, arms laden with garments she had tried on, dashing to her side. In hushed tones, she whispered in her ear, "My dear, the clothes here are exorbitantly priced. I just glanced at the tag, and this dress costs over 20,000. I simply cannot afford it." Ning Jiaqi could not help but let out a chuckle. "My dear, have you forgotten? Your allowance is no longer under your control. You can simply wave your hand and purchase clothes at will." Hui Xiaoyu's family was already well off, and with her mother marrying Gu Dongxing's father. Gu Dongxing's wealth exceeded hundreds of millions. Did she still need to consider the price when buying a piece of clothing? Chapter 045, The Superficial Eye. Alas, after 4 years of a frugal existence, I have become accustomed to it. Hui Xiaoyu slapped her forehead, suddenly recalling and chuckling awkwardly. Indeed, I need not concern myself with prices at all. With newfound determination, Hui Xiaoyu straightened her posture. "My dear, do take a look and see if there is anything that catches your fancy." Observing Ning Jiaqi quietly seated, trying on clothes, Hui Xiaoyu could not help but speak up. "It's quite all right, I have money. Despite my brother's rather shabby appearance, he is quite adept at making a living." Hui Xiaoyu's tone shifted as she mentioned Gu Dongxing. Having spent 4 years in college with Ning Jiaqi, she was well aware that Ning had no known relatives. Their monthly allowance was not particularly meager, yet neither was it lavish. Thus, Hui Xiaoyu assumed that the exorbitant prices of the garments deterred Ning Jiaqi from trying them on. Hui Xiaoyu truly wished to share exquisite items with Ning Jiaqi rather than merely allowing her to observe from a distance. However, upon reflection, she felt her words might convey a sense of boastfulness and hastily clarified, "My dear, I didn't mean it that way." "I understand," Ning Jiaqi reassured her, knowing full well that Hui Xiaoyu harbored no ulterior motives. Money is not an issue. Having enough clothes is sufficient. To be candid, Ning Jiaqi was indeed financially secure. Yet acquiring numerous garments proved exhausting, as selecting an outfit could take an eternity. The act of trying on clothes was tiresome. She was simply not fond of the back-and-forth process. How dare a pauper flaunt wealth, pretending not to be destitute when they clearly cannot afford it? The biting words echoed from the entrance. "Hui Xiaoyu, can you truly afford the clothing here? Do you even dare to try it on?" Just indulging in a fleeting thrill, knowing you cannot purchase anything? The mocking, disdainful remarks caused Ning Jiaqi to furrow her brow. The speakers were none other than Lu Yufei, Yi Leirui, and several other young ladies from affluent families. The initial scornful comment towards Ning Jiaqi emerged from Lu Yufei's lips, given Lu Yufei's prominent social status among them. Her words incited a chorus of ridicule from the others. Do you lack discernment? Who would allow her to try on clothing, knowing she could not compensate for any damage? Yi Leirui directly pressured the shop assistant. "Miss, please remove our garments. Should they be damaged, she could not possibly afford to replace them." The shop assistant, equally superficial, perceived the disparity in wealth upon hearing Lu Yufei's remarks, immediately deeming Ning Jiaqi and her companion as pathetically impoverished. After all, Lu Yufei and her companions were adorned in designer brands, while Ning Jiaqi and Hui Xiaoyu wore clothing devoid of any labels. With social hierarchies established, the assistant naturally understood whom to appease. Hui Xiaoyu was utterly infuriated, her face flushed with indignation. "Who says we cannot afford it?" she retorted angrily, glaring at the assistant. "I wouldn't even consider your store's clothing. Can't afford it? Yet you dare to claim you look down on it." The assistant scoffed dismissively. "You." Hui Xiaoyu was on the verge of arguing further when Ning Jiaqi interjected, stopping her. "Xiaoyu, please change your clothes first." Ning Jiaqi's voice was gentle. instantly soothing Hui Xiaoyu's temper. Aware that Ning Jiaqi was not one to be easily trifled with, she turned and entered the fitting room to change out of her original attire. I knew it. You've backed down, haven't you? This place is certainly not meant for the likes of you. Chapter 046. All of this is for you, I am quite eager to witness the demeanor of you wealthy young ladies. Ning Jiaqi naturally crossed her legs and, with a playful smile, remarked surely, each of you feels a tinge of embarrassment for not purchasing at least 10 or 20 sets, do you not? It would be enlightening for us humble folk to observe how the daughters of affluent families engage in shopping. Having changed her attire, Hui Xiaoyu overheard Ning Jiaqi's subtle provocation directed at Lu Yufei and could not help but join in, employing the same tactic to incite them. She settled beside Ning Jiaqi. Her previous indignation dissipated, now merely curious to see how they would falter under Ning Jiaqi's clever machinations. It was evident that her friend, the enchanting Ning, would not allow them to remain so brazen. They are clearly unaccustomed to the finer things in life. Lu Yufei, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Ning Jiaqi's words, merely scoffed at her. Oh, Miss Lu, do enlighten us on the ways of the world. After speaking, Ning Jiaqi discreetly sent a message from her phone, promptly freezing Lu Yufei's credit card, every last one of them. It was not long before a reply arrived. Lu, okay. Ning Jiaqi silently tucked away her phone, pleased with her hidden ace up her sleeve. She raised her gaze towards the arrogant Lu Yufei, eager to see how she would continue to flaunt herself. As Lu Yufei and her friends began to select items, Hui Xiaoyu languidly interjected, aren't you supposed to be wealthy? Why not simply splurge on several sets without hesitation? What are you hesitating for? Before Lu Yufei could muster a retort, Ning Jiaqi preemptively responded, after all, if someone has physical imperfections, they cannot simply be treated as a hanger. If they do not try on the clothing, they may end up with pieces that merely collect dust, a waste. That is a fair point, Hui Xiaoyu conceded, her eyes glinting with challenge as she regarded Lu Yufei and her entourage. But really, it's just a few tens of thousands. Surely, the wealthy would not be troubled by such trifles. Indeed, for them, spending lavishly is hardly regarded as wasteful. Ning Jiaqi and Hui Xiaoyu played off each other. Their insinuations unmistakably pointed despite the absence of direct names. The mockery left Lu Yufei and her friends somewhat discomfited. Their earlier bravado now seemed hollow under the scrutiny of Ning Jiaqi and Hui Xiaoyu's gazes. They exchanged glances, acknowledging that spending a few tens of thousands on a few dresses was hardly a concern. You need not look any further. Consider these a gift for me. Lu Yufei declared nonchalantly, slapping an entire row of garments onto the checkout counter with remarkable audacity. Yufei, you are too generous. Thank you, Yufei. Unlike certain individuals who pretend to be affluent while unable to afford such luxuries. Indeed, utterly shameful, they chimed in unison, as Lu Yufei gleefully glared at Ning Jiaqi. As if to convey that this was mere pocket change, her intent to unsettle Ning Jiaqi was clear. Hello, Miss Lu. Your total is 257,000 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card? The cashier recognized Lu Yufei as the daughter of a wealthy family who frequently patronized the establishment, and thus her demeanor was exceptionally cordial. By card, she replied. Lu Yufei took out her wallet, from which several bank cards were visible. She casually selected one. I thought that by provoking her, she would at least spend around 500 to 600,000. But only 25,000? How dull, Hui Xiaoyu remarked, shaking her head slightly, displaying a hint of disappointment. If Lu Yufei were to frivolously burn through 1 million, that would truly be entertaining. Chapter 047. Oh, who can't show off? Her father's efforts to earn money were no small feat. She certainly did not wish for Lu Yufei to frivolously squander such a significant amount. Let us go. There's nothing more to see here, Hui Xiaoyu declared, her patience wearing thin as she tugged at Ning Jiaqi to leave. Why the rush? Ning Jiaqi gently restrained the restless Hui Xiaoyu, a knowing glint in her eyes as she remarked, the best part is yet to come. Huh? Hui Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. However, observing Ning Jiaqi's demeanor, she chose not to press further. Yet, since Ning Jiaqi had indicated there was more to come, Her anticipation began to build. At times, Hu Xiaoyu found it difficult to decipher Ning Jiaqing's intentions. Ning Jiaqi was exceedingly astute, while Lu Yufei was often lost in her arrogance, completely oblivious to the fact that she had been outmaneuvered by Ning Jiaqi. "Miss Lu, your card has been frozen and cannot be processed." The cashier regretfully informed Lu Yufei as she returned the card to her. "How is that possible?" Lu Yufei, once brimming with confidence, furrowed her brow upon hearing this news. Hu Xiaoyu's instincts told her that Ning Jiaqi must have known something about Lu Yufei's frozen card, or perhaps had orchestrated the situation. "Oh, showing off, who can't do that?" Hu Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to make a snide remark, instantly igniting Lu Yufei's fury. With so many onlookers, Lu Yufei could not afford to lose face. Her intention was to humiliate Ning Jiaqi, not herself. "Try this one." Lu Yufei took a deep breath and produced another card from her wallet. "Miss Lu, I'm afraid this card cannot be processed either." The cashier's response darkened Lu Yufei's expression further as she pulled out all the cards from her wallet and slammed them onto the counter. She was determined to prove that at least one of her cards would work. However, one after another, each card was rejected, leaving her face a canvas of red and white. "Xiaoyu, have you learned anything?" Displaying a collection of useless cards to show off. While they are either frozen or have insufficient balance, is merely a matter of the cards, Ning Jiaqi quipped, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Her words, though devoid of vulgarity, stung Lu Yufei deeply. "I've learned." Hu Xiaoyu chimed in, playing along with the banter. Those around them whispered among themselves, cautious not to voice their thoughts too loudly. They were all too aware of Lu Yufei's temperament. Even if they relished in her misfortune, they would not dare openly mock her. Lu Yufei, seething with rage at both Ning Jiaqi and her own collection of frozen credit cards, clenched her teeth in frustration. She retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed number. Ning Jiaqi could easily surmise that she was calling Lu Huayuan to inquire about the situation with her cards. Ning Jiaqi was confident that even without forewarning him of her intentions, Lu Huayuan would manage to evade accountability. Lu Yufei, consumed by anger, felt like hurling her phone across the room when she discovered that her father's phone was switched off. The more she observed Ning Jiaqi's amused expression, the more her fury intensified. Lu Yufei pondered for a moment, realizing that there was but one individual who could render Ning Jiaqi uncomfortable. Indeed, this person was Lin Ziyuan. Although Ning Jiaqi had stolen the spotlight at her engagement banquet, Lu Yufei understood that it was merely a manifestation of Ning Jiaqi's jealousy and sorrow. The thought of how Ning Jiaqi would weep later brought Lu Yufei an unexpected sense of joy. She found herself stepping outside to make a phone call to Lin Ziyuan. Lu Yufei summoned Lin Ziyuan without divulging the specifics, urging him to arrive promptly. She had no intention of granting Ning Jiaqi any respite. Chapter 048. Putting on a brave face, Miss Lu, regarding these garments. The cashier spoke in ambiguous terms, refraining from directly undermining Lu Yufei's dignity. "What's the rush? It's not my first time purchasing clothes. I had a default on payment?" Lu Yufei cast a sideways glare at the cashier, maintaining her air of superiority. "Yufei, perhaps we should settle the bill for these clothes first," Yi Lerui suggested softly, sensing the mounting awkwardness of the situation. However, Lu Yufei dismissed her suggestion with a sharp glare, making it clear that she was not pleased. Although Lu Yufei remained silent, Yi Lerui instinctively took 2 steps back, realizing her words had displeased Lu Yufei. The others, witnessing Yi Lerui's discomfort, dared not voice their thoughts. They could only wait alongside Lu Yufei, having seen her to make a phone call moments prior. Presumably, she was arranging for someone to bring money. They could afford to wait a little longer, especially with the prospect of receiving complimentary high-end dresses. "Let us go. This is becoming tedious." Observing Lu Yufei seeking external assistance, Ning Jiaqi also found the situation lacking in interest. Ultimately, the outcome would merely involve settling the bill. What else could possibly transpire? As Ning Jiaqi and Hu Xiaoyu prepared to leave the store, they heard Lu Yufei's unfriendly voice. "What is the matter, Ning Jiaqi? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What was there to fear? It was merely a few garments, amounting to 250,000. Lu Yufei, unable to pay the bill herself, had no grounds to claim that she was instilling fear. If you're so capable, why not produce 20 or 30,000? Lu Yufei mocked. I fear you can't even scrape together a couple of thousand. And if I can't, I have no qualms about you labeling me as impoverished. Ning Jiaqi retorted, unlike those who pretend to be affluent while lacking funds. Indeed, it's quite amusing that so many cards couldn't yield a withdrawal. Hua Xiaoyu chimed in boldly, her family's background rivaling that of the Liu family, leaving her unperturbed by the confrontation. Chairman Liu is truly a reasonable man. Not attending the engagement banquet and having his credit cards frozen, having a daughter like you, a mistress, is rather shameful. Ning Jiaqi scoffed, acknowledging the truth in Hua Xiaoyu's words. Even Liu Huayuan had admitted that Lu Yufei was the greatest blemish on his life. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Yuan and I are genuinely in love. Is the unloved one who is the mistress. Lu Yufei retorted vehemently, glaring at Hua Xiaoyu. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Hua Xiaoyu feigned fear, lightly patting her chest and mockingly uttering her words. Let me tell you, Lu Yufei, aside from my brother, I have never feared anyone. Try me if you don't believe it. Ning Jiaqi had not anticipated that Hua Xiaoyu possessed such formidable fighting spirit. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that someone must have trained them. Much like the adage suggests, one should not be bullied by others, but only by oneself. Thus, it is clear that Hua Xiaoyu is firmly under the influence of Gudansheng. Lu Yufei did not anticipate that this naive individual, Hua Xiaoyu, could exhibit such fortitude in her speech. Before Lu Yufei could express her frustration, she heard someone calling her name. Yufei, what's wrong? The gentle and humble voice resonated from outside the shop, a voice so familiar that Ning Jiaqi knew immediately who it belonged to. No wonder she had previously intervened to prevent her from leaving. She was indeed curious about Lu Yufei's intentions. Chapter 49. A difficult situation upon entering the shop. Lin Ziyuan was greeted by the sight of Ning Jiaqi, who was also present. He could not help but call out to her. Ning Jiaqi cast a cold glance at Lin Ziyuan before turning her attention to Lu Yufei, observing her reckless antics with a sense of foreboding. Ziyuan, you've arrived. Lu Yufei chimed, adopting a demeanor that starkly contrasted with her earlier arrogance. She clung to Lin Ziyuan's arm, her voice soft and endearing. Ning Jiaqi instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Hua Xiaoyu mimicking her gesture, confirming that even the most composed individuals found Lu Yufei's behavior unsettling. Feeling the warmth of Lu Yufei's soft presence against his arm, Lin Ziyuan, who was taller than her, could not help but be momentarily distracted by her alluring figure. Is something the matter? Lin Ziyuan steadied his breath and inquired gently. I don't know what happened. My father has canceled all my credit cards, and I currently have no means to pay. Lu Yufei replied, feigning a pitiful expression. How could that be? Lin Ziyuan reached out to pat her head with a smile, reassuring her, Don't worry, I'll cover the bill. Ziyuan, you're truly wonderful, she exclaimed. And with that, she planted a big kiss on his cheek, exuding an air of triumph as she provocatively glanced at Ning Jiaqi. Hua Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety as she observed Ning Jiaqi. Realizing that Lu Yufei's intentions were anything but benign, she had brought Lin Ziyuan over to provoke Jiaqi. However, Ning Jiaqi remained surprisingly composed, her gaze revealing no hint of emotion, as if she were looking at a stranger rather than someone she knew intimately. Recalling what Ning Jiaqi had previously confided about Lin Ziyuan's infidelity with Lu Yufei, Hua Xiaoyu realized that the ones truly in the dark were Lu Yufei and Lin Ziyuan. Nevertheless, this coupling of a scoundrel and a shameless woman was indeed a cause for celebration. Noticing Ning Jiaqi's lack of reaction, Lu Yufei frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. However, she recognized the necessity of settling the bill first. How much is the total? Lin Ziyuan inquired. 257,000 yuan. Sir, will you be paying by card or cash? 257,000? Lin Ziyuan's voice rose incredulously, clearly astonished. Ziyuan, what's wrong? Lu Yufei questioned, puzzled by his reaction. Yufei, can you possibly wear all these clothes? With everyone's gaze fixed upon them, Lin Ziyuan felt compelled to phrase his concern delicately. avoiding a blunt critique of the exorbitant expenditure. "These are all gifts from my lovely sisters," Lu Yufei generously replied. "Indeed, Yufei is the most generous," the group chimed in, expressing their gratitude, leaving Lin Ziyuan feeling trapped in a precarious situation. Internally, Lin Ziyuan harbored resentment. He was well aware of Lu Yufei's extravagant spending habits. Yet he was taken aback by her sheer recklessness. 250,000. This is the entirety of his annual salary at present, and yet. Fortunately, Lu Yufei has been quite generous towards Lin Ziyuan, having previously bestowed upon him a considerable amount in terms of both money and gifts, ensuring that he is not in a position where he cannot even muster the sum of 257,000. However, a rift has begun to form in Lin Ziyuan's heart regarding Lu Yufei. While she may spend freely and without concern, she ought not to harbor any illusions about his finances. Chapter 050. The man who picks up my leftovers. Although Lin Ziyuan felt a twinge of discomfort, he knew that to secure Lu Yufei's affection, he could not afford to defy her in this moment, jeopardizing his own future. With the performance concluded and the audience gathered, might I now take my leave? Ning Jiaqi regarded Lu Yufei's affected demeanor with disdain. Was it not her intention for him to wait for Lin Ziyuan? Now that he had arrived, payment had been rendered, and the show had been sufficiently enjoyed, it was time to disperse, was it not? Ning Jiaqi, in light of our past as roommates, allow me to bestow upon you a token of my generosity. No need to be modest, Lu Yufei declared, not bothering to restrain Ning Jiaqi this time. She carelessly tossed several bags of clothing she had purchased in Ning's direction, speaking in a condescending tone. Lu Yufei's friends erupted in laughter. Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow, evidently disapproving of Lu Yufei's actions, yet he remained silent, unwilling to defend Ning Jiaqi. Ning, however, seemed unfazed, while Hui Xiaoyu, filled with indignation, appeared ready to confront Lu Yufei. Yet, Ning Jiaqi restrained her. Ning raised her gaze to Lu Yufei, a smirk gracing her lips. Lu Yufei, how pitiable you are to have a man pick up my leftovers and don garments that do not even meet my standards. With that, she kicked the discarded clothes back towards Lu Yufei, causing them to scatter across the floor. What did you say? Who do you think you are? What do you have to compare with me? Lu Yufei's frustration, long suppressed, finally erupted as she yelled at Ning Jiaqi. And what are you? Ning Jiaqi retorted, unyielding. Do not presume that your familial wealth will shield you forever. I shall relish witnessing your downfall. Ning's words carried a clear implication, yet Lu Yufei, blinded by rage, failed to grasp their meaning. Observing Lu Yufei's escalating fury, Hui Xiaoyu could no longer remain composed. She was determined to see Lu Yufei receive her comeuppance, as she could not swallow this affront. I'll take down every dress from the racks. I'll cover the entire cost, Hui Xiaoyu proclaimed with audacious confidence. Ning Jiaqi turned to her, puzzled by her intentions, only to see Hui Xiaoyu wink, indicating that her actions were not merely impulsive. Despite Hui Xiaoyu's bold declaration, no store employee moved to retrieve the dresses from the racks. It seemed they had concluded from earlier events that Hui Xiaoyu could not possibly afford the items in this establishment, let alone claim to purchase all the dresses. Laughable. Who do you think you are? You can't afford even one, yet you dare to boast. Lu Yufei's scornful remarks were abruptly halted when Hui Xiaoyu produced a black gold card, momentarily silencing her. Is this sufficient to warrant my claim? Hui Xiaoyu waved the card in the air, a triumphant glint in her eyes. The eyes of the shop assistants sparkled with astonishment. Such a black gold card was possessed by no more than 4 individuals throughout Kyoto. It was utterly unexpected to find it in the hands of such a young girl. One could easily surmise that she must have a profound connection with one of those 4 distinguished gentlemen. This realization prompted them to treat Hui Xiaoyu with the utmost respect. Observing their sudden change in demeanor, Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. Indeed, this world is strikingly realistic. However, one cannot help but wonder what Hui Xiaoyu truly intends to achieve. Chapter 051. Spending a man's money. Lu Yufei furrowed her brows as she observed Hui Xiaoyu, perplexed by the origins of the black gold card in her hand. She contemplated inquiring about it, but quickly surmised that Hui Xiaoyu would likely withhold the information. As anticipated, Hui Xiaoyu did not spare a glance towards Lu Yufei and instead inquired, "How much in total?" "Hello. The total amounts to 13,600,000 yuan." Came the response. Hua Xiaoyu had expressed interest in the dresses on display, estimating there were around 200 pieces, each starting at 30,000 yuan, with many priced even higher. "Swipe the card," Hua Xiaoyu commanded, her eyes unwavering, causing the store clerks to beam with delight. After all, selling such a volume of clothing in a single day significantly boosted their sales performance and commissions, with visions of promotions and pay raises dancing in their heads. Their smiles stretched from ear to ear. Hua Xiaoyu paid without hesitation, reflecting on Lu Yufei's earlier comments and her awkwardness, which felt like a well-deserved slap in the face. Lu Yufei, visibly agitated, experienced a tumult of emotions, her face oscillating between shades of green and white. How had she not known that Hua Xiaoyu was backed by such influential connections? Meanwhile, Yi Lerui, also present, simmered with jealousy, pondering how she must not discover who Hua Xiaoyu's current partner was. After all, if she could seize Yang Cheng, she could surely claim another. Ning Jiaqi caught a glimpse of the jealousy and resentment flickering in Yi Lerui's eyes. Some truths need not be spoken. Ning Jiaqi understood Hua Xiaoyu was under the protection of Gu Dongsheng and was likely free from harm. "Hello, miss. Your clothes have been packaged. Would you like to take them now, or shall we deliver them to you later?" The clerk greeted Hua Xiaoyu with warmth and enthusiasm. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Hua Xiaoyu's eyes as she casually scanned the pile of packaged garments and nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, I'm sorry, but upon reflection, I find that I do not quite like these clothes after all. Please return them." Ning Jiaqi smirked subtly, realizing Hua Xiaoyu had a different agenda. "Miss, are you jesting?" The clerk's smiles froze, caught off guard by her unexpected declaration. "Why would I joke? I haven't even worn these clothes or removed their tags. If I'm dissatisfied, am I not entitled to a refund?" Hua Xiaoyu retorted, her gaze sharp and her tone assertive. "Is this your service? Or is an unfair clause?" The clerks hesitated, reluctant to part with their commission. "Quickly, we still wish to browse other stores." Hua Xiaoyu feigned anger. "Shall I lodge a complaint? Does your store wish to remain operational in Kyoto?" The presence of Hua Xiaoyu's black gold card implied that her patron was not to be trifled with. In the face of her audacity, the clerks dared not inflame the situation further, swallowing their grievances as they begrudgingly processed the returns, one by one. One wonders how such filthy money was acquired, and what pride is there in relying on a man's wealth. Witnessing the arrogance of Hua Xiaoyu, Lu Yufei felt a surge of indignation, unable to refrain from criticizing her. With the same reliance on a man's fortune, how much nobler do you truly feel? Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at Lin Ziyuan, then turned to Lu Yufei and remarked, "Moreover, the caliber of your man pales in comparison to theirs. The disparity between Lin Ziyuan and Gu Dongsheng is indeed vast." Chapter 052. Terribly frightening. Jiaqi's words were clearly veiled jabs at Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan was undoubtedly far more astute than Lu Yufei. He was fully aware of what Ning Jiaqi meant. "Am I mistaken?" Ning Jiaqi retorted with a light chuckle. "Are you not aware of your own worth?" "Jiaqi, I never anticipated you to be this sort of person." Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's disparaging remarks about him, Lin Ziyuan's countenance darkened as he preemptively declared, "Even though we have parted ways, your demeanor truly incites disgust." Initially, Lu Yufei found Jiaqi's comments irksome, but Lin Ziyuan's swift rebuttal, coupled with his evident disdain for Jiaqi, inexplicably brought her a sense of satisfaction. In contrast, Ning Jiaqi remained largely unfazed. How could someone so oblivious to their own faults presume to judge her? Moreover, she had once harbored some feelings for him. His words would have resonated somewhat in the past. However, as time wore on, Lin Ziyuan had gradually eroded her affection for him, rendering his current remarks nothing but off-putting. "Tend to your own affairs. My character is none of your concern," Ning Jiaqi stated as she sauntered past Lin Ziyuan. "Do not provoke me. You're not equipped for this game." With those words, she and Hua Xiaoyu exited the establishment, completely indifferent to the expressions on Lin Ziyuan and Lu Yufei's faces after her statement. "Wow, that was exhilarating," Hua Xiaoyu exclaimed, raising her fists in excitement as they walked. Seeing Lu Yufei and her entourage so arrogant is infuriating. They think their wealth makes them superior, but who doesn't have their own struggles? Indeed, your companion is quite generous, even providing you with a black card. Ning Jiaqi replied, a glint of mockery in her eyes. Generous? I earned that myself. It hardly compares to what he gave me. Xiaoyu retorted, pouting as she linked her arms with Ning Jiaqi's. Yet you still dare to spend so boldly. Ning Jiaqi desert. After all, you did return it, didn't you? The money remains unchanged, and he won't be any wiser. Such ambition. Ning Jiaqi shook her head, gently reminding Xiaoyu of a certain reality. My dear, are you aware that transactions with such black cards typically come with SMS notifications? I suppose that is true. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, as if she had just realized the implications of her actions. However, before she could fully process this revelation, her phone rang. Perhaps out of guilt. Upon seeing Gu Dongsheng's name flash on the screen, Xiaoyu panicked and accidentally dropped her phone. Is this really necessary? What about your previous bravado during the purchases? She lamented, racing to retrieve her phone as it lay some distance away. Noticing the call had not yet ended, Xiaoyu turned to Ning Jiaqi, her expression one of distress. What should I do, beautiful? Hello. Are you still afraid of him calling you, even across the phone? What is there to be anxious about? Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but find it amusing to see Xiaoyu so timid. It was evident that she was thoroughly captivated by Gu Dongsheng. Yes, indeed. I mustn't frighten myself. After hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, Xiaoyu seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath, as if preparing for battle, and connected the call. Chapter 053. Lianqing Club hearing the quivering voice of Xiaoyu on the phone was more than enough to set nerves on edge. Oh, all right. I shall head over now. Xiaoyu glanced at Ning Jiaqi before continuing her conversation. Can I bring a friend with me? Okay. See you soon, she added sweetly. After hanging up, Xiaoyu clung to Ning Jiaqi, her voice laced with a touch of vulnerability. Please come with me to meet my brother. I would really appreciate your support. I genuinely fear he might hit me. Ning Jiaqi cast a calm glance at Xiaoyu, wondering why she had such little faith in Gu Dongqing's ability to handle her. Let us go, Xiaoyu exclaimed, shaking Ning Jiaqi's arm in a playful manner when she received no immediate response. I am not Gu Dongsheng. I do not fall for your charms so easily. Ning Jiaqi teased with a hint of a smile. My dear, you no longer love me? What happened to our lifelong friendship? Xiaoyu retorted, undeterred by Ning Jiaqi's playful banter. Perhaps you should read more. Otherwise, you may find yourself the subject of ridicule when you speak. Ning Jiaqi advised with a touch of exasperation, pondering whether the term best friends could truly apply to them. Oh, come on. I know you're the academic type. But allow me this misconception. Xiaoyu proudly dismissed her own linguistic missteps. Let us go anyway. It's nearly mealtime. It wouldn't be too bad to treat my brother to a meal, Xiaoyu insisted, and despite her reluctance, Ning Jiaqi was ultimately dragged to Lianqing Club. Lianqing Club stands as the largest entertainment venue in Kyoto, encompassing a plethora of recreational activities, including casinos, auctions, dining, and theatrical performances. Admission to this esteemed establishment is generally reserved for those of significant wealth or status, as the basic expenses would otherwise be prohibitive. Upon arriving by taxi, the duo was promptly intercepted at the entrance. Good day. May I inquire if you ladies hold a membership? The polite attendant inquired. Only members are permitted entry. And to qualify for membership, one must possess wealth, influence, or connections to those who do. Xiaoyu fell into the latter category, having connections. Please hold on. I will have someone come to meet us, she replied nonchalantly, dialing Gu Dongqing's number. It was not long before someone arrived to escort them inside. Wow, there's so many fun things here. Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement as she entered, clearly thrilled by her first visit. Lianqing Club boasts 13 floors, each dedicated to a different form of entertainment. The individual who greeted them led them to the elevator, which ascended directly to the 9th floor. This level housed a restaurant, lavishly adorned, indicating that it was no ordinary establishment. Although the floor space appeared limited, clever architectural design and visual tricks created an illusion of expansiveness. Ning Jiaqi and Xiaoyu were ushered into room 1, where their evening was set to unfold. The design of the private room surpasses that of the exterior, undoubtedly exceeding expectations. Within the private room, there exists not merely a dining area, but also a mahjong table and a billiard table, providing ample entertainment. Guomin. As Ning Jiaqi and Hui Xiaoyu approached the entrance, they heard Gu Dongqing's voice. Ning Jiaqi lifted her gaze, and to her surprise, she discovered that the private room housed not only Gu Dongqing, but also Chapter 054. Are you asking for a beating? Ning Jiaqi and Hui Xiaoyu stood at the entrance, observing 4 men within the private room. 2 of them, with their backs turned, were engrossed in a game of billiards, making it difficult for Ning Jiaqi to recognize them. However, seated on the sofa were 2 individuals, Gu Dongqing, who was preoccupied with his phone, and Fu Qiyan, who sat in silence with a stern expression, doing nothing at all. Who could explain why Fu Qiyan was also present in this place? Was it possible that his appearances were becoming somewhat excessive? Ning Jiaqi pondered whether this occurrence was statistically improbable. It was widely said that Fu Qiyan was the most enigmatic among the 4 young masters of the capital, a rare sight to behold. Yet, how could it be that she had encountered him 3 or 4 times within a single month? Had she committed some grave sin in her past life, resulting in such misfortune? Although her interactions with Fu Qiyan had been relatively pleasant, Ning Jiaqi could not dismiss the unsettling aura that surrounded him, an inherent danger that warned others to keep their distance. While their casual exchanges had been harmless, that was merely because she had not provoked Fu Qian's temper. Individuals like him were indeed perilous, and Ning Jiaqi preferred to avoid any dealings with him. As Ning Jiaqi caught sight of Fu Qiyan, he too noticed her standing at the doorway. Without furrowing his brow, he observed her expression contort into one of displeasure, which stirred a wave of irritation within him. Did she truly find his presence so repugnant? Though he refrained from voicing any derision towards her, his previously expressionless face grew even colder. Meanwhile, Ning Jiaqi acutely sensed the chill emanating from Fu Qiyan, causing her brow to furrow even deeper. There it was. He had flipped his demeanor at the mere sight of her. Had she done something to provoke him? Had she known he would be here, she would have never consented to accompany Hui Xiaoyu. Brother, I thought you said it was just you? Hui Xiaoyu noticed Ning Jiaqi's displeasure and felt a twinge of frustration herself. I never claimed it was solely me, Gu Dongqing retorted, curious about an incident that had just transpired. What was that about a refund? I can afford a mere $1,000,000. I merely sought to vex others. There was no need to waste such money. Hui Xiaoyu offered a brief explanation, relieved to find that Gu Dongqing was not angered by her clandestine use of his black card. Dongqing, where did you find this girl? Wait, what? Just as Su Shiqian, having completed a round, turned to tease, he caught sight of the figure at the doorway and involuntarily uttered an expletive. Do you not know how to speak? Gu Dongqing assumed Su Shiqian's curse was directed at Hui Xiaoyu and promptly hurled a nearby cushion at him. With remarkable agility, Su Shiqian dodged the projectile, retorting with disdain. How childish. Are you asking for a beating? Upon observing Su Shiqian's infuriating demeanor, Gu Dongqing felt the veins on his forehead threatening to bulge. Not only was he insufferably talkative, but he was also quite deserving of a beating. And what of deserving a thrashing? Could you possibly contend with me? Su Xiqian, on the other hand, reveled in his own delight, for he was a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, a level few could withstand. Though Su Shiqian may indeed be somewhat deserving of a reprimand, it was only natural that he mastered this life-preserving skill authentically. Otherwise, he would truly be at risk of losing his life. Chapter 055. This is unscientific. How is it possible that the 3 of us cannot defeat just you? Gu Dongqing exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa, his expression fierce. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. Yet, Fu Qiyan, seated on the couch, remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at the 2, seemingly filled with a hint of disdain. I would never engage in such uncivilized and unsophisticated behavior as fighting, he remarked. After potting the last ball, Jinyan leaned the cue against the floor, grinning as he spoke. Oh please, you sophisticated? More like a refined scoundrel. Su Shiqian retorted sharply. Thus, it was evident why Su Shiqian was particularly deserving of a good thrashing. His words were guaranteed to incite animosity in an instant. Ning Jiaqi's gaze was equally frosty. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. The atmosphere in the private room was stifling, compounded by the presence of unwelcome company. It was best for her to return alone. As Ning Jiaqi glanced at him before silently departing, Fu Qian's expression darkened further. Did she truly harbor such disdain for him? Although their prior interactions had been limited, Ning Jiaqi's rejection and aversion irked him greatly. Before Fu Qian could react, a figure swiftly darted past him towards the exit. Observing Su Shiqian grasping Ning Jiaqi's hand to stop her, Fu Qian narrowed his deep-set eyes, a flicker of unknown irritation and annoyance flashing within. Beautiful lady, it would be quite rude to leave without even sitting down, Su Shiqian teased, stubbornly holding on to her. Brother, Jiaqi is my good sister. You ought to rein in that playboy. As Ning Jiaqi endured Su Shiqian's antics, Xiaoyu could only plead for Gu Dongqing's assistance. After all, she had brought Ning Jiaqi along and felt a responsibility to ensure her friend was not mistreated. She certainly did not wish for a repeat of the last incident at the Jin Palace, where Ning Jiaqi had been left all alone. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry then. Had anything happened, she would have felt profoundly guilty. Although Xiaoyu was Gu Dongqing's half-sister, she was not familiar with Su Shiqian and his associates, having only encountered them once or twice. Thus, if Xiaoyu wanted to intervene, directly addressing Su Shiqian might not yield a favorable outcome. She could only resort to charming Gu Dongqing, knowing he was susceptible to such tactics. Fine, but only under certain conditions. Gu Dongqing whispered in a flirtatious tone close to Xiaoyu's ear. Understanding his implication, her ears and cheeks flushed crimson, feeling somewhat bashful as she nodded. Satisfied, Gu Dongqing was about to intervene when he heard Ning Jiaqi's cold voice cutting through the tension. Let go. Surprisingly, Su Shiqian obediently released her. This was most unscientific. Typically, such a notorious playboy would never relinquish a beautiful woman so easily. Moreover, given his status, he is often the recipient of affections from numerous women. Even in the case of his mistresses, Su Shiqian, aside from being rather generous, has never exhibited such compliance or obedience to anyone else. Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, Su Shiqian immediately released his grasp, stepping back a couple of paces. He raised his hands high in a gesture of surrender, accompanied by a wry smile as he remarked, I have let go. Chapter 056, The Establishment of Original Sin. Upholding the original verdict, Su Shiqian's peculiar behavior, both surrendering and smiling, inevitably led one to wonder if Ning Jiaqi had just threatened him with a gun or perhaps a knife. Instantly, the atmosphere in the private room became stifling, and Gu Dongqing, along with the others, cast wary glances at Ning Jiaqi. Meanwhile, Fu Qian observed thoughtfully, shifting his gaze between Ning Jiaqi and Su Shiqian. A cold scoff escaped Fu Qian's lips. No wonder he found the voice from the phone so familiar. The title of Prince of the Nightclub was indeed quite fitting. Yet, what was the nature of their relationship? It had been some time since the previous incident, and yet Su Shiqian still seemed aggrieved. With a look of feigned grievance, Su Shiqian exclaimed, I tried calling you, but I couldn't get through. Why is that? Because you've been blacklisted, obviously, Ning Jiaqi retorted, her tone sharp. That was truly an accident. How could I dare hang up on your call? Indeed, she had hung up, a fact he begrudgingly admitted. Since you acknowledge it, then original sin is established. We must uphold the original verdict. Ning Jiaqi's eloquence left Su Shiqian with no room for retort. Those present, while listening to the exchange between Ning Jiaqi and Su Shiqian, were largely perplexed, aside from Fu Qian, who had gleaned some understanding of the underlying context. Was this an acquaintance or a deeper connection? It appeared more complicated than it seemed. A young couple quarreling? Gu Dongqing suggested, furrowing his brow in confusion. The moment Gu Dongqing uttered his thought, he felt 3 piercing glares directed at him. It was understandable for Ning Jiaqi and Su Shiqian to glare at him, as they were the parties involved. However, what about that additional cold glare? Glancing over at Fu Qian, Gu Dongqing wondered what it meant. Before he could voice his curiosity, Su Shiqian launched into a tirade. This is all your fault. Can't you be a bit more reliable? Can't you see things through to the end? If anything were to happen to my beloved, it would be entirely your fault. Su Shiqian's disjointed remarks shifted everyone's attention to Gu Dongqing. It's all your fault. What do you mean by seeing things through to the end? This clearly hints at a scenario of abandonment. So, is there something unclear between Gu Dongsheng and this young lady? Moreover, it was evident that Fu Qian recognized her as well. The dynamics among these individuals were intriguingly complex. Leaning against the pool table, Jin Yin contemplated with keen interest. However, despite the familiarity among the four, why was it that only he remained oblivious to the affairs concerning this young lady? Hadn't they promised to be lifelong friends? Why was he the sole one excluded from this acquaintance? What do you mean by that? I don't know her at all. Even Gu Dongsheng was left utterly bewildered by Su Shiqian's words. With his beloved present, it was imperative to offer a thorough explanation. What if a misunderstanding arose? Indeed, it was your fault. Gu Dongsheng never anticipated that Xiaoyu would join Su Shiqian in reproaching him. His eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of anger flashing beneath the surface. What connection did this have to him? Chapter 057. A warm inquiry is worth less than a fortune. Is it my fault for something you know? Gu Dongsheng retorted to Xiaoyu, then helplessly rubbed his forehead, confessing that he himself was unaware of the matter at hand. After you hung up that day, I took the liberty to review the surveillance footage at Jin Palace. Su Shiqian explained, referring to the day when my enchanting companion and your sister indulged in drinks together. Do you recall that incident? Gu Dongsheng certainly remembered, having drowned his sorrows in a bar after a heartbreak. Who granted Xiaoyu such audacity? He had even witnessed someone harassing her, which ignited his fury, prompting him to take action and escort her away. Yet, it was precisely that day that marked a significant progression in their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Dongsheng suddenly enlightened. Oh, you were together that day? He had been enraged then, whisking Xiaoyu away without a moment to spare for the stranger, causing the... Fortunately, Jiaqi was unharmed. Otherwise, I would have never spoken to you again, Xiaoyu stated earnestly, acknowledging that she had indeed invited Ning Jiaqi out for drinks, but had failed to see her safely home, leaving a drunken girl in such a vulnerable state. The mere thought of what could have transpired was terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Dongsheng felt equally wronged. How was he to know that Ning Jiaqi was a friend of Xiaoyu? In any case, the incident was in the past, and it seemed to have been resolved. Was it truly nothing? Su Shiqian, still concerned, turned to Ning Jiaqi and remarked, I saw the footage. You were quite intoxicated, struggling to keep your balance. At his words, all eyes shifted toward Ning Jiaqi, awaiting her response. She casually glanced at the silent Fu Qian beside her, then averted her gaze, somewhat irritated, and replied, What significance does it hold to inquire about past events now? Besides, a warm inquiry pales in comparison to a hefty sum, does it not? Do you not grasp the current situation? As she spoke, Ning Jiaqi playfully winked at Su Shiqian. As long as you're not upset, a fortune is on the way to you. Su Shiqian responded readily, always accommodating when it came to Ning Jiaqi's requests. He understood that she was not the sort to make unreasonable demands, nor would she put him in a difficult position. A hefty sum, just a drop in the bucket. However, Su Shiqian's enthusiastic demeanor caused Fu Qian to furrow his brow. Ning Jiaqi possessed the remarkable ability to persuade others to purchase cars and homes. Now, requesting a fortune seemed merely a trivial matter to her. Fu Qian reluctantly admitted to himself that he may have underestimated Ning Jiaqi. Qian, what is going on? Do you know her? Jin Yin, an observer of the unfolding interactions, noted the expressions of those around him. I do not. Fu Qian denied without a second thought, retracting his gaze from Ning Jiaqi as if she were a complete stranger. Although Ning Jiaqi herself preferred to keep their interactions minimal, having only crossed paths a few times, it was entirely reasonable for him to assert that he did not know her. However, Ning Jiaqi could not help but acknowledge the subtle feelings stirring within her. An indescribable sensation. She quietly shook her head, gently tugging at the corners of her mouth, yet remained silent. If they were strangers, then so be it. Under normal circumstances, there would be no intersection between them, rendering it inconsequential. Or was it? Jin Yin harbored doubts regarding Fu Qian's words, yet Fu Qian maintained a stoic expression, his face devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of coldness, as if displeased about something. Chapter 058. You will lose my favor like this. Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at Fu Qiyin and sensed an air of displeasure emanating from him, leaving her somewhat bewildered. However, since he claimed not to know her, she felt no need to inquire further. If Qiyin said he did not recognize her, then so be it. Su Shiqian, on the other hand, was less troubled by the situation. With a nonchalant shrug, he declared, "After all this chatting, I'm quite hungry. Let us eat." Indeed, Su Shiqian's words struck a chord as hunger began to settle in. It was mealtime, and they had come simply to enjoy a good meal. Unexpectedly, they found themselves amidst such a crowd. "Everyone, please take a seat," Su Shiqian urged, pulling Ning Jiaqi to sit beside him while beckoning the others to join. Just as Xiaoyu was about to sit next to Ning Jiaqi, Fu Qiyin swiftly occupied the spot beside her first. Whether this was intentional or accidental remained unclear. Xiaoyu pouted slightly but felt powerless. Could she really ask the esteemed young master to vacate a seat? Wouldn't that be excessively awkward? Reluctantly, she settled for another spot. Meanwhile, Jin Yin, seated opposite Fu Qiyin, observed him with keen interest, convinced that the relationship between Fu Qiyin and Ning Jiaqi was far more intricate than a mere claim of unfamiliarity. Once everyone was seated and waiting for the dishes to arrive, Jin Yin teased Su Shiqian. "Su, aren't you going to introduce us to this lovely lady by your side? Ning Jiaqi, my sister. You all must look out for her in the future." Su Shiqian introduced Ning Jiaqi with great generosity, yet he refrained from elaborating on their relationship. "Your sister? Is she like the one from the Dongqing family?" Xiaoyu asked shyly, glancing at Ning Jiaqi, as if seeking confirmation. Even Fu Qiyin turned his gaze towards her, but Ning Jiaqi chose to remain noncommittal. Instead, it was Su Shiqian who became flustered, retorting, "What are you thinking? I said you're a refined rogue, yet you truly are a beast in formal attire. With your mind wandering to such foolishness, given your debauched demeanor, it's hard to think otherwise." Jin Yin's sharp comeback struck home. "You'll eventually meet your doom at the hands of a woman." Ning Jiaqi shook her head in mild disdain, remarking, "You use doom at the hands of a woman instead of falling into a woman's trap. The connotations are vastly different." The first phrase clearly resonated more closely with Su Shiqian's current state. In perfect harmony, Jin Yin and Gu Dongsheng gave Ning Jiaqi a thumbs up, appreciating her astute observation. Su Shiqian, however, remained unfazed, casually replying, "To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a romantic ghost. I welcome it. Then you can sit aside, given your disdain." Ning Jiaqi playfully kicked Su Shiqian's calf with her foot. Jin Yin made a dismissive gesture, expressing her disdain, while Fu Qiyin cast a sidelong glance at Su Shiqian, the unspoken meaning lingering in the air. "You see, if you continue like this, you might just lose my affection." Su Shiqian feigned an injured demeanor, speaking with a distinct air of arrogance. "How can one lose what they have never possessed?" Ning Jiaqi offered no quarter, openly criticizing Su Shiqian. Indeed, Su Shiqian had a penchant for speaking out of turn, yet when faced with Ning Jiaqi, he found no advantage to be gained. Chapter 059. The Fighter Among Scoundrels. The heart of a baby is laden with sorrow. Su Shiqian sighed deeply, realizing that he could never hope to hear any heartfelt words from Ning Jiaqi. It was already a blessing that she refrained from critiquing him. "Let's change the subject, shall we?" In the face of a situation where he could not win and was outnumbered, Su Shiqian cleverly diverted the conversation. Although his method of diversion was not particularly sophisticated, the objective had been achieved, and that sufficed. "Now, let us continue discussing matters concerning my little sister, maintaining a normal relationship, shall we?" Su Shiqian felt compelled to clarify. He did not wish for others to misconstrue Ning Jiaqian's character. "Well, given your earnestness, we shall take your word for it." Observing Su Shiqian's serious explanation, Jin Yin decided to let him be. After all, if their relationship were of that nature, Su Shiqian would hardly feel the need to explain. Such superficial connections would hardly warrant his indulgence. "Since you are acquainted, why then do you call her beauty so frivolously?" On this matter, Gu Dongsheng could not help but express his annoyance, as it led them to believe there was something more to it. Beauty is merely a term of endearment. We also refer to Jiaqian as beauty. Su Shiqian had yet to elaborate when Xiaoyu interjected, "Back in school, Everyone called her that. Ning Marin. She was quite renowned at our university. You know? I see. With that clarification, the reason became apparent. Ning Jiaqi was indeed strikingly beautiful, possessing a pristine quality that could uplift anyone's spirits. A goddess indeed. Yet, how could one be so blind? Su Shiqian suddenly recalled certain matters, grumbling about Ning Jiaqi. She quickly grasped what he was alluding to. Who among the young has not encountered a few scoundrels? However, she remarked, he truly was the scoundrel among scoundrels, a fighter among them. Indeed, it was rather absurd. He dared to speak of wanting to support her while relying on the funds of his current fiancée. How shameless. Su Shiqian had heard Ning Jiaqi mention this before and could not help but laugh. Lin Ziyuan truly fancied himself something special. What? There is more to this? Hua Xiaoyu, hearing this for the first time, could not contain her indignation, exclaiming, "Is he completely devoid of shame? Who is this?" Jin Yin, upon hearing the story, also expressed her disdain. Lin Ziyuan, the one whose engagement to the daughter of the Liu family was just announced. Susikian explained. I don't know him. Jin Yin shook her head, having no recollection of such an insignificant figure. However, I did hear about the Liu family's engagement banquet. Mr. Liu did not attend. Yet his future son-in-law's ex-girlfriend certainly stole the spotlight. Oh, you mean your sister? Jin Yin was notably courteous towards Ning Jiaqi, aware of her significant place in Su Shiqian's heart, thus naturally treating her with greater familiarity. Indeed, I have also heard that Ning, the young lady, gifted an umbrella, proclaiming that if you do not raise it, then it shall be a sunny day. Everyone within the circle is well aware of this. Gu Dongcheng could not help but chuckle, finding this woman quite intriguing, and he did not anticipate encountering her so soon. Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the gossiping nature of this group. Chapter 60. No remarkable words, no rest indeed. My beauty is not one to be trifled with. Su Shiqian spoke with immense pride. Yet in the next moment, he pondered where Lin Ziyuan derived his confidence, believing that she was utterly indispensable to him, and even wishing to support her financially. How absurd! Did he think I was unaware of his infidelity? He claimed it was due to circumstances beyond his control, that he wanted to spare me the hardship of life, and thus endured the pain of breaking up with me. Ning Jiaqi recalled Lin Ziyuan's words, finding them utterly laughable. He insisted he knew how much I adored him, and if circumstances allowed. He had an inflated sense of self-worth, flaunting wealth he did not possess. Disdain was palpable. None present held Lin Ziyuan in high regard. Let's not dwell on such a disheartening character. In all honesty, my dear, you must be discerning when selecting a partner. Su Shiqian felt a genuine concern for Ning Jiaqi. At the very least, allow me to vet your potential suitors, would you? Could you kindly leave? With those lecherous eyes of yours, what good can you discern? Jin Yin expressed his disdain for Su Shiqian, then confidently turned to Ning Jiaqi, saying, Fear not, dear sister. I am a respectable gentleman. In the future, should you seek a partner, you may enlist my assistance. Come, let us exchange numbers and connect on WeChat. Jin Yin was prompt in his actions, effortlessly exchanging numbers and adding WeChat contacts. Gu Dongcheng naturally joined in, considering that Ning Jiaqi was not only a close friend of Hua Xiaoyu, but also a cherished sister to his good friend. Thus, assisting her was a matter of duty. Fu Qiyin, however, appeared quite composed, resting his fist against his chin, opting not to partake in the exchange of numbers or WeChat. He had already saved Ning Jiaqi's number and found no necessity to repeat the process. As Fu Qiyin remained passive, the others chose not to comment. Such matters were inherently voluntary. Moreover, Fu Qian's reserved nature didn't compel him to exhibit the same enthusiasm as the other two. So, sister, what kind of man are you seeking? Jin Yin inquired curiously after taking a bite of his meal. We need not discuss looks. The crucial aspect is whether he should be wealthy or not. Upon Jin Yin's question, everyone turned their gaze toward Ning Jiaqi, equally intrigued by her preferences. She had certainly experienced the shortcomings of a penniless suitor before. Ning Jiaqi chuckled softly, recalling the misery of being mistreated. Indeed, those without wealth are often susceptible to the temptations of money. Su Shiqian nodded in agreement. However, there are also many restless wealthy individuals. Take you as an example. If you were to pursue a relationship, Would you remain devoted? Jin Yan's comment was not specifically aimed at Su Shiqian, but rather served as a living illustration. That is precisely why I refrain from relationships. Life is fleeting, and one must seize joy while it lasts. Su Shiqian felt no remorse for his lifestyle, believing it to be his prerogative, and it posed no harm to others. If it brought him happiness, then it was indeed worthwhile. Thus, the wealthy are not always what they seem. This group of affluent individuals had witnessed enough to warrant a word of caution for Ning Jiaqi. Of course, I would not be so blind as to consistently choose the unfaithful. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but shake her head. Was it any wonder that her judgment was truly so lacking? In truth, finding a wealthy partner, even amidst numerous challenges during the relationship, could be relatively manageable. Ning Jiaqi had long harbored a conviction. Matters that could be resolved with money were hardly issues at all. One might say, it seemed as though Ning Jiaqi was on the verge of uttering something astonishingly profound. Chapter 61. Is that not a bargain for you? To encapsulate the essence. The primary dilemma when associating with the offspring of affluent families often arises from the monetary bombardment inflicted by rivals or their parents. Ning Jiaqi contemplated for a moment and distilled it into simple, yet poignant terms. Essentially, it translates to the question of how much one would demand to part ways with my son. It must be said, there is indeed a certain validity to this notion. Contemporary melodramatic dramas invariably adhere to such a formula. Ning Jiaqi's observation resonated with the group, as such scenarios are rather commonplace. Wealthy individuals tend to resolve matters through rather blunt and straightforward means. Hence, dear beauty, should you find yourself in such a predicament, what would you do? Su Shiqian, intrigued, pondered the situation, for Ning Jiaqi's disposition suggested she would not tackle issues like the average person. Let us engage in a simulation, declared Ning Jiaqi earnestly. Jin Yin feigned interest, theatrically stating, I shall portray your future boyfriend's nouveau riche father. Isn't that a bargain for you? Ning Jiaqi responded directly, causing Jin Yin, who was sipping water, to momentarily choke. Cough, cough, cough. Dear sister, do not be so calculative. This is merely a harmless role play. Ning Jiaqi jested, not genuinely perturbed. All right, let us commence. As Jin Yin began, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Ning Jiaqi, awaiting her remarkable retort. Jin Yin initiated, 1 million, to leave my son. What? Is your son worth merely that? Ning Jiaqi replied nonchalantly. Then how much do you desire? Jin Yin, seemingly immersed in her character, frowned, appearing rather dissatisfied. That would depend on how much you value your son. 2 million. Take it or leave it. If not, I have my ways of ensuring your disappearance. The threat lingered heavily following the negotiation breakdown. Very well, 2 million it is. Thank you for your patronage. Ning Jiaqi responded with a smile. This was her approach towards someone she held little affection for. Since they were willing to offer, she might as well accept, knowing that one should always know when to withdraw. Impressive. It must be said that Ning Jiaqi's summation was quite astute. However, such a scenario is unlikely to occur in my life. Ning Jiaqi merely understands the strategy without any intention of actualizing it. Of course, your romantic endeavors are aimed towards matrimony. I comprehend, Su Shiqian remarked, recognizing Ning Jiaqi's sentiments. Initially, Lin Ziyuan was also in her thoughts. Although she did not harbor deep affection, a peaceful and untroubled life together would suffice. Ning Jiaqi's expectations for her future partner are modest. One may possess nothing. But the singular requirement is to treat her well, and only her. Ning Jiaqi cannot tolerate infidelity or betrayal, whether intentional or accidental, physical or emotional. Such actions would result in immediate exclusion from her life. Ah, Ning, while you're still young, you should engage in more romantic relationships. Only then will you discern the type of person you wish to seek in the future, Gu Dongsheng remarked. You seem to possess quite a bit of experience. Ning Jiaqing's words carried a subtle implication, and as soon as she spoke, Gu Dongsheng found himself under the watchful gaze of Hu Xiaoyu. Don't tease. My experience is merely theoretical, Gu Dongsheng replied, fully aware not to reveal his own vulnerabilities at that moment. Nevertheless, he had grasped a crucial lesson. Conversing with Ning Jiaqi required utmost caution, for one could easily find themselves ensnared in her clever traps. Alas! Chapter 062. An air of authority upon noticing the probing gaze of Hua Xiaoyu, Gu Dongqing promptly redirected the conversation. You mentioned there are separations. Is there perhaps another kind? Indeed, this topic sparked interest, especially considering Gu Dongqing's numerous frivolous romantic entanglements, which filled the entertainment headlines and hardly warranted special attention. Su Xian's remark, while intended to assist in shifting the focus, was rather astute and cutting. Encountering such a brother, Gu Dongqing felt a profound weariness in his heart. After catching an irked look from Hua Xiaoyu, he sighed inwardly, realizing he would need to make amends later. After all, who hasn't experienced youthful folly? Here we go. I'll start, Jin Yin declared enthusiastically. 1 million, and you leave my son. 2 million, and you leave your son, came the swift reply, devoid of hesitation, yet subtly exuding an unexpected dominance. It was truly impressive. If I were indeed the father of your future boyfriend, I would be utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, one must admit that Ning Jiaqing's statement was a lethal blow. She possessed wealth. A mere million was beneath her consideration. If she genuinely cherished someone, she would brave any obstacles without hesitation. The group engaged in spirited banter, enjoying a lively meal together. Throughout the gathering, Fu Qiyan remained silent, his aloof demeanor not feeling out of place. It seemed he had always been like this. Yet, Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but feel perplexed. She knew Fu Qiyan was not particularly loquacious, but this silence was rather extreme. What was going on today? Recalling how he had frowned upon seeing her earlier and claimed not to know her, was he truly disinterested in any connection, even to the extent of refusing to converse? Such thoughts left her feeling somewhat unsettled, as there was a noticeable gap compared to their previous interactions. However, it mattered little. They were fundamentally individuals from different worlds, with minimal intersections. She had her own pursuits to attend to and saw no need to invest excessive energy in inconsequential individuals. Following their earlier altercation, Ning Jiaqi fell into silence, lowering her head to eat quietly, lacking her usual vivacity. Gu Dongqing's attention was solely on Hua Xiaoyu, while Su Shiqian and Jin Yan were embroiled in a playful quarrel, oblivious to Ning Jiaqing's demeanor. Content in her solitude, Ning Jiaqi thought to herself that after this meal, they would part ways. Once they finished dining, Gu Dongqing and Hua Xiaoyu departed due to family matters, while Jin Yan also had company obligations to attend to. Thus, the gathering naturally disbanded. Fu Qiyan exchanged a few words with the others, but not a single one with Ning Jiaqi. With the decision to leave made, Fu Qiyan donned his suit jacket and bid farewell to Su Shiqian before taking his leave. As for Ning Jiaqi, she was naturally accompanied home by Su Shiqian, who was, after all, the most unreliable companion in the world. Ning Jiaqi felt utterly foolish for believing that Su Shiqian would escort her home. That unreliable fool. Nevertheless, if she had to return home alone, so be it. After all, the atmosphere at Lianqing Club was far more serene than the chaos of the Golden Palace. Thus, she had no qualms about making her way home independently. Upon exiting the Lianqing Club, she stood by the roadside awaiting a taxi, unhurried as the hour was still early. However, to her surprise, instead of taxi, she found herself waiting for Fu Qiyan. Chapter 063. What unscientific events have unfolded? A black Qian came to a steady halt before Ning Jiaqi. Having encountered this vehicle a few times, Ning Jiaqi was acutely aware of the occupant within, even with the windows firmly shut. "Miss Ning, please get in. I shall drive you home," Qin Zheng stated as he exited the driver's seat and approached her. "No need. It's not on your way. I can take a taxi," Ning Jiaqi replied, her refusal firm and resolute. It was only natural, considering their residences were situated in opposite directions, making it particularly inconvenient. Moreover, Ning Jiaqi had no desire to be entangled with Fu Qiyan. His intentions were already abundantly clear, rendering any further niceties unnecessary. Qin Zheng was taken aback by her swift rejection, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced toward the back seat. Although the windows were closed, obscuring Fu Qian's expression, Qin Zheng was aware that Fu Qiyan would perceive his discomfort. It seemed prudent that the matter be left to their esteemed young master. While previous investigations had uncovered that Lu Huayuan had purchased both a car and a house for Ning Jiaqi, no evidence of any impropriety had surfaced. Furthermore, their young master appeared to hold considerable regard for Ning Jiaqi, an indescribable sentiment. Some matters remained difficult to conclude at present, given the unpredictability of life. Who could definitively assert that a relationship between Ning Jiaqi and their young master was implausible? Perhaps, in the future, she might even become his mistress. Thus, it was wise not to offend her lightly. Such significant words were better left for their young master to convey, particularly as there might be a time for him to kneel on a washboard in the future. As anticipated by Qin Zheng, the rear window gradually lowered, revealing Fu Qian's austere profile. "Get in," he commanded succinctly, devoid of warmth or emotional nuance. Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at Fu Qian but remained silent. Why should she comply with his demands? "Get in." Noticing her lack of response, Fu Qian turned to her, his brow slightly furrowed, his voice colder than before. "Do not make me repeat myself." The depths of Fu Qian's eyes betrayed a hint of impatience and dissatisfaction, his tone now imbued with greater resolve and edge. Ning Jiaqi was not oblivious to his displeasure. However, she could not fathom his intentions. Why was he so insistent on escorting her home? They had just dined together, and if this tension continued to escalate, it would indeed become rather tedious. Just as Ning Jiaqi took a step forward, Qin Zheng, displaying remarkable awareness, circled around to open the rear door, encouraging her to enter. Clearly, his success was no mere coincidence. His perceptiveness was commendable. Once back in the driver's seat, Qin Zheng felt the atmosphere inside the car grow heavy with tension. Through the central rearview mirror, he observed the two passengers in the back seat, seated apart, both gazing out of their respective windows with no intention of conversing. It is peculiar. Previously, he spoke so freely, yet today he has fallen silent. One must wonder, has something transpired that he is unaware of? I am eager to gain insight, for as a diligent assistant, one ought to possess first-hand knowledge of the gossip surrounding their employer. What extraordinary events have unfolded this time? Chapter 064. Indeed, she possesses the demeanor of a future matriarch. As an assistant and driver, Qin Zheng felt that navigating such a significant burden was indeed a perilous endeavor. It seemed that the two individuals were embroiled in a quarrel, though the reason remained elusive. Nonetheless, this prolonged silence and mutual disregard could not persist indefinitely and required resolution. "Young master, shall we return to Shana Garden?" Qin Zheng inquired without turning his gaze. "Jun, thank you," Ning Jiaqi interjected swiftly before Fu Qian could utter a word. Since they were to escort her home, it was only natural to proceed directly to her residence. Otherwise, would they meander to Shanha Garden first and then back to Junjingjiyuan? If that were the case, it would be nothing short of absurd. She might as well take a taxi home. However, Fu Qian, indifferent to Ning Jiaqian's sentiments, coldly replied, "To Shana Garden." "Then stop the car. I shall return on my own." Ning Jiaqian shot a frustrated glance at Fu Qian. If there was time to take a detour, she could have been home, bathed, and in bed by now. "Young master, should we stop or continue?" Qin Zheng, unwilling to presume, left the decision to the young master, who seemed to be in a quandary. "Is she paying your wages?" Fu Qian did not respond to Ning Jiaqian's inquiry, but his words silenced Qin Zheng and provided an answer of sorts. Though Qin Zheng remained outwardly taciturn, internally he mused, "Young master, are you intending to take her home?" It was surprising, given the young master's austere demeanor. He appeared to be unexpectedly flirtatious. His subtle maneuvers were quite relentless. They had only known each other for a couple of days, yet he was already bringing her home twice. Clearly, his attitude towards Ning Jiaqian was markedly different, which could easily lead to misinterpretation. Ning Jiaqian, upon hearing Fu Qian's words, felt exasperated. "You said you would take me home. That is why I got in the car. Where is this Shana Garden?" She turned to Fu Qian, her irritation palpable. "Did I ever say I would take you home?" Fu Qian countered, meeting her gaze with a question of his own. Ning Jiaqian averted her eyes, contemplating, "You may not have explicitly stated it, but if you had no intention, would Qin Zheng have offered to drive me home? Since you didn't say it, then stop the car. I can go back myself. Is that acceptable?" Ning Jiaqian had no desire to engage in a debate with Fu Qian. She merely sought to acquiesce to his words. "That is not permissible." Fu Qiyin replied with unwavering firmness. What do you intend to do then? Ning Jiaqi was perplexed by Fu Qian's motives. Suppressing her temper, she attempted to communicate civilly. Yet he maintained a haughty demeanor, testing her patience. If you want to take me home, why did you even let me in? Just moments ago, you claimed not to know me. What is the situation now? Indeed, as you mentioned, we are hardly acquainted. Ning Jiaqi was indeed in a fit of rage. After expressing her displeasure towards Fu Qiyin, she crossed her arms, turned sideways, and sat with her back to him, gazing out the window. Qin Zheng, seated in the back of the car, could sense the palpable tension in the air and straightened his posture. It was evident that the future lady boss was formidable, boldly confronting their esteemed young master. How impressive! Fu Qiyin had always been a figure of great renown. Not only was it rare for anyone to utter harsh words to him, but even fewer dared to raise their voices in his presence. Indeed, she exuded the aura of a future lady boss. Chapter 065. You investigate me. Fu Qiyin had never anticipated that Ning Jiaqi would audaciously raise her voice at him, expressing her ire so vehemently. It appeared he had indeed managed to provoke her. Turning his gaze toward Ning Jiaqi, who had her back to him, sulking in silence, he noted her demeanor. Sensing his scrutiny, she glanced back, shot him an irritable glare, scoffed coldly, and then turned away once more. This action struck him as rather childish. Since I offered you a ride, I shall ensure your return. Fu Qian's voice remained as frosty as ever, yet his explanation came rather unexpectedly. The abruptness startled Qin Zheng, who abruptly slammed on the brakes. As Ning Jiaqi was seated sideways, this sudden stop caused her to lurch forward. Just as she was about to topple to the ground, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Young master, a cat unexpectedly darted out from the side. Leaving me no choice but to brake suddenly, Qin Zheng explained sheepishly to Fu Qiyin, insisting that it was merely a coincidence and not a fabrication. However, he was genuinely startled by Fu Qian's protective gesture towards Ning Jiaqi. Turning back, he observed Fu Qiyin enveloping Ning Jiaqi in his arms, his gaze directed at him with unmistakable irritation. Quietly, Qin Zheng thought to himself, "Young master, I am but your loyal wingman. Without my presence, would you have so seamlessly and naturally held the fair lady in your embrace?" Given that the circumstances were somewhat justifiable, Fu Qiyin refrained from reprimanding him, simply instructing, "Focus on driving. Indeed, I am the wingman. Thank you very much. Please do not dismiss my contributions." Although Qin Zheng had numerous grievances to voice, it was evidently not the opportune moment. He resolved to jot down his thoughts in a little notebook, intending to revisit the matter of bonuses once the boss and his lady fair achieved their happy ending. As the vehicle moved steadily forward, Ning Jiaqi finally regained her composure, only to realize she was nestled in Fu Qian's embrace. A faint scent of nicotine lingered, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, it evoked a sense of relaxation. Similarly, Fu Qiyin, holding Ning Jiaqi close, inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her hair, devoid of any cloying perfumes or cosmetic scents, which he found rather agreeable. Before Fu Qiyin could fully gather his thoughts, Ning Jiaqi had already wriggled free from his hold, stepping aside to create distance between them. Did he strike her as a ferocious beast to be avoided at all costs? Her inadvertent actions stirred a sense of unease within Fu Qiyin, disrupting his previously calm demeanor. "You mentioned you would take me home, so why are we heading to Shana Garden?" Ning Jiaqi, recalling his earlier words, voiced her inquiry. Fu Qian's mood soured at her question, and with a scoff, he retorted, "Isn't your home in Shana Garden?" Given Fu Qian's tone and attitude, if Ning Jiaqi remained oblivious to his implication, it would be a true display of folly. "You are investigating me," she remarked. Ning Jiaqi had essentially confirmed her suspicions. Although her gaze towards Fu Qiyin appeared calm, it concealed a tempestuous storm within her eyes. Ning Jiaqi harbored a profound aversion to others prying into her privacy. She found such scrutiny utterly distasteful. Thus, upon reaching this realization, she was genuinely infuriated, indeed, extremely angry. Chapter 66. Such nonchalance. The atmosphere in the back seat shifts dramatically, changing every second. Qin Zheng, driving in front, feels utterly exhausted. It took considerable effort to create an opportunity for a slight easing of tension between them. Yet, just as the warmth began to return, the air grew tense once more. Are these two fundamentally incompatible? They can turn on each other faster than one can flip a page. He noticed it. Although Fu Qian was also feeling quite unsettled, he distinctly sensed the aversion in Ning Jiaqi's voice when she spoke. Instead of discussing the investigations, Fu Qian merely remarked that he had seen something. It was indeed normal for him to observe her coming and going, as he also resided at Shanhuayuan, with their villas in close proximity. However, Ning Jiaqi had only visited that house once, and yet Fu Qian had seen her. What a coincidence! Ning Jiaqi frowned slightly. She didn't doubt Fu Qian's words, but the coincidence was hard to ignore. Were you doubting? Fu Qian, aware of Ning Jiaqi's thoughts, interjected quickly. Red limited edition Maserati, number 6 courtyard. Fu Qian provided just 2 keywords without further elaboration, yet Ning Jiaqi had already filled in the gaps in her mind. He meant to imply that he had seen her arrive in the red limited edition Maserati at number 6 courtyard. Even if I entered number 6 courtyard, it doesn't necessarily mean I reside there. Ning Jiaqi still found some doubts lingering. She turned to Qin Zheng, who confirmed Fu Qian's statement. Fu Qian was quite adept at deflecting blame. Huh? Qin Zheng was bewildered. Why did he feel like he was caught in the crossfire? Are you really saying it wasn't you? Fu Qian raised an eyebrow in retort. I did say it, but you instructed me to investigate, all right? Qin Zheng's trailing words were cut short as Fu Qian pronounced his verdict. He had confessed. Qin Zheng. How could he deny it when he hadn't even been given the chance to finish his sentence? Naturally, he dared not refute Fu Qian at this moment. Fu Qian had clearly sensed Ning Jiaqi's discomfort with the situation, prompting him to distance himself from it. One must admit, the young master of the empire may appear reserved, but his skills in romantic pursuits are undoubtedly impressive. To leave a good impression on his future bride, he was indeed putting in considerable effort. So, Ning Jiaqi glanced at Qin Zheng. Since he had admitted it, he might as well speak up. I saw something curious and decided to look into it. I truly had no other intentions. Qin Zheng offered a slight explanation, emphasizing his final words. Really, I was just curious because that villa had been empty for a long time, and suddenly there was someone coming and going. Ning Jiaqi remained silent, her brow furrowed, casting a heavy silence over the car. After a while, she finally spoke in frustration. Damn it, wasn't it said that the regulations there are strict, and the homeowner's information is encrypted? How could it be so easy to find out? With a sigh of relief, Qin Zheng noted that Ning Jiaqi had finally ceased to dwell on the previous topic. However, the future proprietress certainly had a rather intriguing focus. He would suggest they implement advanced encryption. Fu Qian spoke, intending to reassure Ning Jiaqi. Yet he refrained from divulging that it was his own identity that made such information easily traceable. Having deftly navigated the conversation, Fu Qian had no desire to invite further complications. In truth, even Fu Qian himself was taken aback by his own propensity to deflect blame, as a direct voice within him urged him to avoid making Ning Jiaqi dislike him. Chapter 67. Come sit with me. Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of annoyance at how easily her residence in Shanhuayuan had been revealed. She let out a soft sigh, expressing her inner turmoil. I don't live there. I wish to return to Junjing. Once the air had cleared and the atmosphere became less oppressive, she spoke gently. It's too late to turn back now. We would need to venture quite a distance ahead to do so. Qin Zheng was diligently playing the role of a wingman for Fu Qian. So, why did you insist she get in the car earlier? He pondered. Come sit with me. Fu Qian invited with an impassive expression. Ning Jiaqi looked at Fu Qian in surprise, her mind swirling with questions, yet she found herself more inclined to mock him. Was he truly so idle? Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, pretending to focus intently on driving, felt a storm of emotions brewing within him. Not long ago, their esteemed master would never have permitted a woman into his home. What had changed? This seemingly casual invitation was truly astounding. Could it be that the one extending this invitation was indeed their master? Qin Zheng suspected he might be facing an impostor. Despite the plethora of sarcastic thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Zheng maintained a stoic facade. Ning Jiaqi, 2. Felt a profound sense of helplessness. If she declined the invitation, would seem disrespectful. Yet, what could possibly warrant a visit to his home? It felt as though they were quite familiar with each other, despite her previous insistence that they were strangers. Although she had known Fu Qian for only a short while, their numerous encounters had afforded her some understanding of him. When Fu Qian decided to be obstinate, his word was law, leaving no room for dissent. With a barely audible sigh, Ning Jiaqi shook her head and turned to gaze out the window, choosing silence. This car was his, the driver was his, he was the master of the situation, and she had no objections left to voice. Noticing her turned profile, Qin Zheng observed that while the tension had eased slightly, Ning Jiaqi still exuded an unmistakable air of reluctance to engage, causing Fu Qian to furrow his brow in concern. However, Fu Qian refrained from further attempts at conversation. Ning Jiaqi's demeanor suggested that he had no chance of softening her mood. Qin Zheng sighed internally, frustrated at how many times he had tried to break the ice. Yet the atmosphere remained awkward and stifling. Could they not appreciate the efforts of others a little more? He felt on the verge of losing his composure. Was cheap labor not labor at all? The car journey continued in silence as they gradually approached Shanhuayuan, finally coming to a smooth stop in the garage of Unit 8. Since Fu Qian had invited Ning Jiaqi inside, it was only natural that if she decided to leave, Qin Zheng would need to escort her. Thus, he followed them into Fu Qian's villa. Upon seeing Fu Qian return with Ning Jiaqi, Mama Chen's eyes brightened. She had feared there would be no further developments, but now, it seemed a glimmer of hope had emerged. She could certainly report to the lady and the master, and they would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Ning Jiaqi sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of tea in her hands, sipping it delicately. Meanwhile, Fu Qian sat beside her, perusing a newspaper in silence. Qin Zheng and Chen Ma peeked from the kitchen, stealthily observing the interaction between Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian. However, the uncomfortable silence between the two left them both feeling rather awkward. Chapter 68. If you're not responsible, don't flirt. Ning Jiaqi glanced at Fu Qian from the corner of her eye. The old bureaucrat was indeed an old bureaucrat. Apart from reading the newspaper, he had no other means of entertainment. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but silently criticize him in her heart. However, there was something of utmost importance at hand. She turned to Fu Qian and tentatively inquired, "If I sit for a while longer, can I leave afterwards?" Qin Zheng and Aunt Chen were anxiously bustling about in the kitchen, nearly driven to distraction by Fu Qian's reticent demeanor. Bringing the girl home only to leave her in limbo was hardly considerate. Now she felt the atmosphere growing cold and tedious, prompting her desire to leave. Thus, if you're not going to take responsibility, you ought not to flirt. There's no rush. Let's have dinner first, Fu Qian remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Ning Jiaqi before returning his gaze elsewhere. Ning Jiaqi felt a tinge of frustration. They had only just finished lunch, and waiting until dinner to leave would plunge her into the depths of ennui. Would she really be expected to sit idly for such a lengthy stretch of time? A question bubbled within her. What had she done to incur his displeasure, subjecting her to this torment? She had already expressed her gratitude, and the abrupt hang-up of their previous phone call could be overlooked. Today, however, she had not provoked him in any discernible way. He claimed not to know her, and she had refrained from initiating conversation. Despite her efforts to be accommodating, he continued to ignore her, seemingly taking pleasure in her discomfort. Her heart felt heavy, burdened by sadness that surged like an unrelenting river. Unbeknownst to Fu Qian, Ning Jiaqi harbored such thoughts. His intention was merely to invite her to dinner. He had no grand schemes as she imagined. In truth, he found her quite distinct and enjoyed their time together, despite her uncanny ability to provoke his ire. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Ning Jiaqi held a special place in his heart. In this secluded spot, one must yield to the circumstances, especially here, where taxis were scarce. Even if she had a car, it would hardly traverse 3 meters. Thus, if she wished to leave, she would have to rely on Fu Qian's chauffeur to take her home. Unfortunately, the driver was on Fu Qian's payroll, making it unlikely he would defy his employer's wishes to sneak her away. Sighing, Ning Jiaqi realized that since Fu Qian had spoken, she would have to finish dinner before she could depart. However, That left over 3 hours to fill until the dinner hour. Surely, she couldn't be expected to simply sit on the sofa and wait. Uncle, is your life a home devoid of any amusement aside from reading the newspaper? Ning Jiaqi said, adjusting her tone to match her playful reproach. Upon hearing this familiar address and the girl's soft, plaintive complaints, Fu Qian unexpectedly felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his expression remained unchanged. What else is there to do? To engage in mobile games, gaming consoles, and online gaming. The mere mention of games would undoubtedly cause Ning Jiaqi's eyes to sparkle with excitement. However, Fu Qian, ever the pragmatist, was quick to douse her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. It's merely a pastime. It's not as if one neglects their sleep and meals, he remarked. Ning Jiaqi pouted and, adopting a serious demeanor, retorted, Uncle, you possess no zest for life at all. It's no wonder you struggle to find a partner. Fu Qian cast a cold glance at Ning Jiaqi, choosing to remain non-committal in response to her words. Chapter 69. Do you consider yourself a guest here? Why are you glaring at me? Am I not speaking the truth? If you disagree, then voice your objections instead of merely staring at me. What can that possibly achieve? Ning Jiaqi was indeed quite unreserved and utterly unafraid. She believed that Fu Qian was quite agreeable to interact with, despite his occasional bouts of anger and tendency to be cold. Nevertheless, on the whole, things were rather pleasant, at least when Ning Jiaqi uttered some candid remarks. Fu Qian did not exhibit overt signs of anger. Even when she casually referred to him as little uncle, he did not appear to be overly aloof. What Ning Jiaqi was unaware of was that such treatment had never been afforded to anyone else. She was an exception. Is this truly how you treat your guests? Little uncle? With one hand propped under her chin and her elbow resting on the back of the sofa, she appeared remarkably relaxed. Are you merely going to let your guests sit here in silence all afternoon? Fu Qian, with his long legs crossed, held a newspaper in his hands and looked at Ning Jiaqi with utmost seriousness. With you calling me little uncle and occasionally even husband, do you actually think you are a guest here? After observing for a while, Qin Zheng and Aunt Shun, upon hearing Fu Qian's words, could not help but admire him. He had undoubtedly had a revelation. Sharing knowing smiles, they quietly retreated to the kitchen to prepare for the dinner, as several guests were expected that evening. Ning Jiaqi, taken aback by Fu Qian's statement, found herself momentarily stunned. What did he mean by that? She admitted to calling him little uncle earlier, but what did that last remark imply? Was he suggesting that she was not a guest, but rather akin to a host? How utterly alarming. If she were not a guest, then she could meander about the house and find her own amusements. Fu Qian did not grant Ning Jiaqi the opportunity to respond. He had decisively made his point. Ning Jiaqi's mouth slightly agape. She appeared visibly astonished. Fu Qian found her expression endearing, her surprise eliciting a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. Wait a moment, let me collect my thoughts. Ning Jiaqi pressed her hand to her temple, needing a moment to calm herself. Had Fu Qian truly taken her as one of his own simply because she had casually called him little uncle a couple of times? How fortuitous! While others courted favor and presented gifts, Fu Qian had not even batted an eye. And here she was, merely calling him little uncle, suddenly possessing a formidable ally. Why was that? Could it be that her charm had captivated Fu Qian? Ning Jiaqi pondered seriously, finding a high probability in her reasoning. For she was indeed exceptional. Yes, that must be it. Convinced by her own logic, she nodded in approval and smiled contentedly, observing Ning Jiaqi's silly smiles and secretive chuckles. One could easily deduce that she had conjured an entire world within her mind. What fanciful thoughts occupied her? None, truly, while she wished to entertain notions. Her musings were grounded in reality, entirely valid. Let her indulge in her reveries. Fu Qian, aware of Ning Jia's inability to contain her anticipation, finally spoke. Upon hearing his words, Ning Jiaqi reacted as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon her, springing from the sofa with the exuberance of a fully charged battery. Chapter 070. The other party retracted a voice message with Fu Qian's approval secured. Ning Jiaqi naturally abandoned her previous hesitations. Initially, she pretended to be casual, her hands clasped behind her back as she strolled through the living room, searching for intriguing artifacts. As she moved, Fu Qian's gaze followed her, filled with curiosity as he observed her figure. Ning Jiaqi hummed a tune, as if conducting an inspection for a superior. However, after surveying the surroundings, it became evident that Fu Qian was indeed affluent, with priceless antique vases adorning every corner. Wealthy as he was, there seemed to be a distinct lack of engaging items. Sighing, she resigned herself to the realization that she couldn't expect her uncle to possess anything particularly entertaining. Feeling disheartened, she plopped down on the sofa and voiced her dissatisfaction. "What would you like to play?" Fu Qian asked, surprisingly cooperative. Games like online games. Ning Jiaqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such pursuits are detrimental to one's ambitions. The cold water he poured extinguished her enthusiasm entirely. Ning Jiaqi fell silent, casting a mournful glance at Fu Qian. If he forbade her from playing, why inquire about her interests? Was it truly fair to dangle such a temptation before her? Is there truly nothing entertaining here? She persisted, unwilling to give up. Search for yourself. If there is, there is. If not, then not. Fu Qian's response was rather irresponsible. Wasn't this his home? Did he truly not know whether there were delightful distractions? Well, to Fu Qian, those so-called engaging items were likely mere decorations. If she had to search, then search she would. Ning Jiaqi was determined to prove him wrong. Yet instead of exploring, she simply picked up her phone and tapped a few times. Ning Marin, sweet potato, I am a potato. Chuba Wang, potato, I am a sweet potato. Ning Jiaqi noted that whenever she messaged Chu Jinghan, he almost always replied instantly, regardless of the hour. Ning Marin, tell me, what entertaining and leisurely items does your uncle's home possess? Chu Jinghan, voice message. Without a second thought, Ning Jiaqi clicked to open it, only to find herself in an awkward predicament. Oh my goodness, Marin, you are quite bold. Have you truly managed to infiltrate my uncle's domain? Is it really so? His villa does not permit outsiders. Just moments ago, you claimed to hold my uncle in high regard. Yet were you merely teasing me? What about the promised progress report to the organization? Chu Jinghan's voice was loud and animated, making the revelations all the more precarious, especially before Fu Qian, as if she harbored ulterior motives towards him. After hearing this, Fu Qian's expression darkened. Ning Marin, I just received a voice message. Your uncle is right beside me. Chu Wang, the other party has retracted a voice message. Ning Marin, are you joking? I heard it. What good does retracting do? The king of Chu lamented, Oh, my beloved, why is it that every time you seek me out, you leave me in such dire straits? What sins must I have committed in a past life? Ning Jiaqi could not help but find the humor in his words. It was as if the king of Chu himself believed he was perpetually ensnared. Yet, what to be done? It was merely a matter of unfortunate coincidence. Who could be blamed, regardless of the king's anguished cries? Ning Jiaqi had her own serious matters to attend to. Chapter 071, a historic advancement. Ning Marin. So, what amusing things are at your uncle's home? Chu, my dear, is it truly wise to divert the conversation in such a manner? Chu, I am on the brink of despair, and you still find the inclination to inquire about this? Do you recall when I divulged my uncle's number to you, only to later kneel and beg for forgiveness? Ning Jiaqi could not help but chuckle at Chu's response, vividly imagining the previous scene. Surely, Chu's demeanor must have been utterly foolish. Ning Marin, the crux of the matter. Chu observed Ning Jiaqi's complete indifference towards his plight, her lack of concern for his potential misfortunes filling him with a sense of frustration. Nevertheless, despite his vexation, Chu obediently replied, Chu, there is a gaming console and the latest games beneath the television in the living room cabinet. Ning Jiaqi quickly dashed over to rummage through the cabinet and was delighted to discover a plethora of games, including popular titles such as the Need for Speed series, Darksiders, and Devil May Cry. Pleased with her find, she swiftly sent a message to Chu and casually tossed her phone aside. With the entire living room carpeted, Ning Jiaqi unreservedly settled down to set up the gaming console. Chu, upon receiving Ning Jiaqi's final message, found himself in a state of despair. Ning Marin, your friend Ning Marin is now offline. Surely, WeChat does not possess an offline feature. Was she jesting with him? Enough is enough. Regrettably, Ning Jiaqi was oblivious to Chuchu's grievances. Her full attention and energy were devoted to the game. As she eagerly connected the console to the large LCD television, she heard footsteps halt beside her. "Uncle?" Ning Jiaqi looked up to see Fu Qian with a serious expression and inquired, "Haven't we met before?" Fu Qian clarified, "I have seen it, but not in this location." If it were seen at home, Ning Jiaqi could not help but ask, sensing an unspoken implication behind Fu Qian's words. Disposed of it. His response was devoid of hesitation or emotional nuance. "Please no." Ning Jiaqi instinctively clutched the game box to her chest, gazing at Fu Qian with a pitiful expression. "Let us play together." Ning Jiaqi unabashedly pleaded. "It's far more entertaining than you're reading the newspaper." Her voice, a delicate blend of sweetness and clarity, seemed to tickle Fu Qian's heart, leaving it tinged with warmth. As she continued to coax him, her mind raced with strategies on how to best engage Fu Qian's interest. Before Ning Jiaqi could articulate her thoughts further, Fu Qian naturally settled beside her and inquired, "How shall we play?" One must wonder if this abrupt shift in demeanor is rather swift. Moreover, she was granted no transitional period to adjust. Just as she had formulated her response, he had already lowered himself beside her. It felt as though her emotions were being squandered, leaving her devoid of any sense of accomplishment, despite the tumult of grievances swirling within her. The prospect of persuading Fu Qian to join her in a game overshadowed all else. This indeed marks a significant advancement for the seasoned individual, does it not? Chapter 072. Sweet Indulgence. When Fu Qian arrived, Ning Jiaqi had already connected the game to the television. She then inserted the game card into the reader and handed one of the controllers to Fu Qian. "Wait a moment, let me demonstrate for you." Ning Jiaqi, clearly a novice at gaming, immediately grasped the controls upon receiving the controller. She decided to start with a relatively simple game, Need for Speed. "Look, here's the turn, here's the accelerator, and the brake." Ning Jiaqi patiently explained each function to Fu Qian, providing him with a thorough demonstration. "After a couple of rounds, you'll likely understand the other techniques," she added. After finishing her explanation, Ning Jiaqi turned to Fu Qian and earnestly asked, "Do you understand?" Came Fu Qian's muffled reply, his gaze fixed on the buttons of the controller as if he were mentally rehearsing the various maneuvers. Observing his earnest demeanor, Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but find him quite endearing. Surely, the old-school gentleman found this experience rather novel. "How about we start a round and give it a try?" Ning Jiaqi inquired, but Fu Qian seemed lost in his own world, not responding to her at all. He remained silent, leaving Ning Jiaqi unsure of how to proceed. She merely sat there, tilting her head as she watched him, hoping her intense gaze would capture his attention. We can begin now," Fu Qian finally said after a long pause, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ning Jiaqi felt a tinge of frustration. He had indeed heard her. "If you heard me, could you at least respond?" she thought, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Of course, she kept these thoughts to herself. "All right then, I'll select the one-on-one racing mode." Despite her internal complaints, the allure of the game was too strong to resist. As she spoke, she navigated the controller to choose the racing mode. The gameplay of Need for Speed resembled the high-speed racing games played on mobile devices, but using a controller added a thrilling dimension. Fu Qian quickly selected his vehicle, clicked ready, and entered the game. An exhilarating soundtrack accompanied the start of the game, amplifying the excitement. Suddenly, the sound from the living room caught the attention of Qin Zheng and Aunt Chun in the kitchen, who stepped out to take a look. They were surprised to see Fu Qian sitting beside Ning Jiaqi, controller in hand, looking utterly serious. What happened to the young master, who always claimed gaming was a distraction? Weren't these games supposed to be childish? They mused. "Young master, what about your principles? Is it really acceptable to contradict yourself like this?" It seemed that the future mistress of the household had a remarkable talent for eliciting a side of him that had never been seen before. One had to wonder, did Fu Qian truly not realize how indulgent he was being toward her? What is this delightful indulgence of playing games together all about? It seems that a future with a proprietress is truly on the horizon, and I would undoubtedly become her devoted servant. Young Master D, whatever happened to your promised aura of dominance? Why does it seem to vanish in the presence of the proprietress? regardless of the tempest of emotions within Qin Zhong. Fu Qian is genuinely engrossed in the game. For Fu Qian, if one is to play, one must play with earnestness. Since it is a competition, victory is imperative. Chapter 073. The true contest begins if Qin Zhong were to discover the thoughts that lingered in Fu Qian's mind. He would undoubtedly be left speechless. What nonsense is this about needing to triumph over others in a game? Does he not grasp that showing a hint of humility is what truly delights a lady? It is through winning her heart that one can ultimately achieve fulfillment. Qin Zhong could not help but shake his head, expressing concern over the emotional intelligence of their esteemed young master. Just as he shook his head a couple of times, a chilling gaze pierced through him, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. Qin Zhong refrained from looking towards the source of that gaze, as he could easily surmise who it belonged to. A brief glance around revealed that Chun Ma, who had previously stood by his side, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Qin Zhong felt a wave of despair wash over him. Must he retreat alone, leaving Chun Ma to endure the chaos? Is it truly acceptable for him to remain here amidst the turmoil? Maintaining his rigid stance, Qin Zhong quietly retreated to the kitchen, reluctant to re-emerge and draw attention to himself. "Are you ready? What are you watching?" Ning Jiaqi inquired, noticing that Fu Qian had yet to take action. Instead of seizing the opportunity to advance, he too paused, waiting for her. As she spoke, Ning Jiaqi could not help but follow Fu Qian's gaze, only to find nothing there. "There's nothing. Hurry up. If we're going to play, let us focus." "Understood," Fu Qian replied, withdrawing his gaze and turning his attention to the television screen. Ning Jiaqi remained at the starting line, a smile gracing her lips as she prepared for the race. "Let us begin." With a cheerful declaration, Ning Jiaqi deftly maneuvered the game controller, sending her racing car speeding forth like the wind. Fu Qian, unwilling to be outdone, despite it being his first time, quickly adapted, thanks to his sharp intellect and dexterity. The terrain chosen by Ning Jiaqi was a forest landscape, winding and intricate, demanding considerable skill. A true gaming enthusiast, she had experience with popular mobile and online games, and had proven her prowess in this realm. With her fingers dancing over the controls, Ning Jiaqi's car soared through the course, adeptly avoiding trees and obstacles. Remarkably, Fu Qian managed to keep pace with her, eliciting a sense of admiration from Ning Jiaqi. Yet, as a seasoned player, she knew she had to put some distance between herself and the newcomer. This race comprised 3 laps, with the final rankings determined by the order in which they crossed the finish line. After 2 laps, Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian were nearly neck and neck. As they entered the 3rd lap, Ning Jiaqi mischievously smiled and remarked, "Little uncle, the warm-up is complete. The true contest is about to commence." Fu Qian raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with her statement. Having played through the first 2 laps, he surmised that the game was not as daunting as it appeared, easily keeping up with Ning Jiaqi, the seasoned player. Intrigued by her bold words, Fu Qian found himself eager to witness just how formidable this so-called gaming novice could truly be. After Ning Jiaqi's fierce declaration, she did not exert herself, yet Fu Qian was still able to keep pace with her speed. A sense of bewilderment stirred within Fu Qian. Was that harsh remark merely a hollow threat? Just as this thought crossed her mind, their race approached the final third of the last lap, where a series of treacherous curves awaited. A minor collision in these bends could lead to a significant overtaking by an opponent, potentially altering the outcome of the race. Thus, navigating these turns necessitated utmost caution and precision. Chapter 074. Speak again, and I'll discard indeed, in this racing game series. Even the slightest misstep can significantly sway the outcome of the match. A mischievous yet playful smile danced upon Ning Jiaqi's lips as her fingers deftly maneuvered the controller with increasing speed. Out of the corner of Fu Qian's eye, he glanced at the screen, displaying Ning Jiaqi's performance. He witnessed her deftly controlling her vehicle, maintaining an unwavering speed around the curves. Just as her car seemed destined to collide at a turn, she executed a spectacular drift, accelerating rapidly and seamlessly gliding through several bends. In mere seconds, she had traversed half the track, leaving Fu Qian's vehicle trailing behind. Thanks to her mastery of the curves, Ning Jiaqi effortlessly claimed the victory. "Hooray, I won!" she exclaimed, raising her arms in jubilant celebration, her joy palpable. With the thrill of triumph coursing through her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Fu Qian acknowledged her undeniable skill. The technique she had just displayed was indeed impressive. It was no wonder she relished gaming. The technical prowess it demanded and the exhilarating sensation of vanquishing all challengers were clearly her passions. Her enthusiasm was evident, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Let's continue," Ning Jiaqi said eagerly after the round concluded. However, Fu Qian reached over to turn off the game console. Ning Jiaqi felt as though something precious had been snatched away from her. They had barely begun, and she still hadn't fully grasped the controls. How could it end so soon? It felt akin to being teased with a glimpse of something tantalizing only to be denied further access. "Why? Was it just because you lost once? Are you too afraid to play again?" She voiced her discontent, her words tinged with provocation. "Say what you will," Fu Qian replied nonchalantly, choosing not to engage in her complaints. As long as her spirits improved after venting, that was sufficient for him. "If you're not afraid of losing, then why not continue? Perhaps you might win next time. Speak again, and I'll discard it," Fu Qian said as he stood, a commanding presence accentuated by his height, his tone imbued with an unyielding finality. Ning Jiaqi, who had plenty more to express, found herself silenced by his words, obediently closing her mouth. Despot, she cursed silently, feeling a twinge of frustration, unable to voice her displeasure, and ultimately resorting to pouting with her arms crossed, turning her back to Fu Qian. Fu Qian, perceptive to her sulking, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Do young girls today truly have such a penchant for sulking? One must exercise moderation in their pursuits. Excessive gaming is detrimental. Sitting so closely is harmful to the eyes, and the radiation is too great for one's health. The tone softened slightly as he patiently elucidated his intentions. Fu Qian himself had never anticipated that he would one day find himself soothing a girl in such a manner. He also realized that he had made numerous exceptions in the presence of Ning Jiaqi. He could not deny that her existence had, to some extent, influenced him. Although Fu Qian was uncertain as to why this was the case. Chapter 075. Submit what is legal. Although Fu Qian was unaware of the underlying reasons, he felt no aversion in his heart. After merely one attempt, was he to be denied further play? Ning Jiaqi pouted, clearly displeased. "You claim we are sitting too close. This is a wireless controller. We could play comfortably on the sofa. Wouldn't that suffice? You mentioned radiation. I could bring a small pot of cacti next time to ward it off. Or would you prefer a larger cactus?" Ning Jiaqi believed that if she took a firm stance, Fu Qian would respond with even greater rigidity. After all, they were on his territory, and a head-on clash would undoubtedly place her at a disadvantage. Thus, she opted for a more tactful approach, preparing to navigate the situation with subtlety. Listening to Ning Jiaqi's articulate attempts to counter his assertions, Fu Qian found her words reminiscent of a clever little kitten, sharp-tongued and quick-witted. "It's a matter of principle," he declared, remaining unmoved by her reasoning, his demeanor resolute. Ning Jiaqi felt exasperated, glaring at Fu Qian in frustration. "I can understand your strictness towards yourself, but what gives you the right to impose such rigidity upon me? What is our relationship?" In her vexation, Ning Jiaqi's words slipped out unfiltered. For a dedicated gamer, being barred from playing was one thing, but after having tasted the thrill, to have it abruptly extinguished was utterly disheartening. Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi question their relationship and the justification for his strictness, Fu Qian's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Only he understood the source of his irritation. Her inquiry revealed the lack of any formal standing he had to impose such restrictions upon her. Although he was aware of this, he stubbornly refused to admit it. In a cold tone, he retorted, "If you call me uncle, then I am obliged to look after you." Ning Jiaqi, taken aback by his response, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, responding with a light snort, "If I call you husband, shouldn't you then relinquish financial control?" Caught off guard by Ning Jiaqi's retort, Fu Qian found himself at a loss for words. Her sharp wit made it difficult for him to gain the upper hand in their verbal sparring. Noticing his silence, Ning Jiaqi smirked mockingly, thinking it's just a title, not a genuine relationship. What gives you the authority to dictate? However, she was unprepared for Fu Qian's next statement. What is legal must be submitted. Ning Jiaqi was taken aback, her gaze snapping up to meet Fu Qian's, his expression serious enough to suggest he was not jesting. For the first time, she found herself at a loss for words, understanding that continuing this topic would only lead to an awkward atmosphere. She wisely chose to shift the discussion back to their earlier conversation. Never mind. It must be that your skills in racing are inferior to mine, and you're afraid of losing again, which is why you won't let me play. Ning Jiaqi resolutely set aside her gaming console, rose from the ground, and turned towards the sofa. With her head held high, she spoke in an imperious tone, asserting, "It must be so. There is no need for you to elaborate with unnecessary details. I'm already aware, and you need not disguise the truth." However, Fu Qian's nonchalant reply left Ning Jiaqi utterly disconcerted. Chapter 76. Who can endure you? Your driving skills are truly impressive. I must concede, Fu Qian remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Ning Jiaqi. He was well aware that she was attempting to divert the conversation, yet he chose not to expose her, sensing that the topic was perhaps not suitable for their current discourse. Ning Jiaqi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Fu Qian's sharp wit was indeed formidable. She hesitated momentarily, then turned back, glaring at him with indignation. It was clear that their conversation could not proceed pleasantly. Fu Qian appeared oblivious to the meaning behind her glare, casually bypassing her to reclaim his seat on the sofa. "Uncle, behaving like this will leave you without a girlfriend," Ning Jiaqi said, seating herself on the sofa as well, her tone exuding both irritation and certainty. "Girlfriend?" Fu Qian echoed the term with a hint of confusion. "Clearly, you are unaware," Ning Jiaqi stated with an air of pride. "This is why you should read more. If you don't even know what a girlfriend is, you are destined to remain single." "Girlfriend?" Listening to her tone and demeanor, Fu Qian began to grasp the essence of her words. Impressive indeed, she began complimenting him, only to pivot sharply. "But no matter how impressive, you will find no partner. Who could possibly endure you?" This particular phrase struck a chord, reminding Fu Qian of a similar accusation from 7 years prior, made by someone who had betrayed him yet still felt entitled to criticize. A shadow crossed his deep-set eyes, and his demeanor shifted, the atmosphere around him becoming noticeably heavier. Was he truly so intolerable? Perhaps due to their proximity, Ning Jiaqi sensed the change in his mood almost immediately. Confusion washed over her. Had she said something amiss to upset him? This was an unfamiliar scenario for her. "Uncle?" she called softly, cautiously, as if testing the waters. Fu Qian turned to her, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, rising instead to ascend the staircase. "Qin Zheng," he finally spoke as he reached the stairs. "Young master, what can I do for you?" Qin Zheng hurriedly emerged upon hearing Fu Qian's summons. "After dinner, ensure she gets home safely," Fu Qian instructed, not pausing to gauge anyone's reaction before striding purposefully upstairs. Qin Zheng scratched the back of his head, bewildered, then glanced at Ning Jiaqi, his expression silently inquiring what had transpired with Fu Qian. Yet, Ning Jiaqi herself was perplexed. She sensed his displeasure, a distinct shift in his mood that was troubling. "It seems I may have upset him," she admitted sheepishly, forcing a smile that betrayed her innocence. "But I truly do not know what I said to displease him." Qin Zheng stared incredulously at Ning Jiaqi's innocent expression, feeling a sense of helplessness as he shrugged his shoulders. Did she truly not comprehend the gravity of the situation? If not, could you perhaps provide me with analysis? Ning Jiaqi's eyes lit up as she turned to Qin Zheng. "Please, spare me the analysis. Is it not paramount to keep the young emperor content and unperturbed?" Qin Zheng dared not to pry into Fu Qian's affairs privately. Although he served as Fu Qian's assistant, there were certain matters that required discretion. Chapter 077. Evoking emotional wounds yet, I remain utterly bewildered as to what has caused his displeasure. How can I possibly appease him? Ning Jiaqi appears equally innocent, for she has truly done nothing wrong. Fu Qian has a peculiar temperament, becoming inexplicably irate. What recourse does she have? Perhaps it is best to ponder this alone. With a dismissive wave, Ning Jiaqi signaled Qin Zheng to attend to his own affairs, craving solitude for quiet contemplation. Qin Zheng cast a glance at the staircase leading to the second floor, then at Ning Jiaqi, who sat lost in thought on the sofa. With a resigned sigh, he retreated to the kitchen. This was a matter for the two of them to resolve. Outsiders could hardly understand and should refrain from intervening. Ning Jiaqi began to reflect on her earlier words. Even the most remarkable cannot find a partner. Who could possibly endure you? It seemed to be something along those lines. The phrase concerning the inability to find a partner, she believed, posed no issue, as she had uttered it several times before without eliciting any visible dissatisfaction from Fu Qiyan. Thus, the crux of the matter must lie in the latter part of her statement. Ordinarily, such words bear no great weight. They are neither vulgar nor sharply critical. A seemingly innocuous remark has evidently struck a profound chord with Fu Qiyan. Upon further contemplation, Ning Jiaqi began to piece together the puzzle. If she were not mistaken, this statement must pertain to Fu Qian's former girlfriend. Typically, only matters of the heart could incite such capricious emotions. Could it be that her words inadvertently resurrected a buried emotional wound? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her hypothesis. Though she was unaware of Fu Qian's past relationship status, she felt she had arrived at a nearly accurate conclusion. Ning Jiaqi had firmly settled on her deduction. Whether or not Fu Qian's ire stemmed from this particular remark, she had resolved it in her mind. While it was undoubtedly her fault to have unwittingly unearthed a hidden emotional scar, it remained his personal affair. As an outsider, she possessed little knowledge of the situation, and perhaps it was best to refrain from attempting to placate Fu Qiyan. Lest her well-intentioned words inadvertently provoke further anger, what could she do then? With these thoughts, Ning Jiaqi found some solace, deciding it would be prudent to wait until Fu Qiyan was no longer upset before offering her apologies. During the subsequent dinner hour, Fu Qiyan did not descend to partake in the meal, claiming he had no appetite. Ning Jiaqi suspected that he was indeed upset with her and chose to avoid her presence, hence his absence at the dinner table. As the evening wore on and it approached the time for Ning Jiaqi to depart, Fu Qiyan remained silent and unseen, understanding that he likely wished to avoid her company. She was keenly aware of the situation. As Ning Jiaqi prepared to depart, she took a moment to bid farewell to Fu Qiyan. Sitting on the staircase, she called out toward the second floor, "Uncle, I am leaving." After a brief pause, she received no response from Fu Qiyan, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, she did not allow her feelings to manifest on her face. Instead, she turned and exited, taking her seat in the car to return home. Chapter 078. Everything comes to an end, just right on the second floor. Fu Qiyan gazed through the window as the Qian carrying Ning Jiaqi gradually receded into the distance. He had indeed heard her farewell words before she departed, yet he remained motionless. Fu Qiyan acknowledged that Ning Jiaqi's statement resonated deeply within him. The events from 7 years prior were vivid in his mind. His expression was frigid, and he distinctly recalled Su Weiran's unyielding demeanor as she chastised him for his lack of consideration, her accusation that he did not understand how to love her, nor even touch her, frequently donning a stern countenance. Almost every fault seemed to reside within him. As Su Weiran departed, entwined with her new love, she uttered, "A man who lacks sensitivity and cannot fathom a woman's heart, coupled with a foul temper, who could possibly endure you?" Fu Qiyan could not deny that this very remark from Su Weiran became the primary reason he refrained from pursuing romantic relationships thereafter. Just as she articulated, who could tolerate such a man with an unpleasant temperament and insufficient tenderness? If love could not blossom, it was perhaps best to forego altogether. Fu Qiyan believed that altering these ingrained traits would be no simple endeavor. Thus, remaining single seemed vastly easier. Consequently, her words echoed in his mind like an incantation. Since he could hear such sentiments from Ning Jiaqi, it must reflect her innermost thoughts. To his astonishment, Fu Qiyan realized that it was not merely Ning Jiaqi's words that stirred memories of his past relationship, but it was actually her very essence that drew his attention. He pressed his thin lips together, surprised by how much he cared about her perspective. A cold, wicked smile crept upon Fu Qian's lips. If it was destined for her to slip away from him, then there was no need for entanglement. Perhaps it was best for everything to come to an end just right. He endeavored to dismiss the flicker of disappointment within him. After all, she was merely someone he had met a few times, and her influence should not weigh so heavily upon him. So be it. Fu Qian turned away from the floor-to-ceiling window, the moonlight streaming in, casting a solitary silhouette. Meanwhile, in the black Qian, Ning Jiaqi sat, listening to Qin Zheng's incessant sighs throughout the journey. Is this going to go on forever? Ning Jiaqi, already in a less-than-stellar mood, coldly remarked. Sorry. Qin Zheng nearly slipped and referred to her as boss lady, but thankfully he caught himself just in time, his heart racing. Miss Ning, our young master is rather temperamental. If you provoke him, it would be better to appease him. He tends to sulk for quite some time. He doesn't even want to see me. Yet here I am in his presence. Do you wish for me to drive him to the brink? Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow and let out a soft sigh. Let it be then. Perhaps a message to soothe him? Qin Zheng felt he was truly putting forth his utmost effort as a facilitator, laboring tirelessly for their sake. Yet his efforts seemed unappreciated. It was exhausting. Appease? How does one even do that? Ning Jiaqi casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, I've always been the one to be pampered. What does it mean to pamper someone else? Upon hearing her words, Qin Zheng's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing with astonishment. Truly, these two individuals were equally proud and aloof. Could there truly be hope for them? Chapter 79. They're not worthy, yet this matter originally pertained solely to Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian, and Qin Zheng felt that as an outsider, he had already contributed quite a bit. Ultimately, the resolution lay in the hands of the two of them. Upon returning home, Ning Jiaqi collapsed onto her bed, acutely aware that Fu Qian was upset due to something she had said. Yet, she felt quite innocent in the matter. Who could have known about his past romantic history? It was unintentional, was it not? Moreover, the art of comforting someone was evidently not a skill she possessed. Never mind. Her relationship with Fu Qian was not particularly deep, so the notion of comforting seemed exaggerated. She had her own responsibilities to attend to and no time to squander on such trivialities. Ning Jiaqi flipped over, lying on her back with her arm shielding her eyes. Seemingly lost in thought, she found it unexpected that there was no response from Shun, Rongqing, and Lu Yufei. Today, confronting Lu Yufei at the mall had certainly dealt a significant blow to her, intertwining old grievances with new ones. Now, she was curious to see if Lu Yufei and her associates would take any action. If they remained inactive, perhaps it was time to reconsider whether her previous strategy had been flawed. She had positioned herself as bait, yet it seemed she had failed to draw them in. Did these incidents not incite enough animosity? Or was it that they had not yet encroached upon their true interests? Was it not worth their while to act? After contemplating, Ning Jiaqi suddenly sat up in bed and retrieved her phone from her discarded bag, dialing Lu Huayuan. Hello, it's me. Is this a convenient time to talk? She asked cautiously, aware of the years they had spent in hiding. Just as they were on the brink of revealing Shun Rongqing's true colors, they could not afford to be complacent. Yes, I'm currently on a business trip in Munich, alone in my hotel, Lu Huayuan replied. That's good. Ning Jiaqi nodded and proceeded to share her suspicions with him. What do you intend to do? You know I never agreed with your plan to use yourself as bait. Lu Huayuan's voice conveyed concern, tinged with a hint of firmness. If it involves interests, I can step in. I do not wish for you to take risks. Do you understand? Due to the nature of the call, both Ning Jiaqi and Lu Huayuan chose to forego formalities in their address, leaving some matters unspoken, as neither could ascertain whether the conversation was being monitored. Thus, it was prudent to remain cautious. After all, Shun Rongqing had concealed her true intentions for a decade without revealing any telltale signs, demonstrating the depth of her cunning. Such a person demanded vigilance and should not be underestimated. I equally do not wish for you to take risks. Do you understand? Ning Jiaqi's demeanor was resolutely firm, articulating her stance with an unwavering tone. I am not here to negotiate who shall undertake this task. I possess a myriad of cards up my sleeve, and I will ensure my own protection. Should they wish to inflict harm upon me, they must possess the requisite capability. The notion of a conflict of interest is merely a contingency. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not resort to such measures. Ning Jiaqi is acutely aware of the intricate stakes involved. Conflicts of interest are often the most potent catalyst for malevolent intentions. Thus, she refrains from engaging with them lightly. Her desire is to seek justice for her deceased mother, yet she is not foolish enough to jeopardize her own life for it. They are not worthy of such a sacrifice. Chapter 080. MIL? Old man. Will Lu Yufei intern at the Lu Corporation? The term old man is currently the most affectionate form of address that Ning Jiaqi can use for Lu Huayuan, as she often calls him daddy when they meet. Yes, she'll be in the marketing department, directly under the manager. You seem quite fond of her, Ning Jiaqi remarked lightly, her tone laced with playful mockery, devoid of any biting sarcasm. The show must go on in its entirety. However, even if she joins the company, what difference will it make? With her limited capabilities, she won't stir much of a tide. Lu Huayuan harbored a sense of assurance regarding Lu Yufei. With her meager skills, she was no match for Ning Jiaqi, and this did not concern him greatly. While she may not be capable of making waves herself, she had a strategist behind her and bore the identity of a chairman's daughter, which could facilitate her attempts to create some stir. It's a simple matter. When she arrives, I'll remind them not to turn a blind eye simply because she is my daughter. She will face stricter expectations and will not be afforded any privileges. Lu Huayuan had clearly contemplated this strategy beforehand. However, I just realized you have quite the confidence in her joining the marketing department. Aren't you concerned she might lead to a significant drop in your revenue? Lu Huayuan chuckled. Ning Jiaqi also laughed softly, sensing that their thoughts were indeed aligned. My dear, are you preparing to join the Lu Corporation too? If Ning Jiaqi's plan was to frequently appear before Lu Yufei to provoke her, it would be most effective within the company where conflicts could easily arise. Am I ill? Join the Lu Corporation? She is a princess, and while she cannot openly bully others, her status is undeniable. If anything goes awry, do you think the employees will side with her or with me? Ning Jiaqi was far from foolish. Joining the Lu Corporation would only invite bullying, and she had no intention of subjecting herself to that. It would be bullying, then no. Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, Lu Huayuan firmly opposed the idea. Who is the biggest competitor of the Lu Corporation? My dear, although we may not see each other often, it would be nice if you showed a little interest in these matters. It would make me feel that you genuinely care. Spare me the empty talk. It serves no purpose. I truly have not been paying attention to you. Don't overthink it, Ning Jiaqi replied, following Lu Huayuan's lead. Oh, my heart aches. Despite his advanced age, Lu Huayuan often acted like a clown in front of Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi laughed. Lu Huayuan always uttered nonsensical remarks to amuse her. She knew he cherished her deeply, and although she had claimed otherwise, she was not entirely indifferent to him. She had simply overlooked certain matters. He could not expect her to attend to every trivial detail. Given her laid-back nature, how could she possibly keep track of so much? Enough, enough! I am acutely aware that as an elderly man, my only merit lies in my wealth, and I possess little else of value that could pique anyone's interest. Upon hearing these words, Ning Jiaqi could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. What does it mean to say besides being wealthy? Are you subtly flaunting your riches, dear father? Chapter 081. The uncle indeed. Wealthy individuals often find themselves ensnared in solitude. Ning Jiaqi jested with a smile. Correct. That is precisely what they mean by the coldness of heights. You wouldn't comprehend, Lu Huayuan remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. Ning Jiaqi could hardly contain her amusement. Her father was quite the character. The contrast between his public persona, frequently gracing newspapers, and his true self was stark. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Ning Jiaqi gently reminded Lu Huayuan, pulling him from the depths of his contemplative reverie. What were we discussing? Lu Huayuan snapped back to attention, pondering for a moment before responding. You mentioned the largest competitor of the Lu Corporation? That would undoubtedly be the Yanjing Empire. Whose company is that? Ning Jiaqi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall whose enterprise it was. My dear, if you are indifferent to my affairs, that is one thing, but how can you not be aware of this? Lu Huayuan expressed his surprise, as it was common knowledge in the capital that Ning Jiaqi seemed to have overlooked. Having been preoccupied with dealing with Lu Yufei, Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she scratched her head, offering a sheepish laugh. Lu Huayuan smiled, but chose not to linger on the matter. The Yanjing Empire is owned by the esteemed Master Fu Qiyan. Ah, my uncle, Ning Jiaqi murmured to herself softly. Lu Huayuan, though unable to catch every word, discerned the mention of uncle. What uncle? He inquired. Nothing, nothing, Ning Jiaqi quickly dismissed, refraining from divulging her connection to Fu Qiyan. There was little to say, and even less worth discussing now. The Lu International still had its merits when compared to Fu Qian's enterprise, which surprised Ning Jiaqi. While the overall strength of the Yanjing Empire was formidable, Lu Corporation had established a solid foundation in the realm of fashion design. As a latecomer, the Yanjing Empire had emerged as Lu's most formidable rival. After this clarification, Ning Jiaqi felt a sense of understanding dawn upon her. Fu Qian's company boasted diversified developments, each sector robust, yet none could claim absolute supremacy. It was the synergy of these optimized projects that rendered the Yanjing Empire so formidable. Validating Fu Qian's reputation as a remarkable figure, it was no wonder he was addressed as master. But did she truly intend to join the Yanjing Empire? Old man, if I were to venture into the Yanjing Empire and pilfer your business, would you not feel a tad uneasy? Ning Jiaqi mused, her thoughts shifting rapidly from contemplation to the implications of stealing business. Lu Huayan erupted in laughter, as if he had heard a delightful jest. Ning Jiaqi's expression darkened, and she rolled her eyes, patiently awaiting Lu Huayuan's next words. Child, let's first consider your entry into the Yanjing Empire, he replied with a hint of amusement. Lu Huayuan did not intend to mock Ning Jiaqi. Rather, he acknowledged that the standards of Yanjing Empire were stringent, with an almost complete absence of nepotism among its employees. Each individual possessed genuine talent and capability, which is why Yanjing Empire was able to develop so rapidly and successfully. Are you implying that I lack true merit? Ning Jiaqi said, unable to hide her perplexity as she pressed her forehead. It was only then that Lu Huayuan belatedly realized something, quickly attempting to rectify his statement. No, that is not what I meant. However, before Lu Huayuan could finish his words, Ning Jiaqi interjected. Chapter 082. It's as if they're a quarreling young couple. Unable to sleep, please. Don't say any more. Ning Jiaqi interjected hurriedly. I truly lack substantial merit. I'm fully aware of that. Lu Huayuan fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. He initially believed Ning Jiaqi was merely upset, as it is natural for capable individuals to feel displeased when their abilities are questioned. Yet, when it came to Ning Jiaqi, the outcome was markedly different. Lu Huayuan firmly believed in her excellence, whether in her academic pursuits or her planning capabilities. Nonetheless, he was taken aback by her self-deprecating remarks. However, considering her father's playful nature, it was hardly surprising that she would exhibit a similar disposition. If you manage to enter the Yin dynasty, then pursue it boldly. Lu Huayuan understood Ning Jiaqi's concerns and felt a sense of relief. He reassured her, just focus on the projects she has undertaken. If they're taken, they are taken. Do you really think I would assign her any key projects? Upon hearing Lu Huayuan's words, Ning Jiaqi felt reassured, realizing that she could approach her work without holding back. After discussing the matter at hand, she exchanged a few more words with Lu Huayuan before ending the call. Once again, Ning Jiaqi lay back down, tossing her phone beside her. Just moments ago, she had intended to distance herself from Fu Qiyan, yet now this new complication arose. What were her chances of successfully interviewing for a position without Fu Qiyan's influence? Moreover, even if she were to reach out to him, their lack of connection rendered it unlikely that he would assist her. Besides, there was a precedent. No employee at the Yin dynasty had entered through nepotism, making it arguably more challenging to gain entry through Fu Qiyan. Thus, it seemed wise for her to attempt the interview independently. One must take the first step. The thought alone was daunting. Entering the Yin dynasty felt like a monumental endeavor, fraught with difficulty. Enough of this. I shall think about it tomorrow, she resolved, turning over and burying her head in the covers, seeking solace in sleep. While Ning Jiaqi, blissfully unaware, fell into a deep slumber, Fu Qiyan spent the night awake, his mind clouded, uncertain of his thoughts. The following day, when Qin Zheng arrived to collect Fu Qiyin, he noticed the dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of fatigue. It was evident that Ning Jiaqi held a more significant place in Fu Qiyin's heart than he had anticipated. As soon as Fu Qiyin got into the car, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep, occasionally emanating an aura of chill. Qin Zheng, recognizing the delicate nature of their situation, chose not to comment. Their relationship, already fraught with tension despite having barely begun, resembled that of a young couple embroiled in a quarrel, unable to find rest. Indeed, the romantic lives of the elite were distinctly unlike those of others. I sincerely hope that the two of them can come to an understanding. To be honest, the sight of the esteemed young master and the lady boss together is undoubtedly a perfect match. However, as the saying goes, good things often require perseverance. They must put in their own efforts. I hope it does not turn into a series that stretches across a lifetime. Chapter 083. I seem to have just seen Miss Ning, although Ning Jiaqi seemed carefree and oblivious after a phone conversation with Lu Huayuan. She was, in fact, harboring her own plans. She did not rush to apply to Yinjing Empire. Securing a project required meticulous preparation to ensure a smooth application process. The adage, sharpening the knife, does not delay the chopping of wood, aptly describes her approach. Ning Jiaqi dedicated a week to understanding the development of Yinjing Empire, familiarizing herself with the various projects under the Imperial Group, as well as the responsibilities and requirements of different departments. She also casually gathered some gossip about the company, compiling all useful information for her application. Most importantly, she reviewed the recent recruitment data from Yinjing Empire. For only by knowing both herself and her adversary could she emerge unscathed from the fray. After thoroughly reviewing the collected materials, Ning Jiaqi prepared for a full 10 days, receiving the fortunate news that Yinjing Empire was once again recruiting. This was a serendipitous opportunity, and she resolved to seize it. Before stepping out, Ning Jiaqi deliberately donned a professional skirt suit, applied light makeup, and tied her long, wavy hair into a ponytail, exuding a youthful and playful aura. With her meticulously prepared documents in hand, she ensured she had not forgotten anything before departing. Yinjing Empire held external recruitment every 3 years, and each event was grand and highly captivating. The number of applicants could only be described as a sea of humanity, yet the positions available were exceedingly limited. There were no quotas, only standards. Those who did not meet the criteria would not be considered, regardless of the number of applicants. Thus, achieving success in her application was no simple feat, which was why Lu Huayuan had chuckled during their phone conversation. Arriving half an hour early, Ning Jiaqi believed she had come well ahead of schedule, only to discover her number was already beyond 1,000. The thought of such fierce competition was daunting. Sitting in a flower bed opposite the Yinjing Empire building, she sipped from a bottle of milk, tilting her head as she observed the anxious applicants milling about the entrance. Some in pairs, engaging in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. It was indeed a nerve-wracking affair. Gaining entry into Yinjing Empire was an extraordinary achievement, one worthy of pride. Sighing, Ning Jiaqi contemplated the multitude of competitors. Although she had prepared extensively, she wondered if her efforts would prove fruitful. Meanwhile, in the car, Qin Zheng was driving Fu Qi and Yin to the company. As they passed the entrance, he casually glanced and immediately recognized a familiar figure. His voice was devoid of any inflection, as cold as ice. "It seems I just caught a glimpse of Miss Ning," Qin Zheng remarked. Following his statement, he furtively glanced at Fu Qian's expression through the central rearview mirror. As fate would have it, Fu Qian lifted his gaze toward the mirror, their eyes meeting in an unexpected collision. Startled, Qin Zheng hastily averted his gaze, too apprehensive to utter another word or to further scrutinize Fu Qian's countenance. Chapter 084. A bit stunned, Fu Qian fell silent, merely casting a glance at the entrance of the Yinjing Empire building. As the vehicle turned, he failed to catch sight of Ning Jiaqi. Did she intend to enter the Yinjing Empire? Or could it be that her initial approach towards him was solely to gain access to the Yinjing Empire? Yet this reasoning seemed flawed. If she sought entry into the Yinjing Empire, she never conveyed this to him. For the past 10 days, she had refrained from any contact, even failing to make an appearance. This left Fu Qian perplexed about Ning Jiaqing's true intentions. Curiously, she had never demanded anything from him. Was it that she harbored no ulterior motives towards him? Or was her objective buried deep, her desires far more extensive? And now, her presence at the Yinjing Empire could merely be a coincidence? Regarding Ning Jiaqing, Fu Qian had not deliberately sought to investigate her. Yet the information he had uncovered only deepened his confusion. Enough of pondering their relationship and connections. He had no desire to involve himself in her affairs. Young master, Miss Ning. Qin Zheng attempted to speak further, but Fu Qian coldly interrupted, with so much to say, "Is she the one paying your salary?" Qin Zheng promptly fell silent, acutely aware of the displeasure etched on Fu Qian's face. He pondered, was there truly no hope for the two of them? He wished to create an opportunity for them. After all, proximity often breeds affection, didn't he? However, with Fu Qian's sharp retort, he dared not utter another word. The vehicle gradually made its way into the parking lot, while Ning Jiaqing remained blissfully unaware of the near encounter with Fu Qian's car. By the time 9 o'clock arrived, the formal recruitment process commenced. Here, the hiring procedure did not entail a mere interview with a few questions determining one's fate, nor was it a simple application leading directly to an interview opportunity. The interview was merely the final stage, preceded by several rigorous assessments of considerable merit, ensuring that only the elite would remain. The initial round commenced with a written examination, held in a spacious training room on the 8th floor, capable of accommodating over 500 candidates at once. Additionally, several training rooms operated concurrently, allowing all applicants to undertake the written test simultaneously, thus avoiding any potential delays that could lead to missed questions. Each candidate found their designated seat according to the number assigned to them. Pens and other stationery were thoughtfully provided on the desks, along with a bottle of water for each applicant. Clearing his throat, a man in his 40s stood on the stage, exuding authority as he addressed the crowd. "Greetings, I am Su Haifeng, the Human Resources Manager. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to each of you for applying to Yinjing Empire. Secondly, our recruitment standards are stringent. The upcoming assessments will test various aspects of your capabilities, and I must emphasize that any instance of cheating will result in a lifetime ban from Yinjing Empire. Do you understand?" A collective affirmation arose, tinged with trepidation. The HR manager's commanding presence, coupled with the gravity of his words, was undeniably intimidating. It is best to comprehend thoroughly, and thus, I extend my heartfelt wishes for everyone to succeed in this preliminary examination. As Su Haifeng's words faded into the air, several women clad in identical professional attire began distributing the written examination papers. Upon receiving her paper, Ning Jiaqing opened it and was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 085, Cold and Noble. Most dominant, the examination paper was replete with questions spanning various subjects: language, mathematics, English, geography, history, politics, biology, and chemistry, all intricately linked to the Yinjing Empire. The ingenuity of the question setter was evident, seamlessly integrating diverse disciplines with the company's essence. The initial portion primarily assessed genuine knowledge and skills, a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual. At the end of the paper, 3 subjective questions awaited. What is your impression of the Yinjing Empire? What position do you desire, and what can you contribute to it? What are your thoughts on our president? The final question posed a challenge. How could one flatter in a manner that seemed both fresh and subtle? As Ning Jiaqi anticipated, the room erupted in lamentation upon viewing the questions. Do not despair. If you cannot answer these, you lack the qualifications for an interview. The HR manager stated with a serious demeanor. We shall commence the examination now in complete silence. If you feel incapable, you may leave. Despite their earlier outcry, no one was willing to depart without attempting the test. Ning Jiaqi observed that nearly everyone began with the last 3 subjective questions. She glanced at her own paper and shook her head lightly, relieved that her studies had not been in vain. Otherwise, she would have been at a complete loss. After all, she was an academic achiever and felt obliged to live up to that title. With a cursory glance at the questions, she picked up her pen and began to write. The first 2 subjective questions flowed easily from her pen. However, When faced with the last question regarding her thoughts on Fu Qiyan, she hesitated. It had been over half a month since they last met. Given their current circumstances, they could hardly be considered friends. True friends would maintain contact, perhaps even dine or watch a film together. Fu Qiyan, in contrast, seemed more like an unforeseen occurrence in her life. After some contemplation, Ning Jiaqi reasoned that the content of this preliminary written test would likely not reach Fu Qiyan, and she candidly expressed her genuine thoughts. Arrogant, cool, and strikingly impressive, cold and noble, yet most domineering. A proud, introverted old guard, complicated and aloof. In summary, a decent person. Her remarks were succinct and clear, a blend of flattery and critique, reflecting her true sentiments without pretense. She reviewed her paper, noting that she had filled most of it out, yet she remained uncertain about the accuracy of her responses. Observing her peers engrossed in their work, she quietly submitted her paper. Finished so soon? The HR manager, seated at the front, looked surprised as Ning Jiaqi approached to submit her paper, noting it was thoroughly completed. Ning Jiaqi nodded. Now, we await the results. Very well. Ning Jiaqi nodded slightly at Su Haifeng, endeavoring to exit the training room with minimal commotion. After her departure, the human resources manager, Su Haifeng, glanced at Ning Jiaqi's examination paper and was taken aback by the phrase describing her impression of Fu Qiyan, nearly choking on his own saliva. Chapter 086. How did you know? Such an apt description, and there were even attributes he was unaware of. Su Haifeng couldn't help but look up towards the entrance, where Ning Jiaqi's figure had already vanished. However, a question arose in his mind. Could it be that Ning Jiaqi knows their general manager Fu? Yet, the company strictly prohibits the use of nepotism for entry. Nevertheless, Fu is different. The company belongs to him, and he can engage in any form of favoritism he pleases, leaving others with little room to object. The primary concern at this moment is whether there exists a connection between Ning Jiaqi and general manager Fu. Su Haifeng felt a headache coming on. He decided to leave the matter for higher-ups to determine. He took a red pen from the desk and circled Ning Jiaqi's name, marking it with special notation as a reminder. However, Ning Jiaqi remained oblivious to these developments. She was merely focused on her application to Yanjing Empire, believing that her success or failure had no ties to Fu Qiyan. Yet, she never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. A realization that would take her quite some time to grasp. As soon as Ning Jiaqi exited Yanjing Empire, she received a call from Su Shiqian. What do you want? Ning Jiaqi inquired directly. Beautiful. I heard you applied to Yanjing Empire. Wow, how did you know? I didn't let any hints slip. Ning Jiaqi was clearly taken aback. That just shows I care about you. Are you not touched? Su Shiqian replied, his tone one of self-congratulation. Touch my foot. I want to keep a secret. If I didn't get the job, I plan to pretend I never went. How'd you find out? How did you not get the job? With me as your support, a word to Qiyan will suffice. It's a matter of moments. Enough of that nonsense, Ning Jiaqi retorted. Do I really need connections when I am this capable? Su Shiqian couldn't help but chuckle. This was awkward. Why did they always laugh when she mentioned this? Was it a subtle mockery? She had had enough, truly. Just tell me how you found out. Well, I just know with my vast connections. Is there really a need to ask how I know? Su Shiqian was clearly evading the question, causing Ning Jiaqi to furrow her brows. Regardless, I just want to say that if you truly wish to join Yanjing Empire, I will certainly assist you. You don't even ask me why I want to join Yanjing Empire and are already offering help? Is there really a need to ask? You don't wish to disclose your matters, and others haven't pried either. You know how to handle yourself. I trust you. Su Shiqian expressed genuine care for Ning Jiaqi. Have you ever seen me refuse your requests? Have I ever inquired about your intentions? Indeed, Su Shiqian had always been considerate of her. I know you care for me. Ning Jiaqi leaned against the wall, tilting her head as she said, however, concerning this matter, there is no need for your intervention. I have no pressing desire to enter the Yanjing Empire, so there is no need to inform Fu Qiyan. All right, if you say so. However, should you have a change of heart, I shall assist you, understand? Ning Jiaqi replied with clarity. Well then, thank you for your concern. Do treat me to a meal next time. Sure, I'll wait a moment. Su Shiqian, having merely responded affirmatively, then belatedly realized he had been outmaneuvered by Ning Jiaqi. Chapter 087. The talkative and nosy little driver. No. How did it turn into me treating you to a meal? Su Shiqian exclaimed on the other end of the line. Shouldn't it be you inviting me instead? Why on earth would I treat you to a meal? He retorted. Because I. Su Shiqian's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Ning Jiaqi. That's not that I didn't help. It's simply that you. Ultimately, you didn't assist at all. Can you acknowledge that? That is indeed the case, but what? You didn't lend a hand. Yet you expect me to treat you to a meal? Are you not embarrassed? Ning Jiaqi countered. Su Shiqian genuinely contemplated claiming that he was unashamed. Yet he understood that such a statement would undoubtedly invite a sharp retort. Are you really going to ask me to treat you to a meal? Isn't that quite brazen? Su Shiqian echoed Ning Jiaqi's words with a touch of irony. I merely inquired if you would treat me to a meal. You said yes, did you not? What nonsense! That previous statement was still a question. Su Shiqian felt utterly confounded. He knew that Ning Jiaqi could always spin logic in a way that left him without a counterargument. Indeed, it seems you are incapable of discerning that, you academic underachiever, Ning Jiaqi said with a smug smile. All right, academic overachiever, I shall treat you to a meal. Just specify the time and place. I am at your service. Your availability comes with conditions, Ning Jiaqi retorted, not easily swayed by his banter, recalling how he often abandoned her for the sake of a pretty face. I shall do my utmost. Su Shiqian chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of what Ning Jiaqi was alluding to. All right, I have my own career to attend to. I shall refrain from further chatter. Call me if you need anything. After ending the call with a decisive click, he feared Ning Jiaqi might unleash another torrent of sarcasm. Once Su Shiqian hung up, Ning Jiaqi's spirits lifted considerably. However, how could Su Shiqian know that she had come to Yanjing Empire for an interview? Had she been spotted by Fu Qian? Yet, Fu Qian was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. Moreover, if he genuinely intended to bring her into Yanjing Empire, would he need Su Shiqian's assistance? Most importantly, Fu Qian was likely still upset with her. Taking a step forward, she turned and gazed up at the imposing structure of Yanjing Empire. If someone had indeed seen her and relayed the information to Su Shiqian, it was highly probable that it was Qin Zheng, the ever-chattering and meddlesome little driver. If Qin Zheng were aware of Ning Jiaqi's thoughts about him, he would surely find it quite disheartening. After all, he was merely a supportive ally. Furthermore, this situation was somewhat unjust to him, as it indeed bore a connection to him, albeit not entirely. In the president's office on the 18th floor of Yanjing Empire, Fu Qian glanced at the time on his watch, pressed the intercom on his desk, and spoke with a stoic expression, "Come in." Without waiting for a response, he unceremoniously hung up the phone. The next moment, a knock echoed on the door of the president's office. "Come in. Young master, you summoned me?" Qin Zheng stepped through the door, his mind unable to refrain from silently grumbling. What if the person who just answered the phone wasn't him? What if he weren't even present? To hang up without allowing him to speak was truly exasperating. Sigh, having such a proud and willful boss is indeed exhausting. Chapter 088. You are formidable, whatever you say goes. Please disclose your matters. Fu Qian reclined against the back of his chair, crossing his legs and slightly raising his gaze to inquire of Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's eyes wandered for a moment before he glanced back at Fu Qian, overwhelmed by a desire to ask which matter he was referring to. As his assistant, Fu Qian had entrusted him with a multitude of tasks. However, upon looking at Fu Qian, an inexplicable epiphany struck him. Are you referring to Miss Ning's situation? Is there another matter you want me to address? Qin Zheng pondered silently. Was there not? Well, the matter concerning the future lady boss certainly qualified as significant. Even before it commenced, he felt inundated with dog food. Was that truly acceptable? Having silently ridiculed himself, Qin Zheng finally spoke. I've already informed young Master Su that Miss Ning intends to apply to Yanjing Empire. And then? Qin Zheng blinked. How was he to know what came next? Noticing the puzzled expression on Qin Zheng's face, Fu Qian narrowed his eyes, seemingly reproaching him for his inefficiency. It has only been 10 minutes, Qin Zheng thought to himself, wishing to convey that there was no need for haste. Rushing like this would make your intentions far too apparent. young master. 10 minutes could yield billions. Did you truly consider that such a duration was too brief? Fine. You are indeed impressive. Whatever you say goes. I will make the call immediately, Qin Zheng replied, fully aware of Fu Qian's implications. He promptly prepared to step out to make the call when Fu Qian halted him. Stay here. Qin Zheng was almost out the door, only to be called back. Was Fu Qian really that impatient? Fully cognizant of Fu Qian's motives, Qin Zheng refrained from exposing the truth, instead dialing Su Shiqian in Fu Qian's presence. Putting the call on speaker. Hello, Qin Zheng? It's me, young Master Su. Due to Fu Qian's presence, Qin Zheng spoke with caution. What is it? Su Shiqian, aware of Qin Zheng's role as Fu Qian's assistant, maintained a cordial demeanor. Have you inquired about Miss Ning's potential entry into Yanjing Empire? I have indeed. Su Shiqian swiftly replied. You need not involve yourselves in this matter. My girl said it doesn't matter whether she joins or not. Just don't interfere. What? Does Miss Ning not wish to enter Yanjing Empire? Qin Zheng expressed his astonishment. That is what she said. Just proceed through the normal channels. That will suffice. Understood. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up. With that, the conversation between Su Shiqian and Qin Zheng concluded. Young master, you may leave, Fu Qian said without further elaboration, his expression inscrutable. Qin Zheng quietly closed the door behind him, contemplating whether it was truly wise for young master to be so pragmatic. Was it acceptable to utilize someone and then discard them? Meanwhile, in the solitude of his office, Fu Qian furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ning Jiaqi's rejection of such an offer. He had extended an olive branch, yet she had declined? Did it truly not matter whether she entered Yanjing Empire or not? Then what was her purpose in applying? Fu Qian found himself increasingly unable to decipher Ning Jiaqi's thoughts. A sense of vexation washed over him. It was the first time he had encountered such an enigma in a person. Everything Ning Jiaqi did evoked a paradoxical blend of familiarity and surprise within him. Yet, he remained perpetually unable to anticipate her next move. This particular aspect left Fu Qian exceedingly displeased. Chapter 089. Do not be too deliberate. Do not be too ostentatious. Fu Qian found himself increasingly vexed as he pondered over Ning Jiaqi. Knock, knock. Qin Zheng rapped on the door of the president's office. But after a prolonged silence without a response from Fu Qian, he knocked again, this time with a hint of uncertainty. Di Shao? Qin Zheng cautiously inquired as he tentatively pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was met by Fu Qian's icy gaze, which felt as though it could freeze one to the core. You'd better have a valid reason for disturbing me. Fu Qian's voice was chillingly cold as he shot a disdainful glance. Qin Zheng, momentarily taken aback, gulped nervously and placed the documents he was holding onto Fu Qian's desk. Di Shao, here are the results and exam papers from Miss Ning's written test, sent over by the Human Resources Department. I thought I made it clear to avoid interference. Fu Qian replied dismissively, barely glancing at the papers. His indifference evident as he regarded Qin Zheng with an expression that implied he was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Qin Zheng felt unjustly accused. He was merely the messenger in a matter that was not his doing. He wanted to voice his grievances to Fu Qian, but the latter's intimidating presence quelled any such impulse. It was not my doing. The Human Resources Manager unilaterally decided to send this over, believing you should be acquainted with this candidate, thus leaving it for your judgment. Only then did Fu Qian begin to scrutinize the written examination. Without dedicating much attention, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. What had she done that led the HR manager to presume they were known to each other? As he examined the paper, he noted that the cultural questions had been answered flawlessly. The first two subjective questions were articulated with remarkable clarity and supported by sound reasoning. His gaze fell upon the answer to the final question. After a brief glance, he noted it contained merely 3 sentences. Yet the more he read, the more his expression darkened. Only when he reached the last sentence did his demeanor soften slightly. He begrudgingly accepted the earlier compliments directed at him, while the terms that he could not comprehend were best ignored. The final statement seemed to suggest that he held a commendable place in her thoughts. Was the earlier remark, "Who could endure you? Mirdi a flitinist." Di Shao, the Human Resources Department, is awaiting your response. Qin Zheng ventured to speak. observing the fluctuations in Fu Qian's expression, which now showed signs of thawing. Let her stay. Do not be overly deliberate nor ostentatious. Since Ning Jiaqi wishes to join Anjing Empire, I shall grant her entry, irrespective of her true intentions. Understood, Fu Qian said, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, having served as Fu Qian's assistant for nearly 8 years, comprehended the underlying implications of his words. Upon receiving Fu Qian's instructions, Qin Zheng exited the president's office and commenced work on the matter at hand. Just moments ago, he had declared a reluctance to intervene, yet now he has reversed his stance. Is this truly advisable? Indeed, when Fu Qian encounters Ning Jiaqi, a remarkable and unique chemistry ensues. This is most evident to Qin Zheng, the observer. Conversely, the two directly involved appear increasingly oblivious, each more prideful than the last. It is truly a plight for him. The unwitting facilitator, is it not? Chapter 090. The second round of interviews commences. The efficiency of the Yanjing Empire Group is truly remarkable. The following day, Ning Jiaqi received a call from the Human Resources Department of the Yanjing Empire Group, informing her to arrive promptly for her interview at 9 o'clock the next day. They also reminded her that the results of the written examination had been published on the official website and could be accessed at her convenience. After concluding the call with the HR department, Ning Jiaqi opened her computer and navigated to the official website of the Yanjing Empire Group. The foremost announcement pertained to the results of the first round of written examinations, indicating that only candidates who scored at least 90 points and successfully advanced to the second round of interviews were listed. The evaluation criteria specified that the cultural questions had a maximum score of 100. While the 3 subjective questions could also confer an opportunity for an interview if answered with sufficient clarity and completeness. As she scrolled down the page, Ning Jiaqi was astonished to discover that her score placed her in first position. Indeed, being a top student was not a title one could claim lightly. A glance at her results showed a perfect score on the cultural questions and an excellent rating on the additional questions. It could be said that her performance on the examination was nothing short of exemplary. Setting aside her acquaintance with Fu Qian, her examination paper was undoubtedly satisfying to the various supervising managers. Ning Jiaqi had no doubts regarding her written examination results, as she was well acquainted with the material presented. Consequently, there was no possibility of any behind-the-scenes manipulation. Furthermore, she had previously informed Su Shiqian not to interfere in her affairs, so it was unlikely that Fu Qian would show her any undue leniency. Confident in her abilities, Ning Jiaqi dismissed the notion that she required connections to gain entrance into the Yanjing Empire. However, it was perhaps premature for her to feel such pride and self-assurance, as numerous challenges lay ahead. The written examination was merely a preliminary test. What followed would hold far greater significance. With a glance, she noted that the written test had eliminated thousands of candidates, with only a little over 100 securing an opportunity for the interview. Thus, the competition was indeed quite fierce. Ning Jiaqi remained optimistic about the interview, rising early the next day to present herself appropriately, preparing her resume before setting off for the Yanjing Empire. However, despite her belief that she had arrived early, she found herself surprisingly late, as her assigned number, 98, placed her towards the end of the queue. She couldn't help but internally lament, "Goodness, everyone here seems to be on overdrive. Must they all be so exuberantly eager?" The interview process was conducted in batches, with 5 candidates entering at a time according to their assigned numbers. With a quick calculation, Ning Jiaqi realized she would have to wait quite a while, and she settled comfortably in the adjacent waiting area, sipping water as she awaited her turn. "Greetings, I am Meng Sun. I never anticipated surpassing the written examination and advancing to the interview stage. I must admit, I feel quite anxious." As Ning Jiaqi settled into her seat, a gentleman, also holding a paper cup, took a seat beside her and initiated a conversation. Ning Jiaqi turned her head to scrutinize the man who had unexpectedly spoken to her. Meng Sun, a bright and cheerful young man, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance. When he spoke, a broad smile adorned his lips, radiating an aura of optimism and a spirited disposition. Chapter 91. A lack of mental preparation. Hello. The other party spoke this phrase without any discernible question, as if merely expressing a sentiment. Yet, their gaze was fixed upon her, clearly engaging in conversation. Ning Jiaqi pondered briefly and responded with a simple greeting. "Are you not the least bit anxious about the interview?" Meng Sun inquired, displaying a casual familiarity with Ning Jiaqi. "Not anxious at all." Ning Jiaqi shook her head, indicating her lack of nervousness, and indeed, there was little to be anxious about. For her, whether or not she entered the Yin Jing Empire was inconsequential. After all, there were many ways to provoke Liu Yufei. This was merely one attempt, the most effective method that could truly touch upon the core issue. Regardless of the outcome, Ning Jiaqi felt compelled to give it a try. As for the final result, she believed in doing her utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Perhaps devoid of a strong goal orientation, Ning Jiaqi appeared remarkably at ease. "How can you be so calm? This is the Yin Jing Empire's interview." Meng Sun whispered curiously, "Do you have some powerful backing?" "Here, nepotism is not prohibited." Ning Jiaqi replied earnestly, "I simply do not feel a pressing need to enter the Yin Jing Empire, hence the lack of pressure." "That's true. The Yin Jing Empire is quite fair in that respect." Meng Sun nodded, expressing his agreement with the system. "I still don't know your name," Meng Sun prompted. "Well." Ning Jiaqi had just begun to utter a word when they were interrupted by a staff member calling them in for the interview. Ning Jiaqi instinctively looked up, slightly stunned, and asked, "So soon? Have they already interviewed over 90 people?" Ning Jiaqi was genuinely astonished. She had hardly been seated for a few minutes. Had something transpired that she was unaware of? "Ha, you didn't know?" Seeing Ning Jiaqi's adorably bewildered expression, Meng Sun chuckled. The interview process at the Yin Jing Empire alternates between groups of 5. Meng Sun smiled as he elucidated, recognizing that Ning Jiaqi's innocence was akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers. No wonder she had claimed to be entirely unperturbed. It turned out she was unfamiliar with the interview process. It must be said that managing to pass the initial written exam, despite her lack of knowledge, was indeed impressive. Meng Sun regarded Ning Jiaqi with a sense of affection. However, little did anyone know how much information Ning Jiaqi had actually gathered. She had thought the sequence and procedure of the interview were of minor significance. Unexpectedly, she found herself in such an amusingly naive predicament. Upon hearing Meng Sun's light-hearted explanation, Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow, initially believing she would have to wait a while longer. She had not anticipated such promptness and felt utterly unprepared. As she contemplated this, a sense of nervousness began to creep in, and Meng Sun, observing her demeanor, assumed that she had finally succumbed to anxiety. Meng Sun gently placed a reassuring hand on Ning Jiaqi's shoulder, seemingly offering comfort. "There is no need to feel anxious. During the interview, I will do my utmost to assist you." Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at Meng Sun, noticing that the number tag in his hand was precisely 99. They were both in the same round of interviews. Is that how it works? Thus, was Meng Sun's primary motive for approaching her simply to familiarize himself with a fellow competitor in the same interview round? Chapter 092. The only one, although Ning Jiaqi harbored such thoughts, upon hearing Meng Sun's recent comments, it appeared that the situation was not as she had assumed. Was he merely here to engage in idle chatter, to pass the time while awaiting the interview? Ultimately, Ning Jiaqi refrained from voicing her queries, deeming them inconsequential. A member of the Human Resources Department, responsible for notifying candidates, gently urged the participants forward. "Candidates 96 to 100, please enter for your interviews." With that, Ning Jiaqi rose and proceeded into the interview room alongside a few others. The chamber was quite sparse, dominated by a rectangular table at its center. On one side sat 5 interviewers, each with a stack of materials and a pen before them. Their expressions varied, some stern, others affable, and a few inscrutable. It was impossible to discern the preferences and personalities of each interviewer. On the opposite side of the table were 5 vacant chairs, presumably for the candidates. "Please take a seat," gestured Su Haifeng, the HR manager, inviting the newly arrived candidates to sit. Ning Jiaqi found herself positioned directly opposite him. This afforded Su Haifeng the opportunity to scrutinize her. She had been the first to submit her written examination, leaving a significant impression on him. particularly as she had achieved a perfect score on the cultural questions. This was undoubtedly a first in history. He speculated that her connection to their general manager, Fu, might indeed be true. Moreover, it appeared that their general manager had taken measures to ensure her entrance into Yin Jing Empire, discreetly instructing Assistant Qin to facilitate her acceptance. Clearly, there was a consideration for this young woman, if it were known that she had gained entry through Fu's influence. The ensuing gossip within the company could prove detrimental to her. From this perspective, it seemed this young lady was of considerable significance. Su Haifeng dared not delve deeper into these thoughts. Given the explicit directive from above to provide special care, it was his duty as a subordinate to comply. Ning Jiaqi sensed Su Haifeng's intense gaze upon her, his focus unervingly penetrating, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion. Ning Jiaqi? Su Haifeng was the first to address her. Yes, Ning Jiaqi replied with a slight nod. She could feel the attention of everyone in the room converging on her, akin to the scrutiny of a rare specimen. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Was her name particularly remarkable, or was it her persona that drew such fascination? Why did she feel as though she was missing the essence of their intrigue? Oh, this is the one who scored a perfect mark on the written exam. At last, one of the interviewers articulated the revelation. Is that so extraordinary? Ning Jiaqi could not suppress her curiosity and instinctively posed the question. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. In previous recruitment efforts, there has never been a candidate who achieved a perfect score. You are the first and currently the only one, Su Haifeng remarked. His gaze filled with genuine admiration for Ning Jiaqi. Setting aside the relationship with Mr. Fu, it is evident that Ning Jiaqi possesses a remarkably high level of cultural sophistication. Moreover, given Mr. Fu's aloof demeanor, it is utterly improbable that he would divulge the questions in advance. Furthermore, if Mr. Fu had prior knowledge of Ning Jiaqi's intention to apply, he would have certainly issued directives beforehand rather than waiting for a report to be presented. Additionally, when Mr. Fu mentions the need for subtlety, does this young lady truly believe that he would not be assisting her from behind the scenes? Chapter 093. Does the unwritten rule persist? If this is indeed the case, then the young lady has come of her own accord without informing Mr. Fu. Under such circumstances, he ought to treat Ning Jiaqi's interview with impartiality. If she were to be eliminated, it would be easy enough to subtly influence the outcome later. Resolute in his decision, Su Haifeng adopted a stern demeanor and regarded the 5 interviewers seated across from him with a serious expression. We have reviewed your materials, he announced. Each of you, please articulate your strengths. Refrain from boasting about your academic credentials or the prestigious universities for which you graduated. Those seeking employment with Yanjing Empire Group are predominantly the CRME de la CRME from esteemed institutions. Su Haifeng picked up a stack of materials in front of him, shaking it slightly before continuing. Now, tell me, what reasons do we have to retain you over the others? Let us begin with candidate 96. He looked up at a girl identified as 96, signaling her to proceed. The young woman, Yueling, appeared unfazed and exuded a sense of pride as she proclaimed, "My name is Yu Lingling, and I assure you my academic credentials are the most impressive here." Upon hearing this, the 5 interviewers furrowed their brows in disapproval. It had been made explicitly clear not to reference one's educational background, as it held little significance in this context. To their astonishment, Yu Lingling seemed oblivious to the instruction, reiterating her point with an air of arrogance. Out of courtesy, the interviewers merely raised their eyebrows without interrupting her. I excel in all aspects, a fact that will become evident to you in due time. Yu Lingling casually twirled her hair, crossed her legs, and toyed with her freshly manicured nails, tilting her head as she continued, "As for why you should choose me over the others, it's simple. My father is a director of the group. Would you dare not hire me?" At this juncture, the interviewers comprehended her brazen demeanor and her nonchalance towards their presence stemmed from her powerful connections. It was no wonder she carried herself with such audacity. Initially, the 5 interviewers were displeased by her remarks and her disrespectful attitude towards the interview process. However, upon hearing her final statement, their furrowed brows relaxed and the tension dissipated, even eliciting a few light chuckles. Ning Jiaqi, seated in the center, observed the shift in expressions among the interviewers with curiosity. Could it be that the director held significant influence, prompting their concession? Yet, wasn't he the Yinjing Empire known for prohibiting any form of nepotism? Or perhaps the so-called unwritten rules had indeed persisted, merely concealed from plain sight? Ning Jiaqi's mind was filled with a myriad of questions. Yet she refrained from displaying any inappropriate emotions on her face. It was not only Ning Jiaqi who noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of the 5 interviewers. Even the audacious Yu Lingling took note of it, letting out a self-satisfied huff. The results can be announced now. Chapter 094. Those unwilling to wait may depart. The results can now be announced. Yu Lingling, exuding an air of regal authority, held her chin high as she disdainfully surveyed the gathered candidates. Ning Jiaqi maintained an expression devoid of change, while Meng Sun continued to wear a bright and cheerful smile. The other 2 candidates, however, cast nervous glances at Yu Lingling before shifting their gaze to the 5 interviewers. "May I inquire if your esteemed father is the esteemed director Yuan Chang?" asked the only female interviewer, who identified herself as Sally, the marketing manager. As Ning Jiaqi glanced at her nameplate, "It is redundant, for is there another director by the surname Yu in Yinjing Empire?" Yu Lingling rolled her eyes at Sally's foolish question, responding with evident impatience. "Do you know why there is only one director by the surname Yu?" Sally, undeterred by Yu Lingling's demeanor, continued to smile as she posed her inquiry. Yu Lingling chose not to respond, her displeasure evident as she regarded Sally, bewildered by the purpose behind such trivial questions. "Do you truly not know?" Sally inquired, her friendly smile sending a chill down the spine. "Allow me to enlighten you, because our Yinjing Empire does not permit any nepotism within the company. Do you understand? My father is the director. Why should that be a problem? Do you think your words hold any weight?" Yu Lingling, infuriated by Sally's remarks, rose to her feet, pointing at them and declaring, "I assure you, my father's words carry authority here, and you are insignificant in comparison." The 5 interviewers, rather than displaying anger, found her words utterly laughable. "Is that so? It appears Director Yu harbors such thoughts. Perhaps we should invite Director Yu himself to express his sentiments," remarked Tang Yinqin, the legal advisor, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his tone laden with ambiguity. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Lingling, a woman of impulsive speech and action, failed to grasp the implication of Tang Yinqin's words. In the next moment, Tang Yinqin's actions would clarify his intentions. He picked up his phone and made a succinct call. "Is this Director Yu?" "This is Tang Yinqin. There is a matter requiring your immediate attention in Office 3 on the 6th floor, concerning your interests within the company. Please come at once." His tone remained courteous and polite, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. "Well then, it is not uncommon for unexpected occurrences to arise during the interview process," Tang Yinqin remarked, his expression neutral as he cast a cursory glance at the 5 candidates seated across from him. "For those willing to wait, the interview will resume shortly. For those unwilling to wait, you may take your leave. The interview is concluded." The words have been spoken so plainly, and everyone has eagerly awaited the opportunity for an interview. Now, even before the interviews have commenced, to suggest their conclusion is utterly inconceivable. Moreover, if waiting a little longer yields the desired outcome, then it is indeed worthwhile. Therefore, after Tang Yinqin finished speaking, not a single person wished to depart. However, Yu Lingling found it difficult to remain composed. Glaring at them, she imperiously inquired, "What are you all planning? Why summon my father?" Chapter 095. Remember to bring your brain when you go out certainly. It is necessary for Director Yu to personally discuss the position of Miss Yu within the Yinjing Empire. Su Haifeng glanced at Yu Lingling and responded to her inquiry, saying, "Please wait a moment. Director Yu should arrive shortly." His words seemed to convey a sense of submission, suggesting that with the presence of board member Yu Wenchang, Yu Lingling could seamlessly enter any department she desired and assume any role she wished. Perhaps Su Haifeng's words pleased Yu Lingling as she obediently settled down to wait. Ning Jiaqi found the situation quite intriguing. To her, the 5 interviewers before her did not appear to be easily swayed. Particularly, Tang Yinqin exuded the demeanor of a cunning elite, his calculating nature evident. When he had just spoken to Yu Wenchang over the phone, the golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose gleamed ominously, sending a chill down one's spine. The other four interviewers exhibited a similar attitude. Unlike before, they transformed after Yu Lingling introduced herself, their relaxed countenance tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Although they did not overtly display their amusement, Ning Jiaqi perceptively sensed it. It seemed that it was not their concession nor any underlying rules at play. Rather, it was Yu Lingling who was in a precarious position. Ning Jiaqi had not anticipated encountering such an entertaining live spectacle during her interview. She felt fortunate. She watched Yu Lingling with great interest, noting her arrogance and presumptuousness, likely a result of being excessively pampered at home. Such audacity to cause a stir in the Yin Jing Empire. Was Yu Wenchang unafraid of Fu Qi? Or did this young woman simply lack awareness of her circumstances? Regardless of the reason, whether the former or the latter, Ning Jiaqi felt compelled to convey a sentiment. Those who do not act foolishly shall not face dire consequences. After approximately 10 minutes, the robust Yu Wenchang finally made his entrance. Without knocking, he pushed open the door and, without surveying the room, loudly inquired, "What is going on?" Given the abruptness of his summons and the lack of an explanation, he was understandably agitated. It was only after speaking that he noticed the presence of so many individuals, including his own daughter, causing his right eyelid to twitch involuntarily, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. "Lingling, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Daddy, I'm here for an interview at the Yin Jing Empire," Yu Lingling exclaimed as she stood up from her chair and affectionately embraced her father's arm. "An interview? Why didn't you mention this to me earlier?" Yu Wenchang was completely unaware of his daughter's intention to apply. However, seeing her successfully reach the interview stage brought him some comfort. "My precious daughter is indeed remarkable. She passed such a challenging written exam. Do well in the interview. There's a chance for you." Initially, Yu Wenchang was genuinely elated, never expecting that his academically struggling daughter could triumph in the written examination. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. However, his joy was short-lived, as a single remark from Yu Lingling darkened his expression entirely. Ning Jiaqi once again lamented within herself. One must remember to take their intellect when stepping out, for the depths of foolishness seem incurable. Indeed, one would not perish from inaction. Chapter 096. The anguish of Qi upon the conclusion of Yu Wenchang's statement. Yu Lingling ought to have refrained from further comment. However, to everyone's astonishment, the foolish Yu Lingling appeared rather pleased with herself at that moment. With her head held high, she declared, "Of course, I performed splendidly. I had your secretary divulge the exam questions to me in advance, and I memorized them diligently. It was truly arduous." Despite the triviality of her effort, Yu Lingling feigned great suffering, sweetly imploring her father, "Daddy, this is my first time working so hard. You must reward me. I've set my sights on a new car. Please buy it for me." The five interviewers could not help but chuckle at her remarks, while Yu Wenchang's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized he had indulged his daughter to such an extent that her words and actions lacked any thoughtful consideration. To brazenly speak of leaked exam questions, was she not concerned about the longevity of his position as a board member? Yu Wenchang's face darkened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, clearly apprehensive about Yu Lingling's revelations. "Miss Yu certainly possesses the boldness befitting the daughter of Director Yu, speaking so audaciously in any setting. I must commend your courage, Tang," remarked Tang Yanxin, his words laced with sarcasm that pierced directly into Yu Wenchang's heart. Initially, the purpose of inviting Director Yu was merely to discuss his daughter's application and determine the most suitable department for her managerial position. Su Haifeng glanced at Yu Wenchang, his tone suggesting he sought counsel. However, the unexpected revelation of the leaked exam questions had shifted the conversation entirely. "Director Yu, it appears we have much to discuss regarding this matter," Tang Yanqin interjected, causing Yu Wenchang to break into a cold sweat. Though Yu Wenchang wished to distance himself from such affairs, he found himself ensnared by his troublesome daughter. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Lingling interrupted him, dismissing the need for a managerial position entirely. "I only wish to be young Master Di's secretary," she boldly proclaimed. Upon revealing her desired position, a flicker of understanding passed among the onlookers. Her ambitions were indeed audaciously fixated on young Master Di. Ning Jiaqi glanced at Yu Lingling, noting her average appearance, heavily reliant on makeup, and her provocative attire, which seemed to flaunt her assets without any accompanying intellect. It appeared that Fu Qiyin was indeed quite the magnet for women of all types. The 5 interviewers wore expressions of schadenfreude, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, while only Yuan Chang appeared utterly exasperated by his daughter's words. "Be quiet," he admonished Yu Lingling sharply. "Do you really think you can covet young Master D?" Despite his attempts to convey urgency through glances, Yu Lingling remained blissfully oblivious. "Father, did you not say yourself that I could become the secretary of the esteemed young master, thus allowing me to bask in the proximity of fortune?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Lingling countered. Yu Wenchang was truly on the verge of bloodshed from exasperation. He really had a penchant for voicing everything. "Do you not understand when I command you to be silent?" Chapter 97. Abandon the car to save the commander. Upon hearing Yu Wenchang's furious command to be quiet once more, Yu Lingling belatedly realized that her father was genuinely enraged. However, she found herself perplexed, as she could not comprehend the source of his ire. Her father had often boasted of his esteemed position within the Yanjing Empire and the substantial shares he held, asserting his authority as paramount. Hence, Yu Lingling perceived no wrongdoing on her part, given her father's immense power. She believed that her aspiration to enter the Yanjing Empire and serve as Fu Qian's secretary should pose no obstacle. Moreover, her father had shown support for her endeavor to engage with the young master of the empire. Thus, she was steadfast in her conviction that her actions were justified. Yet, she struggled to understand the disapproving expression on her father's face and the severity of his reprimand. Ning Jiaqi could not help but shake her head, lamenting the folly of such a daughter, a true burden to her father. "I truly had no knowledge of the leaked question," Yuan Chang desperately explained. "I obtained it directly from my father's secretary." As Yuan Chang attempted to elucidate the situation, Yu Lingling joined in her defense. However, as the saying goes, the more one tries to clarify, the deeper the pit they dig for themselves. It was evident that Yu Lingling's attempts were only complicating matters further, and Yuan Chang was undoubtedly distressed. "Be silent. Is this a place for you to speak?" Yuan Chang was exasperated to the brink. "Utter another word, and you shall forfeit your allowance for the month." Faced with her father's unwavering stance, Yu Lingling, though discontented, complied and fell silent. Regardless of whether Yu Wenchang was privy to the matter beforehand, the reality of the leaked question was undeniable. Tang Yanqin raised his gaze to Yu Wenchang, his tone deceptively calm, yet subtly applied pressure. "Since the incident has occurred, a resolution is warranted. One must consider how Director Yu perceives this." Yu Wenchang, feeling a wave of anxiety, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before responding. "Since it was my secretary who caused the leak, we shall adhere to company policy, termination of employment and a salary deduction, with no future rehire." Director Yu indeed displayed a commendable sense of justice. Su Haifeng expressed dissatisfaction with Yu Wenchang's decision, stating, "I will have my staff handle it shortly." Director Yu is quite resolute. Your secretary possesses an alluring figure and a sweet demeanor. Her subtle glances are truly captivating. The public relations manager, Song Xingyu, adorned in flamboyant attire, spoke with a teasing tone, laced with an ambiguous undertone. Upon hearing this, everyone began to piece together the implications, realizing that Yu Wenchang and his secretary were entangled in a scandal. Yet, it is said, when there are matters, the secretary acts. When there are none, she remains a secretary, is it not? Such affairs are hardly unprecedented. The decision to dismiss the secretary met with a consensus of acceptance among the attendees, save for Yu Lingling, who remained in a state of shock at the unexpected turn of events. Merely a secretary, nothing of great significance. At this moment, Yu Wenchang undoubtedly had to prioritize the preservation of his own position. He could not possibly jeopardize himself in the process. This is indisputable, and one can only hope that this matter would conclude here. However, it is evident that such a notion is overly optimistic. How could this affair be as simple as the dismissal of a single secretary? Chapter 098. Descending the stairs now that this matter has been resolved, I shall not delay everyone further in the interview process. I will take my unworthy daughter and take our leave. Yu Wenchang reached out to pull Yu Lingling, intending to hastily dismiss the entire affair. Alas, the 5 interviewers were not so easily swayed. The critical questions had yet to be thoroughly examined. How could they simply let Yuan Chang off the hook? Mr. Yu, the matter remains unresolved. Are you in such a hurry to depart? Zheng Jiabao, the manager of the technical department, chimed in with a mischievous glint in his eye. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chang stiffened, realizing that these 5 individuals were far from benign. Faced with this unavoidable predicament, he had no choice but to devise a strategy for coping. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, casting a fierce glare at Yu Lingling. Were it not for her foolishness, he would not be entangled in such troubles. My daughter is merely headstrong. I beseech you all not to take this too seriously. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yuan Chang attempted to convey a conciliatory tone, yet unfortunately, no one seemed inclined to heed his plea. Mr. Yu, the company's explicit regulations prohibit anyone from leveraging familial connections to gain employment. Is that not a flagrant violation? Su Haifeng raised an eyebrow, deliberately heightening the gravity of the situation. Is this not a blatant affront to President Fu's authority? I had no such intention. The sudden weight of accusation caused Yuan Chang to tense up. How could he dare to challenge the authority of the esteemed Emperor Shao? That would be akin to digging his own grave. Is that so? Yet, I find your daughter's words quite clear. Sally rested her chin on her hand, directing her gaze at Yu Lingling. If Mr. Yu doubts this, we can always review the surveillance footage. Yuan Chang forced a laugh, at a loss for words. There was no need to view any footage. He had heard what Yu Lingling had said just moments ago. Although he had not caught every detail earlier, he could surmise the underlying implications. It was simply that his daughter had spoken thoughtlessly. He urged the others not to take it to heart. I am fully aware of the company's regulations, and I have no authority to unilaterally appoint my daughter. I have never done so in the past, nor would I now. Therefore, why must we persist in clinging to this one issue, creating discomfort for everyone? After hearing Yuan Chang's words, Yu Lingling began to grasp that her father's influence within the Yanjing Empire was not as formidable as he had portrayed. Noticing the sheen of sweat on his brow and his evident anxiety, she too started to feel a sense of urgency. Yuan Chang continued to cast discreet glances at her, and at last, she comprehended his intent, realizing she was not entirely dim-witted. Quickly, she interjected, I was merely jesting with no ulterior motives. If I have offended anyone, I sincerely apologize. Is that acceptable? Yu Lingling's words were now somewhat more appropriate. Yet it was too late for damage control. Since it was all a misunderstanding, perhaps it was best to clear the air. At this moment, Yu Lingling displayed commendable resolve, having discerned the meaning behind his subtle gestures. Yuan Chang found this an opportune moment to gracefully descend from the precarious situation. Allowing the matter to escalate would yield no benefit for anyone involved, particularly during the current phase of recruitment, where the scrutiny of outsiders could lead to ridicule. Despite being a board member of the Yin Empire, Yuan Chang was somewhat restrained by his apprehension towards Fu Qiyin, causing him to tread cautiously in his endeavors. Nevertheless, he harbored a few cunning thoughts and was not entirely devoid of scheming inclinations. Yuan Chang would not allow himself to plunge into irretrievable depths. Chapter 099. Taking advantage, yet playing innocent alas, Tang Yanqin and his companions are not to be underestimated. Having finally seized an opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip away? To avoid becoming a laughingstock, it would be prudent for Director Yu to swiftly set an example. Prolonging this matter serves no purpose. Why not take decisive action? If Director Yu seeks to maintain peace, he must exhibit sufficient sincerity. From the moment Tang Yanqin spoke, an air of deep calculation surrounded him. The authority of the young master is inviolable. Does Director Yu not comprehend the profound impact of Miss Yu's earlier remarks? How profound? Yuan Chang unwittingly fell into the trap set by Tang Yanqin, merely echoing the inquiry. Just how profound? Tang Yanqin appeared to ponder, turning his gaze towards Sally and the others, who were impeccably in sync. The previous exchange led one to believe that in the Empire of Yin, whatever Director Yu decrees is absolute. How serendipitous! I share the same sentiment. Moreover, those unaware might assume that Director Yu harbors ambitions of usurpation. Usurpation? The term struck Ning Jiaqi as particularly amusing. Did they truly regard Fu Qiyin as a sovereign? Such assertions felt exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenchang felt as though a great weight pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless. I have never entertained such thoughts. Whether you have or not, your conscience knows the truth. Had you not revealed such inclinations, how would Miss Yu dare to act so tyrannically within the empire of Yin? The situation has transpired. Can you expect us to believe that Director Yu harbors no such intentions? Or that the young master would? Clearly, none of them were inclined to trust Yu Wenchang, leaving one to ponder how he might respond. The more he listened, the more his head throbbed, and he cast a fierce glare at Yu Lingling, whom he deemed a liability for her tactless remarks. Yu Lingling realized she had indeed misspoken, and with Tang Yanqin and his allies relentlessly pursuing the matter, coupled with Yu Wenchang's fierce glare, she grew anxious. She attempted to speak, but was silenced by an even more menacing look from him. Yu Wenchang had no intention of allowing her to further complicate matters. A mere few words had already led to an irretrievable predicament, and he wished to avoid any further mischief. So what do you propose now? With no other recourse, Yu Wenchang decided to listen to their suggestions, as whatever he said seemed to provoke their retorts. Shouldn't it be Director Yu who demonstrates some sincerity in resolving this issue? It feels as if we are the ones bullying Director Yu, which would be quite unfortunate. As he listened to their words, Yu Wenchang's lips twitched involuntarily. They were clearly attempting to manipulate the situation while feigning innocence. Ning Jiaqi found the situation rather intriguing. Each individual present seemed to be a cunning fox. It appeared that Yu Wenchang was destined to falter today. However, considering that Chairman Yu was so astutely aware of the larger picture, it would be somewhat pretentious of us not to offer a few suggestions, wouldn't it? Tang Yanqin truly had a knack for reaping the benefits while feigning innocence, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 100. Surrendering shares, seeking peace indeed. At this moment, Yu Wenchang could only respond with a submissive affirmation. It was clear that he found himself at a disadvantage, especially with the 5 individuals across from him, who were no mere trifles. In such circumstances, patience was paramount. He certainly did not wish for the matter to escalate to the attention of the esteemed Emperor Xiao, where negotiations would become far more challenging. Let's proceed this way. All these troubles stem from the diminished influence of Director Yu within the company. Tang Yanqin proposed after what seemed like an extensive contemplation. What if Director Yu were to relinquish 30% of his shares? It would serve to resolve the issue amicably. 30%? Yu Wenchang was taken aback that their objective was aimed directly at his shares. Had he inadvertently drawn too much attention to himself recently? What? Does Director Yu find that amount excessive? Tang Yanqin inquired, clearly perceiving Yu Wenchang's astonishment and hesitation. Just as Yu Wenchang was about to concede that it indeed felt rather substantial, he was abruptly silenced by Tang Yanqin's next utterance. Excessive? If so, shall we simply summon Emperor Xiao for a judgment? Tang Yanqin remarked while fiddling with his mobile device. Though it may be inappropriate to disturb him, for matters of this nature, it is prudent to report to Emperor Xiao in case of dissent. We wouldn't want to be accused of colluding to bully others, only to find ourselves subjected to reprimand. Indeed, if this matter were mishandled, they could inadvertently find themselves in a precarious position. Yu Wenchang was visibly anxious. After all, should this issue reach Fu Qian, he would be the one at a loss. The situation was undeniably clear, and Fu Qian had previously declared a strict prohibition against any abuse of power for personal gain. Although he was unaware of Yu Lingling's actions, her ostentatious display of authority in her capacity as a director was undoubtedly a slap in Fu Qian's face. Thus, if Fu Qian were to discover the situation, the resolution would not merely entail surrendering 30% of shares. A 30% stake in the Yinjing Empire represented billions. Relinquishing such a sum was indeed painful for Yu Wenchang. Yet what recourse did he have? After all, he had fathered such a troublesome daughter. Not too much. 30% is hardly excessive. Yu Wenchang found himself compelled to declare, fully aware that he could not afford to contest the claim. Not excessive. Tang Yanqin's tone rose slightly, his eyebrows arching, clearly plotting something further. Yu Wenchang felt a chill of foreboding as he observed Tang Yanqin's demeanor. Since Director Yu believes 30% is reasonable, let us consider 40%. Surely, that should not be too burdensome for you. Tang Yanqin stated with casual nonchalance. Yu Wenchang was rendered speechless by this statement, left to swallow his grievances in silence. He dared not challenge the notion of it being excessive any longer, convinced that Tang Yanqin, this opportunistic individual, would only increase his demands. Very well, since Director Yu finds no objection to 40%, let us convene in my office shortly. I assure you, it will not consume too much of your time. Tang Yanqin was indeed wise enough to know when to withdraw. Having achieved his objectives, it was only prudent to reel in the net, lest the fish slip away, which would surely provoke regret. At this moment, Yu Wenchang had nothing to express other than agreement. However, deep within his heart, he harbored a profound resentment towards Yu Lingling, lamenting that she was truly a bane. The transfer of shares was undoubtedly of far greater significance than any interview. Tang Yanqin was the first to depart, leading Yu Wenchang and Yu Lingling toward his office. Chapter 101. Successful interview. This unexpected incident left those interviewing here exchanging bewildered glances. After all, such a dramatic turn of events is not something one encounters frequently. A faint smile graced Ning Jiaqi's lips. She did not believe that today's little episode was merely a coincidence. The leak of the written examination questions was too conspicuous for her to accept that no one in the Yin Empire was privy to this information beforehand. Moreover, she was certain that the interviewers were well aware of Yu Lingling's identity and her connection to Yu Wenchang. If Ning Jiaqi's intuition served her right, this was all a carefully laid trap intended to coerce Yu Wenchang into relinquishing his shares, with 3% being the absolute minimum. Indeed, the individuals under Fu Qian's wing were nothing short of cunning foxes. Yet, she had not anticipated witnessing such an entertaining spectacle today. As the interview concluded, Su Haifeng glanced at the remaining 4 candidates after Tang Yanqin exited and pointed to Meng Sun and Ning Jiaqi, announcing their success. Such a hasty decision would undoubtedly provoke discontent, and even Ning Jiaqi found it somewhat surprising. On what grounds were they eliminated without even being interviewed? Why were the others deemed worthy? The 2 unsuccessful candidates voiced their grievances loudly, questioning the fairness of the outcome. Why is this? Have you not reflected on your own conduct? Su Haifeng replied sternly, his expression grave. Knowing that Yu Lingling's father is a director of the company, your eyes were clearly filled with flattery. When you realized Yu Lingling was in a precarious situation, you smirked with malicious glee. Do you think we would accept individuals of such questionable character? In contrast, the 2 successful candidates maintained consistent expressions from the outset, their attitudes unwavering throughout. Do not assume that an interview merely entails answering questions. We have evaluated countless candidates and can discern character. Do you have any objections to my statement? Su Haifeng observed the 2 rejected candidates lowering their heads, seemingly embarrassed, before continuing, regardless of your abilities, if your character is lacking, we at the Yin Empire will not accept you. Very well, you 2 are through. Await notification for the 3rd round of selection. Su Haifeng cast a meaningful glance at Ning Jiaqi, contemplating offering her a special consideration, yet she had undoubtedly advanced on her own merit. It was evident that Ning Jiaqi possessed some capabilities after all. However, the fact that she could align herself with their esteemed director Fu and even gain his exception showcased her greatest talent. Yet, Ning Jiaqi remained somewhat oblivious to her own prowess. Bewildered and without inquiring further, she had passed the interview, leaving her feeling as though the world had taken on an air of mystique. Nevertheless, passing the interview was a testament to her genuine skills. As the saying goes, gold will always shine. Could it be that her brilliance had become so radiant? Ning Jiaqi pondered narcissistically, though she did not allow such thoughts to manifest outwardly. He merely stood up and politely inclined his head slightly towards the 4 interviewers before departing with Meng Sun. It was quite unexpected to have passed so effortlessly. Upon exiting the office, Meng Sun, with his hands clasped behind his head, spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, remarking, "The interview standards of the Yinjing Empire are indeed quite whimsical. Truly surprising." Chapter 102. She surely did not intend to regardless of their capriciousness. Witnessing a splendid performance and successfully passing the interview is indeed a delightful occurrence. Ning Jiaqi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Although she had previously found their actions somewhat whimsical, They possessed the privilege to be so, did they not? Well then, young man, return home and diligently prepare for the next election. Ning Jiaqi gently patted Meng Sun's shoulder, chuckling softly as she turned astride toward the elevator. Wait for me. Let's go together. Meng Sun hurriedly caught up to Ning Jiaqi, eager to walk alongside her. Standing before the elevator, Ning Jiaqi glanced at the boy towering over her at nearly 6 feet, and with a light laugh, inquired, Did you introduce yourself just now? What? Meng Sun was taken aback by her sudden question, puzzled about what she meant by self-introduction. The interview, Ning Jiaqi replied, glancing at the current floor the elevator had reached before looking back at Meng Sun. I didn't have the opportunity to introduce myself at all. Meng Sun responded honestly, still somewhat pleased with himself. See how impressive I am? I passed the interview without even introducing myself. Fool, why are you so smug? You didn't introduce yourself, and they don't even know who you are. Are you certain they will remember to notify you about the 3rd round of selections? Seeing Meng Sun still brimming with pride, Ning Jiaqi could not help but laugh, teasing him. Only then did Meng Sun's eyes widen in realization, suddenly aware of this oversight. No way, I must go back and confirm. With that, he dashed back energetically. Ning Jiaqi shook her head with a smile, finding the boy adorably naive. Her earlier words were merely a jest. The esteemed individuals in the Yanjing Empire were all exceptionally talented. Surely they would reference the materials to identify who had passed the interview. This child truly believed her, showcasing his sheltered innocence. Ding! At that moment, the elevator in front of Ning Jiaqi arrived and opened its doors. She entered with a light chuckle, leaning against the corner as she awaited the elevator's descent. She had not anticipated that the first 2 rounds of selection would be so effortlessly passed. Could it be that fortune would continue to favor her, allowing her to breeze through the subsequent stages and ultimately gain entry into the Yanjing Empire? If only everything could unfold so smoothly, like uncovering the truth behind her mother's death, or ensuring that Shun Rongqing faced the consequences of her actions sooner. As Ning Jiaqi exited the elevator, she appeared somewhat distracted, lost in thought, her gaze reflecting a blend of determination and melancholy. So much so that she walked right past Fu Qiyan without noticing him, exiting the grand building of the Yanjing Empire in a daze. Meanwhile, Fu Qiyan halted in his tracks upon being overlooked, turning to gaze at Ning Jiaqi, his expression cooling, his demeanor becoming noticeably more frigid. Young master, Miss Ning must be feeling unwell and somewhat dazed, which is why she did not notice you. She surely did not mean to. Upon witnessing Ning Jiaqi resolutely stride past Fu Qiyan, Qin Zheng experienced an undeniable shock within his heart. Fu Qiyan, too, had not overlooked the glimmer of resentment and desolation in Ning Jiaqi's eyes. He found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had someone wronged her? Since the moment he had come to know Ning Jiaqi, she had never been the one to endure grievances. It was always others who found themselves in such a position. Thus, what had transpired? Fu Qiyan turned his gaze toward the elevator, contemplating the matter, and it seemed a realization dawned upon him. He hastened into his private elevator, eager to uncover who had dared to mistreat her. Chapter 103. I shall inquire. Qin Zheng was taken aback by the fierce demeanor of Fu Qiyan. He found it hard to believe that their esteemed young master had no intentions towards Ning Jiaqi. Yet, what had transpired with Ning Jiaqi? Had she been wronged during the interview? Hadn't he distinctly advised the HR manager regarding this matter? It seemed implausible. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Zheng noticed Fu Qian's palpable impatience and displeasure within the elevator. He initially assumed that Fu Qiyan was waiting for him to enter, hence the irritable expression directed at him. Although it struck Qin Zheng as somewhat absurd to think Fu Qiyan would be waiting for him, he hastily hurried towards the elevator. However, just as he reached the entrance, the doors closed mercilessly, leaving him in a state of disarray outside. Qin Zheng realized that he had merely been deluding himself. Fu Qian's earlier irritation stemmed solely from the delayed closing of the elevator doors. It had nothing to do with him at all. Tears welled up in his heart, contemplating how he was not far from stepping inside the elevator. Qin Zheng increasingly felt that Fu Qiyan harbored genuine concern for Ning Jiaqi. Perhaps this concern was something Fu Qian himself did not fully comprehend. Shaking his head, he quietly moved to the adjacent elevator, awaiting its arrival to find Fu Qian. As Qin Zheng had surmised, Fu Qian was indeed perplexed by his own feelings for Ning Jiaqi. The sight of her seemingly aggrieved and dazed expression stirred an unsettling frustration within him. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. With a stern countenance, Fu Qian strode out with determination. "Good day, President Fu." His sudden appearance startled the employees on that floor, prompting them to rise from their seats and greet him. The interviewees, encountering Fu Qian for the first time, were equally intimidated by his imposing presence. His exquisitely handsome face bore sharp features, and his cold gaze swept over the room like an emperor surveying his realm. However, Fu Qian paid them no heed and proceeded to push open the door of the office where the interviews were taking place. The abrupt entrance caught the occupants off guard. Upon recognizing Fu Qian at the threshold, the four interviewers sprang to their feet, looking towards him with anticipation. "Out!" With that terse command, Fu Qian turned and exited, not specifying who should step out. The four interviewers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless as to whom Fu Qian was referencing. Yet, his omission of names implied that he expected the person he sought to know. Unfortunately, it appeared that none of them had any inkling of who that might be. Was President Fu there regarding the share transfer involving Yuan Chong? Shouldn't he had been consulting with Advisor Tang? But Advisor Tang was absent. So who was Fu Qian looking for? Su Haifeng pondered for a moment over Fu Qian's dark expression, which seemed to suggest that someone had displeased him. Could it be that? A sudden jolt coursed through Su Haifeng's mind. Was it possible that Mr. Fu was seeking him out? Naturally, Su Haifeng was not entirely certain. He merely stated, "Please continue with the interview. I shall make an inquiry." Seeing Su Haifeng volunteer, everyone was agreeable, for Fu Qian's demeanor clearly indicated he was on the verge of an outburst, and they certainly did not wish to find themselves in his crosshairs at this moment. Chapter 104. He fails to understand her in truth. Su Haifeng's heart was pounding with an unsettling anxiety. Who knew what had provoked the ire of their esteemed young master and General Manager Fu? Su Haifeng hastily followed out, only to see Fu Qian striding towards the tea room, prompting him to quicken his pace. "General Manager Fu, are you looking for me?" Su Haifeng inquired, though uncertainty laced his voice. Fu Qian cast a cold glance at him, his expression marred by barely contained anger. Su Haifeng's tension escalated. He couldn't fathom what he might have done to incite such displeasure. Had he unwittingly crossed a line? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Had she been wronged? Fu Qian's countenance was grim as he posed the question. She? Su Haifeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. Why did General Manager Fu always omit the subject in his speech? How was he to discern whom he was referring to? After a moment's contemplation, he surmised it must pertain to Ning Jiaqi. "Are you referring to Miss Ning Jiaqi?" Fu Qian remained silent, but shot Su Haifeng a look that seemed to convey, "Your words are trivial." Now grasping Fu Qian's intent, Su Haifeng promptly reported, "She hasn't been wronged, and moreover, her interview has been successfully passed. We have not shown any leniency." Fu Qian's beautifully sculpted brows furrowed tightly, as if he were pondering the veracity of Su Haifeng's words. "It is indeed true. Assistant Qin has given his instructions, and I would not dare allow Miss Ning Jiaqi to suffer any indignities," Su Haifeng assured, having observed that Ning Jiaqi had appeared quite well moments ago. Yet, what could be the reason for Fu Qian's urgent inquiry? This minor incident only served to solidify Su Haifeng's belief in Ning Jiaqi's extraordinary nature. It seemed she was destined to be the future mistress of the house. Perhaps he ought to start ingratiating himself with her from this point onward. Su Haifeng mused internally about whether he should consult Assistant Qin for further insights. After Su Haifeng's words, Fu Qian fell into a contemplative silence, confident that Su Haifeng would not dare to speak falsely. His instructions to Qin Zheng ensured that Su Haifeng would protect Ning Jiaqi from any harm, and the interview had appeared to proceed smoothly. However, the expression on Ning Jiaqi's face had been vividly etched in his memory. What had transpired with that girl? Fu Qian realized he knew nothing of Ning Jiaqi, her character, her acquaintances, or the nature of her relationships. What was the connection between her and the subservient Su Shiqian, or the generous Lu Huayuan, who lavished gifts of cars and houses? If Ning Jiaqi sought entry into Yan Jing Empire, and her intentions were not to draw closer to him, then what were her true motives? The enigma surrounding Ning Jiaqi was expanding, growing to a point that left Fu Qian feeling profoundly unsettled. Fu Qian was engulfed in a tempest of anger, vexed by his inexplicable concern for Ning Jiaqi. He was furious at his inability to uncover any information regarding her and infuriated by the pain he felt at her unhappiness. What feelings did Fu Qian truly harbor for Ning Jiaqi? Was it akin to that of an uncle towards his niece? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. After discovering what he sought to know, Fu Qian turned on his heel and departed with an air of nonchalance. Once Fu Qian was gone, Su Haifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Fu Qian's earlier demeanor had been overwhelmingly intimidating, exuding an oppressive aura. Fortunately, Ning Jiaqi had not endured any injustices in their presence, for Su Haifeng genuinely believed that Fu Qian would have torn them apart if she had. A shiver ran down Su Haifeng's spine at the mere thought of it. Chapter 105. Is it really necessary to be so proud? Tang Yunk swiftly signed the share transfer document belonging to Yuan Chang and was preparing to deliver it to Fu Qian. Having heard that Fu Qian had arrived and appeared to be in a hurry, Tang Yunk promptly organized the documents and made his way over. As he watched Fu Qian approach, Tang Yunk extended the papers towards him and called out, "President Fu, this. Please bring it to my office later." However, Fu Qian's tone was devoid of any inflection, and he did not even pause in his stride as he passed by Tang Yunk. What? Fu Qian's indifferent demeanor left Tang Yunk momentarily bewildered. He was right in front of him. A simple gesture to receive the documents would suffice. What did he mean by asking him to drop them off later? Was it truly necessary to be so haughty? Moreover, his expression was so grim. Had someone displeased him? Tang Yunk was filled with confusion when he unexpectedly spotted Su Haifeng approaching and couldn't help but call out to him. "Xiaohai, what is going on with President Fu? Wasn't he here to see me?" Dan Junko Dai Stili Questin Su Haifeng. Chuckling softly, Su Haifeng was already displeased by Tang Yunk referring to him in such a manner. Seizing the opportunity to mock him, he replied, "Do you really think you are that significant?" With a sarcastic tone, he added, "I'm a lawyer. Do you honestly believe you can outwit me in conversation?" Tang Yunk certainly discerned the sarcasm in Su Haifeng's words and recognized that he did not harbor any genuine malice. He retorted playfully, "So what if you're a lawyer?" Su Haifeng, undeterred, responded confidently, "Although I currently manage human resources, my major in university was law. Do you truly think I would be outmatched by you in verbal exchanges? Please, are lawyers really that coveted nowadays? It seems everyone is studying law," Tang Yunk remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. "This trend diminishes its rarity, and I must say, that's disappointing. Come on. You invincible attorney who has never lost a case is indeed a rarity." In all honesty, Tang Yunk's professional prowess was unrivaled, yet the mythos surrounding lawyers was indisputable. The camaraderie between Tang Yunk and Su Haifeng thrived on their banter, consistently oscillating between playful rivalry and brotherly affection. Seriously, what is going on with President Fu? Tang Yunk circled back to the original query, still perplexed. He rushed over here. If it wasn't to see me, then who else could it be? You're overthinking it. Do you really think you're that vital? Su Haifeng ziplit dietz mi sin. All right, fine. If I'm not important, then I'm not. Tang Yunk conceded to Su Haifeng's assertion. Yet he remained curious about the underlying reasons. Then who do you think President Fu came to see? You? Indeed. Su Haifeng ga su an su. Tang Yunk's eyes widened in astonishment, and he shook his head in disbelief. That doesn't seem plausible. Tell me, do you know something I'm unaware of? His perceptive nature was keenly attuned to the nuances of the situation. Certainly, there are matters that Su Haifeng would not disclose to him, merely glossing over them. What could there possibly be that you are unaware of? Surely, President Fu summoned me for a purpose. How amusing. Su Haifeng shot a glance at Tang Yunchin. Quickly, go and deliver the documents to President Fu. Chapter 106. A married man should not harbor thoughts of her after Su Haifeng uttered these words. He turned and returned to his interview duties. Tang Yinxin couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Su Haifeng's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable conviction that Su Haifeng must know something. After all, Fu Qian's earlier expression was clearly not one of indifference. However, what secrets could the esteemed Mr. D possibly share with Su Haifeng? It seemed unlikely. The headache, it was simply baffling. Tang Yinxin instinctively pressed his fingers to his temples. Never mind. He would surely find out in due time. For now, it would be wise to deliver the documents to the proud master. With that thought, Tang Yinxin took the elevator to Fu Qian's office. Mr. D. Did Miss Ning face any difficulties during her interview? Qin Zheng, who had arrived early at Fu Qian's presidential office, inquired as soon as Fu Qian returned. You seem quite concerned about her. Fu Qian responded not with an answer, but with a question of his own. A married man should not harbor thoughts of her. Qin Zheng was taken aback. Was he not simply expressing concern for the future lady of the house? Why did it seem as though he harbored ulterior motives towards Ning Jiaqi? Just because he was a married man did not diminish his worth. Qin Zheng would assert that, regardless of marital status, even the most distinguished scions paled in comparison to Miss Ning in his eyes. Did you comprehend that? Seeing Qin Zheng silent, Fu Qian impatiently pressed. Did you understand? Mr. D. Miss Ning is yours. I would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Qin Zheng quickly clarified his stance. Moreover, I am married. There is no divorce in my family. Only bereavement. Even if I were to entertain any improper thoughts, I would have to carefully consider my safety. Qin Zheng spoke no falsehood. While his wife was indeed virtuous, crossing her boundaries would lead to dire consequences. He held a deep affection for his wife, and his inquiries about Ning Jiaqi were merely an expression of concern on his part. Upon hearing Qin Zheng declare that Ning Jiaqi was his, Fu Qian's mood lightened slightly, allowing him to let go of his earlier irritation. Observing the change in Fu Qian's demeanor, Qin Zheng discreetly shook his head. Clearly, Miss Ning held a significant place in Mr. D's heart. Mr. D, I have brought you the documents. Tang Yinxin entered the president's office, placing the files on the desk and casually taking a seat opposite Fu Qian. I must say, Mr. D, you could have simply reached for them yourself. Why require me to deliver them? Did I inconvenience you by asking you to bring them? Fu Qian replied, not minding Tang Yinxin's casual demeanor, merely raising an eyebrow in response. How could I feel inconvenienced? After all, it is you who pays my salary, Tang Yinxin retorted playfully. Let's talk, or I might just deduct your wages. Fu Qian leaned back in his chair, casting a glance at Tang Yinxin. Deduct. It's not like there's much to take, Tang Yinxin responded nonchalantly. But tell me, Mr. D, what secrets do you and Su Haifeng share that you're keeping from me? Fu Qian cast a glance at Tang Yinxin, picked up the documents on the table, and perused them, deliberately avoiding an answer to Tang Yinxin's inquiry. Never mind. Engaging this taciturn individual was far less fruitful than coaxing a few words from Xiaohai. Tang Yinxin indeed possessed a certain self-awareness. Just try it. Would he dare to speak? It was only then that Fu Qian slowly began to articulate his thoughts. The undertone of menace unmistakable. So, there truly was something at play? Tang Yinxin abruptly rose, fixing his gaze upon Fu Qian, exclaiming, I have my suspicions. Qin Zheng observed Tang Yinxin, silently pondering. So he had his suspicions, but without knowing the particulars, what was there to be so agitated about? Chapter 107. Which young lady are you planning to sneak in? Tang Yinxin suddenly cast a glance at Qin Zheng, who, unable to withdraw his gaze in time, found himself locked in eye contact. Qin Zheng, do you know something as well? Qin Zheng nodded honestly and added, is that really so surprising? Indeed. Being Fu Qian's assistant meant that Qin Zheng was often privy to first-hand information, as Fu Qian would usually delegate tasks directly to him. However, extracting information from Qin Zheng was no simple feat after years of working alongside Fu Qian. He had learned the importance of discretion, knowing precisely what to keep confidential and what could be divulged. Are you implying that I am being excluded from this? Tang Yinxin frowned slightly, having stumbled upon a rather startling realization. Fu Qian responded nonchalantly. Tang Yinqin felt a tinge of malice emanating from Fu Qiyin. Do you not understand the necessity of absolute trust in your lawyer? Shouldn't all matters be disclosed? Fu Qiyin ignored Tang Yinqin's remark, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Such behavior will cost you my favor. Must you be so blunt? Just give me a glimpse of my own worth. Will you? Tang Yinqin recalled Su Haifeng's earlier words, realizing he was not as significant as he had imagined. Yet, this was far too insignificant. How could they be aware of matters he was oblivious to? It seemed utterly illogical. Fine, if you won't tell me. Do you think I can uncover myself? Fu Qiyin remained silent, his expression conveying a clear message. Investigate if you wish. I am indifferent. Allow me to analyze this for a moment. Tang Yinqin set aside his earlier frivolity, adjusting his glasses with a sharp gaze. If this involves Shanghai, are you implying, Fu Zong, that you intend to exploit your power to favor someone into the company? Fu Qian's expression remained inscrutable, offering no clue as to his intentions. From his demeanor, Tang Yinqin could not ascertain whether his suspicions were correct. However, he was nearly certain, otherwise, why would Fu Qiyin be seeking Su Haifeng? Apart from personnel adjustments, what else could it signify? Furthermore, considering that this week coincided with recruitment days, the implications were glaringly obvious. Can you honestly claim otherwise? Dan Junqin Asut Gon feed in. Was it not you who declared that no one should leverage personal connections to infiltrate Yinjing Empire? Is this not a slap in the face? He felt compelled to remind Fu Qiyin, you, too, entered through the back door. Fu Qiyin toyed with the pen in his hand, lifting his gaze to cast a cold, piercing glance, his tone laced with an unsettling charm. Must you be so harsh with your words? Sneaking in through the back door is indeed a rather unflattering expression. Tang Yinqin vehemently disagreed with Fu Qian's assertion. You clearly hired me at a high salary, did you not? Anyone who bypasses conventional recruitment processes falls into the category of having entered through the back door. Fu Qiyin spoke with an air of seriousness, adopting an unassailable demeanor. Fu Qian's words were truly infuriating. Tang Yinqin was so exasperated that he could only laugh. Well, if we must resort to underhanded means, so be it. As for you, young Master D, shall we discuss which young lady you intend to usher in through the back door into the Yinjing Empire? A fleeting glimmer of surprise flashed in Fu Qian's eyes, momentarily visible, yet was swiftly noted by Tang Yinqin. Chapter 108. I will not discriminate against you, I merely spoke offhandedly. Yet it truly is a young lady. Tang Yinqin was astonished by this remarkable revelation, deeming it rather unscientific. Fu Qiyin remained non-committal, while Qin Zheng, standing nearby, posed his own inquiry. Tang, from where did you deduce this? Qin Zheng, possessing a keen intellect, merely expressed his curiosity without affirming or denying Tang Yinqin's conjecture. Could it be that the one who stirs our esteemed young master's heart is not a gentleman? Tang Yinqin believed his hypothesis held a degree of validity, but then suddenly considered an alternative possibility. He leapt from his chair and dashed to the doorway, gazing at Fu Qiyin with an unusual expression. Qin Zheng was taken aback by Tang Yinqin's sudden outburst and peculiar behavior, while Fu Qiyin cast a cold glance in his direction. What could be troubling Tang Yinqin? Did you step on a landmine, Tang? Qin Zheng pondered, somewhat bewildered by his companion's actions. No, I just recalled something. Tang Yinqin, visibly alarmed, shook his head. I was mistaken. Who says that only young ladies can awaken our esteemed young master's affections? If it's not just young ladies, then it could also be. Qin Zheng continued, initially perplexed, but suddenly feeling a spark of inspiration. His gaze towards Fu Qiyin became somewhat peculiar. Fu Qiyin, oblivious to their musings, merely shot them a frosty glance, as if to say, what a pair of fools. Qin Zheng contemplated further, asserting, it's impossible. Our esteemed young master clearly harbors feelings for Miss Ning. How could it be impossible? The more Tang Yinqin pondered, the more he found this notion plausible. Consider how, for all these years, our young master has been devoid of any romantic entanglements, showing no interest in women. His sexual orientation may very well be unconventional. Upon hearing such an amusing remark from Tang Yinqin, a smirk crept onto Fu Qian's lips as he reclined lazily against the back of his chair, legs crossed, intrigued by the prospect of more entertaining revelations from Tang Yanqin. "You truly are shattering my once righteous worldview," Tang Yanqin exclaimed, as if he had reached a profound conclusion, shaking his head incessantly. "Your worldview was ever righteous?" Fuqian inquired, surprised. Tang Yanqin rolled his eyes and, with a resolute expression, declared, "Rest assured, I shall not discriminate against you." Qin Zheng glanced at Tang Yanqin, who was now pressed against the door, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Was this truly a demonstration of non-discrimination? Qin Zheng felt compelled to inform Tang Yanqin that he was indeed overthinking the matter. However, certain topics remained unspoken by Fu Qiyin, and naturally, he dared not elaborate further. "No wonder you keep things to yourself. It turns out it is for this reason," Tang Yanqin mused, convinced that his conjecture was indeed highly probable. Moreover, the previous doubts can certainly be resolved. It must be the case that Fu Qiyin himself finds it difficult to articulate. "I am aware that you will undoubtedly refrain from divulging any information, so rest assured, I shall conduct my own inquiries." Tang Yanqin adopted an expression that conveyed he would not put you in a difficult position, allowing everything to unfold as it may. "Of course, I shall not act recklessly or raise any alarms. I will discreetly investigate what your beloved truly resembles and what allure has led our principled young Master D astray." Chapter 109. Is the heart in bloom? Indeed, the conversation had strayed far from its original topic, yet Fu Qiyin remained noncommittal. Consequently, Tang Yanqin naturally interpreted this as Fu Qian's tacit approval, for such matters should not be overly ostentatious. "I understand. I shall take my leave now." Tang Yanqin thought he had uncovered a significant secret. As he opened the door and peeked back in, he assured Fu Qiyin, "Rest assured, young Master D, I shall keep this under wraps. I promise." After uttering these words, he departed. "Young Master D, does Tang de Zhuang misunderstand something?" Qin Zheng remarked, his lips twitching involuntarily. He wished to convey that Tang de Zhuang had conjured an entire narrative in his mind. "What are you promising? You have utterly missed the point. Let him be. As long as it does not affect the girl, that is sufficient," Fu Qiyin replied in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent to the misconceptions regarding his sexual orientation. Upon hearing Fu Qian's words, Qin Zheng reflected, "Young Master D, you are truly ensnared, are you not? You are the architect of your own predicament. You seem unconcerned about your reputation, fixated solely on not impacting Miss Ning. It appears you are destined to fall into her clutches." Of course, these musings remained unvoiced, for in such matters, the participants are often blind to the truth. He was but an outsider, apart from offering subtle assistance when the opportunity arose. The resolution lay in their hands. "Young Master D, shall I remind Manager Su once more?" "No need. He knows what to do." Fu Qiyin rubbed his temples and closed his eyes, feigning slumber. "You may leave." "Understood." Observing Fu Qian's demeanor, Qin Zheng quietly exited. Is the heart truly in bloom? Why did Tang Yanqin perceive it as such? Was his involvement in personnel recruitment not merely the benevolent guidance of a senior towards a junior? If Tang Yanqin could sense a question regarding Fu Qian's orientation, it was likely he had misjudged the situation as well. After coming to this realization, Fu Qiyin opened his eyes, pushed off the ground, and turned his office chair to gaze out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling traffic below. His lips pressed together, lost in contemplation. Upon returning home, Ning Jiaqi promptly received notification for the third round of selection. The message merely specified the time and location, with no additional instructions, suggesting no further preparation was necessary. While Ning Jiaqi was not well versed in the specifics of the third round, she resolved to take it step by step. Ultimately, her advancement would depend on her true capabilities. If she were truly capable, she would be successful without excessive preparation. Maintaining a relaxed mindset, Ning Jiaqi felt little pressure. The day before, she indulged in food, games, and entertainment, retiring early to conserve her energy for the next day's selection. The recruitment schedule at Yinjing Empire was meticulously arranged, and the work was executed with remarkable efficiency. Essentially, results can typically be delivered within a single day, showcasing the distinct efficiency of large corporations. Perhaps this remarkable speed can be attributed to Fu Qian's influence? After all, not every company can operate with such elevated productivity. In most cases, the outcomes of written assessments and interviews do not materialize without a span of 3 to 5 days. Furthermore, it is evident that the recruitment processes of other companies are not nearly as multifaceted and flexible as those of the Yin Empire. Chapter 110. The final round, it brings me great joy to see that everyone has successfully emerged from the written and interview stages, distinguishing themselves among thousands of candidates. Ning Jiaqi and her companions found themselves seated in a modest office space, where only 20 positions were available. Each individual afforded a dedicated workspace, complete with a computer and a table laden with documents. Standing amidst them, Su Haifeng spoke with an air of authority. Out of several thousand applicants, only 20 had made it through 2 rounds of selection, underscoring the formidable standards upheld by the Jing Empire. Yet, from Ning Jiaqi's perspective, the requirements did not seem excessively high. After all, the somewhat capricious nature of the interview process that secured her advancement felt rather hasty, a truth she could not ignore. Nevertheless, despite the apparent rashness, Ning Jiaqi was certain that they had approached the interviews with seriousness, albeit in a manner and according to standards known only to them. Being among the fortunate 20 selected from such a vast pool instilled a sense of pride in Ning Jiaqi. After all, in comparison, she felt quite remarkable. Who could argue otherwise? However, it was prudent not to celebrate prematurely. The previous 2 rounds had merely been a preliminary trial. The real test lay ahead. Initially buoyed by Su Haifeng's words, the candidates felt a surge of confidence. Yet a single subsequent remark from him swiftly shifted the atmosphere to one of somber seriousness. Now was the moment to ascertain whether they possessed true capability. Should they succeed in this final assessment, entry into the Jing Empire would be theirs. Naturally, the gravity of this ultimate selection round heightened their vigilance. Yet, many remained uncertain about the specifics of this 3rd round. Its requirements and standards remained ambiguous. On their desks lay simulated project documents pertinent to their respective departments. Su Haifeng casually lifted the nearest set of materials, gesturing with it as he spoke. Your positions have been assigned based on the departments you previously indicated interest in. The documents before you pertain to the simulation of your desired department. He elaborated, this round has no stringent requirements. As long as you can develop a reasonable and feasible project proposal based on the information provided, it should be quite straightforward. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. There should be no whispering among you, no acts of plagiarism or cheating, and no external assistance will be permitted. This proposal must be completed independently. This is the sole expectation. Do you understand? Understood, came the unified response, clear as day. Yet, some wore expressions that hinted at their inner turmoil, clearly perceiving the challenge of completing the task alone as daunting. Very well. You are to submit your project proposal within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in immediate disqualification. 24 hours? Is there no time for rest? Will we be required to stay late if we do not finish? Questions arose promptly after Su Haifeng's final, uncompromising demand. Indeed, it is imperative to complete the tasks within 24 hours. There are certain urgent cases that the company requires, and excuses such as insufficient time or inability to meet deadlines are simply unacceptable. All the necessary information has been provided. If the tasks cannot be accomplished, it reflects a deficiency in your professional capabilities. We, at Jing Empire, do not tolerate incompetence. Chapter 111. Finish early or be dismissed. Su Haifeng cast a glance at the few candidates who had spoken and remarked, of course, there is time for a break. If you believe you still have the luxury of resting, no one will stop you. His words conveyed the daunting reality of crafting a proposal based on unfamiliar materials within a mere 24 hours. In truth, the opportunity for rest was virtually non-existent. As for the notion of overtime, it was clear that all company materials were strictly prohibited from being taken home. If you wish to avoid staying late, you could either complete your case promptly or face disqualification. Thus, Su Haifeng's statement was essentially redundant. It was a stark ultimatum. Either finish early or leave. Naturally, having successfully navigated the written and interview stages, none dared to voice dissent. We will allow you 3 minutes to inform your families of your whereabouts. Subsequently, we will collect your phones, he continued, effectively eliminating any chance of external assistance. It must be acknowledged that they operated with remarkable rigor, prioritizing genuine talent and skills among the applicants. To assess their true capabilities, it was imperative to observe their performance in isolation. Lunch, dinner, and water would be provided by the company to ensure that everyone could devote their full attention to their proposals. The Yinjing Empire had thoroughly considered these matters, leaving no room for criticism. Now that they had reached this final hurdle, compliance was essential, and the candidates dutifully reported their whereabouts before surrendering their mobile devices. Ning Jiaqi had little to report. Living alone meant no one was monitoring her. As for her father, he was currently on a business trip, dealing with time zone differences, and would not be in contact with her for a while. Thus, there was little to disclose. Once the 20 candidates had turned off their phones and placed them into personalized folders, they handed them over to Su Haifeng's assistant. Su Haifeng glanced at his watch and declared in a firm tone, "It is now 10 o'clock. Proposals must be submitted by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Failure to do so results in your dismissal." With that, he departed, accompanied by his assistant and others, leaving the office occupied solely by the 20 candidates. As soon as Su Haifeng and his team exited, several candidates gathered to voice their grievances, expressing their frustrations and sharing departmental information. Ning Jiaqi rested her chin on her hand, surveying the surroundings. Given how confidently they left, she was certain that their every move was under surveillance. It was evident that the few individuals destined for elimination were clearly aware of the rules. Some seemed intent on disregarding them, and it was hard to fathom how those candidates had no inkling of their precarious situation. Although the materials are simulated, they're nonetheless documents from various departments. Circulating them privately is indeed a serious breach of protocol. Truly, one would not face dire consequences if one refrained from such actions. Ning Jiaqi averted her gaze, directing her attention to the documents on her desk. Having applied for a position in the marketing department, it was only natural that the materials she possessed were simulations pertinent to that very department. Chapter 112. Not a penny's concern to her. The marketing department's strategic plan primarily revolves around the evolving market information gathered from research, aimed at formulating long-term marketing strategies and monthly promotional plans for the company. The principal objective of these endeavors is to align with the sales department's efforts, thereby facilitating the implementation of promotions and ultimately enhancing the company's sales profits. Ning Jiaqi had in her possession several recent market research reports, specifically focused on the ready-to-wear clothing line. The coincidence of this project being centered on fashion market research presented an excellent opportunity for her, serving both as a warm-up and a chance to hone her skills. Should her proposal be approved today, it would pave the way for her to engage in direct competition with Liu Yufei on this level in the future. Even if it were to be rejected, Ning Jiaqi viewed it as a valuable training opportunity that she was determined to seize. Thus, she approached today's challenge with utmost seriousness, regardless of the outcome. Rather than hastily commencing the drafting of her proposal, she patiently sifted through the entire stack of materials before her. Ning Jiaqi understood well that analyzing market demands and future trends necessitated a thorough examination of the gathered data, which would yield a wealth of insights. Although the volume of information was somewhat overwhelming, she appeared to be thoroughly engrossed, perusing one report after another without a hint of pause. Of course, not everyone possessed the same level of patience as Ning Jiaqi. Some individuals, after only a brief glance, expressed their impatience with exclamations of disbelief. "What on earth is this? Why is there so much? How can we possibly get through it all?" This sentiment was echoed by a couple of others who joined in the complaints. Conversely, there were those who diligently immersed themselves in their work, fingers flying across the keyboard. The contrast was stark. It was evident who would prevail and who would falter. Ning Jiaqi had no inclination to offer guidance to her peers. In such a competitive environment, any advice might be perceived as ill-intentioned. Therefore, she allowed them to conduct themselves as they pleased, as their actions bore no consequence for her. Since taking her seat, apart from a brief trip to the restroom, Ning Jiaqi had remained firmly in place. Lunch and dinner had been attended to by others, requiring no thought on her part. However, It must be noted that the volume of materials provided was indeed excessive. By the time she completed her review, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. With a gentle sigh, Ning Jiaqi reflected on the challenges faced by those engaged in market research. The volatile nature of the market necessitated the accumulation of substantial data. Crafting a well-rounded proposal invariably required extensive review of such materials. At that moment, she felt fortunate for having refrained from staying up late the previous night, as she still possessed a fair amount of energy. Moreover, for Ning Jiaqi, who frequently indulges in late-night gaming, staying up late is hardly a concern. It was only after she powered on her computer and opened a Word document, briefly reflecting on her thoughts, that her fingers began to dance swiftly across the keyboard. Chapter 113. Those who only complain will never succeed. Ning Jiaqi had already formulated a coherent and comprehensive strategy in her mind, rendering her free from any mental blockages. She meticulously categorized and annotated all the materials at her disposal, ensuring that she could easily access them whenever necessary. Even at this juncture, there were still individuals lingering about, lamenting incessantly, expressing their inability to endure the strain, their fatigue, and even attributing their plight to the deliberate machinations of the Yanjing Empire, questioning how they could possibly complete this endeavor. Those who are perpetually mired in complaint are doomed to achieve nothing of significance. In stark contrast, those who genuinely aspire to realize this project are incapable of diverting their energy to mere grievances. Ning Jiaqi scarcely uttered a word, dedicating all her thoughts to the project at hand. Although the prospect of entering the Yanjing Empire was not her sole obsession, her objectives were decidedly clear. She understood that she must first exert her utmost efforts before surrendering to fate. She could not afford to be eliminated for lack of diligence. If that were to occur, how could she possibly continue to torment Liu Yufei? There remained an abundance of tasks ahead, and she did not wish to stagnate at this minor trial. Thus, she was determined to excel in her proposal. Ning Jiaqi reviewed her meticulously crafted project proposal repeatedly, refining it time and again, analyzing market trends and prospects to make astute and relevant decisions. At times, she became so engrossed in her work that she lost track of time, her concern for the project eclipsing her basic needs for food and rest. Casting a glance at the clock in the lower right corner of her computer screen, she noted that it was already 9:45 p.m. After a final review of her proposal, she printed the 10-page document and bound it with a clip. At 9:50 p.m., Su Haifeng arrived with his assistant to assess the situation, noting that a few candidates were still busily typing away. Their exhausted yet resolute demeanor elicited a modicum of satisfaction from him. Su Haifeng's gaze swept over the candidates who had succumbed to sleep at their desks, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. They merely complained about time constraints without genuinely exerting themselves. They had squandered their own time, yet dared to bemoan its insufficiency. Such individuals aspired to remain in the Yanjing Empire, just as Ning Jiaqi surmised. Although Su Haifeng and his team had vacated the employee office, it did not imply they were oblivious to the ongoing situation. Through surveillance, every action was meticulously observed. Indeed, this trial was not solely about producing a comprehensive and valuable project proposal. It was equally a measure of character. A person, regardless of their talent, would find no favor if their integrity fell short. Su Haifeng turned his gaze specifically towards Ning Jiaqi's position. That young lady was truly earnest. The materials they had provided were, in fact, excessive, much of which was unnecessary and merely intended to intimidate them. However, he had not anticipated that Ning Jiaqi would diligently peruse every document and take notes. She commenced drafting the project proposal with scarcely any pause, seemingly wholly engrossed in this case. Su Haifeng remarked that, even if their general manager Fu had not preemptively briefed them, Ning Jiaqi's work ethic was nonetheless highly commendable. Chapter 114. If Fu Qian were no, he would certainly fly into a rage. However, when Su Haifeng glanced toward Ning Jiaqi's position, he was taken aback to find it utterly vacant. Where is she? What could she be? Su Haifeng instinctively surveyed the office, perplexed by her absence. Manager. A voice suddenly emerged from behind him, startling Su Haifeng, who instinctively jumped aside, his reaction somewhat comical. Upon regaining his composure, He was astonished to discover that it was Ning Jiaqi. When did you arrive behind me? Su Haifeng steadied his breath. Had this girl intended to give him a heart attack? He had certainly done nothing to provoke her. I've been standing here for quite a while. Ning Jiaqi appeared entirely unfazed by the fright she had caused, innocently stating, I called out to you since you seemed lost in thought. Su Haifeng had merely been momentarily distracted, feeling a twinge of anxiety upon noticing Ning Jiaqi's absence. After all, she was the one entrusted to him by their esteemed general manager Fu, and he dared not make any missteps regarding her care. Thus, his naturally tense demeanor was exacerbated by this unexpected scare. This is my project proposal. Ning Jiaqi handed her neatly bound proposal to Su Haifeng, inquiring, May I go home and rest while awaiting news? Although staying up late was not unusual for her, fatigue was evident on her face. Seeing her weary expression, Su Haifeng felt a twinge of guilt. If their general manager Fu were to witness this, he would undoubtedly sense an ominous foreboding. Hastily, Su Haifeng accepted the proposal with a feigned calmness, saying, You should head home now. The results of the final round will be communicated via text message. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave. After politely expressing her gratitude, Ning Jiaqi grabbed her bag and the phone she had previously submitted, descending in the elevator. She was, in fact, the first to submit her proposal and also the first to depart. Su Haifeng silently prayed that Ning Jiaqi would not encounter General Manager Fu on her way down. Last time, Fu had approached her, perhaps due to her somewhat dazed demeanor, causing quite a stir. While that incident had no direct correlation to them, her current fatigued appearance certainly did. He believed that if Fu Qian were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly unleash his fury. Though he was oblivious to the exact nature of the relationship between Fu and Ning Jiaqi, it was clear that Fu held a significant concern for her well-being. Would he have to endure this anxiety throughout the day? Su Haifeng's heart was heavy with worry. Yet he could not afford to show any signs of distress outwardly. With a barely audible sigh, he glanced at the time. The deadline has arrived. After submitting your proposals, you may leave. I have not finished mine. Neither have I. I'm too tired, I might just doze off. The previous instructions had been quite clear. Either complete your work or leave. Those who had not finished were free to depart. Su Haifeng exhibited no leniency. If some individuals could accomplish the task within the same time frame, it unequivocally demonstrates that it is indeed a feasible endeavor. As for the disparity between those who succeed and those who falter, the distinction has long been self-evident. Among the 20 participants, 11 managed to complete the task punctually, while the remaining 9 had no choice but to depart in defeat. Chapter 115. The state of distress Ning Jiaqi's departure from the Yanjing Empire did not fortuitously coincide with her encounter with Fu Qian, thus alleviating Su Haifeng's concerns. Upon returning home, Ning Jiaqi immediately succumbed to slumber. Although staying up late was a common occurrence for her, enduring 24 hours without rest proved to be quite exhausting. However, scarcely had she fallen asleep for a moment when her phone began to ring incessantly. Reluctant to answer, she nestled deeper into her blankets, hoping the caller would tire and hang up. Yet, after a brief lull, her phone rang again, the persistence of the caller evident. With her eyes half closed, Ning Jiaqi abruptly sat up, her morning irritability palpable. She cast a disgruntled glance at the phone resting on her bedside table, snatched it up without checking the caller ID, and spoke tersely, You had better have a legitimate reason for calling me, or prepare for a severe reprimand. Silence ensued on the other end, leaving her exasperated. Hello? What kind of nonsense is this? Calling without speaking. Frustration welled up within her as she waved the phone in front of her face. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her senses sharpened. Uncle? She hesitantly called out. Yes, came Fu Qian's cool, yet subtly alluring voice from the other end. Ning Jiaqi felt compelled to inquire. What business do you have in contacting me, Your Excellency? Though her question mirrored her earlier sentiment, the prefix had certainly shifted. Uncle, is there something you need to discuss? She mused internally, contemplating hanging up if he claimed there was nothing of importance. There is nothing urgent, Fu Qian replied, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed a source of her tribulations. Then I shall hang up, she declared, though she had no intention of doing so immediately. After uttering those words, she disconnected the call, even turning off her phone in a fit of frustration. If only I weren't so apprehensive. I would have unleashed my ire upon him. Had it been Su Shiqian on the line, Ning Jiaqi's demeanor would undoubtedly have been far less congenial. If he had been the one to call, he would have found himself in quite a precarious situation. Meanwhile, the alluring Su Shiqian, comfortably ensconced, sensed an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Who was scheming against him? On the opposite end, Fu Qian's expression darkened upon hearing the disconnection tone. When he dialed Ning Jiaqi again, a mechanical voice responded, "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." His countenance grew even more severe. Was he once again the recipient of unfair treatment? Had Ning Jiaqi known of Fu Qian's thoughts, she would have felt a surge of indignation. After all, it was his own actions that precipitated this situation. Unbeknownst to him, with a glint of irritation in his eyes, he pressed the intercom button on his desk, commanding, "Send her to my office." Upon receiving the call, Su Haifeng felt utterly dejected. He had discreetly followed Ning Jiaqi, a task he dared not entrust to anyone else. He had witnessed her leave the building and hail a taxi, yet she had not encountered Fu Qian. This had momentarily eased his worries, but now, why was the phone ringing again? Chapter 116. Waiting for him to expose the little enchantress of the emperor upon receiving the call. Su Haifeng wasted no time and immediately ascended in the elevator. However, a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. He could not fathom where the misstep had occurred or if some unknown event had transpired. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Su Haifeng did not immediately enter the president's office. Instead, he paused outside to inquire about the situation from Qin Zheng, who was diligently working. "Manager Su, what brings you here?" Qin Zheng looked up in surprise upon seeing Su Haifeng, instinctively sensing that he was there regarding Ning Jiaqi. "Is it about that individual again?" Qin Zheng refrained from mentioning Ning Jiaqi directly, mindful of the office environment, and lowered his voice as he spoke. "I have no idea," Su Haifeng replied, equally perplexed, and innocently added, "President Fu summoned me," and his tone seemed rather ominous. "Has she been eliminated?" "No, not at all. She requires no special treatment. She excels in every aspect." This statement was indeed true. Su Haifeng held Ning Jiaqi in high regard. He planned to review her proposal later with the marketing department, and if it received approval, she would undoubtedly succeed. Then what could they possibly need you for? I am at a loss as well. Both Su Haifeng and Qin Zheng shared a look of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zheng suggested, "Let us go in together, Manager Su. I'll lend you some courage." Su Haifeng shot a disapproving glance at Qin Zheng, already aware that his friend was merely eager for gossip. "Let us go." As Su Haifeng and Qin Zheng entered the president's office, Tang Yanqin happened to arrive at the same moment. The frequency of interactions between the emperor and the little C had surged recently. Surely it was related to that individual. Tang Yanqin speculated whether this was an attempt to pave a path for her. He refrained from inquiring about her identity, understanding that with Fu Qian safeguarding her, her entry into the Yanjing Empire was assured. When these interns arrived, the internship contracts would need to be processed through him, making the pertinent information readily accessible. He was confident that his astuteness would allow him to uncover the identity of this little enchantress. Initially intending to speak with Fu Qian, Tang Yanqin, recognizing that he was preoccupied with important matters, prudently retreated. His own concerns paled in comparison to the significance of the little enchantress entering the Yanjing Empire. It promised to be an intriguing time ahead for the Yanjing Empire. "President Fu, you called for me?" Su Haifeng and Qin Zheng entered, observing Fu Qian's noticeably grim expression. After a moment's hesitation, Su Haifeng ventured to ask, "Has she been wronged under your watch?" "Not at all." Upon hearing Fu Qian's words, Su Haifeng quickly replied, "Miss Ning was the first to complete her task during this assessment. No one dared to bully her." "The first to finish? It seems I underestimated her. She appears to have no need for my assistance. Her entry into the Yanjing Empire will likely be quite effortless." However, just now, Ning Jiaqi's demeanor was evidently amiss, causing FCHYN to furrow his brow in concern. Xhaifeng instinctively sought assistance from Q Anziqing, who, upon receiving a glance, finally spoke. "Young Master D, have you encountered Miss Ning today?" "No. then how could you possibly surmise that she has been wronged? Indeed, without having met her, how could he ascertain whether Ning Jiaqi had indeed suffered any injustice? Chapter 117. Has the future boss lady lost all sense of boundaries? He called her, his tone brimming with irritation, before abruptly hanging up and turning off his phone. Fu Qian merely uttered a few simple words, lightly mentioning the incident. Fortunately, Qin Zheng and Su Haifeng, with their commendable comprehension skills, managed to piece together the essence of his message. He had called Miss Ning, who responded with anger and subsequently hung up. Now her phone was off. Qin Zheng couldn't help but exclaim how audacious and fierce Miss Ning was, daring to hang up on someone as prideful as Fu Qian, who was notorious for his penchant for disconnecting calls. Such bravery was indeed admirable. Su Haifeng, though equally astonished, quickly grasped the critical point. Young master, I must mention that Miss Ning, the 24th young lady, had just returned home and should have only recently fallen asleep. Your call likely disturbed her, and she may be experiencing some morning grumpiness. 24 hours without sleep? Fu Qian seized upon this detail, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of dangerous intent. Su Haifeng's heart sank. He knew very well that Fu Qian was likely aware of the situation and would feel concerned, possibly even furious with him. This was a test. If Miss Ning were to receive special treatment, it would surely attract undue attention. Understanding that Ning Jiaqi was not wronged offered Fu Qian a slight sense of relief. Yet upon hearing that she had been awake for 24 hours, his brow furrowed once more. What notoriety! The company is mine. I shall see who dares to gossip behind my back. Qin Zheng and Su Haifeng exchanged glances, realizing the depth of Fu Qian's feelings for Ning Jiaqi. Young master, the whispers of the world can be formidable. Furthermore, since Miss Ning has not sought you out upon entering Yanjing Empire, it signifies her desire to rely on her own abilities. Should you intervene so overtly, she might even be displeased. Qin Zheng spoke at an opportune moment, aware that Fu Qian's thoughts revolved around Ning Jiaqi, unwilling to let her endure even a hint of grievance. Yet, some matters were best handled discreetly. Overt actions could lead to the opposite effect. Moreover, given Ning Jiaqi's character, she would undoubtedly reject such well-meaning gestures. Otherwise, she would have approached Fu Qian directly. Of course, they had misjudged her. Ning Jiaqi had indeed contemplated seeking Fu Qian's assistance to enter Yanjing Empire, but having previously displeased him, she now felt unworthy of asking for his help. However, if Fu Qian were to make a grand display of supporting her from behind, it would undoubtedly displease her. She preferred not to reveal all her cards, as such transparency would render her vulnerable. Fu Qian paused in contemplation, acknowledging the validity of Qin Zheng's arguments. From now on, she shall not be permitted to work overtime. His resolute and unyielding tone left no room for opposition. Regardless of whether Ning Jiaqi relies on her own capabilities or benefits from the support of Fu Qian, her entrance into the Yanjing Empire is undoubtedly assured. However, Mr. Fu, should Miss Ning join the company, it is certain that she would be assigned to the marketing department, which is beyond my jurisdiction. How could I possibly dictate whether the marketing department allows interns to work overtime? Su Haifeng finds himself in a predicament, while recruitment falls under his purview. He cannot possibly intervene in the internal matters of another department. Chapter 118. Truly digging one's own grave. The marketing department? Isn't personnel adjustment within your purview? Fu Qian retorted, questioning whether he had to meddle in every matter. Young Master D, please remain calm. Qin Zheng genuinely felt that their young Master D had crossed all boundaries. Miss Ning wished to join the marketing department of her own accord, yet you unilaterally reassigned her. Should Miss Ning find out, she might harbor a deep resentment towards you. As Qin Zheng's voice dwindled, he furtively glanced at Fu Qian's expression, clearly sensing the darkening of his countenance. Although the remark was rather unpalatable, it contained a kernel of truth, did it not? Do not think of granting her special privileges in the marketing department. If more people become aware, it would tarnish Miss Ning's reputation. Having been by Fu Qian's side for an extended period, Qin Zheng instinctively understood his thoughts and spoke again. Fu Qian's expression grew even colder. Indeed, he intended to apply pressure directly on the marketing manager, Sally. Very well, since you possess such insight, devise a solution that satisfies both parties. Otherwise, I shall withhold your entire month's salary. Fu Qian toyed with a fountain pen, his gaze piercing and formidable as it met Qin Zheng's. Qin Zheng felt he had truly brought this upon himself by speaking out. Now, he was left with nothing but a forced smile, unsure of how to react. You may leave. I expect a response by the end of today. Young master, could you grant a few more days? Qin Zheng was at his wit's end. Miss Ning has yet to even join the company. Granted. Upon hearing Fu Qian relent, Qin Zheng felt a surge of gratitude. Young Master D was indeed quite approachable. However, the next words from Fu Qian made him realize his earlier optimism was misplaced. 1/4 bonus. Though Fu Qian's words lacked coherence and were devoid of subjects or predicates, Qin Zheng comprehended the underlying message. Young Master D implied that while the timeline could be extended, the punitive measures would also expand. A quarterly bonus far outweighed a month's salary, didn't it? Must it be this way, with mutual harm? Why couldn't young Master D consider providing a raise or a quarterly bonus as motivation? Alas, Qin Zheng dared not voice such thoughts, nor could he gamble his own quarterly bonus. Young Master, may I provide you with a response before midnight? Before the end of the workday. But you mentioned today. Qin Zheng felt aggrieved, wishing to argue his case. Now is before the end of the workday. Fu Qian raised an eyebrow, his demeanor challenging, as if to say, go ahead, speak again if you dare. Qin Zheng fell silent. Very well, you are the boss, what you say goes. Then young master, I shall take my leave. Qin Zheng was truly exhausted. Had he known, he would not have entered to hear such gossip, truly digging his own grave. Mr. Fu, I have no further business, so I shall also take my leave. After receiving a nod of approval from Fu Qian, Qin Zheng and Su Haifeng swiftly departed from the president's office. Fourth, Su Haifeng. His visit to the office had left him feeling remarkably unburdened, as the matters ahead were no longer his concern. In stark contrast, Qin Zheng emerged from the president's office feeling utterly drained, regretting his decision to enter in the first place. Assistant Qin, you've worked hard. I'm here to support you in spirit. Keep it up, Su Haifeng said, patting Qin Zheng on the shoulder, his spirits high as he hummed a tune while leaving. The disparity in their moods was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 119. Coercion without temptation. Watching Su Haifeng depart with such ease, Qin Zheng felt a profound sense of despair. What could possibly compel him to wade through this murky water? It was infuriating. Dejected, Qin Zheng slumped in his office, unable to suppress a series of sighs. The number of individuals privy to this matter was already scant, and now he found himself bereft of anyone to consult. Su Haifeng, devoid of conscience, had simply abandoned the situation. Was there any hope for resolution? Qin Zheng inhaled deeply, contemplating how he could possibly manage whether the department needed to work overtime. If Miss Ning desired to avoid extra hours, perhaps she should refrain from overextending her business dealings. The company's collapse would surely render such concerns moot. At that moment, he harbored a burgeoning desire for societal vengeance, as if a mischievous demon were orchestrating his thoughts. Moreover, if one possessed the means, why not simply marry the boss's wife and provide for her? Why complicate matters further? It was rather peculiar that an entire department labored late, while one individual was exempt. Surely, there was something amiss? Could they not align with the natural course of events? Must they insist on special treatment? If the future boss's wife were to find out, it would undoubtedly lead to discontent. Thus, dear Di Xiao, could we exercise a modicum of discernment? By what authority do you intervene in their affairs? These grievances, Qin Zheng could only voice in the privacy of his thoughts. He scratched his head, resting his chin in contemplation. Where could he possibly seek solutions? Moreover, he had no opportunity for external assistance. The time had truly come to test his intellect. Could he confess that his mental reserves were critically low? Alas, while he could articulate such sentiments, action remained imperative. Only in the presence of the future boss's wife would a boundaryless employer be just with others. The prospect of salary deductions was a harsh reality. One could hardly hope for no deductions at all. Essentially, Qin Zheng found himself with little to occupy his day, his thoughts consumed by this predicament. Fortunately, Fu Qian had no pressing tasks for him, affording Qin Zheng a modicum of leisure. However, Such matters cannot be resolved merely with time, can they? Qin Zheng felt a profound sense of anguish, akin to a child in distress. He sensed that his entire day was drifting aimlessly, dreading the end of work. Regrettably, time did not pause. The hour of departure arrived, unwavering. As anticipated, the instant the clock struck, the telephone on his desk rang. On the other end, a cold, detached voice commanded, "Come in," before abruptly disconnecting. Qin Zheng exhaled deeply, steeling himself, and rose from his seat, his expression one of tragic resignation, as though preparing for a noble sacrifice. He longed to convey the depth of his feelings to someone who could possibly comprehend his current plight. Not daring to linger at the door for too long, he knocked gently and received an acknowledgement from within, prompting him to push the door open. "Di Xiao, have you summoned me for a matter?" Qin Zheng feigned ignorance, hoping to buy himself a moment's reprieve. Fu Qian cast a cold glance at Qin Zheng, his profound eyes shimmering with a piercing chill. Indeed, the salary was to be forfeited, was it not? Fu Qian nonchalantly remarked, "It's merely a phone call. It poses no inconvenience." Qin Zheng could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Was the esteemed young master of the empire resorting to coercion? No, that was incorrect. There was no inducement, only intimidation. His heart felt utterly weary. Chapter 120. What on earth did he hear? Well, Qin Zheng found himself at a loss, feeling as if the heavens were about to rain down upon him while his mother was to remarry. What could he possibly do? Was he to contemplate a salary deduction? Fu Qian cast a sidelong glance, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "Young Master D, I believe this matter does not warrant such haste." Qin Zheng's gaze faltered, unable to meet Fu Qian's eyes. "Miss Ning has just joined the company. Even if she wished to work overtime, it would be unfeasible. Sally's side is not inclined to entrust interns with such significant responsibilities right away. You have been given a day, and you merely suggest a stalling tactic? A day? At most, that's only 7 hours, you know? No, what I meant to convey is that interns typically undergo a 3-month training period with fixed daily lessons. Overtime will absolutely not occur during this span." Qin Zheng felt there was no need for such urgency, and overtime had never been a tradition at Yanjing Empire. "Young Master D, I pledge my 1-month salary that for the next 3 months, Miss Ning will certainly not face any overtime." Qin Zheng gritted his teeth, assuring him. Heaven knows the determination it took for him to make such a promise. A year. Huh. It took a moment for Qin Zheng to grasp the implication of Fu Qian's a year. Was he to guarantee with his annual salary? Did he disdain his monthly wage? Or was his boss perpetually seeking opportunities to withhold his pay? He felt as though he had encountered a fraudulent employer. Previously, they had merely discussed a quarter. Yet now the terms had changed in an instant. What happened to the promise of unwavering integrity? What? Are you now hesitant to guarantee it? Then present a solution. Fu Qian appeared indifferent, as if the choice was now solely Qin Zheng's concern. Qin Zheng truly felt like crying without tears, yet under the current circumstances, he had to tread the path he chose, even if it meant doing so on his knees. Yes, you. At this point, Qin Zheng felt trapped. If he didn't comply, he might end up losing more than just a year's salary. He thought, with a little pressure and careful maneuvering, ensuring that the future Madam Boss would not have to work overtime should not be an insurmountable task. It should be manageable. Fu Qian merely cast a faint glance at Qin Zheng, neither affirming nor denying. Yet internally, he was already convinced that Ning Jiaqi would not be required to work overtime during this period. That would suffice, Fu Qian mused, furrowing his brow, as he seemed perplexed by his own reluctance to see Ning Jiaqi toil so hard. Why do I feel such sympathy for that girl? Fu Qian mused, resting his hand against his temple, tilting his head as if casually inquiring. Qin Zheng looked up at Fu Qian, internally scoffing, "Oh, look at that, the iron tree blooms." The typically oblivious young Master D has realized he cares for the future Madam Boss. Indeed, the future Madam Boss was truly exceptional. Qin Zheng opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, he heard Fu Qian muttering to himself. Is this perhaps the affection of elders for their juniors? What on earth did he just hear? The affection of elders for their juniors? Qin Zheng was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Fu Qian, appearing as though he had misheard. He seemed to wish for the emperor to repeat himself. In what regard do you consider yourself a senior to Miss Ning? Are you jesting? How could such a notion even arise in your mind? This is utterly absurd. Just moments ago, he thought he had witnessed a miraculous event akin to a 1,000-year-old iron tree blooming, only to discover the situation was far more disappointing than he had anticipated. Chapter 121. How could I be so impressive? Do you truly believe that, young Master D? Qin Zheng found himself at a loss on how to correct Fu Qian's perspective, hesitatingly asking once more, "Is it not so?" Fu Qian countered, doubting the reliability of his own thoughts. "There is nothing amiss. You cannot possibly understand my sentiments better than I do." Rising to his feet, Fu Qian draped his suit jacket over his arm and strode out with purpose. As Fu Qian passed by, Qin Zheng could not help but shrug. "Young master, what is the necessity of this? Are you truly aware of your own feelings?" Shaking his head, Qin Zheng decided to refrain from further commentary and followed Fu Qian outside, resigning himself to the notion that the young master would have to navigate his own romantic pursuits alone, which may take some time. Meanwhile, Ning Jiaqi yawned widely, slowly emerging from her cocoon of blankets, her vision hazy and her mind somewhat dazed. Pressing her fingers to her temples, she realized she had slept far too long, leaving her in a state of mild confusion. She recalled that a phone call had come through just as she drifted into slumber. Who could it have been? Shuffling to the edge of her bed, she grabbed her phone, which she had carelessly tossed aside, only to find the screen unresponsive after several attempts to awaken it. Could it be broken? Surely not. After just one nap? Ning Jiaqi shook the device, pressing buttons in vain, only to discover it remained a black void. Squinting, she attempted a long press on the power button. To her surprise, the screen lit up. When had she turned it off? Upon rebooting, several WeChat notifications and missed calls inundated her screen. A fleeting glance revealed all the missed calls were from Su Shiqian. Nothing of great importance, she decided to disregard them. The messages from Chu Jinghan were not urgent either. She would attend to them later. Curiosity piqued. She delved into her call history, only to be startled by the top entry, an answered call from her uncle. Instantly, she became fully alert. Rubbing her eyes, she muttered softly, "Is my awakening method flawed?" After earnestly rubbing her eyes, she was dismayed to find the same call still displayed, prompting her to toss her phone in shock. Was her uncle not upset with her? How could he have called her? What had they discussed? Ning Jiaqi scratched her head, deep in thought, brows slightly furrowed, as if earnestly trying to recall. "Uncle, was there something you needed?" "No. If nothing is wrong, then I shall hang up." A sudden flash of dialogue coursed through her mind, and Ning Jiaqi sat up straight, her smile becoming somewhat rigid. She had hung up on that tyrant call and had turned off her phone. How could she be so bold? How could she possess such audacity? That individual is indeed Fu Qian. Morning irritability is truly a formidable force. How could she be so fierce? At that moment, Ning Jiaqi was indeed quite bold, yet now she appears exceedingly timid. Can she really pretend that this incident never occurred? But can Fu Qian also feign ignorance of the matter? Ning Jiaqi dares not inquire further. Her heart feels weary. How did this additional complication arise? Chapter 122. Someone truly lacks finesse. Ning Jiaqi crawled out of bed and reached for her phone, cradling in her hands, pondering whether she should call back to extend an apology. After all, abruptly hanging up on someone is quite impolite. However, after some contemplation, she questioned why she should be the one to apologize. The individual in question had not been shy about terminating calls either. Furthermore, she had indicated her intention to end the conversation, so the abrupt disconnection could be deemed mutually courteous. Ultimately, she decided to dismiss the thought. After all, Fu Qian had called without any pressing matters to discuss, so why shouldn't she have the right to hang up? Regardless, she resolved not to seek him out again. Entering Yanjing Empire was one thing, but even if she did, the likelihood of encountering Fu Qian seemed rather slim. Never mind all that. There were more pressing matters to attend to. A glance at WeChat revealed merely that Chu Jinghan had invited her to join a game, to which she responded with a simple, "I've been busy lately. I'll join you another time." As for the several calls from Su Shiqian, she deemed them nothing short of harassment. He rarely contacted her with anything of substance, so she chose not to respond. If there were truly something urgent, he would surely call again. In truth, Ning Jiaqi felt quite satisfied with the project proposal she had submitted the other day and believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be selected. For the next 2 days, she remained at home, awaiting news. Only upon receiving confirmation of her acceptance would she be able to proceed with her subsequent plans. Ding dong. The sound of a text message broke the silence, and Ning Jiaqi hurriedly grabbed her phone to take a look, a smile creeping onto her lips. Just as she had anticipated, she had received an acceptance message, along with instructions on the necessary onboarding materials and health examination requirements. At long last, those 24 hours of anticipation had been worthwhile. She was officially accepted. The following day, Ning Jiaqi busied herself with the health examination and the completion of her onboarding documents, including the creation of her intern badge. By the time she officially began her new position, 3 days had already passed. She posted a picture of her intern badge on her social media, where she had a considerable number of like-minded friends. Ning Jiaqi had not forgotten to add Gu Dongsheng and Jin Yan on WeChat. Their strong ties to Fu Qian warranted a reminder of her new role. Once she shared her post, congratulations flooded in from all corners, accompanied by playful banter. Su Sanyi. Wow, you got the job already? I haven't even set things up for you yet. Lu Comrade. You really got in? You're amazing. Kisses. Gu Dongsheng. Oh. You entered someone's company without them knowing? That someone is truly lacking finesse. Jinyan, sister, you're impressive. Rest assured, we will keep this under wraps. Chu Bawang, I was wondering what you've been up to lately. Are you chasing after my little uncle? Your courage is commendable. I'm cheering for you in spirit. Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at the replies beneath that moment on social media, and to her astonishment, her husband, Comrade Lu, was being rather playful, which was simply too much. Others were equally bemused, particularly Su Shiqian, who seemed to be paving the way for his own amusement. Did they truly find it humorous? Everyone believed that Fu Qian was oblivious to the situation, flaunting themselves here. Little did they know how tears might flow when the truth eventually dawned upon them. Chapter 123. Gathering of interns on the first day of reporting. All newly recruited interns are required to check in directly at the Human Resources Department. Having finally secured a position at Yanjing Empire, Ning Jiaqi was determined to cherish this opportunity, and thus made her way to the HR department early in the morning. The HR staff guided her into a small conference room where she was to wait briefly. This modest conference room was equipped with a seat for each individual, complete with a small writing desk. On the desk lay a notebook, a pen, and a bottle of water. As Ning Jiaqi glanced around, she noticed that only 5 of the seats were furnished in this manner, indicating that merely 5 interns had been accepted from the countless applicants. With over 1,000 candidates, the fact that only 5 remained underscored the stringent standards upheld by Yanjing Empire. Hey, you've been accepted too. It seems the top score in the written examination was indeed well-deserved. Just as Ning Jiaqi settled into her seat and surveyed the surroundings, a bright voice called out from the doorway. She looked up to see Meng Sun, who, like her, had been fortunate enough to pass the interview without even needing to introduce himself. It was quite a twist of fate that he too had been accepted. Surely you haven't forgotten my name? Meng Sun casually sauntered over to the seat beside Ning Jiaqi, observing her as she regarded him in silence, prompting him to inquire further. Meng Sun had secured the 3rd position in the written exam. There was no doubt in Ning Jiaqi's mind about the names of the top 10 scorers, memorizing them all with the exception of the last 9 besides herself. However, at this moment, only Meng Sun was a familiar face, as the others had not introduced themselves, nor had they crossed paths before. Hee, you remember, I told you, with my striking good looks, I must leave a memorable impression. Meng Sun leaned back slightly in his chair, touching the back of his head, sporting a somewhat narcissistic and goofy grin. Strikingly good-looking? Ning Jiaqi thought to herself, but refrained from correcting him. Instead, an image of someone flashed through her mind. Indeed, her uncle was the one who could be described as exceptionally handsome in an almost otherworldly manner. With this slight deviation in conversation, Ning Jiaqi and Meng Sun exchanged only a few words before 3 more individuals entered, 2 women and 1 man. Ning Jiaqi briefly assessed them. The man was clad in a formal suit, slightly older, with a modest paunch and an expression that suggested a rather acerbic demeanor, appearing quite serious. The 2 women, on the other hand, presented strikingly different impressions. One exuded an air of aloof sophistication, dressed impeccably in designer attire, clearly accustomed to the finer things in life, displaying a hint of arrogance. The other woman was rather ostentatious, heavily made up with striking crimson nails, her demeanor flirtatious. Dressed in a sleeveless mini-dress, her movements seemed precarious, as if any sudden gesture might risk an unfortunate exposure. Yet, she appeared entirely unfazed by this potentiality. Had it not been for witnessing with her own eyes how Yu Lingling, in her pursuit of gaining entry into the Yanjing Empire through nepotism, caused her father's shares to be slashed by a staggering 40%, Ning Jiaqi would genuinely question whether this woman had similarly leveraged connections to secure her position. Of course, regarding the Yu Lingling incident, Ning Jiaqi is inclined to believe that it was meticulously orchestrated in advance, with the objective of targeting Yuan Chang's shares. As for whether there were any clandestine maneuvers during the recruitment process, that remains shrouded in mystery for all. Chapter 124. Conducting oneself modestly while achieving with grandeur. The three individuals entered together, casting only a fleeting glance at Ning Jiaqi and Meng Sun before each finding a seat, showing no intention of greeting them. Meanwhile, the ostentatious girl appeared to be in sisterly spirits, clutching the hand of the aloof girl and chattering incessantly, though it was evident that the latter was growing increasingly impatient. However, this scenario did not persist for long, as the manager of the Human Resources Department, Su Haifeng, arrived with his assistant. Upon entering, Su Haifeng, being a senior figure and a manager within the company, prompted everyone to rise in a show of courtesy. "Please, take your seats," he urged, seemingly indifferent to the formalities as he positioned himself at the forefront. "First and foremost, congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully passing all selections to join our Yanjing Empire," Su Haifeng stated with a measure of politeness. Yet in the next breath, he shifted the focus. "Have you noticed the identification badges you received?" Compelled by his words, everyone instinctively glanced down at their badges, uncertain of Su Haifeng's sudden reference. "Do you see the designation and turn on it?" He continued, and realization dawned on them, prompting them to look up, awaiting his subsequent remarks. "Thus, the next 3 months will serve as your probationary period. Should your assessment results during this time fall short, you will not be able to continue with Yanjing Empire." Su Haifeng sought to convey that gaining entry into Yanjing Empire was no trivial matter. Simply passing the interview did not guarantee peace of mind. The forthcoming 3-month internship was equally capable of weeding out candidates, and complacency was not an option. Before we embark on this internship, I would like to share a guiding principle. Conduct yourself modestly, yet achieve with grandeur. I hope you grasp the essence of this sentiment, he remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded at them. My assistant, Maggie, will further assist with the forthcoming matters. Should you have any inquiries during your internship, feel free to approach her. With that, Su Haifeng gracefully withdrew, relinquishing responsibility for the ensuing proceedings. However, he could not entirely detach himself from oversight. For Miss Ning was someone whom their general manager, Mr. Fu, had expressly instructed to care for, and thus he would keep a watchful eye. Offering assistance was only natural. One could not simply stand by while she faced adversity. After Su Haifeng departed, Maggie took her place where Su had stood, her professional attire exuding an air of competence and diligence. I'm Maggie. Though I may appear slightly older, you may address me as Sister Maggie henceforth. Upon hearing Maggie's words, Ning Jiaqi involuntarily cast a glance at the man who appeared somewhat older. He likely surpassed Maggie in age, but could he bring himself to address her as such? Of course, it was merely Ning Jiaqi's overthinking, as the name was simply a matter of familiarity. Sister Maggie, everyone chorused, a collective gesture of respect towards her. Maggie nodded slightly, picked up the folder in her hands, glanced at its contents, and then looked up at them, saying, "Let us first take attendance to become acquainted." Ning Jiaqi, she announced, standing up and politely nodding towards Maggie. With the highest score in the written examination, an excellent performance in the interview, and an planning ability, the marketing manager is quite pleased with your proposal. It is indeed rare for a fresh graduate to produce such a remarkable project plan. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence in the future. Chapter 125. A dark horse. Thank you, Sister Maggie. I will. Ning Jiaqi felt an unmistakable intensity directed at her, especially after Maggie mentioned her name and offered that particular evaluation. The hostility in the gazes upon her was palpable, and it was evident who the source was. After all, Meng Sun had already expressed his astonishment earlier, leaving little room for jealousy. Contrarily, the three others displayed increasingly distinct personalities, making their motivations for envy ambiguous. Maggie gestured for Ning Jiaqi to take a seat. As she complied, Ning Jiaqi casually glanced over and confirmed that the intensity of their stares was indeed fierce. Particularly, the aloof girl wore an expression that radiated displeasure. Ning Jiaqi felt quite innocent in this situation. After all, she had ostensibly done nothing to warrant such animosity. Alas, it seemed that being exceptional came with its own set of tribulations. Feigning ignorance, Ning Jiaqi settled into her seat. A fleeting glance and a return glare would not lead to her demise. Meng Yanluo. Ning Jiaqi looked over as the haughty girl stood, maintaining her air of superiority, though a flicker of unwillingness danced in her eyes. This emotion puzzled Ning Jiaqi. What was truly at play here? It turned out that she had only lost to Ning Jiaqi by a single point on the written exam, finishing second, a pity indeed, and one could only hope for better outcomes in the future. Ning Jiaqi had almost forgotten this detail. Observing Meng Yanluo's proud demeanor, it was evident that the minuscule margin of difference was what irked her the most. Please take your seat. Maggie's simple command prompted Meng Yanluo to sit without any further elaboration. This clear disparity only deepened Meng Yanluo's discomfort as she shot another glare at Ning Jiaqi before complying. Ning Jiaqi genuinely felt unjustly accused. What was her fault in this scenario? Meng Yanluo's animosity was overt, yet she masked it well, understanding that this was merely the first day. It would be unwise to stir conflict immediately. Meng Sun, here. Meng Sun, evidently more vivacious, waved cheerfully at Maggie. Meng Sun, Meng Yanluo, surely you can't be siblings? Maggie joked amiably, lightening the atmosphere. Ning Jiaqi took a moment to appraise the two. One was beautiful, the other handsome, clearly blessed with good genes, though they bore little resemblance to one another. Sister Maggie, you yist. I'm the only child in my family. Meng Sun shrugged, avoiding eye contact with Meng Yanluo, and continued with a smile. It's just that we share the surname Meng. If you say we were related from 8 centuries ago, I cannot refute that. It might very well be true. Meng Yanluo merely cast a cold glance at Meng Sun, choosing to remain silent. Fortunately, it was just a jest, and no one delved deeper into the matter. If they claimed otherwise, then so be it. Meng Sun, you secured 3rd place in the written exam. Well done. Please take your seat. Wu Yang, ranking 9th in the written examination, has performed commendably, placing him among the elite. He is the one who appears rather stern and serious, though his physique has taken on a bit of plumpness, and he is somewhat advanced in age. Su Tiantian, on the other hand, ranked 89th in the written exam. Yet her impressive performance in subsequent assessments suggests she is maintaining her momentum. It appears that Su Tiantian is indeed a dark horse in this competition. Despite her low written exam ranking, her appearance does not reveal the extent of her capabilities. However, one must not judge a book by its cover. Who is to say whether she truly lacks knowledge? Chapter 126. Not here to flaunt well. Now that we are all acquainted, let us proceed. Maggie merely took a cursory roll call before closing the folder in her hands and placing it beside her. She remarked, "Past achievements do not dictate your future. Since you have entered our Yanjing Empire, the forthcoming 3-month period shall serve as your evaluation phase, and the results of this assessment will determine whether you remain or depart." The room fell silent as everyone attentively listened to Maggie's admonition, refraining from any disruptive behavior or fidgeting. All right, what I am about to share is crucial for your future here, so please take notes. Ning Jiaqi and her peers opened their notebooks, ready to record Maggie's forthcoming instructions. Firstly, attire must be neat, elegant, and appropriate. After writing this down, Ning Jiaqi glanced towards Su Tiantian, and similarly, the others exchanged knowing looks. Indeed, it appeared everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Maggie observed their collective gaze towards Su Tian and chuckled lightly. Su Tian, how do you perceive your own attire? It's quite fine. I see nothing wrong with it. Su Tian replied, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as she playfully swayed her waist. Oh, is that so? Maggie's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she responded. The company has employed you to work, not to parade about ostentatiously. If you fail to grasp the concept of dressing appropriately, you need not return tomorrow. Maggie showed no mercy in her critique, causing Su Tian's demeanor to falter slightly, her expression stiffening, evidently taken aback by Maggie's stringent standards regarding attire. Once again, if you present yourself in such a manner tomorrow, you need not return, Maggie reiterated firmly. Do not presume that I am mere assistant in the Human Resources Department. Lack the authority to dictate your presence here. I am not merely attempting to intimidate you. I must inform you that the company's explicit policy states that those who present themselves untidily during work hours will be dismissed. As Maggie previously stated, you're being paid to work, not to flaunt your figure. When Fu Qiyin established this rule, the intention was clear. If a person does not understand the appropriateness of their attire for different occasions, what else might they lack understanding of? Such a person, with low emotional intelligence, is ill-suited for a position within the Yanjing Empire. Furthermore, if one perceives their revealing clothing as normal, they are likely in the wrong environment. Nightclubs would be more fitting for them. Fu Qiyin has his own principles for managing the company, eliminating nepotism and firmly prohibiting unscrupulous practices for advancement. Positions are filled through healthy competition, rewarding those who are capable and nothing more. Ning Jiaqi had previously heard of the stringent standards at Yanjing Empire, yet she never anticipated them to be quite this rigorous. However, this did align with Fu Qian's no-nonsense approach. If a few little fairies were to dance provocatively before him in bikinis, would he not exclaim about the impropriety of such a display? Just imagining Fu Qian's expression brings a smile to Ning Jiaqi's face. It resembles that of a repressed bureaucrat. Do you comprehend the message? Quite clearly, with Maggie articulating it so plainly. How could Su Tian possibly feign ignorance? After all, to enter the realm of Yanjing, one must naturally adhere to the established customs of the land. Chapter 127. Sympathy for the little Uncle Maggie cast a fleeting glance at Su Tian before averting her gaze, her expression softening slightly. All right, let us continue with the note-taking. The second point, punctuality is imperative and early departures are strictly prohibited. Thirdly, while healthy competition is encouraged, any underhanded tactics or backstabbing will not be tolerated. Should such behavior be discovered, do not expect us at Yanjing Empire to accommodate you. No other company will dare to take you in either. A hint of menace lingered in Maggie's words. As a human resources professional, she harbored a disdain for letting go of those she had painstakingly recruited. The effort invested in hiring would go to waste otherwise. Thus, she felt compelled to emphasize certain fundamental principles. For those who relish challenging authority, there may come a time for regret. As for the finer details, I shall not elaborate further. Each of you will receive a copy of the employee handbook to peruse at your leisure. No sooner had Maggie finished speaking than a junior HR staff member entered, carrying several copies of the handbook, distributing one to each of them. The handbook contained comprehensive guidelines for the probationary period. Maggie added, take the time to read it thoroughly. Your ability to successfully navigate this probationary period rests entirely upon your own efforts. Previously unaware of the allure of the marketing department, it was indeed fortuitous that these individuals were all candidates for that very division. Upon hearing Maggie's statement, a palpable wave of surprise rippled through the group as they exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Meng Yinluo's gaze towards Ning Jiaqi was filled with determination and provocation, seemingly declaring war, as if to convey that she would not be bested this time. With only 2 positions available in the marketing department, performance would ultimately determine who remained. What? How can this be? Only 2 can stay. What about the others? The anxiety was palpable, especially for those who had just secured their positions. Ning Jiaqi gansetsi. Amidst the clamor and dissent, only Su Tian and Wu Yang voiced their discontent. Inwardly, Ning Jiaqi remained unfazed. If her efforts bore fruit, she would stay. But she was not overly attached to the outcome. Observing Meng Yinluo and Meng Sun, who appeared equally indifferent, resembled the demeanor of young nobles merely indulging in a diversion. A subtle smile graced Ning Jiaqi's lips as she thought of her poor little uncle, who had painstakingly selected 5 individuals, only to find that more than half had ulterior motives. Truly, it was quite enough. Her heart ached for the little uncle. How amusing. Silence, Maggie commanded, her authoritative tone effectively silencing Wu Yang and Su Tiantian. Pleased, Maggie glanced at Ning Jiaqi, Meng Yinluo, and Meng Sun, noting their calm demeanor. Were they indifferent, or did they possess an unwavering confidence in their abilities? Regardless, their attitude was commendable. The marketing department is indeed only accepting 2 individuals. The fate of the remaining 3 depends solely on their own capabilities. Maggie cast a glance at the 5 of them and remarked, "Should your performance be outstanding, other departments will undoubtedly be eager to welcome you. Ultimately, everything hinges on your performance over the next 3 months." Maggie reiterated, "As I've said before, remain humble in your demeanor while striving for excellence in your work." Chapter 128. A conclusion has been reached. Let us proceed to the marketing department. Maggie gestured for Ning Jiaqi and the others to rise and accompany her. Although the intention was merely to visit the marketing department, she took the opportunity to succinctly convey the departmental information of the Yinjing Empire along the way. As they awaited the elevator, it opened to reveal Tang Yinqin stepping out. Maggie greeted him warmly. "Are these the new recruits?" Tang Yinqin raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of mischief flashing beneath the rim of his gold-framed glasses. He had yet to investigate, and here they were presenting themselves before him. "Indeed," Maggie replied, turning to introduce the interns. "This is our senior legal consultant, Tang Yinqin. You should have all met during the interview." Tang Yinqin glanced at them and remarked, "Hello, consultants." Maintaining an air of aloofness, Tang Yinqin nodded subtly. Yet, in truth, he was discreetly scrutinizing the 5 interns before him. After all, one among them was the beloved of their esteemed boss, and it warranted careful observation. Based on his prior understanding, the individual whom Fu Qiyin admired was male. Excellent. The field had narrowed considerably, given that among the 5 interns, only 2 were men. Tang Yinqin's gaze flitted between Meng Sun and Wu Yang, and he had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Considering the stark differences between the 2, if Fu Qiyin did not have particularly peculiar tastes, it was highly likely that the charming young lad was the object of his affection. The youth appeared vibrant and spirited, a perfect complement to Fu Qian's cool and reserved demeanor. He was not unpleasing to the eye, and his character seemed satisfactory. However, one could only wonder about his integrity. As a subordinate, it was prudent to be somewhat familiar with the personal life of one as superior. Regardless, there would be ample time to unravel these nuances in the future. "Well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave," Tang Yinqin remarked, withdrawing his gaze and striding past them. "Oh my, that is Tang Yinqin, the preeminent lawyer in the country. Not only is he exceptional in court, but he is also quite handsome." Once Tang Yinqin had departed, Su Tiantian unabashedly swooned, regardless of the setting. Maggie cast a glance at Su Tiantian, but refrained from reprimanding her, instead chuckling softly. "If only you had this level of enthusiasm for your work." "Rest assured, Maggie, I bring the same fervor to my tasks," Su Tiantian insisted, showering her with compliments and boasting of her dedication. "Maggie, you must believe me. I truly value this opportunity and will maintain this enthusiasm. All right, let us move on. The marketing department is on the 12th floor, and Manager Sally is waiting for everyone." Maggie ushered Ning Jiaqi and the others into the elevator as they ascended to the 12th floor. Maggie and her companions swiftly traversed the office area, making their way to the manager's office to seek out Sally. With courtesy, Maggie gently knocked on the door before entering and addressed Sally. "Manager Sally, I have brought the new recruits for you. The upcoming training and work assignments can be arranged directly by you." With that, she expressed her appreciation. "Thank you for your efforts." After handing over the new employees to Sally, Maggie gracefully withdrew, as the Human Resources Department was primarily responsible for recruitment. Initially, they also handled employee training. However, in an effort to facilitate a smoother integration of new employees into their respective departments. The responsibility for training had shifted to each department individually. Chapter 129. Deservedly single Sally, the department manager, naturally did not involve herself directly in the training of new employees. Instead, she delegated the task to her secretary, instructing them to familiarize the newcomers with their surroundings, assign their workspaces, and inform them of the training schedule. Thus, Ning Jiaqi and her colleagues were passed through several hands before everything was finally settled. The following fortnight was predominantly occupied with training related to the marketing department, encompassing a comprehensive series of sessions on job responsibilities and tasks. With a diligent and responsible mindset, Ning Jiaqi found these 2 weeks to be immensely fulfilling, and she genuinely absorbed a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, it is often said that if one has the opportunity to join a large company, merely attending the training sessions can prove to be quite sufficient, as these sessions impart a vast array of insights. Although there were no overtime obligations during these 2 weeks, Ning Jiaqi felt an overwhelming sense of busyness. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by her new role. While securing a permanent position at Yinjing Empire was not her utmost concern, she was determined to put forth her best efforts until a definitive conclusion was reached. Who could say that she would ultimately remain? The relentless pace of these 2 weeks allowed Ning Jiaqi to completely cast aside thoughts of Fu Qiyan. After all, there was no inherent need for them to maintain contact, making their lack of communication during this time perfectly normal. She remained blissfully unconcerned. In contrast, Fu Qiyan did not share her carefree disposition. He had never felt irked by prolonged silence from someone before, yet now he found himself grappling with a perplexing sentiment. He vaguely recalled their last phone conversation, where Ning Jiaqi had expressed her displeasure and boldly hung up, subsequently turning off her phone entirely, leaving no room for explanation. Though Ning Jiaqi was often in his vicinity, Fu Qiyan felt no justified reason to approach her. This only exacerbated his frustration, a sentiment keenly felt by Qin Zheng, who was acutely aware of Fu Qian's deteriorating mood. However, Qin Zheng remained oblivious to the root of Fu Qian's discontent. After all, he could not fathom the inner workings of Fu Qian's mind. One thing Qin Zheng was certain of, however, was that their esteemed young master was undoubtedly creating troubles for himself. In truth, many aspects were quite clear to Fu Qiyan, who understood Ning Jiaqi's significance in his life and the unique influence she wielded over him. Yet, he remained perplexingly unaware of this. Reflecting on Fu Qian's previous assertion that his concern for Ning Jiaqi was merely that of an elder toward the junior, Qin Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. If he continued to ponder this, it truly seemed that Fu Qiyan was destined for a life of solitude. As Tang Yinqin entered Fu Qian's office, he instantly shed his aloof demeanor, transforming into a playful character. With a mischievous smile and raised eyebrows, he presented a rather comical juxtaposition against his elite attire, revealing a delightful contrast. Fu Qiyan cast a cold glance at Tang Yinqin, seemingly filled with disdain. Qin Zheng couldn't help but turn away, as he appeared to be recording the scene on his phone. The legendary aloof and esteemed lawyer, Tang, revealed a rather comical side in private, which would surely cause many admirers to turn into detractors. To be honest, at times, it was quite difficult to behold. Chapter 130. Truly worth the value. You didn't even ask, so why did I come to find you? After chuckling to himself for quite some time, Tang Yinqin realized that Fu Qiyan had no intention of acknowledging him, prompting him to take the initiative and inquire. What does it matter to you why I sought you out? Fu Qiyan continued signing documents, his actions unwavering, his tone a blend of indifference and a hint of arrogance. Tang Yinqin felt a surge of frustration. How could Fu Qiyan dismiss him so casually? After all, he was directly involved. How could it not concern him? Oh, Fu Qian's nonchalant response was exceedingly perfunctory. Tang Yinqin shot him an irritated glare, but suddenly recalled something that brightened his mood. Never mind. I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you. Though Tang Yinqin spoke with an air of generosity, Fu Qiyan remained unappreciative, not even sparing him a glance. Undeterred, Tang Yinqin lowered his voice conspiratorially and remarked, I already know who it is that you have your eye on. No sooner had Tang Yunqin's words left his lips than Fu Qiyin lifted his gaze towards him. His expression was inscrutable, and he remained silent, merely watching Tang Yunqin, awaiting his next utterance. Well, when I was speaking with you earlier, you were so dismissive. But the moment your little romantic interest is mentioned, your demeanor shifts entirely. How intriguing. This is the first time I've seen you like this. Tang Yunqin was truly amazed. It seemed Fu Qiyin was genuinely invested in that person. As he had ceased his work, the moment the subject arose and began to listen intently, Qin Zheng, standing nearby, nodded in quiet agreement, recognizing that Tang Yunqin's observation was entirely accurate. Their esteemed young master was particularly concerned about the future mistress of the house, to the extent of losing all sense of decorum. Fu Qiyin remained silent, fixated on Tang Yunqin, eager to discern whether he genuinely knew who it was or was merely speculating. Furrowing his brow slightly, he wondered, what on earth is a little lover? In truth, I knew long ago. When the intern first entered the company, I recognized her immediately, Tang Yunqin declared with a sense of pride, tilting his chin upward. However, I was on a business trip for the past 2 weeks, and didn't have the chance to mention it. Tang Yunqin deliberately brought this up to showcase how astute he was, claiming that with just one glance, he could ascertain her identity. Yet the more he boasted, the more doubts arose about his actual knowledge. Well, it is evident that from the very beginning, Tang Yunqin had misidentified the gender of the person Fu Qiyin cared about. Could one truly expect him to know who it was? It was a foregone conclusion that it was impossible. However, for the time being, neither Fu Qiyin nor Qin Zheng intended to correct Tang Yunqin's misconception. After all, Fu Qiyin wished to avoid any disturbances to Ning Jiaqi. Thus, they allowed the misunderstanding to persist, indifferent to whether rumors of a handsome male companion would circulate. Observing Tang Yunqin, who appears to possess an air of profound understanding, evokes a sense of curiosity regarding the secrets he might hold or the conclusions he has drawn about others. It is amusing for Qin Zheng to contemplate that even the astute Tang, known for his sharp intellect, can exhibit moments of folly. Seated in the role of an assistant, Qin Zheng finds himself privy to such intriguing gossip, feeling that the experience is indeed worth much more than he anticipated. Chapter 131. Do not whine or complain to me, Mr. Fu. Do you not wish to inquire as to whom I am referring? Tang Yunqin raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of deliberate intrigue. Fu Qiyin's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile before he averted his gaze. Indeed, one should never offer this individual even the slightest favor. Otherwise, he would surely take liberties. With that attitude, I have no desire to converse with you, Tang Yunqin thought, feeling a twinge of suspicion as Fu Qiyin appeared so unperturbed. What was the source of Fu Qiyin's calm demeanor? Qin Zheng, do you not wish to know who that person is? Was Tang Yunqin merely seeking attention? Failing to captivate Fu Qiyin's interest, he sought to divert it elsewhere. Qin Zheng regarded Tang Yunqin with curiosity and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, I am aware. Tang Yunqin fell silent, feeling as though he had been excluded from a significant matter. Would their camaraderie still thrive under such circumstances? Perhaps I am merely being overly sentimental. In truth, Tang Yunqin possessed a fair share of pride. Feigning displeasure, he remarked, regardless, you must tell me who your significant other is. I would hate to inadvertently offend him, so do not hold it against me if that occurs. Casual, Fu Qiyin responded with an air of indifference. Tang Yunqin instinctively stepped closer, wishing to gauge Fu Qian's expression. After all, his current demeanor was decidedly enigmatic. Previously, he had been willing to disregard all boundaries for that person, even instructing Xiaohai to ease hiring constraints. When Tang Yunqin had mentioned the individual before, Fu Qiyin had shown considerable interest. Yet now what had changed? Had something transpired that he was unaware of? Had he perhaps momentarily lost focus? Tang Yunqin's mind swirled with questions, leaving him utterly perplexed. Despite his confusion, he attempted to maintain an air of cleverness, which was truly exhausting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted a high and mighty demeanor, tilting his head as he declared, I shall take my leave. I've already made my intentions clear, so when your little paramour comes to you for sympathy, do not seek retribution against me. Just do not come to me for any whining or complaints. Puffed. Upon hearing Fu Qian's words, Qin Zheng could not suppress a laugh, quickly attempting to feign seriousness. Tang Yanqin shot them an exasperated glance before exiting Fu Qian's office. Young master, are you truly unconcerned that Tang Yanqin may overstep and cause distress to Miss Ning? After Tang Yanqin had departed, Qin Zheng finally broached the subject. He lacks that capability. Fu Qian retorted coolly, indifferent. Moreover, is he certain he has the right person? It was undeniable that there was a substantial likelihood that Tang Yanqin had misidentified the individual altogether. Therefore, any initial concern had proven unwarranted and would not affect Ning Jiaqi in the slightest. Young master, have you not sought Miss Ning's company recently? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zheng finally voiced the question that had been lingering in Fu Qian's mind. He had taken the initiative to bring it up, yet she remained unappreciative of his gesture. What was the purpose of seeking her out? Fu Qian cast a disdainful glance, her tone dripping with haughty arrogance, which made Qin Zheng's teeth clench in frustration. How could he possibly know what she intended to discuss with Miss Ning? Could she honestly claim that she had no desire to seek her out? Qin Zheng couldn't help but silently ridicule her. It was evident what she was thinking, yet she refused to acknowledge it, all the while exuding such pride. Chapter 132. Show more concern for Miss Ning. After Qin Zheng uttered those words, he noticed Fu Qian's gaze upon him, and he felt an overwhelming pressure. If he failed to present a valid reason today, he might never exit this office. After a brief moment of evasion, an idea struck him, and he spoke. Young Master D, while it may not be your desire to be informed about Miss Ning's entry into Yanjing Empire, you might choose to feign ignorance. However, as an elder, it is quite natural for you to express concern for a younger acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Fu Qian fell silent for a moment before nodding earnestly, acknowledging the validity of Qin Zheng's statement. Indeed, Qin Zheng mused to himself that if young Master D perceived his relationship with Miss Ning as that of elder and junior, then why not let him maintain that illusion? After all, Miss Ning was indeed his junior, and it would be inappropriate for her to intrude upon him, wouldn't it? Qin Zheng believed it prudent to align with Fu Qian's thoughts for the time being. Eventually, when young Master D realizes that his feelings for Miss Ning are more profound than mere familial affection, it is likely that even if he were to correct this misconception now, the response would merely be a dismissive chuckle. Thus, when dealing with a proud and aloof individual like Fu Qian, it is wise to cater to his inclinations to ensure his satisfaction. Furthermore, given Fu Qian's reserved nature, certain matters require others to broach them first before he might reluctantly engage in a conversation. Qin Zheng was genuinely moved by his own cleverness. After all, he worked diligently in his role, yet when it came to assisting his boss in the pursuit of the lady, he was a veritable force of nature. Such a talent is truly unparalleled in this world, is it not? Qin Zheng wished to implore Fu Qian to cherish this individual properly. Yet alas, his employer failed to recognize such worth and seemed inclined to threaten a salary deduction instead. Boss, this behavior could lead to the loss of someone as significant as me. Qin Zheng internally screamed in a fit of desperation. However, in the presence of Fu Qian, he instantly shrank back, for there was little he could do against such an imposing aura. Young master, as an elder, you should take the initiative to show more concern for Miss Ning. For instance, you might frequently call her, send her messages, or perhaps even share a meal together. These are all feasible options, Qin Zheng suggested, believing these methods would not pose a challenge for Fu Qian. You may leave now. Fu Qian interjected abruptly, dismissing him with a wave of his hand, devoid of warmth. What did it mean to be discarded once used? Was he in the wrong, or was it something else? The sudden dismissal left Qin Zheng bewildered. Naturally, he could not glean any insights from Fu Qian, and with the latter having spoken, he dared not linger further. Meanwhile, Fu Qian held a pen, tapping the cap rhythmically against the desk, lost in thought with his lips pursed and brows furrowed, as if wrestling with an elusive concept. With a slight tilt of his head, Fu Qian set down the pen he had been holding and gracefully picked up his phone, skillfully flipping it twice in his hand before securely grasping it. His long fingers glided across the screen to unlock it, and he navigated to his contacts. selecting a number to dial. He then placed the phone against his ear, patiently awaiting the connection. Chapter 133. Invite her to Shauna Garden for a simple meal. Have you expressed your gratitude to her for the previous incident? Once the call connected, Fu Qiyin waited for the other party to greet him before he spoke, his voice cool and devoid of any discernible emotion. On the other end, Chu Jinghan felt a bit perplexed and cautiously inquired, "Uncle, are you certain you haven't dialed the wrong number? Were you just speaking to me?" "Uncle?" Could it be that he truly dialed the wrong number? Noticing a brief silence on the line, Chu Jinghan became increasingly convinced of this notion. "The last time, you had Ning Jiaqi impersonate your aunt to meet with the teacher at school." Fu Qiyin coldly articulated what he had initially intended to say. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinghan nearly dropped her phone in fright. Why was her uncle suddenly bringing up such a matter? Hadn't it been a month or two since then? Was this a reckoning for past actions? "Speak." After a prolonged silence without a response from Chu Jinghan, Fu Qiyin expressed his irritation. A bit apprehensive, Chu Jinghan hesitated to reply, but hearing Fu Qiyin's tone, she finally stammered, "Uncle, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have had someone impersonate a parent, nor should I have allowed anyone to pose as my aunt. Answer my question." Hearing Chu Jinghan's stream of unnecessary words, Fu Qiyin's tone turned sharp. "What?" Chu Jinghan was momentarily taken aback by Fu Qiyin's remark, struggling to comprehend his inquiry. However, this time, she did not delay and quickly responded, "Since the last incident, I haven't seen Ning Jiaqi. She seems quite busy lately, so I didn't want to bother her." "She's no longer busy." Fu Qiyin's statement left Chu Jinghan puzzled. How did her uncle know about Ning Jiaqi's schedule? Chu Jinghan, feeling confused, asked, "Then, how should I express my thanks to Ning Jiaqi?" After all, it was Fu Qiyin who had brought this matter to light, and she trusted that her uncle had his own intentions. Moreover, it seemed that Ning Jiaqi and her uncle had been in contact these past couple of months. Nevertheless, her uncle's call and words today left her in a swirl of thoughts. Invite her to Shauna Garden for a simple meal as a token of gratitude. Chu Jinghan raised an eyebrow slightly. What did her uncle mean by that? Inviting someone over for a meal? Was he serious? Hadn't he previously stated his aversion to having others, especially women, enter his mountain villa? What could this possibly mean? Then it struck her that Ning Jiaqi had previously inquired about whether there were any enjoyable activities at her uncle's place. Thus, the only conclusion was that Ning Jiaqi had indeed visited her uncle's villa at Shauna Garden. If her uncle and Ning Jiaqi had direct contact and he had brought her home, why was he now asking her to invite Ning Jiaqi for a meal? Was this really necessary? Chu Jinghan's mind raced, and suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her uncle and Ning Jiaqi had experienced some sort of conflict? Is that why you wish to leverage his previous incident to alleviate the relationship with Miss Ning? Upon this reflection, Chu Jinghan suddenly comprehended many matters and promptly assured, "Rest assured, Uncle, I shall handle this trivial matter with utmost care." "It is not a trivial matter," Fu Qiyin interjected without a moment's hesitation. "Are you implying that all matters concerning Miss Ning are of significant importance?" Chapter 134. I am still underage. I understand, dear uncle. I will certainly handle this significant matter with utmost care. After receiving Chu Jinghan's assurance, Fu Qiyin contemplated for a moment and, finding nothing else of concern, promptly ended the call. Upon hearing the busy tone on the other end, Chu Jinghan could not help but roll his eyes. Indeed, his uncle was decisive and efficient, saying his piece before hanging up. It was rather exasperating. However, this was merely a trivial matter. The significant task entrusted to him by Fu Qiyin must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, he felt he would meet a rather grim fate. After ending the call with Chu Jinghan, Fu Qiyin pressed the intercom button on his desk phone. Once connected, he instructed, "Please prepare several gifts." "Are these for that esteemed individual?" Out in the open, Qin Zheng dared not be too ostentatious. He instead referred to the person by the name of Ning Jiaqi, confident that Fu Qiyin was well aware of whom he spoke. After all, who else could it be? "Indeed. Understood. I shall procure them immediately." After concluding his conversation with Fu Qiyin, Qin Zheng found the situation quite amusing. Their young master had indeed come to his senses, suggesting the giving of gifts, and he was genuinely going to do so, given that this was a task assigned by Fu Qiyin and was related to Ning Jiaqi. Qingjing dared not delay and hurriedly set off to select the gifts. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, Ning Jiaqi received a WeChat message from Chu Jinghan. Chu Overlord, beauty, a day apart feels as though 3 autumns have passed. Might you indulge me in a meal? Ning Beauty, darling, I only possess one face, and I regret to inform you that I currently have no plans to act shamelessly. Chu Overlord, oh, please do not take it amiss. Can you not accept a simple meal? Ning Beauty, pray tell, what are your intentions behind this invitation? Chu Overlord, it is merely to express my gratitude for your assistance in impersonating my aunt during the teacher's meeting. I have yet to thank you properly. Recalling the incident, Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Of all people, why impersonate his aunt? It was rather excessive. Yet, this very occurrence had forged a connection between her and Fu Qiyin, albeit a rather superficial one. Ning Beauty, it has been quite some time since that event. Is it not a tad late to express your gratitude? Chu Overlord, as long as the heart is sincere, it is never too late. I merely wish to treat you to a meal. Why do you hesitate? Chu Overlord, it is just a meal, not an act of devouring you. Why not accept? Chu Overlord, pity, 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 pity. In truth, there was nothing substantial behind it. Initially, Ning Jiaqi intended only to tease Chu Jinghan. Seeing him adopt such a pitiful demeanor, she responded with a smile. Ning Beauty, time and place. Chu Overlord, there is no time like the present. Let us meet today. Chu Overlord, as for the location, I shall keep it a secret for now. Once you finish work, I will come to your home to pick you up. Ning Beauty, you will drive to fetch me? Chu Overlord, awkward, but I am still underage. Being underage prohibits one from obtaining a driver's license, even if I can drive. Operating a vehicle without a license is ultimately ill-advised. Ning Beauty, I would never have guessed you were so young. You certainly do not appear it. Chu Overlord, am I truly that obviously youthful? Ning Marin, as long as you are aware, there is no need to voice it. Chu Ba Wang, my heart lies in shattered fragments. The pain is unbearable. Chu Ba Wang, regardless, you shall wait at home. I shall send someone to fetch you. Thus, we have come to a delightful agreement. Ning Jiaqi put away her phone, reflecting on her earlier conversation with Chu Jinghan, and couldn't help but chuckle. He truly is a child at heart. Chapter 135. Are you playing hard again? Upon returning home from work, Ning Jiaqi had not been settled for long when her phone suddenly rang. Initially, she assumed it was a call from Chu Jinghan, marveling at the impeccable timing of the call. However, as she picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, an unsettling tension gripped her. Why was Fu Qiyin calling her after 2 weeks of silence? They had scarcely interacted lately, so it was unlikely he had any pressing matters to discuss. Could it be that he was now seeking retribution for her abrupt termination of their last conversation? Should she feign ignorance and let it ring? Naturally, such thoughts were mere musings. Little uncle. After waiting for a considerable duration without answering, Fu Qiyin began to feel a twinge of annoyance. Yet, upon hearing the girl's soft, delicate voice through the receiver, it was as if a gentle spring breeze had swept away all his previous irritation. Come downstairs. Huh? Ning Jiaqi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Fu Qian's words. Is there something you need, little uncle? As she stepped onto the balcony, she clearly spotted Fu Qian's sleek black Qian parked below. I have an appointment tonight. I know. Fu Qian replied casually, reiterating, come downstairs. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Ning Jiaqi, prompting her to ask, are you here to pick me up for a meal with Chu Jinghan? Yes, come downstairs. Fu Qiyin found himself remarkably patient with the girl. He had never spoken to anyone in such a manner, repeating himself 3 times without losing his temper. Yet, he felt no anger now, merely a persistent urge to remind her. I just remembered I have something that came up at my... Ning Jiaqi's words trailed off as Fu Qiyin interrupted her. Do you want me to come up and fetch you? For some reason, Ning Jiaqi detected a hint of irritation in his tone, and the abruptness of it left her momentarily speechless. No need, I'll be down shortly. With that, she hung up the phone with a sigh, peering down from the balcony before retreating inside to grab her bag and close the door behind her as she made her way downstairs. As she approached the black Qian, she naturally opened the back door and glanced up, casually saying, little uncle, please sit over there. This time, Fu Qiyin fell silent. willingly accommodating her by sliding over to make room. Ning Jiaqi settled into her seat and with a firm motion shut the door behind her, declaring, "Let us go." Qin Zheng, glancing at the rearview mirror, noted the discontent etched on both their faces. What was going on? Although he was curious, he dare not pry further and drove towards the Shanhua garden. "I came to pick you up, and you seemed so reluctant?" Fu Qiyin suppressed his annoyance, recalling how she had hastily dismissed him at the mere mention of his arrival. Did she truly wish to avoid seeing him so desperately? Once again, she abruptly ended the call. This girl's temper was growing increasingly volatile. Not at all. Ning Jiaqi glanced out the car window, avoiding any eye contact with Fu Qiyin, her denial lacking sincerity. "Are you sulking?" Fu Qiyin inquired, raising an eyebrow at the sight of her, turning her face away from him. Chapter 136. Have I upset you? Are you sulking with me? Upon hearing Fu Qian's question, Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but hum softly, thinking to herself that the gentleman in question certainly possessed a keen self-awareness. However, when she finally spoke, her words belied her internal musings. "I wouldn't dare." Noticing that Ning Jiaqi continued to avert her gaze, Fu Qiyin pondered the implications of her choice of words. She said "wouldn't dare" rather than "didn't." Thus, it became evident that this young lady was indeed sulking. "Have I upset you?" To be honest, Fu Qiyin himself was at a loss regarding what had caused Ning Jiaqi's displeasure. "No." She shook her head in denial. "No. Then why do you ignore me the moment you get in the car?" Ning Jiaqi turned to face Fu Qiyin, the dim light filtering through the car window, rendering it difficult for her to discern his expression. However, she could clearly sense the languid elegance exuding from his reclining posture in the back seat. A hint of amusement flickered within her. After all, Fu Qiyin was a man whose mere words could send tremors through the capital. The thought of her behaving petulantly towards him was almost comical, considering their relative unfamiliarity. Indeed, she had grown accustomed to such childish antics, projecting an air of familiarity with everyone. Her uncle was being overly concerned. There was no such thing as ignoring him. "Yet you still wear that glum expression, as if you do not wish to see me." Ning Jiaqi had not anticipated Fu Qian's forthrightness in questioning her. Sighing softly, she looked at him and asked, "Uncle, may I inquire if you are aware that Chu Jinghan wishes to treat me to a meal?" Fu Qian nodded, a fleeting understanding glimmering in Ning Jiaqi's eyes. Yet, he quickly added, "Otherwise, how would I know to come and fetch you?" Indeed, Fu Qian's reasoning was quite sound. One could not help but acknowledge the logic in his words, could they? "Were you aware of this beforehand?" Ning Jiaqi pressed further. "What are you trying to convey?" Fu Qiyin evaded her question, countering with one of his own. Ning Jiaqi leaned against the back seat, fixing her gaze upon him, and stated directly, "Did you suggest that he invite me to this meal? What makes you think so?" Fu Qian's expression remained unchanged, his tone inscrutable. After all, considering how much time had passed, was it not a tad late to express gratitude by treating me to dinner? To be frank, Ning Jiaqi harbored doubts regarding Chu Jing'an's intentions. Moreover, aside from a touch of awkwardness, there was little left to warrant such gratitude. Fu Qiyan fell silent, inwardly reflecting on the flaws in the rationale he had presented, which he initially thought to be quite reasonable. A miscalculation indeed. This aspect is what instilled the deepest suspicion in Ning Jiaqi. Initially, her displeasure stemmed from a sense of deception that left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, she momentarily succumbed to her capricious nature, resulting in her earlier demeanor. However, after having elucidated certain matters, Ning Jiaqi now perceives that perhaps there was little to fret about. Perhaps she had indeed exaggerated the situation. Chapter 137. Inescapable rejection. So, was it actually my uncle who wished to invite me for a casual meal? With the conversation reaching this point, Ning Jiaqi decided to voice her doubts directly, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Qiyin. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, who was driving in front, was beset by a tumult of thoughts. It must be said that the future lady boss's intellect and emotional acumen are commendable, effortlessly discerning their boss's intentions. Qin Zheng had not anticipated that the esteemed Fu Xiao would delegate the task of inviting Miss Ning to young Master Chu. After all, it was merely a phone call away. Why resort to such indirect means? However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Given Fu Qian's reserved and proud nature, he would be unlikely to undertake such actions himself. Truth be told, this approach aligns perfectly with Fu Qian's character. Moreover, it subtly underscores the fact that Fu Qian's feelings toward Ning Jiaqi are indeed exceptional. After all, if their relationship were merely ordinary, why would Fu Qian go to such lengths? Yet, Fu Qian stubbornly refrained from admitting this, unconsciously shifting his posture. Ning Jiaqi, observing this gesture, began to grasp its implications. She found it amusing that the powerful Fu Qian, who wielded influence in the capital, could exhibit such a playful side. This delightful contrast was undeniably charming. If my uncle wishes to invite me for a meal again, he may as well call me directly. Would I truly refuse? After saying this, Ning Jiaqi sensed Fu Qian's gaze upon her, scrutinizing her with an air of skepticism. Who was it that just expressed reluctance? Fu Qian scoffed lightly, tinged with mockery. This. Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling her instinctive desire to decline. Fu Qian's tone was laced with inquiry, carrying a languid yet commanding presence. Her acquaintance with her uncle was still relatively new, with their encounters being few and far between. Counting on her fingers, Ning Jiaqi lowered her head as if calculating, and remarked, "To be honest, I cannot help but feel a bit of aversion towards invitations from people I am not particularly familiar with." After uttering these words, Ning Jiaqi distinctly sensed a chill emanating from Fu Qian, yet she pressed on, continuing, "Furthermore, given that my uncle is such an impressive figure, spending time alone with him is bound to evoke a sense of trepidation." Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's subsequent remarks, Qinzheng nodded in agreement, finding her perspective quite accurate. "Close your ears." Fu Qian's voice was icy, tinged with a hint of suppressed ire. Qinzheng immediately stiffened, focusing intently on the road. He had been 2 careless moments ago. However, he could not help but resonate with her sentiments. Could he? Fu Tian lingered on Ning Jiaqi, his eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yet, only Fu Qian himself knew that her assertion of their unfamiliarity stirred some discontent within him. Yet, one cannot refute the truth. Indeed, it is as such. It was only then that Fu Qian began to relax, as if he genuinely cared for Ning Jiaqi. Upon hearing her express a reluctance towards invitations from unfamiliar individuals, he found solace in her discernment. At the very least, she had not indiscriminately formed friendships, which eased his concerns. Furthermore, Chapter 138. My esteemed boss, I do not oppose what you have stated earlier. Fu Qian spoke once more, having subdued his anger. Ning Jiaqi furrowed her brows slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Fu Qian. What do you mean by not opposing my earlier words? Does that imply that my subsequent remarks were erroneous? Look, as soon as I finished speaking, your little driver nodded in agreement. Can you truly assert that I was mistaken? Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow, retorting with an air of certainty about her correctness. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Qinzheng felt utterly despondent. He was not merely a driver. After all, he had been unable to find an opportunity to clarify his position. Furthermore, the esteemed young master had even instructed him to silence his ears, refraining from mentioning matters best left untouched. Alas, Qinzheng's concerns were entirely unwarranted, as Fu Qian's thoughts could hardly stray to him at that moment. Do you feel apprehensive in my presence? Fu Qian echoed Ning Jiaqi's earlier words, serving as a gentle reminder. Was there anything incorrect about that statement? Ning Jiaqi believed her description to be quite fitting. Otherwise, how could it resonate with her little driver? Do you feel apprehensive now? Fu Qian suddenly posed such a question, leaving Ning Jiaqi momentarily speechless. When have you ever appeared apprehensive in my presence? Fu Qian persisted, refusing to relent. Ning Jiaqi began to reflect on their past interactions. Had there ever been a moment of trepidation? Certainly not. Moreover, when she had entered the vehicle earlier, she had even instructed Fu Qian to take a seat, hardly a display of fear. Ning Jiaqi sighed and placed a hand on her forehead, realizing that her expressions of fear and trepidation toward Fu Qian had merely been verbal. In truth, she had never held back in her interactions with him. It seemed they had indulged her excessively in their daily lives, leading her to adopt such a petulant demeanor. Yet, remarkably, Fu Qian did not appear to be angry with her. This was indeed a curious situation, was it not? What's wrong? Lost for words? Fu Qian teased as Ning Jiaqi fell silent. It's all your fault for spoiling me, making it seem as though my fears of you are but empty words. Ning Jiaqi let out a resigned sigh, casting an accusing glance at Fu Qian, as if to blame him for her spoiled demeanor. Her words caused Fu Qian to pause in surprise. Had he truly been indulgent toward her? He glanced at Qin Zheng, who was driving, and noticed him nodding in agreement. Did that imply he was also endorsing Ning Jiaqi's assertion? How could he be unaware of this? Was that not a good thing? Fu Qian chose not to dwell on it, merely responding, as long as you are content. This time, Ning Jiaqi found herself slightly bewildered. What did he mean by her happiness being the priority? Ning Jiaqi propped her hand on her head, her elbow resting on the car window, and turned to Fu Qian with earnest curiosity, inquiring, "Uncle, do you harbor feelings for me?" The moment these words escaped her lips, an unmistakable chill enveloped the vehicle. Qin Zheng was left astounded, unable to close his mouth. Indeed, the future lady boss exuded an impressive boldness, daring to pose such a direct question. Truly, my esteemed lady boss is remarkable. Chapter 139. Happiness arrives unexpectedly as the atmosphere within the car grew heavy and oppressive. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but wonder if her previous comment had been inappropriate. Indeed, such remarks should not be made so casually, as they could easily lead to an awkward situation for both parties. Turning her face away to avoid looking at Fu Qian, she realized that her earlier words had been uttered without much thought. Once this notion crossed her mind, she directly posed a question, observing that Ning Jiaqi appeared somewhat flustered. As if regretting her own words, Fu Qian found her demeanor quite endearing. A faint smile graced his lips as he chuckled softly. "What are you thinking?" Qin Zheng swiftly adjusted his driving posture, using one hand to steer while covering one ear with the other, determined not to hear what his master was about to say. After all, his kindness stemmed from her calling him uncle. Suddenly, Ning Jiaqi turned to face Fu Qian, her eyes locking onto his serious expression, devoid of any jest. "So, inviting me to dinner is merely an expression of concern and care from an elder to a younger?" Fu Qian nodded, his gaze towards Ning Jiaqi tinged with a hint of inquiry, as if to ask, what else could it be? After he finished speaking, Qin Zheng finally released his hand and placed both on the steering wheel, driving with a sigh of resignation. He mused internally, "Young master, it seems you may remain single for quite some time." Unable to contain herself, Ning Jiaqi burst into laughter, her amusement stemming from both her imagination and Fu Qian's words. "What are you laughing at?" Fu Qian inquired, baffled by her sudden mirth. "Uncle, your kindness is truly remarkable," Ning Jiaqi repeated, chuckling at the thought that a mere address of uncle could elicit such care from him. Fu Qian chose not to correct her, unsure if such kindness applied solely to her. "I was going to say something earlier," Ning Jiaqi began, but her words faltered midway. She recalled a previous conversation where Fu Qian had mentioned that once she called him uncle, he would naturally look after her. She remembered teasing him about having previously called him husband, jokingly suggesting that he should then relinquish all his wealth. Fu Qian had retorted that he would legally surrender it. Almost repeating a previous mistake, she had intended to tease him, but ended up being the target of his jest. "What was that?" he asked, curious. "Nothing," Ning Jiaqi quickly responded, unwilling to revisit the past that would only land her in trouble. "Do you treat me like Chu Jinghan?" she inquired, intrigued by the extent of Fu Qian's indulgence towards her, and whether she could rely on him for support when she faced difficulties in the Yin Empire. "Not at all," Fu Qian replied with a slight frown. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Jinghan, sensing her plight. Ning Jiaqi elongated her tone, contemplating for a moment before she spoke. "Uncle, to what extent must I go to incite your anger?" "I will not be angry with you," Fu Qian replied without a second thought. He himself was quite astonished at his unprecedented tolerance and patience towards Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but widen her eyes and part her lips, as if to convey that happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Chapter 140. The art of flirting. Ning Jiaqi concealed her earlier surprise and pouted as she reproached Fu Qian. "You were clearly upset with me last time." She vividly recalled that incident when she had merely uttered a single remark and he had become angry, refusing to see her or share a meal together. When did that happen? Fu Qian genuinely could not recall any such moment of anger directed at Ning Jiaqi. It was just last time. I don't even know what I said wrong. And you were so upset that you wouldn't eat. Ning Jiaqi wore a pitiful expression, as this event had lingered in her memory. With her reminder, Fu Qian managed to recollect the occasion. Did she mistakenly believe he was truly angry with her? In reality, he had merely been sulking. He had intended to let bygones be bygones, but found himself unable to suppress his concern for her. I wasn't angry with you, Fu Qian stated succinctly, offering no elaborate explanation. I want to be angry. He reiterated this sentiment, leaving Ning Jiaqi feeling pleasantly surprised. Uncle, you said that. No matter what I do, you want to be angry, right? A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, Fu Qian nodded, reaching out to gently pat her head, appearing notably more approachable in that moment. With this understanding established, Ning Jiaqi no longer felt any oppressive tension in her interactions with Fu Qian. Some individuals might seem intimidating at first glance, but upon getting to know him, she realized that Fu Qian was, in fact, a genuinely kind person. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Qian was not so amiable to everyone. She alone was the exception. Young master, Miss Ning, we have arrived, Qin Zheng announced as he smoothly halted the vehicle and proceeded to open the door for Fu Qian. Fu Qian remained silent as he elegantly exited the car. Ning Jiaqi, instinctively preparing to open her own door, was taken aback to see Fu Qian extending his hand towards her. Was he offering to assist her out of the car? After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to help her out. Uncle is truly warm-hearted towards the younger generation. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Once Fu Qian had helped her out, he did not release her hand, naturally guiding her inside as they walked together. Behind them, Qin Zheng shook his head, marveling at the situation. Who said young Master D was emotionally reserved and lacked social finesse? He was, after all, holding her hand. When did young Master D become so affable towards the younger generation? This perspective seemed quite reasonable even to Fu Qian himself. The future lady boss had initially appeared taken aback, likely finding it quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, if the outcome is favorable, then the preceding, somewhat absurd processes become rather insignificant, do they not? He possesses his own unique charm when it comes to courting women. My beauty, you have arrived. Upon hearing the voice at the doorway, Chu Jinghan hurriedly dashed out to greet them. However, upon seeing her uncle holding Ning Jiaqi's hand, she could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Hadn't it been said that the two had previously been at odds? And yet, here they were, seemingly reconciled. Moreover, their situation. Chapter 141. A silent parting of ways. Ning Jiaqi, following the peculiar gaze of Chu Jinghan, glanced down and belatedly realized that Fu Qian was still holding her hand. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. After all, Fu Qian was forthright in his feelings, and if she were to act overly coy, it would be rather pretentious. However, the way Chu Jinghan looked at them, as if they shared some secret, compelled Ning Jiaqi to withdraw her hand from Fu Qian's grasp. Noticing the sudden emptiness in his hand, Fu Qian frowned instinctively, casting a cold glare at Chu Jinghan before silently stepping past him and entering the room. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghan felt a chill at the back of his neck from Fu Qian's piercing look, as if he had unwittingly disrupted his uncle's affairs. Ning Jiaqi glanced at Chu Jinghan before following Fu Qian inside. She decided to amuse herself for a while since dinner would be served shortly. After instructing Ning Jiaqi to make herself comfortable, Fu Qian ascended the stairs. Although this was only her third visit, Ning Jiaqi felt quite at ease and did not experience any discomfort. Seated on the sofa, she turned to observe Chu Jinghan, who was still standing vacantly at the entrance, and called out, "Nephew, why are you just standing there? Come and chat with me. So, tell me, what is the situation between you and my dear uncle?" Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's summons, Chu Jinghan swiftly approached and sat beside her, brimming with curiosity as he asked, "Have you successfully captured my uncle's heart? Have you ascended to the status of aunt?" "Before I answer your question, you must first respond to a few of mine," Ning Jiaqi teased, clearly enjoying the suspense. Speak freely. I shall divulge all, Chu Jinghan readily declared. What is the occasion for this dinner? Ning Jiaqi inquired, feigning casualness as she scrutinized Chu Jinghan's expression. She noticed a fleeting moment of discomfort cross his face before he quickly replied, I sent it merely to express gratitude for what transpired before. Do you truly believe I would accept such a flimsy excuse? Ning Jiaqi retorted, her tone turning serious as she warned, speak the truth, or else I shall block you on WeChat and sever all ties. How's that sound? Must you be so harsh? Chu Jinghan was taken aback, but seeing the sincerity in Ning Jiaqi's expression, he felt a sense of trepidation. Had his uncle not yet won over Ning Marin? What was her current stance towards him? Had his uncle's intentions been revealed? Otherwise, why would Ning Marin be pressing for answers? What should he say now? Would it affect his uncle? Chu Jinghan felt a heavy weight on his heart. After all, he was still just a child. My dear, you should be asking your uncle these questions. Why question me? Chu Jinghan lamented, collapsing onto the sofa in exasperation. I see now, Ning Jiaqi sighed, sensing Chu Jinghan's turmoil. As she had suspected, Fu Qian indeed wished to invite her for a simple meal together. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but glance up at the second floor. Why did Fu Qian have to be so convoluted? Could it be that she was more difficult to approach than he was? You know something, don't you? Chu Jinghan suddenly sprang up from the sofa, anxiously inquiring. Chapter 142. Does aunt-in-law wish to be formalized? Did I say anything just now? Seeing Ning Jiaqi's silence, Chu Jinghan inquired once more, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. Do you think I am aware of something? Indeed, Chu Jinghan still possessed the innocence of a child. A little prodding could reveal the truth, couldn't it? Ning Marin, you're simply too clever for your own good, aren't you? Chu Jinghan sighed, realizing that she could hardly be blamed. Ning Jiaqi, however, remained non-committal, merely wishing to discern the facts of the matter. Should you dare to deceive me again, I suggest you reconsider. Ning Jiaqi smiled sweetly at Chu Jinghan, yet the underlying threat sent a shiver down Chu Jinghan's spine. As expected, she knew Ning Jiaqi was not someone to be trifled with. Nevertheless, it seemed there would be no further dealings for her in the future. Now, may I have an answer to my previous question? Chu Jinghan's restless curiosity could not be quelled. What question? Ning Jiaqi feigned innocence, appearing blissfully unaware of Chu Jinghan's inquiry. What is your relationship with my uncle? Chu Jinghan reiterated, her anticipation palpable as she awaited Ning Jiaqi's response. Ning Jiaqi, however, donned an enigmatic smile, resting her chin on her hand, a teasing grin gracing her lips. Do you recall how you answered my question earlier? What? Chu Jinghan was taken aback by Ning Jiaqi's unexpected reply. When uncle comes down, you may inquire directly. Chu Jinghan felt utterly exhausted. How could she dare ask? What more was there to discuss? Up the stairs, Fu Qian emerged, having exchanged his formal suit for a casual ensemble. Yet his inherent grace and poise remained undiminished. No, Chu Jinghan shivered, hastily shaking her head in denial. No. A mischievous glint sparkled in Ning Jiaqi's eyes as she said with a smile, Little nephew, weren't you just eager to know my relationship with your uncle? The principal parties are right here. You may ask. Chu Jinghan could sense the malice radiating from Ning Jiaqi, as if she were exacting revenge for his previous collusion with her uncle. However, this matter was indeed orchestrated by her uncle, and he was quite innocent in this affair. Was he not? Chu Jinghan dared not meet her uncle's gaze, opting to steal glances through the corners of her eyes. What are you so tense about? Ning Jiaqi chuckled at the sight of Chu Jinghan's rigid form, unable to contain her laughter. There is nothing shameful about my relationship with your uncle. You ought not to hesitate in your inquiries. Fu Qian affirmed Ning Jiaqi's assertion, seemingly validating her claim that there was nothing untoward, as he naturally took a seat beside her. To Chu Jinghan's ears, this took on an entirely different meaning, as if Fu Qian had indeed acknowledged their relationship. After all, a normal romantic association between a man and a woman held no secrets, did it? Chu Jinghan's gaze swept back and forth between Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian. One cannot help but remark upon the undeniable synergy that emanates from their presence. Chu Jinghan had not anticipated that her whimsical suggestion for Ning to masquerade as her aunt would lead to such an implication of permanence. Chapter 143. The one at the heart of it all. Chu Jinghan gazed at them with a flirtatious glimmer in his eyes. However, when Fu Qian lifted his gaze towards him, he instantly donned a serious demeanor. It seemed he had uncovered a remarkable secret. The fact that his eternally single uncle was finally settling down was nothing short of miraculous. He had unwittingly orchestrated a match, and to his astonishment, it had come to fruition. Ha! In the future, he would regale this tale with unparalleled pride. "Sir, dinner is ready," announced Aunt Shun, having prepared the evening meal and inviting Fu Qian to the table. "Let us go," Fu Qian remarked, directing his words towards Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi obediently responded, dutifully trailing behind Fu Qian as they made their way to the dining room, leaving Chu Jinghan bewildered in their wake. "Uncle, do you not recall that you have a nephew? Please do not cast him aside once you are done. It would surely sadden him. You ought to treat him well, for there may be more matters like today's that require his assistance in the future." Naturally, if Fu Qian were to call upon him, Chu Jinghan would readily acquiesce, for his uncle was no ordinary man who would dare to oppose his wishes. Even if no one beckoned him to join, he still had to partake in the meal. How could he allow his belly to suffer? Thus, Chu Jinghan hurriedly made his way to take his seat. Due to his uncle's esteemed status within the household, no one dared to begin eating until he had lifted his chopsticks. As such, Chu Jinghan sat in silence, awaiting Fu Qian's cue. After Ning Jiaqi settled in, she paid no mind to whether Fu Qian had started eating, diving into the meal herself, and couldn't he help but praise Aunt Shun's culinary skills. "Aunt Shun, this dish is exquisite. Miss Ning, if you enjoy it, please indulge," Aunt Shun replied, unfazed by Ning Jiaqi's boldness, having witnessed far more audacious behavior previously. Meanwhile, it was Chu Jinghan's first time observing the interaction between Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian, and he was somewhat taken aback. Yet, considering that the enchanting Ning was the object of his uncle's affections, it was only natural for Fu Qian to treat her with a measure of special care. Once Ning Jiaqi began eating, Chu Jinghan felt emboldened to do the same, and indeed, his uncle displayed no signs of discontent. "Feel free to come over often if you enjoy it," Fu Qian's voice, cool and detached, bore an undertone that made Chu Jinghan marvel at his uncle's intentions. Was he truly contemplating bringing the lovely Ning home? "That's too far," Ning Jiaqi said with a look of dismay. "Then you should stay here," Fu Qian replied without a moment's hesitation. Chu Jinghan's eyes widened. His uncle was certainly adept at this game of persuasion. His strategies for bringing someone home were truly a skill unto themselves. Ning Jiaqi, unsuspecting, merely expressed her concern. "It's too far. It's inconvenient for me to leave for work in the morning." At the mention of work, Chu Jinghan instinctively glanced at Fu Qian, recalling that Ning Jiaqi had seemingly alluded to her employment at Yanjing Corporation in her social media posts, something his uncle likely remained unaware of. Now, with this conversation unfolding, he wondered how his uncle would address that matter with Ning Jiaqi when the time came. Ning Jiaqi, belatedly realizing that she had uttered words she ought not to have spoken, lowered her gaze in a fit of guilt, fiddling with the chopsticks in her hands. Fu Qian observed the expressions of both Ning Jiaqi and Chu Jinghan, discerning that each was ensnared in their own web of anxiety and guilt. However, one thing that irked Fu Qian was, Chapter 144, To My Surprise. You are such a little uncle. What vexed Fu Qian most was the news of Ning Jiaqi's entry into Yanjing Empire. Even Chu Jinghan, a person he seldom encountered and deemed inconsequential, was aware of it, while he remained oblivious. Had Chu Jinghan known of Fu Qian's sentiments, he likely would have fainted in the restroom from distress. How could he be considered inconsequential? Naturally, Fu Qian would not divulge his thoughts to them, merely casting a sidelong glance at Chu Jinghan, accompanied by a sharp glare. Chu Jinghan felt utterly aggrieved. It seemed he had done nothing wrong. Had he? Why was his little uncle glaring at him for no reason? He found himself increasingly perplexed by his little uncle's behavior. Well, wasn't there a car? As Ning Jiaqi had wished, Fu Qian avoided the topic of work, addressing the previous question with a vague response. The moment cars were mentioned, Ning Jiaqi's expression became animated, Let me drive. That would undoubtedly be a swift return, wouldn't it? Fu Qiyin recalled a certain incident when someone, inebriated, had expressed a desire to take on the role of his chauffeur. But I was drawn by the salary, not the job. Ning Jiaqi chuckled at her own words. Dear Beauty, tell me, do you possess a driver's license? After hearing the exchange between Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qiyin, Chu Jinghan was intrigued by this inquiry. A top scholar. Straight A's. Fu Qiyin replied before turning to Ning Jiaqi, solemnly stating, yet it is of no consequence. This remark from Fu Qiyin was indeed a sharp retort. However, Ning Jiaqi's focus lay elsewhere, her excitement palpable as she grasped Fu Qian's wrist, exclaiming, Little uncle, I never expected you to be such a little uncle. Fu Qiyin raised an eyebrow, failing to comprehend the meaning behind her words. You just referred to yourself as an old bureaucrat, and now you're using internet slang. Is this a slap to my face? Ning Jiaqi feigned seriousness. Ning Beauty, do not be so amusing, all right. Chu Jinghan burst into laughter, realizing the joy of being in Ning Jiaqi's company. Even Fu Qian's lips curled slightly, as if he were amused by her words. Serious, serious. Have I said anything incorrect? Ning Jiaqi observed their expressions, frowning slightly and pretending to be solemn. Chu Jinghan felt no threat whatsoever, instead laughing even more exaggeratedly. Meanwhile, Fu Qiyin placed his other hand on Ning Jiaqi's head, ruffling her hair as he said, Yes, you are entirely correct. Little uncle, your awareness is commendable. Keep up the good work. Ning Jiaqi adopted an air of maturity, earnestly advising Fu Qiyin. Initially finding it entertaining, she now paid closer attention. Chu Jinghan was filled with various questions. Dear Beauty, is it truly acceptable for you to call me little uncle, little nephew? Is there no issue with such a dress? What else should I call you husband? Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow at Fu Qiyin, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Fu Qiyin glanced at Ning Jiaqi, his lips parting slightly, as you wish. This time, it was Ning Jiaqi who was taken aback, pondering what on earth this was all about. However, Chu Jinghan seemed to comprehend, nodding in understanding. So, this was what her uncle had in mind. She was certain that her uncle found it difficult to express himself, and with just a gentle nudge from her, everything fell into place effortlessly. Chu Jinghan felt quite pleased with herself, thinking that her assistance was rather commendable. Chapter 145. You turn out to be an invisible tycoon, uncle. Are you implying that everything is up to me? A sly smile danced upon Ning Jiaqi's lips. Indeed, Fu Qiyin replied without a moment's hesitation. At this point, Chu Jinghan had run out of astonishment. She had consumed her fill of dog food. You cannot drive. Allow someone to take you. Fu Qiyin perceived no issue with this suggestion. Too troublesome. Ning Jiaqi genuinely felt this way. Moreover, Fu Qian's car was a luxury vehicle, and as an intern, it seemed inappropriate for her to be chauffeured in such a manner. Furthermore, if someone from Fu Qian's circle were to take her to work, it would inevitably reveal her employment at Yanjing Empire, which did not sit well with her. And what about your meals at Junjing Jiyuan? Fu Qiyin did not linger on the previous topic, instead shifting the conversation. Takeout, Ning Jiaqi admitted. She was not one to cook. Lu Huayuan had contemplated hiring a cook for Ning Jiaqi, but she disliked having outsiders in her home and declined the offer. Besides, she was not often at home. In truth, her takeout frequency was not excessive. Upon hearing that Ning Jiaqi relied on takeout for her daily meals, Fu Qian's brows furrowed, and he spoke with a firm tone. You must come over for dinner from now on. Ning Jiaqi instinctively leaned back, her expression reflecting a hint of discomfort as she gazed at Fu Qiyin. Previously, she had thought he was merely joking, yet the seriousness in his tone brooked no levity. Uncle, there's really no need to go to such lengths, Ning Jiaqi gently declined. I don't eat at home that often. Her words held truth, given her work schedule. She usually only dined at home for dinner. Breakfast was often skipped due to time constraints. However, Fu Qiyin did not acquiesce to Ning Jiaqi's sentiment this time. He continued with his unwavering stance. Coming over for dinner is hardly a burden, is it? Not at all. Being able to share a meal is indeed the best. Ning Jiaqi replied with a pitiful expression. But it's quite a hassle to travel back and forth. If you find it bothersome, why did you buy a house here? Fu Qiyin pressed on, pursuing the topic with determination. Ning Jiaqi's earlier query had caused Fu Qiyin to retract his probing, and thus he had not gleaned much information from her. Although he was aware that the property in Shanhua Yuan had been purchased for her by Lu Huayuan, he remained in the dark about the nature of their relationship. Such inquiries, if made directly, could jeopardize their rapport. Thus, the timing was fortuitous for Fu Qiyin to broach the subject. After all, he was quite the schemer in this regard, was he not? What? My dear, you are indeed an invisible tycoon? Chu Jinghan looked at Ning Jiaqi in astonishment, suddenly realizing that when uncle mentioned having Ning Marin move in, it was not to this place. I had thought that my uncle had finally gained some insight, that he had learned to charm a young lady into his home. Alas, it turns out he was merely indulging in his own fanciful notions. The house was not even purchased by me. What an illusion of hidden wealth. Ning Jiaqi spoke with such candor, displaying no signs of guilt or awkwardness, which only served to further convince FCHYN that her relationship with LHUN was indeed peculiar, yet unmistakably not of that nature. Chapter 146. Do you wish to take responsibility? Who would so generously gift a residence in Shanhuayuan? Curiosity piqued, Chu Jinghan inquired further, a question that echoed the very thoughts of Fu Qiyin. A relative who truly cares for me, much like my uncle, Ning Jiaqi vaguely referenced, refraining from divulging specifics. As the timing was not yet right, she offered a metaphor. Imagine if your uncle were to purchase a house for you in Shanhuayuan. Would you find that astonishing? Chu Jinghan nodded, turning to Fu Qiyin with eager anticipation, asking, Uncle, would you? Fu Qiyin regarded Chu Jinghan with a nod, prompting an expression of sheer delight on the latter's face, who claimed that his uncle did not dote on him. A property worth over 100 million could be readily given, provided, of course, that one could gain admission into a prestigious university. After a brief pause, Fu Qiyin added this stipulation. However, upon hearing this, Chu Jingyin's countenance fell, overwhelmed by despair as he lamented, Uncle, spare me. Purchasing one myself seems far more reliable than passing that exam. Chu Jingyin's words were not exaggerated. Ning Jiaqi was well aware of his academic performance, which had indeed reached a disheartening level. Nonetheless, children of affluent families often merely drift through their education. In Chu Jingyin's case, he frequently submitted blank papers, indicating that he was likely more engaged in play than study. Otherwise, even the dullest would grasp something. Fu Qiyin was equally troubled by Chu Jingyin's academic struggles and had even arranged for tutoring, yet to no avail. Chu Jinghan was intelligent, yet this intellect was not applied to his studies. Fu Qian's gaze shifted from Chu Jinghan to Ning Jiaqi. What are you looking at me for? At Fu Qian's sudden scrutiny, Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of discomfort. I didn't lead him astray. His grades were like this when I met him. Did you not claim to be an academic prodigy? Fu Qiyin found her words amusing, a smirk forming as he retorted. What do you mean by self-proclaimed? Ning Jiaqi feigned indignation. I am a recognized academic achiever. Thank you very much. Yes, an academic achiever, Fu Qiyin acquiesced, acknowledging Ning Jiaqi's prowess. Having witnessed her scoring first in written examinations, no small feat indeed, Ning Jiaqi lifted her chin, exuding pride. Then, you shall take on the task of tutoring Jinghan. It should pose no challenge for you. Fu Qiyin believed that if Ning Jiaqi were to teach Chu Jinghan, the latter would hardly dare to disregard her. What? Ning Jiaqi silently scoffed at this assumption. Don't speak as if it's a given, all right? You call him your little nephew every day. Shouldn't you be responsible? I call you my husband, yet you don't hold me accountable. Ning Jiaqi mused, pondering whether this jest would ever fade away. When this topic arises, it seems that this meme will never go out of style. Do you mean to suggest that you are willing to take responsibility? Fu Qiyin raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a gaze at Ning Jiaqi that held an intriguing depth. This statement left Ning Jiaqi at a loss for words, feeling as though Fu Qiyin always managed to gain the upper hand, leaving her utterly flustered. Chapter 147. This must be my uncle. In the future, I will bring you over for dinner at night. After we eat, I can assist Jinghan with his studies. What do you think? Fu Qian's tone was not overly assertive this time. Rather, he inquired about Ning Jiaqi's opinion. Was this the price for freeloading? Ning Jiaqi pouted and replied, Wasn't it initially agreed upon to be free of charge? Jinghan is your little nephew. You should bear a little loss. Fu Qian seemed to be soothing Ning Jiaqi. All right. Considering you're letting me freeload, I'll help with the tutoring. Ning Jiaqi acquiesced. After all, it was not the tutor who would be burdened by the tutoring sessions. In truth, it wasn't a significant matter. Then it's settled. Seeing Ning Jiaqi relent, Fu Qian decisively concluded the arrangement. I say, could you perhaps inquire about my thoughts on this matter? As Fu Qian and Ning Jiaqi exchanged their banter and reached a decision, Chu Jinghan timidly raised his hand and spoke up weakly. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. However, whether we heed them is entirely up to us, Ning Jiaqi said with a smile, gesturing for Chu Jinghan to express himself. Chu Jinghan suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Since Ning Jiaqi had already stated her position, what significance did his words hold? Nonetheless, he still managed to utter a crucial point. Uncle, I live on campus, you know. Indeed, Chu Jinghan resided at school, only returning home on weekends. Today it was an exception. After all, his uncle had summoned him for a task, and he could not refuse. Who told you to live on campus? Fu Qian frowned, seemingly displeased with Chu Jinghan's living arrangements. Chu Jinghan secretly glanced at Fu Qian, lowered his head, fiddled with his fingers, and in a very aggrieved tone, said, Wasn't it you who suggested I stay there? You said it would be too tiring for me, so I should just fend for myself at school. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but glance at Fu Qian, unable to suppress her laughter, exclaiming, Only a true uncle could do something like this. Is that so? Fu Qian showed no signs of being embarrassed. Instead, he maintained his composure and replied, Now that you have your aunt to take care of you, why not move back? Had it not been for Fu Qian's earlier insistence that his concerns stemmed solely from the familial bond between elder and junior, Ning Jiaqi might have misinterpreted his meaning. However, having been forewarned, she naturally assumed that Fu Qian was merely jesting. Contrarily, Chu Jinghan held a different perspective. His uncle had acknowledged it, confirming that Ning Jiaqi was indeed his aunt. Was this truly a formal recognition? I'll have Qin Zheng handle things at school tomorrow. In the future, I will arrange for someone to pick you up after classes, Fu Qian stated. If Qin Zheng, who was already at home, knew that Fu Qian was still thinking of him, he would surely feel overwhelmed. What happened to being a special assistant? Now he was also a driver, helping to buy gifts and managing his nephew's school affairs. He was truly swamped, since Fu Qian had made such a statement. Chu Jinghan naturally refrained from voicing any further objections. Moreover, if it were the enchanting Ning Meirin providing him with tutoring, it would indeed be quite delightful. Chu Jinghan did not foresee that his uncle would suddenly exhibit such concern for his studies. However, in truth, Fu Qian merely sought a suitable excuse to invite Ning Jiaqi over for dinner, as consuming takeout daily is detrimental to one's health. Only a justifiable reason could persuade Ning Jiaqi to acquiesce. Chapter 148. Favoritism. Suddenly, Ning Jiaqi recalled that she had forgotten something important. Fu Qian raised an eyebrow, gazing at her, waiting for her to reveal what was on her mind. If I come over every night, how will I return? I should stay over. Fu Qian thought this was not an issue at all. But how will I get to work in the morning? Don't suggest that someone drives me. Look at your garage, filled with luxury cars. As a mere intern, do you think it's appropriate for me to ride in such extravagance daily? Ning Jiaqi had clearly considered many factors. Rest assured, I will take this into account, Fu Qian replied with unwavering confidence. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but scrutinize Fu Qian, pondering whether his words could be trusted. Nevertheless, whether or not they were reliable, she had no choice but to believe him for now. If tomorrow turned out to be unreliable, she could always hitch a ride with Fu Qian to a busier area and then take a taxi from there. With this thought, she felt reassured about the possibility of being late for work the next day. She would see how trustworthy Fu Qian's consideration was, and if it was not, she would reevaluate her options. After dinner, feeling overly full, Ning Jiaqi sprawled on the sofa, savoring the delicious meal she had just enjoyed. Don't lie down right after eating, Fu Qian said sternly, standing before her. I'm too stuffed. I just want to rest for a while, she replied, turning her face to look at him. Come on, Let us go for a walk to help with digestion. With that, Fu Qian reached out and pulled her up from the sofa, his demeanor rigid. Ning Jiaqi considered throwing a little tantrum, but seeing Fu Qian's serious expression, she decided against it. Besides, having him accompany her for a stroll was a rare blessing. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth, where every minute could translate to billions. Meanwhile, on the same sofa, Chu Jinghan once again felt the sting of his uncle's favoritism. Why didn't his uncle ever worry about him? Lying on the sofa, after a meal, couldn't he possibly be good for his health? Such was the nature of family. Just thinking about it made him feel quite miserable. Thus, on ordinary days, he would avoid dwelling on such matters, fearing he might break down in tears in the restroom. However, Chu Jinghan reaffirmed one thing. Ning Jiaqi held a significant place in his uncle's heart. This was quite agreeable. At least he was satisfied with this potential aunt. After all, Ning Jiaqi excelled in both gaming and academics, standing out in every aspect. Just previously, she had masqueraded as his future aunt and effortlessly captured his uncle's heart. Attending her ex-boyfriend's engagement party had turned a mere rumor into an enduring myth. It must be said, Ning Jiaqi was leagues above those flashy individuals outside. Ning Marin's union with her uncle is a source of great joy for Chu Jinghan, as he now has a sister-in-law who shares his interests, providing an opportunity for leisurely gaming together. However, unbeknownst to Chu Jinghan, his perceptions are merely illusions. The notion of a successful union, given Fu Qian's emotional intelligence, suggests that the revolution has yet to succeed and comrades must strive further. Chapter 149. Extremely protective Shana Garden is an upscale residential area for the affluent, where the greenery and scenery are exquisite. At night, gentle lights illuminate the long stone pathways, creating a tranquil ambience that allows one to unwind amidst the absence of urban clamor. It is no wonder that the wealthy choose to reside here. The serenity offers a respite from their fatigue. Ning Jiaqi walked backward, her face turned toward Fu Qian, observing the satisfied smile upon her countenance. Fu Qian felt the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift slightly. If you like it, then you should stay. I will arrange everything concerning your comings and goings, he assured her. Tilting her head, Ning Jiaqi inquired, Uncle, do you think you might be a bit too good to me? Do you think so? Fu Qian countered, refusing to directly answer her question. Perhaps a little. It seems you treat me better than your little nephew, Ning Jiaqi admitted, genuinely puzzled. In truth, even Fu Qian himself was uncertain why he wished to be so kind to her. Perhaps it stemmed from a deep-seated desire to shield her from any grievances. A boy should not be overly pampered. He must not be indulged too much, Fu Qian remarked, as if justifying his preferential treatment of her over Chu Jinghan. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Jiaqi found herself in agreement. Indeed, excessive indulgence of a boy could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Ning Jiaqi was aware that while Fu Qian may not be overly concerned with Chu Jinghan, he could not tolerate any injustices inflicted upon him by others. Fu Qian was inherently protective. Once he had taken a liking to someone, he would defend them unwaveringly. Ning Jiaqi felt quite fortunate that merely calling him uncle elicited such care from him, contrary to the fearsome reputation he held in the eyes of the public. He often exhibited an unexpectedly endearing side. This place belongs to you, Fu Qian proclaimed as they strolled along the lengthy stone path, occasionally exchanging light conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere devoid of awkwardness. Suddenly, he uttered this statement, causing Ning Jiaqi to pause momentarily. Following his gaze, she realized they had arrived at Building 6, which explained his assertion that it was hers. Yes, that's right, she nodded, stepping forward. I've only been here once before and haven't returned since. Why not? Ning Jiaqi tilted her head, puzzled by his question. What do you mean, why? Since you purchased it, why not live here? Fu Qian elaborated. I was unaware at the time of purchase, Ning Jiaqi shrugged innocently. After it was gifted to me, I found it too far and inconvenient for transportation, preferring my single apartment instead, so I never moved in. There was one detail she had yet to share with Fu Qian. Currently, Liu Yufei and Shan Rongqing had no plans to target her, which is why she did not feel the need to reside there just yet. The mere thought of those two individuals would involuntarily cast a shadow over Ning Jiaqi's countenance. Recently, she had been living in such comfort that it had allowed them to indulge in their own carefree existence. However, she would certainly not show them any mercy moving forward. The preliminary preparations were nearly complete, and the next phase of her plans was about to commence. What is the matter? Although the dim light obscured Fu Qian's view of the girl's expression, he could distinctly sense the shift in the atmosphere surrounding Ning Jiaqi. Chapter 150, Staying Over. Convenient for meals, it is nothing, merely a recollection of some unpleasant memories that dampen my spirits. Ning Jiaqi lifted her gaze to the shadowed figure of Fu Qian, whose concern was palpable, causing her lips to curve into a faint smile. However, there were matters that were not suitable to share with Fu Qian, even though he genuinely regarded her as a younger family member to care for and cherish. Fu Qian recognized that Ning Jiaqi was reluctant to confide in him. Yet he did not press her. Instead, he simply remarked, "Come to me if you need anything." Of course, with a strong figure like my uncle, I will certainly hold on tightly, Ning Jiaqi replied, beaming at Fu Qian. Indeed, Fu Qian surprisingly responded in agreement. A smile crept upon Ning Jiaqi's lips, as she had not anticipated that by aiding Chu Jinghan, she would inadvertently secure such a formidable ally. She felt quite proud of herself. By the time Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian returned from their stroll, it was already past 8 o'clock. "Uncle, could you give me a ride home tonight?" Upon entering, Ning Jiaqi glanced at the time and turned back to Fu Qian. "Stay here. I will have someone take you to work tomorrow, and after work, you can conveniently gather your things," Fu Qian stated. Hearing this, Ning Jiaqi ceased her objections and turned to leave. "What are you doing?" Fu Qian swiftly grasped Ning Jiaqi's wrist, halting her movement. "I'm going back to my own place," Ning Jiaqi asserted, as if it were the most natural thing. She had her own residence here, after all. Moreover, the door was equipped with a code lock, requiring no key, allowing her to come and go at her whim. "Do I lack a room for you here?" Fu Qian's eyes narrowed slightly as he retorted. Ning Jiaqi furrowed her brow and tilted her head to regard Fu Qian, responding softly, "It's not that you lack, but then stay here." Before Ning Jiaqi could finish her sentence, Fu Qian had already made a decision for her, disregarding her willingness, and pulled her inside, stating, "It will be more convenient for meals." Chu Jinghan, seated on the sofa watching television, overheard the exchange between his uncle and future aunt, and he couldn't help but applaud his uncle. This display of charm could undoubtedly be likened to a scenario of a domineering CEO falling in love. When had his uncle ever been so devoted, so caring, so indulgent towards anyone? Was it possible that Ning was truly his uncle's one true love? Ning Jiaqi gazed at Fu Qian's determined profile. Though he exhibited a certain domineering quality, she found herself not entirely averse to such assertiveness. In truth, Fu Qian had a point. If she were to reside here, such a large house would be solely hers. It was quite a distance to traverse for meals. Living here would indeed be more convenient. Furthermore, since her uncle was willing to free up a room for her, there was no reason for her to be overly coy. "Go take a shower. I will have Aunt Shin prepare some clothes for you." "All right." As Ning Jiaqi ascended the staircase, a thought abruptly crossed her mind, prompting her to halt her steps. She turned to Fu Qian and inquired, "Uncle, could we perhaps avoid brand name clothing? Something more simple, if you please." "Certainly," Fu Qian replied, albeit with a hint of confusion lingering in his heart. What, he pondered, could possibly constitute simple attire? Chapter 151. The baby's inner turmoil upon observing Ning Jiaqi ascend the stairs. Chu Jinghan could not help but question, "Uncle, are you not permitting Chan Ma to escort the beautiful Ning upstairs? Does she know which room she is to occupy?" The memory of that previous room should be quite vivid for a scholar. Fu Qian settled onto the sofa, glancing at the staircase before coldly responding. Chu Jingyan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon yet another secret. While he had previously suspected that Ning had visited his uncle's home, hearing for the first time that she had stayed there was quite shocking. Had he now uncovered too many secrets, putting himself at risk of being silenced? Startled by his own thoughts, Chu Jinghan jumped slightly to the side before taking a seat. He cautiously glanced at Fu Qian, only to meet his icy gaze. Could it be that his uncle harbored certain intentions, thus regarding him in such a manner? Sitting on the sofa, Chu Jinghan instinctively inched away, his actions appearing somewhat comical. Sit properly, Fu Qian admonished sharply, causing Chu Jinghan to freeze in place, his body rigid as he stared at his uncle. What was Fu Qian planning? Why was he feeling such apprehension? What do you mean by simpler clothes? Fu Qian inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Huh? The previously tense Chu Jinghan was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Was it truly that uncomplicated? You don't understand, either? Fu Qian remarked with a hint of disdain in his tone. Chu Jinghan silently criticized his uncle, realizing that it was Fu Qian's own lack of understanding that led to his discontent. Uncle, I haven't even spoken yet. Then speak, Fu Qian replied, casting a glance at Chu Jinghan. It's just the ordinary clothing, you know? Chu Jinghan intended to elaborate thoroughly, but upon speaking, his explanation became overly simplistic. Fu Qian cast a disdainful look at Chu Jinghan, as if to convey that his words amounted to nothing. You mean those common garments, priced at a couple of hundred, or perhaps a couple of thousand for the more expensive ones, but definitely not the high-end designer pieces that cost tens of thousands. Oh, Fu Qian acknowledged, retrieving his phone while ascending the stairs to make a call. Leaning against the sofa's backrest, Chu Jinghan observed Fu Qian, who was taking an unusual interest in such matters. Clearly, his uncle treated Ning with a special regard. However, a melancholic thought suddenly struck Chu Jinghan. Despite having returned home for an entire evening, his uncle had scarcely inquired about him. It was only when discussing Ning that Fu Qian chose to engage him in conversation. This left Chu Jinghan pondering whether his sole purpose was to serve as a source of clarification for his uncle's confusion regarding Ning. Chu Jinghan felt a profound sadness upon contemplating the matter. Knowing the truth brought him to the brink of tears. He increasingly sensed that he could not possibly be his uncle's biological nephew. Otherwise, how could he remain so indifferent? The little one's heart was filled with sorrow. Chapter 152. A startling discovery. The alarm on the phone rang twice before Ning Jiaqi, with her bleary eyes, reluctantly emerged from the warmth of her bed. Still somewhat dazed, she struggled to comprehend her surroundings. After a moment, her mind began to awaken, and she recognized a room that was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. It dawned upon her that she had spent the night at Fu Qian's place. She descended from the bed and scanned the room, yet found no trace of her clothing. A frown creased her brow. Had her uncle forgotten to prepare something for her? But then she reconsidered. Fu Qian was a man of his word, and it was improbable that he would neglect such a promise or forget it entirely. Despite having known him for only a few months and their interactions being rather infrequent, she had gleaned enough about his character. As she grew more accustomed to Fu Qian, she found that his temperament suited her quite well. Overall, he was, in her eyes, a commendable individual. Curious, she searched for the wardrobe within the room and eventually discovered it behind a sliding door. What she found within took her by surprise. The closet was brimming with an array of garments, dresses, pajamas, various high-heeled shoes, flats, and an assortment of accessories and bags. Ning Jiaqi was truly astonished. How could such a transformation occur in just one night? Upon closer inspection, she noted that every piece of clothing was tailored to her size. She need not ponder how Fu Qian had acquired her measurements. After all, he was quite resourceful and possessed an uncanny ability to uncover information. However, there was indeed one matter that Fu Qian was curious about yet could not ascertain. It was only natural that he had not been able to uncover the nature of her relationship with Lu Huayuan. From the outset, Lu Huayuan had kept Ning Jiaqi's identity under wraps, and their subsequent interactions had not been frequent or overtly public. The way they addressed each other further obscured their connection. Even Xin Rongqing was merely aware that Lu Huayuan once had a daughter, yet she had no idea what she looked like or where she was now. Thus, certain information was not deliberately concealed. It simply had not been made overtly apparent. As Ning Jiaqi stepped into the wardrobe, she noted that Fu Qian had indeed prepared for her, providing a selection of both modest and designer clothing. Half of the wardrobe was filled with high-end garments and dresses, while the other half consisted of simple, everyday wear, along with a portion dedicated to sleepwear. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but shake her head, marveling at the sheer magnitude of his generosity. Ning Jiaqi selected a tailored black professional skirt suit and adorned herself with a pair of stylish black mid-heeled shoes. She gathered her long, cascading hair into a ponytail and casually retrieved a pair of trendy black-framed, non-prescription glasses from a drawer brimming with spectacles. Once she had completed her ensemble, she picked up her handbag and descended the staircase. As she made her way down, Ning Jiaqi beheld Fu Qiyin and Chu Jinghan already seated at the dining table, poised and ready for their meal. Chapter 153. Not too much. Just a small closet come over for breakfast. Upon hearing the sound of Ning Jiaqi descending the stairs, Fu Qiyin looked up and spoke. Ning Jiaqi did not feel embarrassed or awkward. Instead, she naturally took a seat beside Fu Qiyin. Perhaps it was because both Fu Qiyin and Chu Jinghan were acquaintances, which alleviated any discomfort she might have felt. There was no need for her to maintain a faade in their presence. With nothing to pretend or conceal, Ning Jiaqi felt no embarrassment or tension whatsoever. As soon as she settled down, Aunt Chun brought out a breakfast prepared for her and placed it in front of her. Thank you, Aunt Chun. Ning Jiaqi smiled in gratitude. Miss Ning, you're too polite. Aunt Chun was quite fond of Ning Jiaqi's obedient and courteous demeanor. If only Miss Ning could become a lasting companion for the young master, it would indeed be a delightful outcome. Uncle, what's the situation with the clothes in my closet? After sipping some warm water to clear her throat, Ning Jiaqi inquired. You promised to wait for me to sort them out, but now there's no space left at all. It's rather inconvenient. Buying new clothes is more convenient. Fu Qiyin replied, slightly furrowing his brow, clarifying Ning Jiaqi's concerns. His response was succinct, devoid of any subject or predicate, which might perplex an ordinary listener. However, Ning Jiaqi understood him well. She had grown accustomed to his manner of speaking. If he elaborated too much, it would indeed seem odd. Ning Jiaqi pondered that Fu Qiyin meant it would be cumbersome to keep moving her clothes back and forth. It was indeed more practical to purchase new ones. She considered that if she occasionally stayed at Junjingjin, it would be quite troublesome to transport all her clothes from Shana Yuan. Ning Jiaqi nodded, finding Fu Qiyin's suggestion quite reasonable. In truth, Fu Qiyin merely sought simplicity and convenience. Last night, when he instructed someone to procure these items, the numerous questions posed to him had tested his patience, as he could not provide satisfactory answers. Thus, he decided to buy everything in Ning Jiaqi's size. Naturally, the best brands were chosen, which explained the designer clothing she saw that morning. Fu Qiyin also remembered Ning Jiaqi's preference for simple and neat attire and deliberately instructed the purchase of some ordinary items. He thought that if he was to buy clothes, he might as well acquire a complete set, hence acquiring an assortment of various items. Since Ning Jiaqi often forgot to close her door while sleeping, he had someone sneaking quietly at midnight to organize everything, hoping to surprise her. Did I perhaps buy too much? Ning Jiaqi truly felt overwhelmed. The entire closet was filled to the brim, which seemed excessive. Not too much, it is merely that the closet is too small. Fu Qiyin spoke with a serious expression, seemingly believing that those clothes were still insufficient. Uncle, please don't be so extravagant, if you will. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but shake her head. Although the desire to shop is a woman's inherent nature, Ning Jiaqi herself was not particularly enthusiastic about such matters. Chapter 154. Glasses to ward off romantic pursuits. To be candid, it is not a matter of financial incapacity. Rather, Ning Jiaqi simply believes that having enough clothing is sufficient, and any excess would be a waste. With the spare funds she possesses, she could acquire numerous gaming gear. Indeed, Ning Jiaqi is an undeniable gaming novice. Yet she has been rather occupied lately, to the extent that she has scarcely had time to indulge in gaming. Moreover, it was precisely through gaming that she became acquainted with Chu Jinghan, and, subsequently, with Fu Qiyin, was it not? In truth, many occurrences can indeed be attributed to a mysterious fate, don't you think? What do you perceive my opulence? Fu Qiyin retorted, seemingly unconvinced that he had exhibited any signs of extravagance. Ning Jiaqi felt as though she ought to kneel before Fu Qiyin. For him, an entire wardrobe filled with clothing, shoes, and bags holds negligible value. Such trifling sums are beneath his notice, wouldn't you agree? Well, dear uncle, You are wealthy. I shall concede to whatever you say, Ning Jiaqi admitted, acknowledging that she could not contest his viewpoint on this matter. After all, he is the heir of an empire with billions fluctuating by the minute. These paltry sums truly amount to nothing. Indeed, they are insignificant, and she felt rather foolish for making a fuss over it. Chu Jinghan, on the other hand, remained silent, quietly eating while listening to their exchange. He could not help but steal glances at Fu Qiyin, internally lamenting that he understood well that, for his uncle, no expenditure on the enchanting Ning Jiaqi could ever be deemed excessive, even if his uncle refrained from voicing this sentiment. Chu Jingyan's expression indicated that he had already seen through it. Some thoughts are perhaps better left unspoken, lest his uncle grow displeased with him. Beauty, why don glasses when you are not nearsighted? Chu Jinghan inquired, as he caught sight of Ning Jiaqi's attire from across the table. To ward off romantic pursuits, Ning Jiaqi replied, feigning self-admiration, and besides, it keeps things a tad more understated. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinghan nodded slightly, thinking that Ning Jiaqi was indeed quite considerate. Since being with his uncle, she has learned to attract fewer romantic advances, which shows her thoughtfulness towards him, does it not? A wife like this is truly considerate. Wouldn't you agree? If Ning Jiaqi were to discover Chu Jinghan's thoughts, she would surely feel exasperated, for her intentions were merely to maintain a low profile and, in passing, deter some romantic attention. That was all. It is not that Ning Jiaqi is overly self-absorbed. In her school days, suitors flocked to her in long lines. However, at this moment, Ning Jiaqi lacked the inclination to ponder such matters. A little restraint on her part would not be detrimental, would it? Fu Qiyin, upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words about warding off romantic pursuits, nodded in agreement. The girl is still young. Attracting too much romantic attention is indeed not advisable. Her awareness is commendable. Fu Qiyan's gaze towards Ning Jiaqi brimmed with admiration, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. She had just uttered something profoundly philosophical. Otherwise, how could Fu Qiyan gaze at her with such admiration? For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What should she do? Fu Qiyan withdrew a small, square gift box from his pocket and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Ning Jiaqi. Chapter 155. Merely rose quartz. Not worth much. What is this? Ning Jiaqi, filled with curiosity, hesitated to open the gift, uncertainly inquiring, "Is it for me?" Fu Qiyan nodded, urging her to take a look. After a moment, she reached for the rectangular gift box and opened it, revealing a stunning pink diamond necklace by Daring. The uniquely cut crescent-shaped pink diamonds, paired with a brilliant platinum design, rendered the necklace exceptionally radiant. Ning Jiaqi estimated that such a sizable pink diamond must weigh at least 30 carats, easily translating to a value of several million. With no upper limit in sight, her uncle's generosity was truly staggering. Even Chu Jinghan could not suppress her astonishment, her mouth agape in surprise at her uncle's lavishness. "Uncle, what is this?" Ning Jiaqi asked again, her curiosity piqued. "It's a token of gratitude from Jinghan, which I forgot to present last night," Fu Qiyan replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and his cheeks unflushed. Chu Jinghan straightened in her seat, as if she had just heard something extraordinary, and turned to Fu Qiyan with wide eyes. "Isn't that true?" Fu Qiyan countered, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. "Yes, it is a gift for me," Chu Jinghan conceded, her resolve faltering. Who could fathom that such an exquisite piece might be within his financial reach? Furthermore, Ning Marin was already aware that this dinner invitation was not merely a gesture of gratitude. The truth had been revealed, and her uncle's statement only added to the awkwardness. Though Ning Jiaqi was fully aware that this extravagant necklace was certainly not purchased by Chu Jinghan, she refrained from exposing the truth, knowing it would only provoke her uncle's prideful stubbornness. "This is too valuable. I cannot accept it," she declared, shaking her head as she carefully placed the pink diamond necklace back into its box and pushed it towards Fu Qiyan. Fu Qiyan, taken aback by Ning Jiaqi's refusal, frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. "It's only rose quartz, not worth much," he insisted, once again nudging the necklace back towards her. Upon hearing Fu Qiyan's words, both Ning Jiaqi and Chu Jinghan were visibly alarmed. "Uncle, Please don't underestimate their knowledge. Surely they can tell the difference between pink diamonds and rose quartz. They thought. Furthermore, the box bore the brand's logo. Was he jesting with them? Not interested. Fu Qian squinted, noticing that Ning Jiaqi had not reached for the necklace. She met his gaze, shaking her head to convey that the item was indeed too precious. Since no one wants it, I shall dispose of it. With that, Fu Qian reached for the gift box, intent on throwing it away. At that moment, both Ning Jiaqi and Chu Jinghan reacted simultaneously. Chu Jinghan nervously called out, "Uncle," while Ning Jiaqi swiftly pressed his hand down on the table, urging him not to act so rashly. Fu Qian's expression darkened as he shot a cold glance at Chu Jinghan. "Speak, Uncle." Chu Jinghan hesitated, speaking softly. "You mentioned that it was something I purchased. Might it be entrusted to me for disposal?" As she concluded her plea, her voice faded due to a lack of confidence. Chu Jinghan was acutely aware that if her uncle insisted on discarding it, he would do so without a moment's hesitation, and the thought of losing something valued at several million weighed heavily on her heart. However, upon hearing her words, Fu Qian merely scoffed, retracting his gaze to turn towards Ning Jiaqi. "Uncle, I am speaking to you. Did you hear me? A mere grunt is not sufficient." Chu Jinghan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, her heart weary. Chapter 156. Lost and bought again. "Uncle, are you this generous with everyone?" Ning Jiaqi was utterly exasperated by Fu Qian's actions. "We know you are wealthy, but must you be so extravagant?" Indeed, Chu Jinghan nodded in agreement with Ning Jiaqi's sentiments. However, she lacked the courage to confront Fu Qian directly, as she had yet to muster that audacity. Thus, Chu Jinghan deemed it more prudent to speak to someone influential regarding her uncle. With this thought, she promptly turned to Ning Jiaqi and said, "Aunt, you should talk to Uncle." Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow. Did she truly seem to have an affair with Fu Qian just because she referred to her as aunt? Moreover, Fu Qian had explicitly stated that only those who were legitimate would be entrusted with financial powers. Presently, Fu Qian treated her as a junior, leaving her in no position to guide her elder. "Forget it, I might as well accept it myself," Ning Jiaqi sighed, snatching the gift box from Fu Qian's hands. "Put on." Fu Qian insisted that if Ning Jiaqi were to accept the gift, she must wear it. Merely accepting it held little significance. Ning Jiaqi understood that if she did not wear the necklace today, the matter would remain unresolved. Fu Qian was, after all, quite insistent in certain respects. Reluctantly, she complied, reaching for the necklace. Just as she placed it around her neck, Fu Qian rose and stood behind her, taking the ends of the necklace from her hands to fasten it for her. Ning Jiaqi felt no particular emotion, but the sight was unmistakably clear to Chu Jinghan, who sat directly across from them. When had Uncle ever attended to anyone in such a manner? The doting look in his eyes was truly heart-wrenching. "Ning Meiren, you are destined to be revered by him. To have captivated him so completely is indeed impressive. A true warrior, unafraid to face the aloof uncle and emerge victorious. Deserves admiration. Do not take it off," Fu Qian emphasized after fastening the necklace on Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi, feeling somewhat disgruntled, lifted her eyes to meet his and softly said, "But I must take it off when I bathe. It won't lose its color." Fu Qian intended to convey that it wouldn't lose its color, and that it could withstand exposure to water, even submersion. People say wealth should not be flaunted. Wearing this outside could attract thieves. Ning Jiaqi prepared to appeal to his emotions and reason with him. "You need not be concerned about that." Fu Qian dismissed her worries. Ning Jiaqi, resigned, acknowledged that the necklace was indeed quite long, with a crescent-shaped pink diamond pendant conveniently concealed by her collar, hence eliminating any concern of ostentation. Besides, it's merely pink crystal, not valuable at all, Fu Qian reiterated, insisting that it was simply pink crystal and not a pink diamond. Ning Jiaqi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. His insistence was truly remarkable. "What if I lose it?" she pondered. Ning Jiaqi suddenly recalled a troubling thought. If this item were to be lost, she would genuinely be unable to afford the consequences. "Just buy another one," Fu Qian remarked with an air of nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial possession that had been misplaced. "Uncle, Is it truly acceptable for you to be so extravagantly indifferent? After his initial statement, Fu Qian sensed an incongruity and cast a glance at Chu Jinghan, adding a further remark. Chapter 157. Speechless satisfaction. Chu Jinghan was taken aback by the sudden glance from his uncle. What could have prompted such a look? Why did he feel a chill run down his spine? Let Jinghan buy you another one, Fu Qian remarked after casting a glance at Chu Jinghan, then turned to Ning Jiaqi to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Jinghan couldn't help but shudder. What was his uncle implying? Was he truly suggesting that Jinghan should purchase another gift for the enchanting Ning? Did he possess the means to do so? Please, do not frighten him. After all, he was still just a child. Uncle, just because you call it rose quartz doesn't mean it is, does it? Ning Jiaqi, upon hearing Fu Qian's words, found them rather amusing. Fu Qian was adamant that it was rose quartz and not diamond, and that it was a token of gratitude from Chu Jinghan to her, rather than from him. Little did Fu Qian know that Ning Jiaqi had already seen through this ruse, believing his reasoning to be astute, all while maintaining a serious facade. Seeing Fu Qian's expressionless face earnestly spouting nonsense was quite the spectacle. Ning Jiaqi shot a glance at Chu Jinghan, signaling him to hold his tongue for now. He understood well that revealing the truth about his uncle and aunt's awareness of the situation would only lead to awkwardness. Perhaps it was best to let Ning address this matter with his uncle at a later time. Very well, if you insist, I shall accept it, Ning Jiaqi conceded, realizing she could not argue with Fu Qian on this point. I will wear it for now and return it at a more opportune moment. As she glanced at her phone, a frown crossed her face. I might be late for work. Uncle, are you certain you've arranged a reliable vehicle for me? Ning Jiaqi trusted that Fu Qian would fulfill his promise to her. However, she was somewhat skeptical about his comprehension of her expectations. Wait outside, Fu Qian instructed, gesturing towards the door. After hastily finishing her breakfast, Ning Jiaqi grabbed her bag and stepped outside, with both Fu Qian and Chu Jinghan following closely behind. Fu Qian's purpose for accompanying her was to ensure her satisfaction, while Chu Jinghan's curiosity stemmed from his desire to discover what discreet yet dependable vehicle his uncle had procured for Ning. He was intrigued by his uncle's thought process, as the mindset of the affluent often diverged from that of the ordinary. Upon stepping outside, Ning Jiaqi was astonished by the vehicle awaiting her. Her uncle had undoubtedly taken her request to heart. Well, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Fu Qian inquired, noting the look of surprise on Ning Jiaqi's face. His brow slightly furrowed. If you're dissatisfied, then I am absolutely satisfied 1,000 times over, Ning Jiaqi interjected before Fu Qian could finish his sentence. Ning Jiaqi's satisfaction is not merely a superficial expression. It is genuinely profound. Really? Fu Qian turned his head to gaze at Ning Jiaqi, inquiring once more. Indeed, do you doubt my credibility, dear uncle? Ning Jiaqi pouted, somewhat exasperated, and then added, if you don't believe me, just ask my little nephew. He will undoubtedly attest to his utter satisfaction. Chapter 158. Ning Marin's exclusive vehicle. Are you truly satisfied, to the point of being left speechless? Fu Qian furrowed his brow, sensing that such words did not convey a particularly positive sentiment. Did that girl genuinely find it satisfactory? Chu Jinghan could not help but give Fu Qian a thumbs up, echoing Ning Jiaqi's sentiments. She was so pleased that she was at a loss for words. Indeed, Fu Qian had proven to be remarkably dependable this time. He had arranged for Ning Marin an exclusive taxi, her personal mode of transport. There's no need to force it if you're not satisfied. Fu Qian's words were abruptly interrupted once again by Ning Jiaqi. Stop, uncle, please hold your tongue. Ning Jiaqi gestured for a pause, and to her astonishment, Fu Qian actually fell silent. At that moment, she continued, Uncle, I am genuinely very satisfied. This car is understatedly luxurious and sophisticated. Commuting in this vehicle will certainly not attract any unwanted attention, which is perfect. Ning Jiaqi was sincerely pleased, never expecting Fu Qian to be so down-to-earth. Fu Qian scrutinized Ning Jiaqi's expression, seemingly unable to discern any hint of pretense or dissatisfaction, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief internally. Off you go. You'll be late for work. Then I shall take my leave. After waving goodbye to Fu Qiyin and Chu Jinghan, Ning Jiaqi entered the exclusive taxi prepared for her by Fu Qiyin. Do hurry, you'll miss your class. As Fu Qiyin passed by Chu Jinghan, he remarked casually before stepping inside and closing the door behind him, leaving Chu Jinghan bewildered outside. Uncle, your sudden concern is quite overwhelming. However, could you perhaps show a modicum of consideration for the fact that I haven't finished my breakfast? Chu Jinghan lamented silently, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle, I think it might be best if you simply ignore me. Your unexpected attentiveness only deepens my distress. What am I to do? Standing at the door, she quietly entered her password, pushing the door open. Are you not leaving? Fu Qiyin noticed Chu Jinghan and raised an eyebrow in mild reproach. Uncle, could you refrain from using such an obviously disdainful tone? She retorted, aware of the underlying sentiment. It was evident that only his wife received Fu Qiyin's gentle treatment, a truth she had come to understand deeply. Did you bring your backpack? Do you have it? Fu Qiyin regarded her with evident skepticism. Chu Jinghan pondered seriously for a moment, awkwardly scratching her head. It appeared she had brought nothing at all. How could one expect a poor student like her to remember to bring books home? Was that even feasible? Uncle, I merely came in to inform you that I'm leaving. Chu Jinghan spoke earnestly, seemingly nonchalant as she snatched a slice of toast from her plate at the table, hastily retreating as if in a sprint out the door. What was the matter with Chu Jinghan? Did she truly need to rush off so desperately, as if she were sneaking away? Not charming in the slightest, she pales in comparison to that girl, who possesses a delightful and intriguing spirit. The mere thought of Ning Jiaqi brings a subtle smile to Fu Qiyin's lips. I wonder how she is faring at the company. Is she being mistreated by anyone? At this moment, Fu Qiyin embodies the very essence of a concerned father, fretting over whether his daughter, newly embarked on her career, is being exploited or bullied by the seasoned veterans. He can't help but shake his head, realizing that his deep concern for Ning Jiaqi is akin to that of an elder for a younger one. Otherwise, why would he be mulling over such thoughts? Chapter 159. Is this to make her jealous? As Ning Jiaqi settled into her exclusive vehicle, she immediately engaged the driver in casual conversation. The driver, a man in his early 30s, possessed a sturdy build, yet exuded an endearing charm. Miss Ning, young Master D, has arranged for me to transport you to and from now on. Here's my number. Feel free to call me whenever you need assistance, he said, presenting her with a business card while smiling warmly. You can call me Qin Yang. Qin Yang? Ning Jiaqi murmured the name, curiosity piqued. What is your relationship with Qin Yang? He's my cousin. This position was introduced to me by him, Qin Yang replied, maintaining his earnest demeanor as he answered her questions. What do you think of your job? Ning Jiaqi inquired, eager to learn about the driver's compensation. She had previously assumed it to be quite a decent role, yet since Qin Yang served as Fu Qiyin's assistant and driver, it was understandable that his salary would be higher. Nonetheless, she recognized her own worth and felt grateful that Fu Qiyin had arranged for her a driver at all. I owe my gratitude to you and young Master D for this opportunity, Qin Yang expressed appreciatively. I earn a monthly salary of 50,000, including meals and accommodation, which I find quite satisfactory. Excuse me? Did you say 50,000? Ning Jiaqi inquired, feigning a lack of comprehension. Indeed. Wow. Is it really true that a driver can earn so much these days? Ning Jiaqi mused, contemplating whether she should consider retraining to acquire driving skills herself. It seemed that many had amassed wealth through such a profession, and she felt a pang of regret for potentially missing out on a lucrative opportunity. Meals and accommodation? Where do you stay? While she was unconcerned about the food, the lodging piqued her interest. Given Fu Qiyin's nature, she surmised, oh, it's at Qian'an Bay, right next to Shanhua Garden. Young Master D mentioned that it would be convenient for picking you up and dropping you off. Qin Yang stated without any sign of guile, answering her questions earnestly. However, Ning Jiaqi found his response both expected yet surprisingly revealing. Indeed, Fu Qiyin epitomized the archetype of the affluent individual. She had merely asked out of curiosity, not anticipating such a revelation. Qian'an Bay, she mused, where property prices far exceeded those of her current residence in Junjingjiyuan. Here was a driver earning $50,000 a month, provided with an apartment. Wasn't this compensation rather generous? Do not hinder me. I wish to drive for Fu Qian, she thought, her heart racing at the prospect of such enticing benefits. Alas, her driver's license was little more than a mere certificate, utterly useless in practical terms. Now, I must begin work. Where are you headed? Ning Jiaqi posed a significant question. The young master declared that the car would remain at the company, allowing me the opportunity to venture out, indulge in culinary delights, with expenses reimbursed. Qin Yang responded earnestly to Ning Jiaqi's inquiries. It was stipulated that prior to escorting Miss Ning back to Shana Garden, she could only engage in activities in the vicinity, ensuring that she could be readily accessible should any needs arise. Ning Jiaqi felt an overwhelming desire to perish in the car seat. Why was it that others could leisurely dine, shop, and have their expenses covered, while earning a monthly salary of $50,000 and residing in the elegant Shantang Bay? Was this not a source of profound jealousy for her? Chapter 160. Caught in the crossfire, what should she do? She longed to undergo driving training once more. Indeed, the disparity among individuals can be utterly disheartening. Once she has completed her current tasks, she intends to pursue this aspiration, ultimately serving as a driver for her uncle, thus acquiring a house, a car, and wealth, and ascending to the pinnacle of her life. This is a noble ambition, and Ning Jiaqi envisions a splendid blueprint for her future. Miss Ning, we've arrived at the company, Qin Yang remarked, bringing the car to a halt before turning to Ning Jiaqi, who seemed lost in thought. She snapped back to reality, gazing out at the Yanjing Empire building, a fleeting glimmer of complexity flashing in her eyes. Thank you for your troubles. Ning Jiaqi, clutching her bag, prepared to alight from the vehicle, offering her customary gratitude. Miss Ning, there's no need for such formality. I am merely performing my duties for a salary. If anyone deserves thanks, it is the young Master D. Qin Yang replied earnestly, his demeanor endearingly sincere. I understand. Ning Jiaqi nodded in acknowledgement before stepping out. Meanwhile, Qin Yang pondered his earlier words, genuinely impressed by his own cleverness. His cousin had advised him to always extol young Master D's virtues in Ning Jiaqi's presence. Should young Master D flourish, promotions and raises would surely follow. As Ning Jiaqi entered the Yanjing Empire building, Qin Yang drove into the underground parking lot. Ning Jiaqi clocked in precisely at 8:59, narrowly avoiding tardiness. The morning's delay due to the diamond necklace incident had almost cost her precious time, yet she managed to arrive just in time. How arrogant! Ning Jiaqi had barely settled at her desk when she heard the cold, scornful remarks of Su Tiantian from nearby. She glanced at Su Tiantian momentarily, then returned to organizing her desk, disregarding the provocation entirely. What kind of attitude is that? I'm speaking to you. Su Tiantian, embodying the temperament of a spoiled heiress, felt her irritation flare as Ning Jiaqi ignored her completely, treating her words as inconsequential. Ning Jiaqi continued to focus on her tasks, powering on her computer and preparing to tackle the day's work. Ning Jiaqi, you. Su Tiantian, infuriated, stood up and slammed her hand on Ning Jiaqi's desk, creating a loud noise that drew the attention of their colleagues. What are the interns causing a ruckus about? Just then, Sally entered, overhearing the commotion between Ning Jiaqi and Su Tiantian. She frowned slightly, appearing displeased, and spoke sternly, You too, come with me. Ning Jiaqi, if I face punishment, you'll pay for it, Su Tiantian warned in a low, menacing tone. Ning Jiaqi felt utterly innocent, convinced that she had done nothing wrong, nor had she uttered a single word. Why was she being implicated in this matter? Being summoned for a reprimand without cause left her feeling as though she had been caught in crossfire. Is that acceptable? As Ning Jiaqi approached the manager's office, she passed by Meng Sun's workspace, where he inquired with genuine concern. Ning Jiaqi shrugged, conveying her uncertainty, and with a slight pout, she said nothing further before knocking and entering the manager's office. Sally, with a grave expression, scrutinized both Ning Jiaqi and Su Tiantian. What transpired just now? Chapter 161. Waiting to seize evidence against Ning Jiaqi manager. Ning Jiaqi, in her arrogance, was late even during her internship period. As a fellow intern who joined at the same time, I felt it was my duty to remind her. At this moment, Su Tiantian had shed her previous tension with Ning Jiaqi and now appeared genuinely concerned for her, while subtly revealing Ning Jiaqi's shortcomings. Fortunately, Sally was not one to make judgments based solely on Su Tiantian's words. After Su Tiantian finished speaking, she turned to Ning Jiaqi. Eager to hear her side of the story, Sally held a favorable view of Ning Jiaqi. She had achieved the highest score in the written exam, performed admirably in the interview, and her final project proposal was meticulously crafted and well-aligned with expectations. Observations from the training over the past 2 weeks indicated that Ning Jiaqi was modest, diligent, and not the type to stir up trouble. In contrast, Su Tiantian was overly flamboyant and envious, and it was evident that today's incident was instigated by her. Nonetheless, Sally still wished to hear Ning Jiaqi's perspective. Whether she was late could easily be verified by the attendance records. Ning Jiaqi simply stated, "Please refrain from fabricating falsehoods to tarnish my reputation." She had been mindful of the time when clocking in, and the timing was precisely right. Su Tiantian's confident assertion of her tardiness understandably displeased Ning Jiaqi. Furthermore, being summoned for a discussion without prior notice only added to her irritation. Given that she had remained silent on the matter until now, she felt justified and unafraid of debating with Su Tiantian. Ning Jiaqi's temperament was quite complex. While she could be amiable, she also had a fierce side. She neither sought out conflict nor shied away from it, detesting individuals who stirred trouble for no reason. "You cannot malign me simply because the marketing department has only 2 internship positions available," she expressed innocently. "I did not arrive late. Why then do you deliberately spread the notion that I am presumptuous and intentionally tardy? What is your intention? Manager, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Although I am merely an intern, I wish to be treated fairly. I refuse to be unjustly accused and remain silent about it." Since Su Tiantian sought to provoke, it would be a disservice not to issue her a warning or reprimand. Upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, Su Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Ning Jiaqi would retaliate. After 2 weeks of observation, Su Tiantian perceived Ning Jiaqi as soft-hearted, lacking any notable background, and merely a naive worker. With only 2 slots available among 5 candidates, securing a position at Yanjing Empire was indeed a matter of pride. Su Tiantian was self-aware enough to recognize that she could not compete with Ning Jiaqi in terms of work ethic or intelligence. Thus, she had been waiting to find a flaw in Ning Jiaqi, hoping to tarnish her reputation within the department, ensuring that when it came time to choose candidates for retention, Ning Jiaqi would surely be left out. However, Ning Jiaqi had always been exceedingly mild-mannered. Today, she finally seized this opportunity, prompting Su Tiantian to eagerly execute her plan. To her astonishment, Ning Jiaqi, usually so pliable, spoke with such resolute firmness. "Impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable." Chapter 162. Is it worth targeting you? Su Tiantian, what do you think? Sally did not take the initiative to express her opinion, but instead incessantly inquired about the perspectives of both women. Su Tiantian believed her victory was assured, yet she found herself unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Ning Jiaqi, which left her momentarily flustered. However, Su Tiantian quickly regained her composure and, with a face full of feigned innocence, remarked, "I merely pointed out that Ning Jiaqi arrived after work hours. My intention was not to slander her." After uttering these words, Su Tiantian turned to Ning Jiaqi, her demeanor pitiful as she accused, "It was never a significant matter. Why must you make such a fuss? Are you targeting me? Do I truly need to target you?" Ning Jiaqi responded with a faintly mocking smile, casting a sidelong glance as she stated, "The employee handbook distributed by the company clearly mentions that while interns may compete during their internship, malicious competition is strictly prohibited and violators will never be employed." Surprisingly, Sally, who had been observing quietly, nodded in agreement. In truth, the matter of right and wrong was open to interpretation. Ning Jiaqi's willingness to spend time studying the employee handbook indicated her commitment to the job and her meticulous nature. Over the past 2 weeks, Sally had discreetly monitored Ning Jiaqi's work performance, recognizing her as a rare talent. Such remarks could be easily made by anyone. It was evident that Su Tiantian's accusations of targeted hostility had been exposed as a pretense. At that moment, Su Tiantian was not foolish enough to admit to her misdeeds, and she felt justified in her words, thus continuing her complaint to Sally with renewed conviction. Manager, you must take my side. Look at how Ning Jiaqi has thoroughly studied the employee handbook, then deliberately targets me, seeking to undermine my eligibility for competition. Sally was well aware that, in every aspect of comparison, Su Tiantian lacked the qualifications to compete with Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi stood out as the most qualified among the interns, and Sally was quite pleased with her. Moreover, Ning Jiaqi handled situations with calmness and spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. Su Tiantian's previous remarks were clearly detrimental to Ning Jiaqi, yet Ning Jiaqi remained unperturbed, her demeanor even more composed as she wore a cold smile, gazing at Su Tiantian as though she were a source of amusement. Sally's intuition told her that even without speaking, Ning Jiaqi could manage the situation adeptly. Are you willing to admit that you instigated today's events? Ning Jiaqi posed the question without haste to defend herself. Naturally, Su Tiantian replied with certainty. You claim I am deliberately targeting you, correct? Indeed. Do you dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge it? Just a moment ago, you were so articulate. Believing Ning Jiaqi was showing weakness, Su Tiantian felt emboldened to press the attack further. Manager, you must ensure justice is served. Such a person cannot be overlooked. And how do you propose I administer the punishment? Ning Jiaqi inquired. Sally remained vigilant, merely seeking to gauge Su Tiantian's stance without explicitly suggesting any punitive measures. Given the severity of the situation, it was undoubtedly necessary to initiate disciplinary action. Su Tiantian initially contemplated a direct dismissal, a decisive resolution to the matter. However, upon reflection, she deemed such an overt approach unwise, fearing potential backlash. Consequently, she swiftly rephrased her position, stating that this was a first offense and that the individual deserved an opportunity for redemption, thus opting for a mere warning, with the hope that such behavior would not recur in the future. Chapter 163. Investigating the surveillance. What do you think? Ning Jiaqi, what is your opinion on Su Tiantian's proposal? Are you satisfied? Sally leaned back in her office chair, quietly observing Ning Jiaqi, contemplating whether she possessed the wit to navigate her way out of this predicament. Of course, Ning Jiaqi was satisfied. Since Su Tiantian had the self-awareness to acknowledge the severity of her own actions, a warning was warranted. Initially, Su Tiantian had been quite smug, unaware that Ning Jiaqi would turn her own words against her. I'm referring to you. Su Tiantian's words were abruptly interrupted as Ning Jiaqi's gaze sharpened, her words cutting and incisive. What about me? Are you still unwilling to admit it? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I confess? Su Tiantian was resolute, determined not to yield. She doubted that Ning Jiaqi could do anything based solely on her word. There is still an opportunity for you to speak the truth. Ning Jiaqi preset. Su Tiantian, however, remained obstinate, convinced that Ning Jiaqi was merely trying to provoke her. Sally, observing Ning Jiaqi's unbeweging demeanor, sensed that she must have a method to substantiate her innocence, although the specifics eluded her. Manager, could you please assist in reviewing the surveillance footage? It should have been recorded, Ning Jiaqi requested, her satisfaction growing at Su Tiantian's refusal to acknowledge the situation. How about we check the surveillance? Ning Jiaqi inquired, raising an eyebrow at Su Tiantian. Surveillance? Su Tiantian clearly had not anticipated this development, and upon hearing Ning Jiaqi's words, panic washed over her. Until now, she had been the one provoking Ning Jiaqi, and the sudden shift in circumstances was decidedly unfavorable for her. We cannot view the surveillance. We cannot. Su Tiantian's face betrayed her alarm as she caught sight of Ning Jiaqi's mocking smile. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be that Ning Jiaqi was attempting to deceive her? Both of them were new to the company, and Su Tiantian believed it unlikely that Ning Jiaqi would have the means to ascertain whether surveillance existed in the office. With this thought, Su Tiantian secretly exhaled in relief, almost convinced that Ning Jiaqi was indeed lying, bolstering her courage once more. Viewing the surveillance is no issue. I am not afraid of you. Ning Jiaqi observed Su Tiantian's moment of panic, followed by her renewed bravado, finding it absurd that she assumed their marketing department's office lacked surveillance. However, when Ning Jiaqi mentioned the existence of surveillance, Sally could not help but express her astonishment. How do you know there is surveillance in the office area? Upon hearing Sally's retort, Su Tiantian's complexion drained of color. There truly was surveillance. What was she to do now? It was evident that surveillance would be in place. In fact, Ning Jiaqi had indeed seen the microcamera monitoring the area. Nevertheless, Ning Jiaqi remained relatively discreet, merely expressing her conjecture. In such a vast enterprise as the Yanjing Empire, one can only imagine the multitude of confidential documents within the marketing department. How could the office area possibly lack surveillance? Sally nodded in agreement, finding Ning Jiaqi's assertion quite plausible. It indeed appeared to be the case. Just as Ning Jiaqi suggested, many documents within their marketing division were of utmost importance and confidentiality. How could there be a complete absence of security measures? The surveillance in the office area was discreet, having been concealed from all employees in advance, and it was exclusively present in the office space. Chapter 164 let us first issue a warning, followed by a reprimand. If one's conscience is clear, the surveillance is merely a decoration. However, if one harbors guilt, the knowledge of surveillance will undoubtedly compel them to evade scrutiny while engaging in nefarious deeds, rendering the surveillance ineffective. Thus, many remain oblivious to the existence of monitoring facilities within the workplace, a fact that Sally has never disclosed. Ning Jiaqi suggests she was already aware of the surveillance in the office. While her initial reasoning could be deemed plausible, her tranquility indicates a definitive awareness of the monitoring's reality. It is no wonder that Ning Jiaqi maintained such composure from the outset. She had a significant card up her sleeve. Conversely, Su Tiantian's demeanor exudes the unmistakable signs of guilt, as she has frightened herself without even viewing the footage. Truly a case of self-sabotage. Su Tiantian, do you have anything to say? Or must we wait until the footage is reviewed for you to speak the truth? Sally questioned with stern intensity. The already anxious Su Tiantian was taken aback by Sally's serious demeanor. Realizing her exposure, her face paling further as she stammered, "Manager, I acknowledge my mistake. I beg you not to dismiss me." From the very first day of their employment, it is believed that the HR department informed them that this is the Yanjing Empire. While competition among you is permissible, those who resort to backstabbing, slandering, or defaming others will never be hired again, Sally pronounced with impartiality and fairness. Manager, I truly understand my wrongdoing. Please grant me another chance if you would. Su Tiantian, genuinely frightened by Sally's words, had invested considerable effort to secure a position at the Yanjing Empire and did not wish to be dismissed so swiftly. Moreover, should she be expelled, she would find it nearly impossible to secure another esteemed position. Furthermore, if the reasons for her dismissal were to circulate, her prospects for future employment would diminish significantly. Hence, she recognized the gravity of her situation, one that she could not bear. Manager, please grant me another opportunity. I genuinely promise not to repeat my mistakes. Su Tiantian pleaded desperately, her eyes reddening with tears as she implored Sally for clemency. Sally glanced at Su Tiantian before turning to Ning Jiaqi. You are another party involved in this matter. Do you believe I should dismiss her? Upon hearing Sally's inquiry directed at Ning Jiaqi, Su Tiantian felt a surge of anxiety and looked up at Ning Jiaqi, fearful that she might utter a harsh word against her. Should Ning Jiaqi choose to strike while the iron was hot, Su Tiantian would undoubtedly confront her with ferocity. Ning Jiaqi cast a glance at the visibly distressed and pitiful Su Tiantian, letting out a soft huff. Previously, Su Tiantian herself stated that this was her first offense. Thus, it warrants a lenient approach. Furthermore, there has been no genuine defamation of my reputation or character. As she herself just stated, a warning should be issued first, followed by a sanction. Should the offense recur, expulsion would ensue. Sally nodded, surprised to find that Ning Jiaqi possessed a certain degree of magnanimity. Moreover, in a situation where the number of available positions was limited and she had the opportunity to eliminate a competitor, Ning Jiaqi chose not to seize the chance to oust a rival. This indicates that Ning Jiaqi is a person of integrity. Or perhaps she is imbued with profound confidence in her own capabilities, deeming such underhanded tactics unnecessary. Chapter 165. Verbal warning. However, Su Tiantian was drenched in a cold sweat, secretly relieved that she had refrained from speaking too harshly just moments ago. Otherwise, she would be facing a similar predicament. Yet, she had merely issued a warning. So how had it morphed into a disciplinary action in Ning Jiaqi's retelling in less than a minute? It was intentional. Ning Jiaqi was deliberately targeting her. Su Tiantian harbored immense resentment toward Ning Jiaqi, though she dared not show it on her face at that moment. Ning Jiaqi's words held a semblance of fairness, reflecting a sentiment that Su Tiantian herself had just expressed. Thus it was decided, among the interns brought on board, there were always a few who enjoyed playing tricks, and Sally had grown accustomed to administering their punishments. Considering it a first offense with no severe consequences, she would issue a verbal warning, with the stipulation that any subsequent mistakes would result in immediate dismissal. "Yes, I understand," Su Tiantian replied, devoid of spirit, her face etched with sorrow. As for the disciplinary measures, they would entail a reduction in salary and benefits during the internship. Yanjing Empire was a colossal corporation, even as an intern. The salary and perks were notably generous. Sally glanced at Su Tiantian and admonished her in a warning tone. "Be cautious in your words and actions henceforth, or you shall face graver consequences." She waved her hand, signaling for both of them to leave. Su Tiantian felt a profound sense of injustice at the outcome. She had thought she could easily manipulate the situation, but found herself up against an unyielding wall. Once outside the manager's office, she shed her previous pitiful demeanor, glaring at Ning Jiaqi with palpable anger. Ning Jiaqi, however, merely scoffed and ignored Su Tiantian. As she passed by, she lowered her voice slightly, issuing a veiled warning. "Do not provoke me. You cannot handle the repercussions." Though her words were brief, they sent a shiver down Su Tiantian's spine. Ning Jiaqi's piercing glance and that single utterance left Su Tiantian questioning the authenticity of a Ning Jiaqi she had previously known. She was not as meek as she appeared. In a situation where she had clearly held the upper hand, her calm demeanor had allowed her to turn the tables with ease. Upon returning to her desk, curiosity piqued among her colleagues. "How'd it go?" Meng Sun inquired with genuine concern. Just as Meng Sun finished speaking, Su Tiantian re-entered, her eyes red and her demeanor fragile, as if she had endured significant injustice. In stark contrast to Ning Jiaqi's composure, the outcome of this farce was evident to all. "Silence ensures survival," Ning Jiaqi remarked coldly after casting a glance at Su Tiantian, subsequently focusing on her work. Su Tiantian's eyes grew even redder, brimming with unshed tears, as though one more word from Ning Jiaqi would push her to the brink of tears. "Ning Jiaqi, do not push your luck," Wu Yang interjected, rising with a serious expression, reproaching Ning Jiaqi. "We are all interns here. Why do you bully Tiantian?" Ning Jiaqi felt an overwhelming fatigue in her heart. Had she neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today? It had only been half an hour since she began her workday. It had seemed as though trouble constantly sought her out. Was it possible that her demeanor had been too understated, leading others to perceive her as an easy target? Chapter 166. A clean resolution. Ning Jiaqi could not help but release a deep sigh before she lifted her gaze to Wu Yang and the others, stating, "How have I bullied her? Let us clarify this matter today." Ning Jiaqi was not averse to making things clear, nor did she mind escalating the situation. Why should she be unjustly subjected to such bullying and accusations from one or two individuals? "What have I said?" Ning Jiaqi remarked with a stern expression. "Who have I oppressed? Speak plainly. Otherwise, this matter will not conclude today." If they wished to create a scene, she was more than willing to engage. Her sudden outburst took everyone by surprise, for during their time together, Ning Jiaqi had been rather gentle and meticulous in her endeavors. If anyone was to be considered bullied, it was she who had endured such treatment. However, no one anticipated that she would erupt today. Indeed, even a cornered rabbit may bite back. Wu Yang furrowed his brow, glaring at Ning Jiaqi. He intended to stand up for Su Tiantian, hoping to be the good Samaritan, yet he was taken aback by Ning Jiaqi's response. which left him in a difficult position. Is it unclear? Shall we consult the manager to discuss this properly? Ning Jiaqi rose, appearing ready to seek justice from the manager's office. Interns, what are you causing such a ruckus for? Are you still planning to work? Perhaps recognizing the inappropriateness of the current commotion, some veteran employees began to play the role of peacemakers. Is work to be neglected? It's merely the internship period, and already such chaos has ensued. What will it be like in the future? Such individuals cannot be retained. The remarks of others made Su Tiantian and Wu Yang exchange knowing glances, their expressions turning pale. They also discreetly observed Meng Sun and Meng Yanluo, contemplating that with the three of them causing such an uproar, their reputations had already been tarnished. When the time came to select two individuals to remain, it was evident that Meng Sun and Meng Yanluo would be the chosen ones. With this realization, Wu Yang and Su Tiantian felt a twinge of regret for their earlier decisions. They shot Ning Jiaqi a disgruntled glare before sitting down to work silently. Now that Ning Jiaqi's reputation had soured, she was no longer a formidable competitor. Henceforth, they would divert their attention to Meng Sun and Meng Yanluo, for it was clear that the latter two had already gained an advantageous position at the starting line. Ning Jiaqi, perceptive to their thoughts, could not help but smirk as she took her seat. Is everything all right? Meng Sun, taken aback by the earlier incident, found it all rather sudden. Ning Jiaqi also felt it was somewhat unexpected. However, for Su Tiantian and Wu Yang, this may have been a long-planned endeavor, albeit not the outcome they had envisioned. The day's developments were anticipated by Ning Jiaqi, as she had deliberately escalated the situation to this extent. Rather than allowing them to trouble her in the future or secretly undermine her, it was preferable to resolve everything in one fell swoop. Turning to Meng Sun, a mischievous smile graced her lips as she lowered her voice, saying, "You should be cautious." Meng Sun, however, appeared nonchalant, shrugging as he remarked, "Their combat prowess is far too feeble to warrant my regard." Ning Jiaqi smiled, choosing to remain silent, yet she silently concurred with Meng Sun's assessment. These two individuals, driven by ambition and a penchant for cunning rather than diligence, might indeed meet the fate that Ning Jiaqi had just alluded to. Those who do not act shall not perish. Chapter 167. A sense of satisfaction beneath the surface after the tumultuous events. Ning Jiaqi felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction within her. Particularly, the sight of Su Tiantian reaping the consequences of her own actions brought her a peculiar joy. Had they not focused their attention on her, such a cascade of events would not have unfolded today. Nevertheless, this turn of events suited Ning Jiaqi perfectly. She held no illusions about securing a permanent position after the 3-month probationary period. Time was a luxury she could not afford to waste here. She had already bided her time for far too long, allowing Lu Yufei and Shun Rongqing to revel in their leisurely pursuits. Her patience had worn thin. Moreover, a 3-month internship at Yanjing Empire's marketing department would provide ample opportunities for practical experience. While significant cases were unlikely to be entrusted to them, the smaller, less critical assignments would serve as excellent practice. Such was the nature of Yanjing Empire, a powerhouse with abundant resources, where these minor cases were merely stepping stones for honing one's skills. This situation aligned perfectly with Ning Jiaqi's intentions. Her father had previously informed her that although Lu Yufei held the title of marketing manager, the cases assigned to her were not particularly substantial. Therefore, during this interval, the likelihood of crossing paths with her was considerably high. If that were indeed the case, it would be the outcome Ning Jiaqi yearned for the most. Logging into her work account, Ning Jiaqi accessed the back end of the marketing department's operational webpage. This platform functioned akin to an order-taking system. Yanjing Empire's business scope was vast, encompassing numerous sectors, resulting in a considerable volume of work. Naturally, the marketing department had an array of cases to address. These cases were categorized by levels, and assignments were distributed accordingly. As an intern, Ning Jiaqi was limited to handling only entry-level cases. The positions of other department employees were assessed based on the quantity and quality of completed cases. The higher the rank, the more significant the cases assigned. Of course, they could also choose to take on simpler tasks, which did not pose a conflict. However, Those with the capability would undoubtedly pursue larger contracts. As the marketing department's compensation included not only a fixed salary, but also additional commissions based on case completion. The higher the case level, the greater the commission, leading employees to seek out substantial contracts. For those tackling more complex cases, conducting market research and other related tasks could be cumbersome, allowing them to request assistance from colleagues and share a portion of the commission, thereby maintaining an orderly system. As for the assignments within the marketing department, it was evident in the backhand who had undertaken which tasks. Should a case remain uncompleted, there was the option to request a reassignment, demonstrating a commendably humane approach. Each month, the department manager would address those who consistently fell short in performance or quality. If such circumstances persisted for 2 consecutive months, dismissal would be advised. Naturally, having secured a position at Yanjing Empire, everyone was keen to safeguard their livelihoods. Thus, regarding the attitude and enthusiasm towards work, everyone remains unwavering. There is no need for any external motivation, as they are naturally inclined to take initiative. It must be acknowledged that Fu Qian possesses a unique approach to managing the company. The work environment is relaxed yet infused with high levels of zeal. It is no wonder that their company flourishes so remarkably. Every success has its underlying reasons. Suddenly, Ning Jiaqi recalled something and instinctively lowered her head to open her WeChat. Locating a contact, named Little Deer, and sent out a message. Chapter 168. Pretending to be young and adorable is essentially a daily routine. Ning Marin. What cases have you handed over to Lu Yufei? Xiao Lu. Chuanjia Peril. Ning Marin. Is that the only one? Wide-eyed, Xiao Lu. If you can't handle one, how do you expect to manage more? Disdainful look, Ning Marin. I might just snatch this case away. Xiao Lu, hurry. Ning Jiaqi found the exchange amusing. It was quite rare for someone to be so eager to have their business taken away. Indeed, Xiao Lu was the WeChat nickname of Lu Huayuan, who often engaged in youthful antics. Her father truly possessed an eternal childlike spirit. Ning Jiaqi pressed her phone off and set it on the table, checking the orders available in her backhand. Coincidentally, there was one for Chuanjia Peril. She deftly moved her mouse and selected to accept the order. Observing an incomplete order in her backhand, a slight smile graced her lips. Lu Yufei, just wait and see. After accepting the order, Ning Jiaqi began to prepare the necessary materials. Fortunately, after the earlier commotion, Su Tiantian and Wu Yang would not be troubling her for the time being. This would allow her to concentrate fully on completing this case. Due to the nature of the marketing department's work, which often required field research, the working hours were relatively flexible. However, clocking in and out was mandatory, while the rest of the time could be managed at one's discretion. Given the multitude of tasks they were assigned, it was impractical to remain confined to the office. Nonetheless, when venturing out for market research, timely registration in the back end was essential. In this digital age, many tasks could be accomplished directly on the computer. The primary reason for registering one's location during field research was to inform the manager of your whereabouts when not in the office, thereby simplifying employee management. If someone chose to indulge in leisure, it was of little consequence, as long as they submitted a satisfactory market research report and a project proposal. The process had no rigid requirements. Results were paramount. Should one fail to achieve them, self-reflection was in order. Having completed this series of preparatory tasks, Ning Jiaqi tidied her belongings, powered down her computer, and rose to leave. Where are you off to? Meng Sun seemed particularly intrigued by Ning Jiaqi's demeanor, inquiring curiously with every slight movement she made. I'm heading out for market research. Ning Jiaqi replied nonchalantly. You've already started accepting orders? Meng Sun expressed surprise, as during the first month, interns were not assessed on casework, and thus, to avoid mistakes, they typically refrained from hastily accepting orders for research or proposal writing. One must learn to take initiative, Ning Jiaqi replied without elaborating further. She waved goodbye to Meng Sun, grabbed her bag, and stepped out. Merely achieving the top score in the written examination, and she believes herself to be exceptionally formidable. Even now, when we are not yet obligated to undertake these tasks, she takes it upon herself. I shall eagerly await her moment of embarrassment. Although Su Tiantian's animosity has largely shifted away from Ning Jiaqi, she will undoubtedly seize every opportunity to speak ill of her in the shadows. Meng Sun cast a cold glance at Su Tiantian before diverting his gaze. It appears she remains unrepentant. Indeed, it seems that some people will never learn unless they face consequences. Chapter 169. Do you wish to recruit me? Ning Jiaqi stood before the elevator, waiting for it to descend. When the doors opened, she beheld Tang Yinxin, the epitome of an elite with his gold-rimmed spectacles, inside. Hello, Consultant Tang, Ning Jiaqi greeted as she stepped into the elevator, bowing her head respectfully before retreating to a corner, awaiting the descent to the first floor. With only the two of them present, an air of tension enveloped the small space. Are you one of the interns this time? Tang Yinxin inquired, gazing at Ning Jiaqi as if recalling something before nodding slightly. Yes, you're the Ning Jiaqi who topped the written examination, correct? Ning Jiaqi nodded, glancing at Tang Yinxin in surprise. She had not anticipated that her achievement in the exam would leave such an impression. It seemed that being a top student indeed held its merits, enabling one to stand out amidst a sea of candidates. An undeniable skill. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Yinxin appraised Ning Jiaqi, lost in thought, and refrained from further conversation. Upon the elevator's arrival at the first floor, she exited and courteously remarked, Consultant Tang, I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment, Tang Yinxin suddenly called out to her. Puzzled, Ning Jiaqi turned back and asked, Is there something else, Consultant Tang? Are you heading out for market research? Although he posed it as a question, it was evident he was already certain of the answer. The marketing department likely required field work. Yet this young intern seemed to have adapted remarkably well, having only been with the company for just over 2 weeks. Ning Jiaqi nodded and impulsively responded, Is that not permissible? Are you in a hurry? Tang Yinxin did not directly answer her inquiry, but instead posed another question. Not all. Ning Jiaqi felt perplexed, wondering the significance of his questions. Shall we have a cup of coffee together? Ning Jiaqi was taken aback. Where was the aloof Tang, the esteemed lawyer she had anticipated? His casual invitation to coffee seemed entirely out of character. Come on. Tang Yinxin gestured for her to return to the elevator. My car is in the parking lot. Ning Jiaqi furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing as she stepped back into the elevator, descending to the basement level alongside Tang Yinxin. Once inside his vehicle, Ning Jiaqi occasionally cast furtive glances at Tang Yinxin, prompting him to wonder about her curiosity. At the CAF, Tang Yinxin ordered 2 cups of coffee. After taking a sip, he looked at Ning Jiaqi and asked, What were you doing? Sneaking glances at me in the car? After a moment's hesitation, Ning Jiaqi boldly queried, Are you attempting to recruit me? Tang Yinxin was taken aback by her straightforwardness, her audacity catching him off guard, causing him to inadvertently spit out his coffee. Fortunately, Ning Jiaqi was quick to dodge, narrowly avoiding a shower of coffee. Consultant Tang, could you please enjoy your coffee properly? Ning Jiaqi's words seemed to carry a hint of reproach. She pondered that had Tang Yinxin truly directed his words at her, she might have genuinely lost her temper. After all, whose fault was it for such an unexpected outburst? Yet, Tang Yinxin remained blameless. He had been minding his own business, unaware of the sudden remark that had escaped Ning Jiaqi's lips. Chapter 170. Truly blinded, is that not what you meant? Ning Jiaqi retorted. Certainly not. Tang Yinxin replied with a hint of exasperation. He had never encountered someone as forthright as Ning Jiaqi before. Then why did you invite me for coffee? After hearing Tang Yinxin's response, Ning Jiaqi felt relieved and took a sip of her coffee. Of course, I have something to inquire about, Tang Yinxin clarified, as it was indeed the purpose of their meeting. Otherwise, what would be the reason? What could possibly interest you about me? Ning Jiaqi pondered, finding it rather implausible. I noticed your insightful remarks about our general manager Fu on your written exam. They were remarkably astute and fitting, Tang Yinxin commended her. Are you acquainted with him? Indeed, Ning Jiaqi admitted, but then added a somewhat misleading comment. Who in this city does not know our general manager Fu? Well, that is certainly true. Tang Yinxin conceded with a slight nod. However, your observations are indeed quite pertinent. So? Ning Jiaqi was left wondering what Tang Yinxin intended to imply. So, you must also be quite the gossip enthusiast, correct? By that logic, so are you. Ning Jiaqi inferred from Tang Yunqin's tone, though the conversation had taken a rather unexpected turn. Indeed, Tang Yunqin affirmed with a serious demeanor. Aside from my professional duties, my greatest interest lies in uncovering the gossip surrounding our general manager Fu, teasing him and giving him a hard time. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiaqi understood that Tang Yunqin must have a good rapport with Fu Qiyin. Otherwise, he would not speak so openly. What gossip have you unearthed that led you to me? Ning Jiaqi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is there something among our group of interns? Ah, indeed, a perceptive individual. Tang Yunqin appreciated conversing with someone astute, as it made communication effortless. Really? What gossip? Ning Jiaqi was equally intrigued, aware that several interns harbored ulterior motives, yet uncertain of their intentions. Tang Yunqin beckoned her closer, and she leaned in, prompting him to lower his voice. One of the general manager's paramours is among your group of 5. Wow. Ning Jiaqi gasped, her mouth agape. Is that true? He never mentioned anything about it. A paramour? Who could it possibly be? Take a guess, Tang Yunqin asked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Surely, anyone our general manager finds appealing must be a beauty. Precisely. Then, judging by temperament, could be Meng Yinluo? Ning Jiaqi suggested a name. No. Tang Yunqin shook his head, signaling Ning Jiaqi to guess again. Ning Jiaqi pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing in apparent disdain. Please don't tell me it's that Su Tian. If Fu Qiyin were to take a liking to her, he would truly be blinded. The mere mention of Su Tian made Ning Jiaqi feel nauseated. If Fu Qian's romantic interest were indeed Su Tian, she would resolutely sever all ties with him, for with such poor taste, there could be no possibility of engaging in enjoyable conversation. Could there? Chapter 171. A pleasant collaboration. No. Tang Yunqin's denial brought a slight sense of relief to Ning Jiaqi. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly unbearable. But there was no one left. Ning Jiaqi absent-mindedly scratched her head, her brow furrowed slightly. After all, there were only 5 of them among the interns. Who said that our President Fu was partial to the opposite sex? Tang Yunqin spoke with an air of mystery. Could it possibly be the same sex? Ning Jiaqi was about to jest that Tang Yunqin was joking when she noticed he nodded seriously, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. Upon reflection, it did seem rather unlikely. Hadn't he had a girlfriend before? How could he possibly be inclined towards the same sex? You knew he had a girlfriend before? Tang Yunqin was evidently surprised at Ning Jiaqi's awareness of this. However, before she could explain, he preemptively commented, Clearly, you are quite the gossip to have uncovered that much. Impressive. Ning Jiaqi did not deny it. Since Tang Yunqin thought so, she decided to let it be, lest she complicate matters further by insisting otherwise. Let me tell you, in all these years, our President Fu has had not a single enchanting companion by his side. That is simply implausible. Ning Jiaqi noted, reasoning that there was merit in Tang Yunqin's words, and thus it was conceivable that Fu Qiyin might indeed have a different inclination. Are you perhaps referring to Meng Sun? Ning Jiaqi inquired, puzzled. After all, among the remaining 2 men, it was undoubtedly Meng Sun who possessed good looks and a fine physique, fitting the criteria. Exactly. Tang Yunqin increasingly felt that Ning Jiaqi was quite astute. Has Fu Qiyin acknowledged it? Ning Jiaqi boldly called out Fu Qian's name. You are indeed audacious. You once referred to him as President Fu, and now you are directly addressing him by name. What of it? A name is merely a means of address. If he prefers to be called President Fu, he can always change his name. Let it be President Fu for everyone, regardless of who it is. You are quite amusing. After conversing with Ning Jiaqi for a while, Tang Yunqin found her genuinely entertaining. I was merely speaking the truth. Ning Jiaqi had no intention of joking. All right, I did intend to ask him, but he keeps ignoring me, so I made a statement. Tang Yunqin recalled how Fu Qiyin had disregarded him and felt a surge of irritation. Ning Jiaqi remained silent, patiently waiting for Tang Yunqin to continue. I made a statement. If you don't tell me who it is, then I might inadvertently bully them, so you shouldn't hold it against me. The tone of Tang Yunqin suggested a deep-seated grievance. Yet Ning Jiaqi had come to understand his true intention. Were you hoping to enlist me to help you bully Fu Qian's little lover? Precisely, are you interested? Tang Yinqin nodded, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. To a pleasant collaboration. Ning Jiaqi extended her hand, and Tang Yinqin grasped it, smiling as he echoed. To a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, Ning Jiaqi is quite an individual with a rather twisted sense of humor. How could she possibly refrain from participating in such an amusing affair? However, to speak candidly, she had no notion that Fu Qian might be inclined towards the same sex, nor that his affections lay with Meng Sun. To be frank, Meng Sun is a vibrant and energetic character, and the pairing of him with the aloof and restrained Fu Qian is rather intriguing. Ning Jiaqi remarked thoughtfully while stroking her chin. Meanwhile, Tang Yinqin raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the excitement radiating from Ning Jiaqi, and couldn't help but reflect inwardly that there truly is an abundance of fujoshi out there. Chapter 172. It feels like a blind date. During the brief interlude of sharing a cup of coffee with Tang Yinqin, Ning Jiaqi gleaned a considerable understanding of his character. One must admit that appearances can indeed be deceptive. Although Tang Yinqin exudes an air of professionalism and aloofness while in court, in private he reveals himself to be quite the gossip enthusiast, a true jester at heart. They exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat, with Ning Jiaqi playfully labeling him as the president of the Gossip Association. Time flew by as they indulged in delightful conversation, and before they knew it, the morning had slipped away. They even shared lunch together, as though they had known each other for ages, discussing an array of topics with ease. As they exited the restaurant, Tang Yinqin tilted his head and inquired, "Shall we return to the office?" "No, I can't. The market research remains unfinished. I can't afford to squander an entire morning, can I?" Despite this, she acknowledged that forming a connection with a fellow gossip aficionado was indeed a pleasant outcome. "Shall I escort you?" he offered. "No need. I'll take a cab," Ning Jiaqi replied, not wishing to be overly polite. However, she felt it would be remiss to forego the exclusive vehicle that Fu Qian had arranged for her. She ought to make use of it. "Wouldn't you agree?" "Very well. Do stay in touch via phone or WeChat," Tang Yinqin remarked, raising his phone slightly. "I must say, President, do you know what we resemble?" A mischievous glint sparkled in Ning Jiaqi's eyes. "President?" Tang Yinqin paused, momentarily puzzled by her unusual title for him. "The president of the Gossip Association. How does it feel to have received such a lofty title? Are you not moved?" she teased, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is a tremendous honor for me, Tang," he replied, amused by her interpretation. "What were you saying we resemble?" he asked, intrigued. "A man and a woman, sipping coffee, sharing lunch, exchanging phone numbers and WeChat accounts. One might mistakenly think we were on a blind date," Ning Jiaqi teased. Tang Yinqin hesitated, but then realized that their interactions did indeed follow a somewhat similar pattern. "Unfortunately, you're not quite my type, young lady," he chuckled. "Fortunately, I'm not enamored with you either. Otherwise, I would be left with unrequited feelings," she quipped back, laughing. One cannot deny that some individuals feel like old friends upon first meeting. "All right, I must take my leave." Tang Yinqin waved goodbye before heading toward his parked car. Ning Jiaqi promptly called Qin Yang to arrange for him to pick her up for market research. Gossiping aside, professional duties awaited her. The afternoon was filled with busyness as she visited the Chunjia clothing factory, the company headquarters, and the physical store and website of Chunjia Fashion. She diligently analyzed various market demands based on sales volume and brand reputation. By the end of the day, she had amassed a substantial amount of market information. Ning Jiaqi is resolute. Having accepted this task, she is determined to execute it with the utmost speed and the highest quality. Otherwise, it would be better not to undertake it at all, particularly since this task is concurrently being handled by Liu Yufei. Ning Jiaqi is unequivocally committed to surpassing her. Without a doubt. Chapter 173. My love for learning. Learning brings me joy. The welfare benefits in the Yinjing Empire are quite commendable, extending even to interns. In their department, nearly every newcomer is provided with a sleek laptop upon joining, facilitating the archiving of information gathered during market research outings. This also aids in conducting data analysis, paving the way for subsequent work plans. After Ning Jiaqi archived all the information collected today onto her laptop, she glanced at the time. It was almost time to clock in at the office. Upon returning to the company to complete her check-in, She took a taxi with Qin Yang back to Shana Garden. Thanks to Fu Qian, who had generously equipped her with numerous new outfits and shoes, Ning Jiaqi found no need to return to her original single apartment to retrieve anything. It seemed that Fu Qian truly treated her like a cherished niece, even sharing the entrance code with her. A sudden sense of guilt washed over Ning Jiaqi. Her uncle had been so kind to her, yet she was planning to bully his little lover alongside Tang Yanqin. Was that not a bit inappropriate? After some contemplation, she decided to feign ignorance. Whether or not her uncle had informed her, if she inadvertently bullied the young woman, it would be an unintentional act, wouldn't it? Moreover, Tang Yanqin had been quite forthright in discussing it with her, and her uncle had remained silent. In any case, she had no intention of truly mistreating her uncle's little lover. It would surely be fine. Beauty, you're back. Upon entering, Ning Jiaqi found Chu Jinghan had already returned. Uncle has social engagements tonight. It's just the two of us for dinner. Chu Jinghan dutifully reported Fu Qian's whereabouts to Ning Jiaqi. She nodded, refraining from commenting, and instead asked, "Did you bring the books back?" Chu Jinghan's face instantly fell. "Beauty, let us not discuss studying. We're friends. If we're not talking about studying, then I might as well head home," Ning Jiaqi remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Jinghan. Wait. Hearing her response, Chu Jinghan became anxious, quickly backtracking with a serious expression. "I love learning. Learning brings me joy." Ning Jiaqi chuckled and ascended the stairs, while Chu Jinghan slumped on the sofa in a defeated manner, wanting to weep without tears. "Uncle, look at how much he has sacrificed for your happiness. If you don't treat him better, he'll truly be crying in the restroom." After all, it was under the pretense of tutoring himself that her uncle insisted Ning Jiaqi stay. If he claimed he wasn't studying, Ning Jiaqi would naturally have no reason to remain. If her uncle found out, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Hujingan involuntarily shivered. I am terrified. I'd better make some small sacrifices. Surely, I don't need to risk my life. After taking a shower and changing into casual attire upstairs, Ning Jiaqi finally returned downstairs for dinner. As long as the topic of study is not broached, Chu Jinghan is undoubtedly full of vigor and vitality. However, what must come cannot be evaded. After dinner, Ning Jiaqi sat in the living room, awaiting the inevitable. Bring the book over. Oh, Chu Jinghan dared not be obstinately coy any longer. The moment Ning, the beautiful one, turned her face, she knew she would be utterly defenseless against it. Chapter 174. Virus gazing at the stack of pristine textbooks and exercise workbooks before her, each appearing as if freshly issued. Ning Jiaqi could hardly believe that the college entrance examination was a mere 6 months away. "Honestly, have you ever paid attention in class?" she asked, flipping through one of the immaculate volumes. To her astonishment, Chu Jinghan had the audacity to nod earnestly. "I did listen, but I didn't absorb anything." Goodness. Just because you listened doesn't mean you actually learned anything. Was he truly jesting with her? This was simply intolerable. "Pray tell, what subjects do you excel in?" "Physical education, does that count?" Chu Jinghan hesitated, but answered Ning Jiaqi's inquiry with utmost seriousness. "So you have none, right?" Ning Jiaqi concluded with a knowing look. "No, I do. Physical education." Chu Jinghan insisted, unwilling to concede. Silence. Ning Jiaqi shot him an exasperated glare. Enough was enough. Only then did Chu Jinghan obediently close his mouth, absent-mindedly touching the tip of his nose while casting furtive glances at Ning Jiaqi. Was the beautiful Ning upset? But he truly had a subject he was good at. "Since you lack in specialties, then I have." Chu Jinghan attempted to argue, but a fierce glare from Ning Jiaqi silenced him immediately. "Let us start with the simplest tasks." With a face resembling that of a bitter melon, Chu Jinghan thought to himself that none of the subjects here were simple. Not in the least. "Bring over 2 laptops." "What for?" "You'll find out once I have them," Ning Jiaqi replied, deliberately vague. Chu Jinghan, not daring to ask further, obediently fetched 2 notebooks from both his and Ning Jiaqi's rooms. Sitting beside Ning Jiaqi, he watched as she opened one of the laptops, her fingers flying across the keyboard as if she were composing some kind of code. Ning Jiaqi had previously developed a game software. Altering certain programming elements would instantly change the game's content. Chu Jinghan dared not interrupt her, mesmerized by her intense focus, something he had never witnessed before, as she usually appeared rather indifferent. Although he understood nothing of what he was seeing, he remained there, spellbound, watching an hour's worth of code unfold. Once Ning Jiaqi completed the final line of code and pressed the enter key, all the data began to converge and generate. Chu Jinghan, from start to finish, observed in astonishment as it transformed into software. His eyes widened. Was this truly how software was created? Is this what it is? Chu Jinghan inquired with great curiosity. Click to see for yourself, Ning Jiaqi said, pushing the laptop toward him. Intrigued, Chu Jinghan clicked on the software, and the entire screen instantaneously went black. A virus? This was the first thought that emerged in Chu Jinghan's mind. He felt somewhat dazed. Had Ning Marin spent the better part of the day tapping away just to sabotage his computer? Why on earth? Ning Jiaqi, exasperated, gave Chu Jinghan a light slap on the back of his head and exclaimed, "What nonsense about a virus?" Chapter 175. Treat it as a game to play. ISNT that right? Chu Jinghan said with a pitiful expression, covering the back of her head with her hand. She glanced at the screen, and Ning Jiaqi chose not to elaborate. It was then that Chu Jinghan redirected her attention to the computer before her, realizing that the black screen was merely a temporary state. From the center of the darkened display, a glimmer of light emerged, gradually revealing an animation. Several little figures, each burdened with a backpack, appeared and lined up neatly. One by one, they placed their backpacks at their feet, each inscribed with a subject such as Chinese, mathematics, or English. Chu Jingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ning Jiaqi had truly outdone herself, transforming learning into a gaming experience. Select a subject you fancy and give it a try, she encouraged. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Chu Jinghan turned seriously to Ning Jiaqi and asked, "What if I don't have a favorite?" "Then just pick one at random," Ning Jiaqi replied, decisively choosing history for her. Recalling a previous jest, she remarked, "If you ever dare to claim that the catalyst for the May 4th movement was merely a 3-day holiday, I shall truly be forced to reprimand you." Chu Jinghan pointed at her, her tone tinged with a feigned sense of injustice. "But that was you who told me. Without that guidance, she would have been at a loss." Upon hearing this, Ning Jiaqi found it difficult to counter, as it seemed there was a hint of truth in her words. Ahem, let us put that aside and focus on this. Ning Jiaqi skillfully steered the conversation. Since you enjoy gaming, treat this as a game and aim to complete it. Chu Jinghan hesitated, thinking it felt like a rather artificial game that did not particularly entice her. Yet, she could not voice such reluctance. As she gazed at the lively gaming interface, it appeared to contain numerous levels. She clicked on one, and a dialogue sequence emerged, reminiscent of a storyline in a game. You must conquer the dungeon and defeat monsters, but first, you must traverse the storyline. Unlike conventional games that allow fast-forwarding or skipping, this software crafted by Ning Jiaqi lacked such features. It was designed to ensure that one engaged with the narrative, which concealed numerous key points essential for answering subsequent questions. Only by completing the storyline could one tackle the following queries. After a round of gameplay, Chu Jinghan found it surprisingly enjoyable, especially as the final boss had a health bar, and her attack power directly correlated with the accuracy of her answers. The questions were diverse, including multiple choice, true or false, simple queries, and analytical questions, essentially encompassing all types typically found on a standard history exam. Continue working on it. I will periodically update the version for you. Ning Jiaqi stated with an expression that conveyed, "You're on your own now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me." Understood. Chu Jinghan nodded enthusiastically, her focus unwavering as she embarked on her quest. However, Ning Jiaqi opened her game, which she had not played for quite some time, as she had been exceedingly busy lately. "My dear, are you playing Ling Jianjianghu?" As Ning Jiaqi just launched the game, the familiar music wafted through, stirring Chu Jingyan's enthusiasm. "It seems you haven't logged into the game for quite a while." Chapter 176. Mentally tormenting him indeed. "I've been quite occupied lately," Ning Jiaqi remarked, extending her hand to gently push away Chu Jinghan, who leaned in to catch a glimpse of the game. "Focus on your gaming achievements. What purpose does it serve to observe my actions?" Chu Jinghan retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Aren't you also engrossed in the game? What reason do you have for envy? Ning Jiaqi replied, showing no sign of sympathy. Can these two really be compared? Your actions are hindering my concentration, Chu Jinghan lamented, his voice tinged with feigned pitifulness. Isn't this an excellent opportunity to enhance your focus? Ning Jiaqi casually remarked, if you can't complete your tasks, you won't have time for gaming, nor for sleep. Ning Beauty, are you imposing a form of punishment? No, Ning Beauty is rather subjecting him to mental torment. His heart feels weary. However, he dared not rebel, for Ning Beauty is the cherished one of his future uncle, his prospective aunt. Offending his uncle would be bearable, but crossing Ning Beauty could lead to dire consequences. Though Chu Jinghan silently condemned Ning Jiaqi for her various transgressions, he soon realized that completing the exercises did not consume as much time as he had anticipated. The notion of being unable to sleep due to unfinished work was a mere illusion. After finishing the tasks, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had retained a considerable amount of information. It appeared that he could indeed tackle those questions. Chu Jinghan savored the thrill. Previously, confronting the test had left him utterly bewildered. Now, it was a different story, akin to undertaking a storyline quest, akin to recalling an NPC's coordinates. Whatever he wished to know, he could instantly respond to. This newfound sensation was quite exhilarating. After all, Chu Jinghan was still a child, and such novel experiences, especially those intertwined with gaming, fascinated him immensely. I'm off to bed. It was already 10 in the evening. Chu Jinghan stifled a yawn, bid farewell to Ning Jiaqi, and retreated upstairs with his laptop. Ning Jiaqi had already completed her daily routine. Recently, gaming had failed to pique her interest, as many elements within the game had soured. She recalled the first time Chu Jinghan met her in person and the remarks he made. Those around them had likely spoken ill of her. Thus, she merely logged on to perform her daily tasks, idling about and running a few hidden dungeons. Upon glancing at the time, she noticed it was already past 10. And surprisingly, Fu Qian had yet to return. Ning Jiaqi hadn't anticipated that social obligations would extend this late. As she tidied up her computer, preparing to head upstairs, she heard a commotion by the entrance. It seemed the noise originating from the foyer was quite pronounced, prompting Ning Jiaqi to peek out. She then beheld Qin Zheng supporting a drunken Fu Qian as he staggered inside, clearly having collided with something along the way. Just how much has the young master consumed? Hearing the commotion, Aunt Chun emerged, her expression filled with concern. Qin Zheng assisted Fu Qian onto the sofa and could not help but rise to catch his breath. I shall prepare a bowl of detoxifying soup for the young master, Chun Ma said hurriedly as she rushed into the kitchen to attend to her duties. Meanwhile, Fu Qian, reclining lazily on the sofa, was unable to sit upright. His tie was slightly askew, and his gaze was hazy and tipsy, exuding an intriguing charm. Chapter 177. Who Dares to Make You Drink? Fu Qian's gaze appeared somewhat hazy as he slightly squinted at the person before him. His lips parted slightly, and his voice, though hoarse, resonated with a magnetic allure. Come here. Ning Jiaqi stood motionless, observing Fu Qian, her expression inscrutable. Noticing her lack of response, Fu Qian furrowed his brow in mild discontent and reiterated, Come here. Yet, Ning Jiaqi remained unmoved. Before Fu Qian could react further, Qin Zheng interjected, Miss Ning, young Master D has indulged a bit too much this evening. Please be understanding. Must I cater to a drunkard? Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow. Scrutinizing Fu Qian's current state, it appears he has had quite a bit. Qin Zheng sensed a peculiar tone in Ning Jiaqi's voice, reminiscent of a proprietress displeased with her husband returning from social engagements, having imbibed excessively. Could it be that Miss Ning had experienced a revelation? Was she preparing to confront young Master D? For reasons unknown, the thought of it was rather thrilling. Thus, Qin Zheng took a step back, creating space for Ning Jiaqi and Fu Qian. I'm already intoxicated. Can't you let me be? Fu Qian removed his arm from his eyes, blinking at Ning Jiaqi as he spoke. Goodness, the sight of a drunken Fu Qian was rather incongruous. Ning Jiaqi felt herself charmed by his demeanor. His words seemed almost too endearing. She couldn't help but take a seat beside him and inquired, Uncle, did you indulge me when I last got drunk? Fu Qian squinted and frowned, seemingly straining to recall, before responding innocently, I can't remember. Ning Jiaqi found this version of Fu Qian utterly delightful. He was devoid of his usual arrogance, appearing almost like a well-behaved child. Weren't you quite formidable? Who would dare to make you drink so much? Ning Jiaqi playfully brushed aside the strands of hair falling over Fu Qian's forehead. Susan, Fu Qian finally replied, tilting his head back against the sofa, taking a moment to utter a name. He made you drink, and you complied? You wouldn't refuse him, would you? Ning Jiaqi remarked. As she had never been fond of alcohol herself, had it not been for the need to get drunk, she would never have considered it. Is it necessary to give him face? Moreover, excessive drinking is detrimental to health. Seeing Fu Qian in such a state, it was evident he had consumed a considerable amount. Yes, indeed. Fu Qian nodded, seemingly in agreement with Ning Jiaqi's sentiment. What is going on? Ning Jiaqi turned to Qin Zheng, perplexed by Fu Qian's unclear demeanor. Originally, during the evening's gathering, young Master D was merely expected to make a brief appearance before leaving. However, Susan had insisted on him drinking due to his melancholic mood stemming from a breakup. Qin Zheng offered an explanation to Ning Jiaqi, affirming her assessment. In the social sphere, Fu Qian was someone whom no one dared to provoke. Who would dare to force alcohol upon him? Of course, young Master D's less scrupulous friends were another matter entirely. A breakup? Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of disdain. Goodness. That fellow who changes women like socks every month. What does he know of heartbreak? Qin Zheng found Ning Jiaqi's words to be quite apt. Su Shiqian was indeed like that. Yet, who could have guessed that today he would suddenly be in such a peculiar mood, insisting on dragging Fu Qian out for drinks? Chapter 178. You shall wash for me. Ning Jiaqi gazed earnestly at Fu Qian and said, in the future, when Su San urges you to drink, do not indulge him. Such behavior should not be tolerated. Perceiving Fu Qian's somewhat distracted demeanor, she felt compelled to reiterate her point. Only then did Fu Qian regain his focus, his expression serious, though it remained uncertain whether he had truly comprehended her words. Young master, the hangover remedy is ready. Please drink it while it is still warm, Chen Ma announced as she presented the steaming bowl of concoction before Fu Qian. Feed me, Fu Qian instructed, directing his words towards Ning Jiaqi. Are you still a child? Ning Jiaqi replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. The inebriated Fu Qian appeared to have shed all his usual sharpness and edge, resembling an entirely different person from his typical self. Fu Qian responded with a nod, without a moment's thought. Young master, where has your dignity gone? Qin Zheng remarked, shaking his head at the sight. Under ordinary circumstances, their young master would never allow himself to become inebriated, nor would he present a drunken self before others. For such a stark contrast was truly astonishing. Ning Jiaqi chose not to comment further. Instead, she accepted the hangover remedy from Chen Ma, scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, and then offered it to Fu Qian. Hearing commotion from downstairs, Chu Jinghan, who had just finished her bath, descended the stairs and was taken aback to witness the tender scene of Ning Jiaqi feeding her uncle the hangover remedy. It was indeed a shocking sight. When had her uncle become so sentimental that he required someone to feed him a remedy? However, Chu Jinghan quickly regained her composure. Rushing back to her room to retrieve her phone, she selected the most picturesque corner to capture this moment for her album. In her mind, she mused that this could be a lucrative opportunity to present to her uncle in the future. Who would have thought I possessed a knack for business? Truly, I am astounded by my own cleverness, she thought, marveling at her brilliance. Noticing that Fu Qian was already well attended to, she decided not to intrude further, quietly stowing her phone away before returning to her room for some rest. Afterward, she planned to take a bath and have a good night's sleep. Once Ning Jiaqi handed the empty bowl back to Chen Ma and exchanged a few words with Fu Qian, she turned to ascend the stairs. However, just as she stood up, she felt a strong hand grasp her wrist. Turning back, Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it?" "You shall wash for me," Fu Qian stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of any ulterior motives. Qin Zheng, overhearing Fu Qian's words directed at Ning Jiaqi, felt a jolt of excitement. Impressive, my boss. His charm is indeed formidable, he thought, surreptitiously glancing at Ning Jiaqi, curious about her reaction. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He believed that after Fu Qian's declaration, there were only two possible outcomes, either success or failure. Well, while this notion may seem as though it has been left unspoken, the reality remains unchanged. Upon hearing Fu Qian's words, Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but find it amusing. A subtle smile graced her lips as she leaned slightly forward, delicately pinching Fu Qian's chin as if playfully teasing him. Chapter 179. Being drunk is not an excuse for misconduct, Miss Ning. I never imagined you to be such a person, teasing your boss while he is inebriated. Truly, it is rather impressive. Even Qin Zheng is moved to tears by this unexpected turn of events. Given how lukewarm their interactions were previously, one might think they were a couple, as their energies harmonize so well. Perhaps they merely perceive their relationship as one of elder and junior, a caring connection. Reflecting on Fu Qian's previous words, Qin Zheng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. However, he was taken aback by Ning Jiaqi's unwavering integrity. What she said next left him utterly speechless. Ning Jiaqi gently grasped Fu Qian's chin, urging him to meet her gaze. Her crimson lips parted, and she slowly articulated, being drunk is not an excuse for misconduct. Do you understand? Qin Zheng thought to himself, Miss Ning, madam, the script you've been given seems profoundly flawed. How can one resist the allure of such a captivating figure like our young master, especially when he is intoxicated and defenseless? Alas, it is truly exasperating. Yet, Fu Qian looked at Ning Jiaqi with utmost seriousness and replied, I did not misbehave. Requesting my assistance in bathing hardly qualifies as innocent, Ning Jiaqi retorted, feigning fierceness. Engaging in misconduct under the influence could lead to imprisonment. Do you wish to experience that? This time, Fu Qian seemed to grasp her meaning, quickly shaking his head. Then go, wash up yourself, Ning Jiaqi insisted, releasing her hold and hesitantly inquiring, Are you sure you can manage on your own? Yes, Fu Qian nodded. I can manage without landing in jail. A laugh escaped Ning Jiaqi. This side of Fu Qian was indeed endearing. Just as his words settled, he clambered off the sofa, his steps somewhat unsteady yet still manageable as he made his way upstairs. Young master, allow me to assist you. Seeing Fu Qian's condition, Qin Zheng felt compelled to intervene. However, before he could reach him, Fu Qian deftly evaded his grasp, wearing a displeased expression as he turned to Ning Jiaqi, seemingly complaining, Please keep him away. He intends to peek. Keep him away? Peeking? What would he possibly want to see? Watching the young master bathe? He wouldn't he dare. Qin Zheng felt his heart grow weary. Why was their young master so uncharacteristically peculiar when inebriated? Rest assured, should he dare to follow, I shall break his legs. Ning Jiaqi assured Fu Qian with a nod, providing him the comfort he needed. With her promise in mind, Fu Qian finally felt at ease, though he cast a fierce glare at Qin Zheng before ascending the stairs. Qin Zheng's heart is heavy with bitterness, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Young master, do you still remember that I am your closest confidant, your unwavering support? Is this truly how you wish to treat me? Is this truly how you wish to treat me? Miss Ning, is it acceptable for the young master to be in such a state? Aunt Shun, observing Fu Qian's unsteady gait, could not help but voice her concern. It's quite all right. We certainly cannot go so far as to find someone to assist him with bathing. Ning Jiaqi shook her head and remarked, Tomorrow, when my uncle awakens from his stupor, should he come to learn of this matter, how do you think he will react? Chapter 180. Is it time for a warm bed? Though Ning Jiaqi did not articulate her thoughts with utmost clarity, both Qin Zheng and Aunt Shun understood the implications. Qin Zheng furtively glanced at Ning Jiaqi and gently remarked, Our conversation may provoke the young master's ire. But observing Ning Jiaqi's expression remained unchanged, he continued, You are in a different position. You are the one specially chosen by the young master, and he certainly would not be upset with you, should you fear that he might forget upon waking. We can certainly testify that you did not come here of your own volition. What on earth does specially chosen mean? And what is this nonsense about testifying? Is this some form of coercion? Ning Jiaqi directed her words to Qinzhong, then turned to Aunt Shun, saying, Aunt Shun, it's quite late. You should rest. I will check on my uncle. Given Ning Jiaqi's assurance, it was evident that she would handle the situation adeptly. Especially since the young master treated Miss Ning with such kindness, she would undoubtedly not neglect his well-being. Aunt Shun, feeling reassured, returned to her own room. Miss Ning, I leave the young master in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now, Qinzhong said before departing. After embracing her notebook, Ning Jiaqi made her way to knock on Fu Qian's door. Uncle, I'm coming in, she announced, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Indeed, Fu Qian was unmistakably himself. Even inebriated and with damp hair post-bath, his every gesture exuded a languid elegance. Ning Jiaqi approached him, removing the white towel draped over his head, and tenderly dried his hair. Fu Qian remained silent, appearing to acquiesce to her ministrations. Uncle, where's the hairdryer? Ning Jiaqi inquired while continuing to dry his hair. Fu Qian, seemingly relishing the moment, kept his eyes closed. Upon hearing her question, he merely gestured toward a particular spot. Ning Jiaqi felt a flicker of skepticism. Could Fu Qian have merely pointed at random? Nevertheless, she followed his direction, opening the cabinet to find the hairdryer nestled within. Turning back to glance at Fu Qian, she noted his nonchalant demeanor. She truly suspected that he had pointed without intent, merely fortuitously indicating the correct location. Uncle, seeing as you've allowed me to cling to you, I shall indulge you this once, Ning Jiaqi returned, adopting a tone of playful indulgence. Fu Qian remained silent, obediently allowing her to dry his hair. Now, be a good boy and go to sleep, Ning Jiaqi instructed, pointing towards the bed as she tidied up the hairdryer. Once she had put everything away and turned back to Fu Qian, she found him sitting on the bed, covered with a blanket, yet not lying down, gazing at her with a pair of innocent, doe-like eyes. What is it? Ning Jiaqi asked, softening her tone in response to Fu Qian's endearing demeanor. Fu Qian seriously lifted a corner of the blanket and patted the empty space beside him. The implication was unmistakable. Goodness, does he expect a warm companion for the bed? The inebriated Fu Qian truly is a beguiling enchantress, requiring company for both bathing and slumber. Is this truly acceptable? Chapter 181. More tragic than drunken revelry, the gentle sunlight filtered through the pristine curtains, casting a warm glow upon the spacious bed within the room. A slight commotion arose from the bed, as if a slumbering figure was stirring from their dreams. Fu Qian squinted against the brightness, feeling a throbbing ache in his head. He attempted to rub his temples, but soon realized that his right hand was pinned down by something. Turning his head, he was met with the serene profile of a girl lost in sleep. Her delicate features, long and graceful eyelashes, and soft pink lips, all exuding an ethereal beauty. Cascading waves of her long, curly hair draped over his chest, and a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafted into his senses. Unlike the nauseating perfumes worn by other women, this scent was uniquely hers, a refreshing and gentle aroma that instantly eased the tension in Fu Qian's heart. As he gazed at the girl nestled in his embrace, a flicker of confusion and curiosity crossed his eyes. What was the nature of their current situation? Fu Qian began to reflect upon the events of the previous evening. He recalled drinking excessively, but what had transpired afterward? A glance at their clothing revealed no signs of impropriety, and he exhaled in relief. Had he truly acted inappropriately? He could hardly face Ning Jiaqi if that were the case, especially since she regarded him as an elder. Fu Qian had become deeply enmeshed in this role he had taken on, convinced of his particular concern and care for Ning Jiaqi, merely because she referred to him as little uncle. Yet, he had never contemplated that Chu Jinghan addressed him in the same manner, and he had not shown her the same tenderness. It seemed that only Fu Qian and Ning Jiaqi found nothing amiss in their peculiar dynamic. A dull ache persisted in Fu Qian's head as he struggled to remember the subsequent events, when he noticed the girl's long, curled lashes fluttering slightly, as if she were on the verge of awakening. Indeed, she was as Ning Jiaqi rubbed her still drowsy eyes and opened them to behold his handsome face. She blinked, appearing somewhat dazed. Time seemed to stand still. Fu Qian remained silent, simply observing her. Ning Jiaqi, too, appeared lost in thought, neither of them breaking the stillness that enveloped the room, where the sound of their breathing echoed clearly. After a considerable pause, Ning Jiaqi placed her hands on the bed, propping herself up to look at Fu Qian. This movement allowed Fu Qian to finally free his right hand, which had grown numb. "Little uncle," she said earnestly, "promise me something, will you?" Her serious tone piqued Fu Qian's curiosity. "What is it? Please, do not drink to excess again, all right?" Ning Jiaqi implored. Her expression a mixture of concern and resignation, accompanied by a soft sigh. Did he truly have a poor tolerance for alcohol? Had he indeed been unruly last night? "Little uncle, you are not out of control." Ning Jiaqi seemed to comprehend the thoughts swirling in Fu Qian's mind, promptly dismissing the notion. "What is that?" Fu Qian raised an eyebrow, gazing at Ning Jiaqi. "It is a fate far more tragic than drunken revelry," Ning Jiaqi remarked, shaking her head. "Uncle, are you aware?" "I am not," Fu Qian replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Ning Jiaqi widened her eyes in disbelief. "I never claimed you knew. Of course you wouldn't. Please allow me to finish my thoughts, if you would." Chapter 182. Do you think you're being overly sensitive? Indeed, Fu Qian refrained from interrupting Ning Jiaqi, as he too was eager to uncover the events of the previous night. However, Ning Jiaqi was not one to divulge everything to Fu Qian. Some matters were best chosen with discretion. "Uncle, why are you so overly sensitive when you've had a drink?" Ning Jiaqi began her litany of grievances against Fu Qian. Overly sensitive? Fu Qian furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning of such a term. He was filled with questions but chose to remain silent, knowing that Ning Jiaqi would soon elaborate. "Needing someone to feed you a hangover soup, to wash you while you bathe, and to warm your bed while you sleep. Do you not think that is being overly sensitive?" Ning Jiaqi lay beside Fu Qian, recounting each complaint. As she spoke, Fu Qian's frown deepened, and his expression darkened. How could he have been so unaware of his own behavior while intoxicated? "You." Fu Qian gazed at Ning Jiaqi, grappling with questions yet hesitating to voice them. However, Ning Jiaqi quickly grasped his thoughts and responded, "Of course, uncle. Don't think I will bear the brunt of your sensitivity alone." From Ning Jiaqi's tone, though unspoken, Fu Qian comprehended that she had likely not participated in the intervening events. Thus, the initial moments remained a mystery to him, yet he felt assured that Ning Jiaqi would not refuse to engage in whatever followed. "Uncle, when you're drunk, you truly resemble a teasing little sprite," Ning Jiaqi boldly remarked. Yet Fu Qian felt a twinge of discomfort. Could the description of a teasing sprite truly apply to him? Certain details were omitted by Ning Jiaqi, such as how they ended up sharing the same bed. Ultimately, it was Fu Qian's stern declaration that if she did not accompany him to sleep, he would remain awake. How absurd, Ning Jiaqi thought to retort. Then you may as well sit up all night. Indeed, she acted on this thought, attempting to leave his room without acknowledging him. However, Fu Qian swiftly descended from the bed, hastening to her side and lifting her effortlessly onto the bed. Ning Jiaqi felt a twinge of concern. Fu Qian appeared docile while intoxicated, yet certain matters remained unpredictable. Nevertheless, her worries proved unfounded, as Fu Qian placed her gently on the bed, then moved to the opposite side, covering her with a blanket before lying down beside her. "Sleep now," he said, turning to face her and promptly closing his eyes, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Ning Jiaqi had intended to remain awake until he fell asleep, planning to slip away unnoticed, but to her surprise, Fu Qian's grip tightened around her wrist, rendering her unable to break free. Ning Jiaqi struggled for a considerable time, ultimately surrendering to her inability to continue. A wave of drowsiness enveloped her, leading her into slumber. Thus, they now find themselves lying together on the same bed, lacking any romantic inclinations towards one another. They do not perceive this scenario as awkward in the slightest. Chapter 183. Am I undeniably late now? Uncle, can you promise me? Ning Jiaqi asked earnestly. Fu Qian replied with a cold expression, acknowledging the request. Such an embarrassing incident was sufficient for one time. There would certainly not be a second occurrence. Satisfied with Fu Qian's agreement, Ning Jiaqi gracefully rolled out of bed, glancing down at her nightgown, which appeared to be entirely appropriate. Suddenly, An idea struck her, and with her back turned to Fu Qiyin, she remarked, "Next time Su-san dares to drag you out for drinks, you should just beat him up." Women change daily, yet he still has the audacity to speak of heartbreak. Fu Qiyin also rose from the bed, and upon hearing Ning Jiaqing's words, he couldn't help but nod slightly, finding her reasoning quite sound. "Are you quite familiar with Su-san?" Fu Qiyan inquired casually. The proverb stated that Su Shiqian's demeanor towards Ning Jiaqing was notably different, yet it was not of the nature one might presume. Fu Qiyan was certain of this. Moreover, considering Ning Jiaqing's earlier remarks, it was likely that she had not refrained from giving Su Shiqian a good thrashing on occasions. "He's all right," Ning Jiaqing replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Fu Qiyan chose not to press further, yet a thought began to form in his mind. "Wait, am I forgetting something?" Ning Jiaqing rubbed her disheveled hair, belatedly realizing that she seemed to have overlooked something significant. "What is it?" Fu Qiyan, now in his wardrobe, selecting attire for the day, took a moment to attend to her. "What time is it?" Ning Jiaqing asked with a serious expression. In Fu Qian's wardrobe, a watch was encased within a glass cabinet. He glanced at it. "It's 9:56. "Oh no, I actually forgot about work. Am I undeniably late?" Ning Jiaqing lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Beauty had indeed led her astray. Noticing Ning Jiaqing's distressed demeanor, Fu Qiyan contemplated that being late was merely a trivial matter, easily addressed by a few words. However, he refrained from saying anything, as Ning Jiaqing had not informed him of her employment at Yanjing Empire. If he were to bring it up himself, she might feel as though he was prying into her affairs, which would surely displease her. Thus, Fu Qiyan remained silent, instead stating nonchalantly, "Since you are already late, take your time." Ning Jiaqing glanced at Fu Qiyan, who was calmly selecting his clothes, feeling utterly helpless. "Uncle, you are the boss. It is fitting for you to say such things. I am merely a humble intern, and it is entirely inappropriate for me to say that, isn't it?" Despite her urgency, Ning Jiaqing hurried back to her room to change, determined to leave, but was firmly held back by Fu Qiyan for breakfast. He justified this by saying, "Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health. Since you reside here, I have the obligation to ensure your well-being." Ning Jiaqing found herself unable to refute Fu Qian's reasoning. He indeed made a valid point, did he not? By the time they finished breakfast, it was already 10:30, and Ning Jiaqing felt utterly despondent. Having arrived so late, it might have been better to take a day off altogether. Yet, as a mere intern, how could she dare to request a leave of absence so soon after starting her job? Ning Jiaqi sat in her exclusive vehicle, contemplating what excuse she could conjure to justify her tardiness today. Suddenly, a line of poetry flitted through her mind, resonating profoundly with her situation. Chapter 184. Speaking nonsense with utter seriousness, a verse unexpectedly sprang to Ning Jiaqian's mind, aptly reflecting her current predicament. "The bitter days are fleeting, and henceforth the sovereign shall not rise early." Indeed, beauty can lead one astray. Could she truly afford to be late today? It was simply too much, was it not? By the time Ning Jiaqian arrived at the office, it was already 11 o'clock. Nevertheless, she quietly clocked in and made her way to her desk. Upon settling in, she sensed the expressions of Su Tiantian and Wu Yang were somewhat gleeful, though they refrained from any overt provocation. It seemed they had learned their lesson from yesterday, exercising a modicum of restraint today. However, their delight in Ning Jiaqian's misfortune was palpable. After all, she had brought this upon herself, leaving them with little to do. Thus, the more they contemplated this, the less regard they held for her. The manager instructed her to visit her office. Meng Sun conveyed the message earnestly, a bemused smile crossing his face as he asked, "Jiaqian, did you oversleep today?" Ning Jiaqian shrugged, a look of helplessness etched across her features. But she offered no further explanation. Instead, she placed her bag down and rose to head to the manager's private office. Once she departed, the remaining staff began to chatter. "This in turn is utterly restless. She argued yesterday and now arrives late today. How can someone who disregards workplace discipline expect to remain here?" It was evident that merit alone would not suffice. Success in interviews and exams did not grant one the freedom to act with impunity. Indeed, the atmosphere in the office had shifted It seemed many held unfavorable opinions of Ning Jiaqi. Some relished in her plight, while others frowned in disapproval. And there were those who dismissed the situation altogether. The interns displayed a spectrum of expressions and emotions. Ning Jiaqi knocked on the manager's office door, and upon hearing Sally's invitation to enter, she stepped inside. "Manager, I hear you were looking for me?" she inquired. "Please, have a seat," Sally replied courteously. Ning Jiaqi sat down with a sense of trepidation. Ordinarily, the manager would not summon her without reason, and this sudden request could only pertain to her tardiness. As anticipated, Sally turned the digital clock on her desk towards Ning Jiaqi and asked, "Can you tell me what time it is now?" With a glance, Ning Jiaqi responded meekly, "It's 11:06. You are aware that it is 11:06? Sally's tone rose in exasperation. "You were quite adamant about punctuality yesterday, yet today you solidify your own contradiction. Are you arriving at this hour, just in time for lunch?" Sally was truly at her wits' end with Ning Jiaqi. "Last night, I was diligently compiling data for a market research project. I worked late into the night and, in my exhaustion, neglected to set my alarm before drifting off to sleep, resulting in a rather splendid oversleep." Ning Jiaqi, with an air of earnestness, uttered a fib, proclaiming, "Manager, I assure you it will not happen again. Regardless of how rushed the work may be, I shall never be late." To this, Sally cast a glance at Ning Jiaqi and retorted, "And what about the data?" Chapter 185. Fearless of your scrutiny, Sally, uncharacteristically, refrained from reprimanding Ning Jiaqi for her supposed fabrications. Instead, she requested that Ning present the materials. "Manager, would you like to see them? I can fetch them for you," Ning asserted confidently, for she indeed possessed a substantial stack of documents, undaunted by the possibility of inspection. "Is that so? Let me see," Sally replied. "Shouldn't there be a modicum of trust between individuals?" Ning stood up and added before exiting. Sally remained silent, yet pondered the credibility of Ning's earlier remarks. How could she extend trust to someone whose words seemed dubious? As Ning emerged from Sally's office, her expression was inscrutable, drawing the attention of many. Curiosity abounded among her colleagues, eager to discern whether Ning had been chastised or faced some other fate. Particularly, Su Tian and Wu Yang reveled in the spectacle, their intrigue palpable. Ignoring their gaze, Ning clutched her notebook and re-entered the manager's office. Her actions puzzled onlookers, leaving them to speculate the intent behind her return. Was she seeking private guidance from the manager? The mere thought ignited a flicker of envy in Su Tian and others, who questioned why Ning seemed to reap all the benefits without consequence, even after arriving late. A quiet resentment began to simmer in the hearts of some. Had Sally not been a woman, many would have hastily concluded that Ning had succumbed to unspoken rules. People often resort to their basest instincts to interpret the intentions of others, fabricating narratives that align with their biases. Such absurdity was almost laughable. Ning opened the folder she had meticulously prepared before leaving work the previous day, her eyes glimmering with cunning as she noted that every document's modification date remained set to before 6 o'clock yesterday. With a sly smile, she opened each file and saved them anew, thus changing the last modified timestamp to the present, effectively concealing the original dates. Sally, unaware of Ning's subtle maneuvering, perceived her calm demeanor as indicative of genuine preparedness. Ning positioned her laptop to face Sally, awaiting the evaluation of her work. Upon inspecting the documents, Sally's eyes widened in surprise. Ning had indeed compiled thorough and well-organized materials. Sally couldn't help but silently commend Ning for the clarity of her data organization, particularly a market analysis that was impressively detailed. Sally recalled the events of the final round during the recruitment process, particularly the materials provided to Ning Jiaqi, which were remarkably well-marked and annotated. It was evident from any angle that this young woman had devoted considerable effort to her work. "Did you truly organize all of this last night?" Sally could not help but inquire once more. For the case of Chunjia apparel was one that Ning Jiaqi had only just taken on yesterday, making it improbable that the materials could have been prepared in advance. Chapter 186. What on earth is forgive and forget? Ning Jiaqi nodded nonchalantly, her composure unwavering. Otherwise, Could she claim she was lulled into slumber by the warmth of a tender embrace, forgetting to awaken? If she were to express such a notion, Sally might indeed be taken aback. Would it send a shiver down her spine if Ning Jiaqi proclaimed she had slept with their esteemed boss? The materials were well organized. What about the proposal? Sally looked up at Ning Jiaqi, offering her a nod of affirmation before inquiring further. Ning Jiaqi widened her eyes, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "I've already burned the midnight oil to finish the materials. How can I possibly dare to draft a proposal? If you expect to see me today, that's a tall order." The sincerity in her words was so striking that she almost convinced herself of their truth. Sally was at a loss for words, as Ning Jiaqi's argument seemed surprisingly sound. Regaining her composure, Sally adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "While it is true that work obligations are paramount, company policies are immutable. No one is exempt from adherence." And so, Ning Jiaqi raised her gaze to Sally, her silence betraying a clear curiosity. "As long as your proposal successfully secures this case, I will overlook today's tardiness," Sally stated earnestly, her eyes fixed on Ning Jiaqi. Ning Jiaqi rolled her eyes inwardly. What happened to the steadfast adherence to company policies? What the principles that guided them? What nonsense was this forgive and forget? Yet, Ning Jiaqi's demeanor was emblematic of someone who, having gained an advantage, feigned innocence. Securing the Chunjia peril case was a goal she was determined to achieve, with or without Sally's prompting. Thus, Sally's words not only enabled Ning Jiaqi to reach her predetermined objective, but also allowed her to erase the blemish of her tardiness during her internship. Indeed, it seemed Ning Jiaqi had come out ahead. "Thank you, manager. I will strive to do my best," Ning Jiaqi said earnestly to Sally. "Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me," Sally replied, closing her laptop and handing it to Ning Jiaqi as she looked up. Sally held considerable faith in Ning Jiaqi, recognizing her exceptional performance from every angle. Despite the recent challenges, these minor issues did little to tarnish Sally's positive regard for her. Compared to her peers, Ning Jiaqi's calm demeanor stood out remarkably among the cohort of interns. Ning Jiaqi nodded, signaling her understanding, then declared, "I shall take my leave now." Sally waved her off, but not before reiterating, "Please ensure the proposal is ready promptly. I will accompany you for the discussions." "Certainly." Ning Jiaqi's lips curled into a subtle smile. She certainly needed to expedite her efforts, having wrested this case from Liu Yufei. Stepping out of Sally's office and returning to her workspace, she sensed that, over the past couple of days, many eyes and much attention had converged upon her. It seemed prudent to adopt a more low-key approach henceforth, to avoid inadvertently provoking any unnecessary disputes. Chapter 187. Where there is gossip, there you are. Has the manager reprimanded you? As Ning Jiaqi settled in, Meng Sun leaned in with curiosity. "Yes," Ning Jiaqi nodded, her visage reflecting a profound sadness as she recounted. "The manager stated that company policies are immutable and no one is permitted to contravene them. Otherwise." Her words trailed off, leaving ample room for speculation. Given her hesitation, it was evident that the manager's reprimand had left her feeling disheartened, unwilling to divulge further details. Meng Sun, sensing her discomfort, refrained from probing further and offered a comforting remark. "It's all right. Everyone has been late at some point. Just ensure it doesn't happen again." Ning Jiaqi nodded in agreement before her gaze involuntarily drifted over Meng Sun, realizing he was the very person her uncle favored. To be candid, after more than 2 weeks of acquaintance, she found Meng Sun to be a spirited and cheerful individual, possessing a sweet disposition and a commendable work ethic. He was evidently cherished and well cared for by the senior staff in the office. Such a person seemed indeed worthy of her uncle. Had it not been for Tang Yunqin's revelation, she would have remained oblivious to this matter. Oh, the fervor of her inner romantic stirred with fervent intensity. "Uncle, even if the world fails to recognize you, I shall not cast judgment. Pursue your true love with courage." If Fu Qian were aware of Ning Jiaqi's thoughts, his expression would likely darken to a shade rivaling that of Judge Bao. Ding dong. The notification sound of WeChat echoed. Ning Jiaqi glanced at her phone. It was a greeting from Tang Yunqin, president of the Gossip Association. "Hey girl, I heard you arrived at work at 11:30 today. Ning Marin, how did you know? Wide-eyed president of the Gossip Association. How is it that you are so remarkable? Did you come merely for lunch? Ning Marin, indeed. Isn't the company's lunch complimentary? One must seize the opportunity. Shy, president of the Gossip Association. Worship. By the way, I heard you were summoned to the manager's office for a lecture. After you left, many were abuzz with speculation. Ning Marin, president. Wherever there is gossip, there you are. President of the Gossip Association. Otherwise, it would be quite unbecoming of the honorific title you have bestowed upon me. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Tang Yanqin was quite amusing. Living up to his title as the president of the Gossip Association, well-versed in every tidbit of information, she revisited the earlier message from Tang Yanqin, realizing that after her brief visit to the manager's office, her peers were already discussing her behind her back. It was rather exasperating. Without needing to inquire, she understood precisely what they were gossiping about. However, Ning Jiaqi remained unfazed. If all proceeded smoothly, she could complete her objectives during the 3-month internship, and thus, everyone could remain blissfully unaware. Ning Marin, president, allow me to treat you to lunch. President of the Gossip Association, my appearance fee is rather steep. Do tell. What shall you treat me to? And I shall contemplate it further. Cool, Ning Marin, a high-end buffet. What does that sound? Raised eyebrow, president of the Gossip Association. All right. Ning Marin, it's a promise. You must not stand me up. We will discuss the specifics after work. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Ning Jiaqi's eyes. Tang Yanqin didn't even inquire about where she would be dining at the buffet. She hoped that when he eventually learned the truth, he wouldn't be reduced to tears. Chapter 188. A failed scheme after responding to Tang Yanqin's WeChat message. Ning Jiaqi set her phone aside and opened the company computer, transferring the meticulously organized materials she had prepared. Perhaps sensing that Ning Jiaqi had just been reprimanded by the manager, no one sought to trouble her further, allowing her to relish a moment of peace as she focused intently on crafting her proposal. Upon completing a small segment of her plan, she stretched languidly and glanced at the time. It was precisely noon. Jiaqi, would you care to join us for lunch? Meng Sun extended an invitation to Ning Jiaqi. Why is she being invited? Su Tiantian was the first to voice her discontent with Ning Jiaqi. Had it not been for her, how could she have faced salary deductions and lost benefits? Su Tiantian, however, failed to recognize that she had instigated the trouble herself, ultimately resulting in her own loss. Yet, she chose to shift the blame entirely onto Ning Jiaqi, growing increasingly irritated with her. Observing the current situation, Su Tiantian noted that Ning Jiaqi had the audacity to arrive late to work. It was truly self-sabotage, and such a person was no longer a viable competitor in her eyes. Therefore, while Su Tiantian found Ning Jiaqi displeasing, she resolved not to expend energy on undermining her. Su Tiantian, why are you targeting Jiaqi? Meng Sun frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Su Tiantian's remarks. It was you who clung to Jiaqi over the previous matter. She didn't seek trouble with you, so get your facts straight. As an outsider, Meng Sun perceived the situation clearly and harbored dissatisfaction, even disdain, for Su Tiantian's conduct. True competition should be honorable, not fraught with underhanded tactics and petty schemes, which were indeed distasteful. A bunch of miscreants. I can't be bothered with you, Su Tiantian retorted, turning to Wu Yang. Let us go eat together. Wu Yang found himself in a predicament similar to Su Tiantian's, though marginally better. Clearly, both sought the same objectives, and in certain aspects, they shared an undeniable commonality, as they were competing against the same adversaries, were they not? Wu Yang and Su Tiantian departed the office first, prompting Ning Jiaqi to shrug. There is no need for you to speak up for me. It only invites resentment. Regardless of whether these words are spoken, they will seek opportunities to undermine us. So it hardly matters. Meng Sun chuckled nonchalantly. Then let us go eat together, the three of us. No, you go ahead. I have a prior engagement. Ning Jiaqi waved her hand politely in refusal. All right then, we'll take our leave. Given Ning Jiaqi's prior commitment, Meng Sun and his companions naturally chose not to intrude. Seated in her chair, Ning Jiaqi watched as Meng Sun and Meng Yinluo departed together. Meng Yinluo remained as aloof as ever, having scarcely exchanged a word with her apart from fleeting glances. However, Ning Jiaqi was acutely aware that every time Meng Yinluo cast her gaze upon her, it was invariably laced with a subtle, almost imperceptible provocation. When confronted with identical tasks, Meng Yinluo consistently strived to outperform her, deriving satisfaction only from her superior achievements. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but ponder whether Meng Yinluo's relentless pursuit of comparison was excessively taxing. What merit was there in such rivalry? Chapter 189. Do you take me for a newcomer? Meng Sun, it seems, is quite a decent person, with a clear sense of right and wrong. Moreover, he appears to possess the qualities of a warm-hearted individual. Each time something arises, he shows genuine concern and inquires thoughtfully. He knows precisely when to speak and when to remain silent, as well as which words to utter and which to withhold. Indeed, one cannot help but commend him as the charming lover of my uncle. His striking appearance and emotional intelligence make him a perfect match for my uncle. Wouldn't you agree? While Ning Jiaqi was contemplating her thoughts regarding Meng Sun, a phone call abruptly pulled her back to reality. A glance at her screen revealed the caller to be the president of the Gossip Association. "President, I'll be there shortly," Ning Jiaqi responded as she shut down her computer and grabbed her bag, making her way to the elevator. "No need to drive. It's just a short distance," she added, hearing Tang Yinxin questioning why they weren't heading to the underground parking lot instead of waiting at the entrance. "Don't ask so many questions. Since I promised to treat you to an upscale buffet, would I really go back on my word?" Ning Jiaqi feigned annoyance, instructing, "Just wait at the company's main entrance." With that, Tang Yinxin had no choice but to comply and wait as instructed. Curiosity gnawed at him. What kind of upscale buffet could Ning Jiaqi be referring to? There were indeed several fine establishments around their company. Was she genuinely treating him, or was it merely a ploy for him to pick up the tab? "President, what are you pondering?" A sudden pat on his shoulder startled Tang Yinxin, and he turned to find Ning Jiaqi standing beside him. "I was wondering if you were treating while I paid the bill," he candidly voiced his thoughts. "Of course not," Ning Jiaqi replied without hesitation, raising an eyebrow. "Do I strike you as that kind of person? Please trust in my integrity." "And where shall we dine?" Tang Yinxin inquired. His curiosity piqued. "That's an excellent question," she replied, adopting an air of mystery. "However, I shan't reveal it just yet. Otherwise, there would be no anticipation, would there?" Tang Yinxin chuckled at her clever twist, deciding against further inquiries. He was eager to see just how much anticipation Ning Jiaqi could conjure. Unbeknownst to them, their animated conversation, with a company executive no less, was quite conspicuous at the entrance. Both had momentarily forgotten their surroundings, feeling at ease in each other's company, untroubled by the opinions of others. "Is this the place you mean?" Tang Yinxin asked incredulously, pointing at the large four-story restaurant behind the Yanjing Empire building. "Are you familiar with it?" Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow in response. "Is that even question? This is the company cafeteria. Do you take me for a newcomer?" Tang Yinxin, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Wow." Yet Ning Jiaqi wore an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "President, you claim to have such a high quality of life. Yet you are aware that our company's cafeteria is located here?" Tang Yinxin, already exasperated, inquired, "Is there an inevitable and direct correlation between high living standards and my knowledge of the cafeteria's location?" Chapter 190. The transition is quite smooth. A high quality of life signifies that one enjoys good food. Hence, there is no reason to frequent this place. Ning Jiaqi earnestly elucidated. Tang Yinxin had to admit that Ning Jiaqi's explanation held merit. There was indeed some truth to her words. However, although he had never dined here, he was aware that this establishment served as the company's cafeteria. Tang Yinxin emphasized this point and then countered with a question. "A high-end buffet? Here?" Ning Jiaqi nodded in agreement without a moment's pause. Tang Yinxin couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. When did this place start offering a buffet? Was his information perhaps incomplete? Tentatively, he followed Ning Jiaqi inside, curious to discover what this high-end buffet entailed. Ning Jiaqi led Tang Yinxin to an expansive four-story employee cafeteria located behind the Yanjing Empire building. Each floor offered a different cuisine, The first floor featured noodles. The second offered rice dishes. The third was dedicated to hot pot, and the fourth was a Western restaurant. Typically, meals on the first and second floors were complimentary for employees. The hot pot on the third floor was reserved for departmental gatherings, which required approval from department managers, limited to once a month. Meanwhile, the fourth floor's Western restaurant was accessible only to those at the managerial level or above. It was evident that there were disparities in rank and, consequently, in treatment. Yet, when it came to food, one could not dismiss the fact that the noodles and rice dishes on the first and second floors appeared quite unremarkable. However, unbeknownst to many, Fu Qian had hired a 5-star chef, and the culinary creations were nothing short of exquisite. Not to mention, these delightful meals were provided free of charge to employees. Naturally, the allure of free and delicious food attracted numerous patrons, and thankfully, the cafeteria was spacious enough to accommodate thousands. Otherwise, it would have been overcrowded long ago. Ning Jiaqi took Tang Yunqin to the second floor. One must acknowledge that Tang Yunqin was indeed a significant figure within the company. His prominence stemmed not only from his esteemed reputation in the industry or his position within the company, but also from his close relationship with their boss, making his standing undeniably formidable. Thus, it was quite a sight to see Tang Yunqin, who had never before graced the employee cafeteria, accompanied by a woman whose department remained a mystery. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers, eager to unravel the gossip surrounding this unusual occurrence. As employees collected their food, upon spotting Tang Yunqin, they greeted him with a quick hello, Consultant Tang, and promptly abandoned their plates to scurry towards any available seats. Ning Jiaqi cast a slightly disdainful glance at Tang Yunqin. "What's the matter?" Tang Yunqin furrowed his brow, perplexed by Ning Jiaqi's sudden expression of disdain. "Are you a virus? People see you and scatter like frightened mice. Please refer to it as an aura, if you will," Tang Yunqin replied, his expression serious as he corrected Ning Jiaqi's terminology. "Goodness, it's just a meal, yet it feels akin to a leadership inspection, scaring everyone half to death." Ning Jiaqi cast a cursory glance, observing how everyone was meticulously organized, rendering her hesitant to speak, yet her eyes involuntarily strayed towards them. "What business is it of mine if they harbor secrets?" Tang Yunqi tilted his head back, exuding an air of arrogance, even humming a few notes in defiance. Ning Jiaqi regarded Tang Yunqin, who from the moment he entered had swiftly transitioned into a serious demeanor, his face devoid of mirth, speaking with utmost gravity, maintaining an expression of sternness and furrowing his brow. He seamlessly oscillated between the roles of a jester and a serious individual. Chapter 191. The prefix is impressive. Let us not divert the topic. Tang Yunqin suddenly recalled the question he had forgotten to ask. "I am not changing the subject." Ning Jiaqi innocently touched her nose and replied, "Should you properly explain to me where the upscale buffet is? Do not underestimate this employee cafeteria. Its prefix is indeed remarkable." Ning Jiaqi spoke with an air of expertise, seemingly embellishing her words. "What is this prefix?" Tang Yunqin pondered, momentarily perplexed. "I know you do not understand." Ning Jiaqi nodded knowingly, exuding an aura of superiority. "The prefix, of course, refers to the Yanjing Empire. Tell me, isn't that prefix impressive? Upscale, isn't it?" She spoke with such conviction that it left him momentarily speechless. "As for the buffet, isn't it obvious? Self-service for food and drink." Ning Jiaqi clarified the definition of this upscale buffet for Tang Yunqin. Tang Yunqin found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl certainly had a vivid imagination. Eating in the employee cafeteria was just that, eating in the employee cafeteria, yet she insisted on calling it an upscale buffet. "Indeed, one cannot trust your character," he sighed, shaking his head as he moved past Ning Jiaqi to begin selecting his dishes, preparing to enjoy this uniquely styled buffet. "Do not speak like that. I did not deceive you, did I?" Ning Jiaqi replied, while filling her plate with her favorite dishes. "As long as you can refute something I just said, I shall concede." Tang Yunqin glanced back at her, gave a soft snort, and turned to find a seat. Ning Jiaqi took her time, selecting her preferred dishes before sitting across from him. Although the atmosphere had been rather quiet moments ago, their conversation revealed snippets of phrases like "do not change the subject," and one cannot trust character, leading those nearby to conjure their own interpretations of the scenario. Since Tang Yanqin and Ning Jiaqi were seated in a corner with several empty tables around them, they felt no need to be discreet in their conversation. "How bold of you to invite me here for a meal." Tang Yanqin looked up at Ning Jiaqi and remarked, "Are you not afraid of inciting public outrage?" "Why would that incite public outrage? It's merely a meal together." Ning Jiaqi appeared unconcerned about such matters. "When you first joined the company, didn't T. Xiao Hai tell you to work with low profile, yet live with high profile?" Tang Yanqin asked with amusement. "Xiao Hai, the HR manager?" Ning Jiaqi paused, realizing who he was referencing, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Haven't I been quite high profile these past few days? It doesn't matter. I plan to live high profile and work low profile." "Huh. I can already imagine the gossip that will circulate about a mere intern trying to seduce a senior executive. What do you think?" Tang Yanqin observed her with an amused expression. Ning Jiaqi lazily lifted her gaze to glance at Tang Yanqin, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she deliberately remarked, "Then shall we solidify this matter? The heroine, I have erred. I have overthought things. Let us forego any formalities, for you surely remain indifferent to such idle gossip." Although their acquaintance was still recent, Tang Yanqin had gleaned some insight into Ning Jiaqi's character. Since she dared to invite Tang Yanqin to the staff cafeteria for a meal, she truly had no fear of what others might say because... Chapter 192. Do you truly have no thoughts at all? After all, none of it is real. Even if the rumors spread like wildfire, such fabrications will inevitably collapse under scrutiny. Furthermore, some individuals firmly believe that a pure friendship between a man and a woman is impossible, so when they observe a close relationship, they assume there must be something more intimate involved. If they were to act covertly, it would only serve to confirm such suspicions. However, their current openness, simply sharing a meal and conversation, should dispel any unfounded gossip. If the public can conjure scandal from this, imagine the uproar should they secretly dine together and be seen. Regardless, Ning Jiaqi stands firm, unafraid of shadows cast by others. Let them speak as they will. Her conscience remains clear. Ning Jiaqi regards such matters with indifference, as long as her boundaries are not crossed. Yet, should anyone seek to provoke her without cause, they would meet the same fate as Su Tiantian that day. She would ensure they face consequences. Moreover, should any rumors arise, Tang Yanqin would certainly not remain passive. In essence, there is little to be concerned about. By the way, what do you think of President Fu's little lover? After taking a bite of his dish, Tang Yanqin inquired. The person is quite admirable, possessing a strong sense of justice. Ning Jiaqi paused momentarily. With whom? Tang Yanqin queried, perplexed by her sudden interruption. No, I meant she seems quite well matched with Fu Qiyin, Ning Jiaqi asserted earnestly. Who would have thought that the perennial bachelor would jump into such a significant relationship once he settled down? Tang Yanqin mused, I must admit, I've been waiting for a long time to find an opportunity to tease his partner, yet I've never had the chance. Upon hearing Tang Yanqin's words, Ning Jiaqi raised an eyebrow, realizing that this individual often neglects serious matters in favor of such antics. Wasn't he supposed to be a cool, elite lawyer? The tone seems to have shifted rather dramatically. To be candid, when he was with that previous partner, there appeared to be no notable changes. He didn't seem particularly protective or affectionate. Tang Yanqin added with seriousness, yet this time, he has gone so far as to intervene in personnel recruitment just to bring his little lover into the company. Such behavior has never occurred before. It's utterly unprecedented. So, what does that imply? I merely wish to witness what intriguing developments may unfold on that stoic face of his. Stoic? Ning Jiaqi reminisced about Fu Qiyin before her. He hardly appeared to exhibit such a demeanor, and surely he had emotional fluctuations. Could it be that Tang Yanqin has only ever encountered a fade of Fu Qiyin? Ning Jiaqi raised her brow, unsure of Tang Yanqin's intentions. What do you think would compel him to feel aggrieved enough to confide in Fu Qiyin? Do you truly lack any thoughts on the matter? What was with all that fervent certainty earlier? Ning Jiaqi cast a bemused glance at Tang Yanqin. One must first assert their intentions. The ideas will come in due time. Tang Yanqin spoke somewhat sheepishly, Isn't this a deliberate attempt to enlist your assistance? Should I express my gratitude for your esteemed consideration? Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle as she replied, I can assist you in gauging that person's emotions. But the course of action remains your responsibility. Do you understand? Chapter 193. Indeed, it is all just a scheme. Tang Yin nodded, his expression suggesting he had grasped the situation, yet he promptly inquired, what should we do? Is this really the best approach? Naturally, one must wait for the opportune moment, perhaps to create a slight obstacle in their work. Ning Jiaqi shrugged, casually asserting, what else can be done? As a senior executive in your company, would it be proper for you to deliberately cause trouble for someone elsewhere? That would appear rather intentional. Tang Yin nodded, finding Ning Jiaqi's analysis quite reasonable, and humbly asked, what specifically? I must say, President, apart from gossiping, it seems you have acquired little else, Ning Jiaqi teased. My apologies. Tang Yin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, adopting a proud demeanor as he replied earnestly, without any modesty. I can confidently say my legal skills are maxed out. Now that was indeed boastful. Ning Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle, raising her hands in exasperation. But what good does that do? Her tone, laced with disdain, made Tang Yin question his life choices. Was this skill truly so trivial? Let me tell you, I reviewed our company's operational procedures. Any contracts resulting from the marketing department's negotiations must be vetted by the legal department. So, creating a minor inconvenience for you should be quite simple. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed chosen the right ally in Ning Jiaqi. It seems you have considerable experience in bullying others. He jested. Normally, bullying is merely a fundamental skill. Mind you, Ning Jiaqi retorted, unwilling to let Tang Yun gain the upper hand verbally. If you cannot do it yourself, refrain from claiming others are exceptionally skilled, all right? Are you implying I am being criticized? Tang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, arms crossed beneath his chin as he regarded Ning Jiaqi. What? Do you wish to engage me in a debate? Do not presume that having maxed out lawyer skills guarantees victory in such discussions, Ning Jiaqi replied confidently, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Tang Yin found her argument quite persuasive, as Ning Jiaqi often possessed a knack for combining logic with unexpected twists. Indeed, when it came to presenting flawed reasoning, Ning Jiaqi held an undeniable advantage. Her words, though clearly flawed, resonated with a peculiar sense of logic that rendered them irrefutable. It was undoubtedly a web of schemes. Ultimately, Tang Yun's proposed debate fizzled out. Ning Jiaqi sighed in relief, for she had merely been posturing. Were it to come to a verbal contest, the outcome remained uncertain for either party. At present, all seemed splendid. One inadvertently cultivates an impressive persona, truly moved to tears by one's own cleverness. It must be said that Ning Jiaqi and Tang Yun are indeed kindred spirits, their energies harmoniously aligned. The ambience throughout their meal was nothing short of idyllic. Yet, in the brief span of that lunch, whispers regarding the profound connection between Ning Jiaqi and Tang Yun, or perhaps even a romantic involvement, began to circulate throughout the company. Chapter 194. Seeking attention upon returning to the office after the midday break, Qin Zheng found the secretaries huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a discussion. He could faintly overhear them talking about Miss Ning and Tang Yunqin having lunch together at the staff cafeteria, which sent a jolt of surprise through him. What was this? Was Miss Ning and Mr. Tang involved romantically? It was merely a lunch break, yet it felt as if something extraordinary had transpired. Miss Ning was to be his future boss's wife. How could he allow someone else to swoop in at such a crucial moment? This matter certainly warranted reporting to his boss. As an assistant, he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, constantly worrying about everything. Qin Zheng approached the door to the president's office and knocked before entering. Fu Qian merely glanced up at him before returning to his work, seemingly indifferent to Qin Zheng's presence and whatever matters he might bring. Qin Zheng felt utterly exhausted. He was tirelessly concerned about someone pursuing a romantic interest, yet that someone couldn't spare him even a modicum of attention. Was that too much to ask? Naturally, such thoughts were merely wishful, as he knew they were unlikely to materialize. Sir, there's a pressing matter that I believe warrants your attention, Qin Zheng stated, his tone serious. However, Fu Qiyin continued to ignore him, fully engrossed in reviewing documents. Could you please lend me a moment of your focus? Qin Zheng implored, a hint of desperation in his voice. Aren't you even curious about what this urgent matter could be? Still, Fu Qiyin remained unresponsive, confident that Qin Zheng would relay his message in due course, especially since it was of an urgent nature. After all, if he didn't ask, there was no need to expend the effort to inquire further. Indulging Qin Zheng would only serve to inflate his pride, and that was undesirable. A glint of cunning flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes as he mischievously remarked, "Well, it may not be all that urgent. For you, sir, matters outside of the company probably aren't pressing, are they?" With that, he turned to leave, but as he did, he deliberately murmured just loud enough for Fu Qiyin to hear, "As for Miss Ning, surely that isn't an urgent matter, right?" "Stop." Hearing Fu Qian's command, Qin Zheng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. How could Fu Qiyin claim to be indifferent toward Miss Ning? The mere mention of her name shifted his demeanor entirely. Suppressing his amusement, Qin Zheng composed himself and turned back to Fu Qiyin, adopting a serious expression. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" "What about that girl?" Fu Qiyin inquired, having set aside his documents and fixed his gaze on Qin Zheng. The abrupt change in tone was astonishing. Was it truly just because he had mentioned one name? Qin Zheng anticipated that Fu Qiyin would soon remind him of his elder status, urging him to take care of a younger generation. The thought made him want to exclaim in frustration, "I just overheard the secretaries outside discussing that Miss Ning had lunch with the esteemed Mr. Tang in the staff cafeteria, suggesting a close relationship between them." As Qin Zheng spoke, he couldn't help but observe Fu Qian's expression. I noticed Fu Qian's brows furrowed slightly, indicating a semblance of displeasure. What is their relationship? Chapter 195. Are you threatening me? Qin Zheng widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at himself incredulously as he spoke. "Young Master D, are you truly inquiring of me? How could I possibly know the nature of the relationship between Miss Ning and the esteemed Attorney Tang? I only overheard their discussion moments ago." He presented a face of innocence, akin to a gossip-monger who is privy to all secrets. What could she possibly know? She had only just joined the company a few days prior. How could she have become acquainted with Tang Yanqin? Fu Qian's expression darkened, his displeasure evident as he commanded, "Call Tang Yanqin up." "Yes." Qin Zheng nodded, hastily departing to summon Tang Yanqin. Observing Fu Qian's demeanor, it was clear he was envious. His countenance was dark, prompting Qin Zheng to imagine a little drama unfolding in his mind. Young Master D, in all his pride and obstinacy, was undoubtedly displeased that Miss Ning had chosen to dine with another man rather than with him, stirring up a storm of discontent within his heart. "What brings you here? You actually sought me out?" Tang Yanqin casually took a seat opposite Fu Qiyin in his office. Qin Zheng followed him in, equally curious about the true nature of the relationship between the esteemed Attorney Tang and Miss Ning. Primarily, he was eager to discern how young Master D would interrogate him. "You certainly uphold your word." Fu Qiyin snorted coldly, his tone laden with ambiguity. "What?" Tang Yanqin was taken aback by Fu Qian's cryptic remark. Seeing that Fu Qiyin offered no clarification, Qin Zheng felt compelled to interject. "Attorney Tang, young Master D is referring to the threats you made regarding his beloved." "How did you come to know that?" Tang Yanqin leaped to his feet, astonished. He had only just conspired with Jiaqi over lunch on how to tease Fu Qian's beloved, and now it seemed the secret was out. Upon hearing Tang Yanqin's reaction, Fu Qiyin assumed he was tacitly confirming the matter, his expression growing increasingly frigid. He found it curious that he had misjudged the gender of that person previously, and now it appeared they had already formed an attachment. He had underestimated this fool. Had Tang Yanqin known that in Fu Qian's eyes he was merely a fool, he would surely have wept in despair. As he observed Fu Qian's suddenly cold demeanor, Tang Yanqin became further convinced that Fu Qiyin was indeed aware of everything. So, his beloved was his Achilles heel? He had previously stated that should he inadvertently tease that individual, Fu Qiyin would not seek revenge. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, such assurances seemed entirely hollow. The intensity of Fu Qian's gaze suggested he was ready to strike. "Should I hear such things again? Prepare yourself." "Wait a moment." Tang Yanqin raised his hand in a gesture to pause. "Say, Mr. Fu, are you implying that you're threatening me?" Umph. Fu Qian let out a haughty snort, which could be considered a response. I inquired, Lei Yin, are you serious? And about that person, are you truly earnest? Your threats are very much serious. I understood, and I shall restrain myself. Tang Yunqin acknowledged this. Observing Fu Qian's earnest demeanor, he decided to abandon his tricks, lest they inadvertently escalate into an unpleasant situation. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng listened to this conversation, finding it increasingly peculiar. Nothing substantial had been mentioned. It seemed they had concluded their discussion. Were they genuinely conversing about the same matter? Chapter 196, however, I dare not. After Tang Yunqin emerged from Fu Qian's office, he placed a call to Ning Jiaqi. At that moment, she had just settled herself at her desk. Acutely aware of the fervent glances directed her way by her colleagues upon returning from lunch, their gazes imbued with curiosity and scrutiny. Ning Jiaqi was well aware of the reason behind their interest, yet their hesitant demeanor, unsure whether to approach her, struck her as rather amusing. Finally, someone mustered the courage to approach and inquired, but before the question could be completed, Ning Jiaqi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Tang Yunqin, and felt a twinge of curiosity. They had only just parted ways. What could he possibly want? As her phone lay tucked away in her pocket, she alone could see the contact's name and quickly answered. What is up? Did you miss me already? Ning Jiaqi propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head casually as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, her colleagues instantly deduced the identity of the caller, and a hush fell over the office. However, her voice was not loud enough to betray much of the conversation. What? Tang Yunqin revealed to her that, despite having done nothing, Fu Qian was already aware and had threatened him to expect consequences if he dared to act recklessly. How did this information circulate? Ning Jiaqi pondered, intrigued by the gravity of the situation. Is it truly that serious? Her head still tilted, she inadvertently cast a glance at Meng Sun, her eyes sweeping over him as if in casual observation. Well, it's not easy to find someone you like, is it? Amused, she listened as Tang Yunqin lamented on the other end of the line, expressing his frustration that despite having merely discussed their plans in detail, they were abruptly halted. What nonsense was this? He continued to bemoan Fu Qian's fickleness, lamenting that he had been assured that there would be no repercussions for teasing his beloved. Just as he had begun to entertain such a notion, it was swiftly quashed, leading Tang Yunqin to conclude that Fu Qian was indeed quite serious about his affections. Complaining is of no use. If you have the ability, then act. Ning Jiaqi encouraged him. From the other end came Tang Yunqin's pitiful response, but I dare not. Damn it. Just moments ago, he had spoken with such conviction, and now he confessed to being afraid. Was he truly jesting? Let us discuss this another time. Goodbye. Ning Jiaqi ended the call and turned her attention to the colleague who had been about to speak, innocently asking, Oh, by the way, what were you going to ask me? Nothing, the colleague replied with a smile, quickly shaking his head. I already know the answer to my question. No need for you to say anything. Some questions no longer require such clarity. The recent phone call, along with Ning Jiaqi's tone of voice, was so familiar that it unequivocally solidified their relationship. Moreover, the way Ning Jiaqi spoke clearly indicated that Consultant Tang was completely captivated. Ning Jiaqi truly is impressive. However, she was left utterly bewildered, as she hadn't even had the chance to clarify the situation. How could they have known? The crucial question is, what exactly did they know? The world is changing too rapidly. Is she perhaps struggling to keep up with the evolving data? Chapter 197. Summoned for conversations twice in one day. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Ning Jiaqi ventured, feeling somewhat awkward. Please allow her the opportunity to explain herself. No, there's no misunderstanding. Everyone collectively shook their heads. The situation was already quite clear, was it not? Who could possibly misconstrue anything further? It was unexpected that this seemingly inconspicuous intern could so effortlessly win over Consultant Tang. Wasn't that a bit too impressive? Furthermore, with Consultant Tang as her ally, who would dare to trouble Ning Jiaqi again? Consultant Tang was a luminary in the legal field, and his mere utterance of a legal principle commanded respect. Consequently, those who had previously spoken ill of Ning Jiaqi fell silent, their demeanor tinged with unease, fearing that their words might reach her ears. Observing their averted gazes was quite exasperating for Ning Jiaqi. Was it too much to ask for a chance to clarify? Must they fabricate an entire narrative of their own? Ning Jiaqi also sensed the envious and disdainful glances directed her way, the origins of which were all too predictable. Su Tiantian was seething with jealousy, having not anticipated that Ning Jiaqi would be so entirely different from her preconceived notions. Previously, she had deemed her a mere pushover, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Now, just when Su Tiantian believed that Ning Jiaqi had lost any opportunity to compete for a position in the marketing department, she had unexpectedly allied herself with Tang Yanqing. It appeared that Ning Jiaqi effortlessly navigated her circumstances, inciting feelings of envy and resentment within Su Tiantian. The scornful and dismissive glares came from Meng Yanluo, who seemed to accuse Ning Jiaqi of resorting to such measures merely to secure her place. Ning Jiaqi felt utterly exhausted by these individuals who indulged in their own imaginations. The reality was far from their fabrications, yet they insisted on believing otherwise. Are you truly dating Consultant Tang? Meng Sun maintained his prior stance, asking straightforwardly. Does it seem that way? Ning Jiaqi shook her head, relieved that someone had finally posed a question. But you had lunch with him, didn't you? And you had lunch with Meng Yanluo as well. Are you two dating too? Ning Jiaqi retorted. Somevhat etasperated. Can't we just be friends? How absurd. It was merely a man and a woman sharing a meal. How did that automatically imply a romantic relationship? Was there truly no flaw in this line of reasoning? Meng Sun pondered for a moment. Ning Jiaqi's arguments seemed valid. And after all, they were just dining together without any overtly intimate gestures. However, it was difficult for anyone to overlook the sight of the typically aloof Tang Yanqing dining with a young lady, which inevitably sparked suspicion. Ning Jiaqi, please step into my office. Sally, having just arrived, cast a glance at Ning Jiaqi and stated, "Oh." Ning Jiaqi felt utterly exasperated. Being summoned to the manager's office twice in a single day, reminiscent of being called in by a teacher during school for a conversation. If one maintains a clear conscience, the manager would not pose any difficulties. Meng Sun, noticing Ning Jiaqi's apparent despondency, offered a few words of comfort. Indeed, Ning Jiaqi once again appreciated Meng Sun's thoughtfulness. Her uncle certainly possessed a discerning eye. Chapter 198. No Ambition Jiaqi Ning. What is the situation between you and Consultant Tang? As soon as